Chapter 1, Beaten by 3 beautiful women. A hot summer day. No breeze in sight. Qin Zhaoyang took a set of keys, carried a suitcase, and walked into Jinyu Garden. His cousin flew abroad and asked him to help take care of the house, and it just so happened that he had no place to live. So he agreed. The house is on the 4th floor. 3 rooms, 2 halls and 1 bathroom. Qin Zhaoyang came once last year, and is quite familiar with it. Open the door. A milk flavor comes to the nose, but always feel wrong. Here seems to be someone living. Cousin did not say she lived here. Qin Zhaoyang looked at the balcony drying rack hanging a few oversized bras, and lace-edged small inner, tilted his head into a great thinking. Who are you? Thief, rascal. A high-pitched and powerful woman's scream almost shattered Qin Zhaoyang's eardrums. Before Qin Zhaoyang could react, 2 more beauties rushed out from the room, and that figure was quite hot. Don't fight! Don't fight! Qin Zhaoyang shouted don't fight while blocking the 3 beauties' attacks with his hands. Stinking rascal, actually dared to come and steal underwear. No wonder people in the neighborhood often say that there are lewd men stealing underwear. Sisters hit hard. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to cry without tears, protect his head but could not care about his buttocks. This beating and kicking directly knocked him out of his mind. Cousin did not say that this house is rented out. Could it be that he had entered the wrong Ponzi cave? Quickly say, who are you? Or we'll call the police. Probably tired of fighting. The 3 beauties gasped for air, their perfect figures undulating as they panted. Just then the cell phone rang. It was one of the 3 beauties in the middle, glaring fiercely at Qin Zhaoyang before picking up her cell phone. Hello, Sister Wan. What? Your cousin? That Wan's sister. Is your cousin about 1 meter 8? In his 20s? He came by and we were chatting. Well, pleasantly. We are fighting the landlord. 3-1. This is indeed said without any problem. Taking advantage of the other party to answer the phone this gap, Qin Zhaoyang finally had time to start measuring these 3 tigresses, only to see the person who answered the phone. 24 or 25 years old, tall, big wavy curly hair, eyebrows upturned, 2 legs long, a little like the pink lady inside that Million People. Another person, a little shorter, the appearance of clean. There are 2 cute little tiger teeth, wearing a floral dress. The last person, a petite, baby face. The most prominent is the chest to overflow full, with a word to describe is, childish giant X. In a word, the beauty is bubbly. Qin Zhaoyang this side is peeping. The beauty who answered the phone has hung up the phone. Look at the expression, has been a little embarrassed. That cousin. My name is Pu Meichi. Just now I'm sorry I don't know you are one sister's cousin. Are you okay? Looking at Qin Zhaoyang who was cowering in the corner, with a pig head and panda eyes, a look of hopelessness, Pu Meichi blushed and said, Meichi, is he? The one who asked this was another beauty called Su Xiaoro. It can't really be Sister Wan's cousin. This was the last beauty, the youngest but with the most prominent figure. Her name was Bao Xiao. Qin Zhaoyang cursed his family's cousin, over and over again at this moment. House rented out, or 3 women, did not tell him a word. This beating, to how wronged is how wronged. The key is still no place to reason. That cousin. My name is Bao Xiao. I'll go get the medicinal wine to help you wipe. Looking at Bao Xiao who was trembling while walking, Qin Zhaoyang thought to himself, is this name appropriate? After some introductions, a few people are also familiar with. 3 rooms, Pu Meichi 1, Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiao 1. The remaining one is before his cousin reserved for his own residence, so now it becomes Qin Zhaoyang's. Looking into the mirror, looking at the beaten nose and face, there are gusts of pain coming from the corner of the eye, where it was broken, and there is still blood. Qin Zhaoyang decided to sleep, at least can ease the pain. Qin Zhaoyang graduated from a 3rd-rate university and couldn't find a good job, so he casually found an apprentice job in an antique store. Said apprenticeship, in fact, is a miscellaneous, $2,005 a month, not eat enough to starve. This is not. In order to save $500 a month rent, deliberately took a half-day vacation, came here, originally thought to take advantage of a bargain, but ended up being beaten up, probably tired. Qin Zhaoyang fell asleep. Not a moment later also fell asleep, but just then, the original bruised, bloodshot eyes appeared to change, with hidden arcs of electricity winding around them. Along with that was the injury on his face, which also gradually disappeared, just as if it had never existed. Cousin, come and help. Just as Qin Zhaoyang was sleeping soundly, the door of his room was knocked. Qin Zhaoyang opened his squinting eyes and looked towards the door. Just then, a magical scene appeared. The door of the room gradually became illusory, and then he saw that Pu Meichi who had beaten him the most fiercely and viciously in the afternoon. Then, the clothes on Pu Meichi's body. Ghost! Qin Zhaoyang screamed in fear, almost startled himself, and once again looked towards the door of the room, which was still the door. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Just as Qin Zhaoyang was about to retract his gaze and prepare to open the door, the magical scene appeared again. The door disappeared once again. This is not an illusion. Cousin, is it there? Pu Meiqi's voice increased. Coming. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly shook off his thoughts to open the door, and then was stunned, because Pu Meiqi's outfit was exactly the same as the one he had just seen. Cousin, what are you staring at? My hairdryer is broken. Can you help me fix it? This and 1111 bought something really unreliable. Qin Zhaoyang reacted at once and also finally realized what the problem was. He might actually be able to see through. Suppressing his excitement, with trembling steps, he came to Pu Meiqi's room, which had a hairdryer on the dresser. You show me 298 bought it and it broke after less than a week of use. Pu Meiqi was still complaining. Qin Zhaoyang began to focus his mind. It only took him 3 seconds to see the structure inside the hairdryer clearly. The heating tube is broken. The hairdryer is useless. Pu Meiqi looked at Qin Zhaoyang curiously and said, "You didn't even open it to look at it. How do you know?" Qin Zhaoyang was trying to find an excuse. Just then his cell phone rang. It turned out to be the alarm clock that was set. Sister Qi, this one of yours is really broken. Return it if you can. It's time for me to go to work. Otherwise Joe Pippi is going to deduct my salary again. That's right. Qin Zhaoyang's boss was surnamed Zhou, and he was usually very stingy, so he gave a nickname to it, and it was called Joe Pickpocket. Joe Pickpocket's antique store was opened in the neighborhood of Fusimio in Jinling City. The so-called things come together and people are divided into groups. Drumming antiques and other lines of no difference also like to pile up. Here in addition to the curio store there are a lot of vendors here stalls. Of course, 99% are fake. Joe Paopi's store is in the center of the curio street. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang came in, he saw Joe Paopi talking to a man in his 30s who was snorting while talking about something, supposedly discussing a certain item. Boss. Qin Zhaoyang gave a greeting. Humph. Joe Pippi gave a hum and then continued to follow the man wearing glasses as he talked. This is the Republic of China period imitation. The Northern Song Dynasty Kiln 3-foot basilisk pen holder. And still broken. You'd better go to another home to see it. Qin Zhaoyang was idle and bored, also stared at this brush holder, mainly because he wanted to steal some experience. And in the meantime, he tried to open the perspective ability. Just at this moment, Qin Zhaoyang was shocked. What surprised him was not the pen container itself, but the lower half of the pen container actually had another mystery. This chapter is finished. Chapter 2, the price opened low. Republic of China imitation Northern Song Dynasty Kiln 3-legged metaphysical brush pot. Low value. There's actually an information tip, but this is not the most unexpected, because there's something inside. That's right. Qin Zhaoyang shocked is here. Perspective he already knew. Did not expect to actually read the information. There is Qiankuan inside. This, boss, it can't be. Why don't you take a look again? Just give it whatever you want. This seller said while yawning, with the appearance of having stayed up all night. You this or go to $200, sell or not. Joe Pickpocket did not finish his words. Qin Zhaoyang could not help but open his mouth. Joe Paopi frowned. What's wrong with this Qin Zhaoyang? What's wrong with this Qin Zhaoyang? Qin Zhaoyang also knew that he had broken the rules, and quickly explained. Boss, in a few days is my teacher's birthday. I want to. Joe Goopy understood. Qin Zhaoyang, this is no money to buy gifts, so want to buy this pen holder, and then fill the scene. So he nodded and didn't say anything more. As long as it wasn't him paying for it anyway. Can you add more? Isn't this $200 a bit too little? As soon as Qin Zhaoyang heard this, he knew there was something in it, but he really didn't have much money. So he took out his wallet and opened it directly to the man. Look, I'm just a little over 200 here. Gotta leave me some money for dinner. If you don't sell it, then forget it. Qin Zhaoyang had been working here for half a year already, and he still knew some of the tricks of this buying and selling stuff. It's called trying to catch the enemy. Fine. 200 is 200. The stuff is yours. Qin Zhaoyang, heart happy, quickly handed $200 to the other party, and then as if treasure holding this broken pen holder. Xiao Qin a crippled imitation. See you nervous. By the way, have you moved yet? Qin Zhaoyang briefly told the matter. Joe Paopi nodded. Qin Zhaoyang and now anxious to go back to get the things inside the pen holder out. So some distracted. Xiao Qin there is nothing today. If you have something to do, go back first. Just as oldly looking for me to drink afternoon tea. Qin Zhaoyang heard. Another joy, and quickly agreed to leave. Just walked to the door of the store. That, today is counted as a day off, deducted from the salary at the end of the month. Qin Zhaoyang heard a burst of dark curses plus curse. It is best to go out and step on dog. Will be 2 big gold teeth knocked off. When he returned home, he happened to run into Pu Meiqi coming out of her room. Cousin, you guessed correctly. It's the heat pipe that burned out. but now it's been taken apart by me and can't be returned. Qin Zhaoyang was speechless for a while. Isn't this an idle pain in the ass? Nope, she didn't have that. That's Sister Qi. The wind blows the eggshells, the wealth goes away and people are at peace. Eliminate wealth and avoid disaster. Ha, I still have things to do. I'll go inside first. Without waiting for Pu Meiqi to speak, Qin Zhaoyang directly went back to his room. Looking at the nervous Qin Zhaoyang, Pu Meiqi shrugged her shoulders and also went back to her room. Qin Zhaoyang opened the desk lamp, and really saw a small circle of cracks at the bottom of the pen container. The cracks are very small. If you don't look closely, can't be seen at all. This is the traces left by the splicing. Perhaps too much time has passed, causing the original surface camouflage to fall off. This is not the point. Qin Zhaoyang found a knife, began to pry along the cracks. Not a moment's effort, knock sound. The bottom of the pen container fell down. Along with the fall, there is a seal. Qin Zhaoyang stretched out a little trembling hand, picked up the seal. Written on it, Zhejian seal, 3 words. An item that needs to be disguised with something is definitely not too simple. But who is this Zhejian? Gathering his breath, he began to check the information. Zhejian seal, Northern Song Dynasty, authentic, high collector's value, market price about 3 million renminbi. This is the data given by the perspective eye. Qin Zhaoyang is very puzzled. This perspective eye also with the market estimate price? I don't want to think about it. He must first figure out who this Zhejian is. And also, the 3 million. Qin Zhaoyang suppressed his excited heart and trembling old hand, picked up his cell phone, and opened Dunyang. All of a sudden the information about Zhejian came out. Su Shi, the word Zhejian, and the word in Zhong. No, Dongpa Ju Shi. The world called it Su Dongpa. Su Dongpa? It's actually the seal of Su Dongpa. Now it's developed. Qin Zhaoyang jumped up in joy. It took a while before he gradually calmed down. Only what he didn't notice was that there was a trace of golden aura in the seal that was sucked into his body along with his hand. How should this go out? How about going to a curio store? No, how dark the curio store was. Qin Zhaoyang knew it all. How about going to an auction house? Qin Zhaoyang looked at the time. 2:30 p.m. It is better to go to the curio store first to try to say it. After all, today's Saturday, the auction house has no one is still a problem. Qin Zhaoyang, this time a luxury back, called a taxi, came to the Zhubozhai antique store. The reason why I came here, mainly because this curio store is the largest and most formal here. Qin Zhaoyang entered the store and pretended to look around, mainly because the shopkeeper was chatting with an older man. As a result, he waited for 10 minutes without stopping. Qin Zhaoyang decided not to wait, so he came to the counter and took out the piece of seal and put it on the counter. Boss, please help palm your eyes. The shopkeeper was about 50 years old, not tall, wearing a pair of glasses, a kind face. First glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, before picking up the seal on the counter. At first, he didn't pay attention, but when he saw the word Zhejian, his eyes narrowed. Then he took off his glasses and picked up the magnifying glass on the counter and started to look at it. After looking at it for about a tea time, he put down the magnifying glass. Young man, how much do you intend to bid? Qin Zhaoyang originally intended to directly say 3 million, but the words to the mouth he held back. The shopkeeper is the person who knows the goods. You give a fair price. If the price is right, I'll make a move. Qin Zhaoyang still has a sentence that he did not say. That is, if the price is not suitable, I will not sell. Old Qian, the real one? Can you give me a look? Old money, is this Zhubozhai shopkeeper? Also known as the boss. Full name Qian Yukai. Once Qian Yukai heard this, there was a bitter smile in his heart. No matter what price he gave today, it was probably useless, because this person is called Huang Guangnian. Qian Yukai pushed the seal to Huang Guangnian and said, see for yourself. Su Shi's seal. Upon hearing about Su Shi's seal, Huang Guangnian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly picked up the seal and carefully examined it. Also picked up a magnifying glass. After a long time, little brother, make a price. I'll take the seal. Qin Zhaoyang's eyelids jumped. Is this ignorance or wealth? Directly say you want it. Not afraid of others sitting on the ground and raising the price? But this kind of person Qin Zhaoyang likes. Old sir, I don't want much either. 3 million, if you think. Okay, 3 million, I'll take it. Qin Zhaoyang opened his mouth. This price opened low. Can I ask a question? This chapter is finished. Chapter 3, inexperienced for the first time. Sorry, it's inconvenient. I have things to do. If you really want to buy it, just pay. Huang Guangnian froze, mainly because Qin Zhaoyang's refusal was too dry. But it was right. It was his own presumption. That's fine. Old Qian, be a witness. Help get a contract. Qian Yukai didn't say anything and went to get the contract. The so-called contract was actually a sale and purchase agreement, which was to prevent the item from going wrong, or something else, generally large objects, that is, more valuable things. we'll use this kind of transfer contract. The contract was quickly done. The two signed and sealed. Qin Zhaoyang confirmed the mobile banking arrival information, and hurriedly pushed the seal to Huang Guangyan. This thing belongs to you. I have to go beforehand. It wasn't that Qin Zhaoyang didn't know how to be polite. $3 million? For Huang Guangyan, it might not be anything, but for him, it was an astronomical sum, at least so far. The so-called guard against people. Qin Zhaoyang knows that too many words will be lost. Moreover, he knows that wealth is not exposed, so he is not willing to say more. Not willing to stay here more. Qin Zhaoyang left the Jubilee. His heart is still pounding. 3 million. What are you going to do next? Buy a house? Buy a car? Qin Zhaoyang hesitated, or was confused. He did not know where to use this money. In fact, this is quite normal. A poor person who suddenly gets a huge sum of money will have such a reaction. Ha, little Qin, you didn't go back? Just as Qin Zhaoyang lowered his head to contemplate what to do next, he heard an incomparably familiar sound. Raising his eyes, the one who spoke was Joe Pickpocket. Boss, I'm thinking about something. Why are you here as well? Didn't you go drink tea with Boss Lee? The latter sentence was casually asked by Qin Zhaoyang. I just finished having afternoon tea with Old Lee, and I'm planning to wander around the ground stalls to see if there's anything good. Do you want to come along? Learn a bit of knowledge by the way. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes lit up as he finally thought of what he was going to do next. He had perspective eyes. Wouldn't it be a shame not to utilize it? It seems that gambling on stones is what can best be realized. Well, Qin Zhaoyang was thinking a bit far ahead for a while. It was better to follow Joe Pickpocket to pick up leaks first. The duo came to a stall while talking. Because it is now 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is summer, there are basically no people here. Even the owner of the stall is also hiding on the side of the cool. See Qin Zhaoyang 2 people over. The stall owner is lazy to entertain. The main thing is that Joe Poppy has a bad reputation. How to say it? As long as Joe Pickpocket look on things, the stall owner basically cannot make much money. This guy stingy tight, and will be hard to get. You do not want to sell cannot. He will always pester you. In short, this guy is not very popular. Qin Zhaoyang did not do it. He was on the side watching, or scanning with perspective. Looking around, basically all are imitations. Some are even handicrafts. If you say the real thing that is also there, such as copper money. But copper money this thing, basically a few dollars unless encountered valuable. After looking for a while, Qin Zhaoyang lost interest. It is true that picking up leaks is not so easy. Just when Qin Zhaoyang intends to withdraw the perspective eye, an item attracted his attention. Ming Xuanda Blue and White 100 Longevity Bowl. Gen Yuan, mutilated due to improper preservation. Can be repaired. Qin Zhaoyang froze. First of all, this so-called Daming Xuanda cyanotype bowl was authentic, but now it was broken. This is not the point. The point is that the latter can be repaired. How to repair? Can it be glued with 502 glue? This is into several pieces. Can be repaired? Just when Qin Zhaoyang was a bit puzzled, Joe Pickpocket had already gotten up and left. Boss, how can I sell this broken bowl? As soon as the stall owner heard Qin Zhaoyang ask the price, his eyes took a look and said, $500. Take it if you want it. Qin Zhaoyang's heart was happy. Regardless of whether this thing can be repaired or not, $500 is nothing to him. After all, he now has 7 figures in his card. Okay, I'll take it. Qin Zhaoyang was ready to take his cell phone and pay the bill. Wait, I'm talking about $500 for a fragment. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang wanted to slap himself. Usually this kind of theoretical knowledge he has learned a lot. No matter what price the other party opens, you more or less have to return some. Buy and sell antiques most taboo like him, clearly sent to others' pit. Mainly for the first time without much experience. Qin Zhaoyang knows that this thing cannot be bought. Not to mention a few fragments. Even if $500 apiece. Qin Zhaoyang is not very concerned. But he knows that if he really pulls out money to buy it now, this stall owner will definitely be suspicious. Maybe they won't sell it again. Private find someone on appraisal. Boss, you're such a bad person. Forget it, I don't want it. Qin Zhaoyang finished, got up and left. Now the stall owner was a bit confused about the situation. Little brother, I'm just kidding. $500 for you. Qin Zhaoyang stretched out 3 fingers and said, $300, if you sell I'll pay. If not, forget it. Well, the business talk finally fell apart. Qin Zhaoyang knows that he is not business material, but he does not have to worry. Just this fragment is not expected to buy. Even if he turns around and gives $500 now, the stall owner won't necessarily sell it. He couldn't buy it himself. So what about another person? Qin Zhaoyang thought of the 3 beauties he lived with. So he directly greeted Joe Pickpocket and left. Because it is Saturday, last night, and attended a party. So the bag small little sleep the whole afternoon. Sleeping confused. Even forgot that there is one more man in this house. Bao Xiao Xiao is wearing underwear out of the room. she is ready to go to the bathroom to wash up. Just out of the room, Qin Zhaoyang came back. The two of them directly locked eyes and froze for 3 seconds. Ah! Bao Xiao exclaimed and hurriedly ran into the bathroom. At this time, her face was blushing, her hands covering her chest as she gasped for air. Qin Zhaoyang only reacted at this time. Not to mention, Bao Xiao's body really has nothing to say. People can't help but want to blindfold their eyes and never move away again. What's wrong? At this moment, Su Xiao and Pu Meiqi also came out from the room. Nothing, the ground was slippery just now. I almost fell. Before Qin Zhaoyang could explain, Bao Xiao's voice from the bathroom came over. Pu Meiqi and the two of them didn't take it seriously, but looked towards Qin Zhaoyang, because Qin Zhaoyang was holding a large pile of delicious food in his hands at this moment. Cousin, why did you buy so many things? Why don't you ask sister to help you share it? Pu Meiqi was having a craving. In fact, Qin Zhaoyang bought these things just for them to eat. The so-called eating people's mouths is soft, taking people's hands is short. If he wanted people to help, he first had to bribe them. Sister Qi, isn't this my first day just here? That's why I purposely bought some things. Let's get together in the evening and get familiar with each other. Qin Zhaoyang said as he placed the things on the table in the living room. Cousin, you even bought so much alcohol. You're not thinking of getting us drunk then? End of chapter. Chapter 4, so it's you. It was getting dark. The living room was lit up with empty apoplexy on, and a man and 3 women were eating and drinking beer. Except for Bao Xiao who was drinking. Pu Meiqi and Su Xiao were both drinking. Cousin, this is the 10 co-tenancy agreements I put together this afternoon. Even though your sister wants cousin and you're treating us to food tonight, you have to abide by what's on here. I'll read it out first. If there's no problem it'll be done that way from now on. If you have any opinions reserved. The person who spoke was none other than Pu Meiqi, who was the oldest. Qin Zhaoyang ate and signaled Pu Meiqi to read on. Article 1. No entering our room without permission. There was no problem with this article. It was very reasonable. Article 2. 2 bathrooms, one for the toilet and the other for bathing. Every time you take a bath you must wait for the lady to finish her bath before you can take a bath and clean the sanitary towels. Qin Zhaoyang frowned. Sister Qi, both bathrooms can be used for bathing. Why aren't they separated? You 3 girls use one bathroom and I use one. So won't there be the problem you mentioned? Also, in case you guys come back late, do I have to wait for you guys to finish bathing first? Pu Meiqi glared at Qin Zhaoyang and said, your opinion is reserved. Please listen to the 3rd rule. Number 3. From now on, you'll be responsible for the hygiene of the kitchen and the living room, and if you invite us for dinner, we can grudgingly help clean it. 4th, Qin Zhaoyang was certain that this was the overbearing clause. I don't agree. What you've written here is reasonable except for the first one. The rest of the 9 are all against me. Pu Meiqi put the so-called treaty on the table and laughed. Cousin, the 3 of us are all girls and we're all so pretty. Can you bear to let us mop the floor, brush the pots and pans, and wash the dishes? Also, isn't it reasonable for us to pay for utilities on a per room basis? Why don't we do it this way? How about a democratic vote by a show of hands, with the minority obeying the majority? Those who agree to the above terms please raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. Well, Qin Zhaoyang was too lazy to speak, and after entering the Ponzi cave, the result of this vote was obvious. Look at their complacent, really think they will lose out. As a big man, Qin Zhaoyang to let nothing hanging needless, but the interest should be collected or to collect. Qin Zhaoyang opened the perspective, secretly aimed his eyes at the small package. The reason why the first choice of Bao Xiao, mainly because she is too prominent. How do you look? Growing up is awesome. Such a wow image. Qin Zhaoyang only peeked at it for a while and then stopped looking at it, because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Sister Qi, I have something. Can you guys do me a favor? Pu Meiqi was first stunned. Then she looked at Qin Zhaoyang with a wary gaze. Not only Pu Meiqi, Su Xiao and Bao Xiao were the same. Qin Zhaoyang knew that the 3 people had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained the matter. It's just this much. No problem, Xiao. I'll leave it to you. Pu Meiqi directly handed down the task. After things were talked over and things were almost finished eating, the 3 women went to take a shower, leaving a mess behind, waiting for Qin Zhaoyang to clean up, as the agreement was posted on Qin Zhaoyang's room door. When Qin Zhaoyang finished cleaning up and then took a shower, it was already 11 o'clock. He lay on the bed, thinking about today's events, as well as considering what to do next. Prospective eyes want to get rich. There are many ways. The first is to gamble on stones, because many novels have such plots, mainly to come to money quickly. However, betting on stones also requires funds, so first of all, there is still a need to accumulate funds. Besides, if he gambles on stones, he does not even have a doorway now. It is definitely not very realistic. Really want to run to the field alone to gamble on stones? Whether he can have a life to come back by then is a problem. Maybe be arrested over karma waste are possible. Another point, should this job continue? Resign. Tomorrow, I will go to resign. Thinking about it, Qin Zhaoyang also fell asleep. The next day, Qin Zhaoyang late than usual to the store half an hour. Mainly because last night sleep too late. This morning did not get up. Once in the store, Qin Zhaoyang saw a person. It is yesterday Joe Pai mouth that oldly. The two are talking. Qin Zhaoyang came in to say hello, and began his daily routine. If you resign, first wait for Oldly, the guest to leave. Oldly, you say really false? Sudonpa's seal? Qin Zhaoyang was wiping the cabinet with a towel. When he suddenly heard this sentence was a flash. Old Joe, why would I lie to you? I also saw that seal last night. It was indeed Sudonpa's. You weren't there at the time. You didn't see Huang Guangnian's dejected vigor. But then again, count him lucky. It is said that the person who sold the seal is a young man, just about the same age as Xiao Qin. Joe Pippi glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, who was cleaning, and cut a bit inside his mouth. This is called the same person with a different life. People have become millionaires in the blink of an eye. Little Qin can only clean here as an apprentice. Oldly didn't say anything. He understood Joe Poppy. Qin Zhaoyang also did not say anything. Similar words he heard too much. He really lazy to bother. Oldly left after chatting for a while. Boss, I'm going to quit my job, so help me settle my paycheck. After Oldly left, Qin Zhaoyang came to the counter and directly opened his mouth to resign. Joe Pippi was first stunned, then revealed a sneer. Little Qin, you have to think about it. It's not easy to find a job now. Today is not 20 years ago. 20 years ago a junior high school students are considered cultured. Nowadays like you such as college students everywhere. A catch a lot. You have to think clearly. In fact, Joe Pickpocket is right in this sentence. Like today's era, there are as many college students as dogs. Undergraduates everywhere. As far as Qin Zhaoyang is concerned, this kind of pheasant university graduates. It is really nothing. Boss, I've thought it over. You settle my salary. Joe Pippi glanced at Qin Zhaoyang and picked up the abacus crackling and tapping. Qin Zhaoyang burst of contempt. He worked a total of 15 days this month. 2,500 a month. Half and half is his salary. This still need to count? Xiao Qin previously agreed. You 2,500 a month. This month you worked 15 days. According to reason I should give you 1,250. However, once you leave, I have to recruit again and train again. So, Qin Zhaoyang heard and understood. This is to deduct wages. Then how much did you say to give me? Joe Pickpocket put up a finger and said, I can only give you 1,000. Qin Zhaoyang nodded casually. Deduction is fine. He doesn't care about this amount of money. Qin Zhaoyang got $1,000 and was ready to leave. Just then, a person came in from outside. Someone that Qin Zhaoyang recognized. This chapter is finished. Chapter 5, inexplicably fixed. Ha, it's you. What a coincidence. Qin Zhaoyang smiled awkwardly. He also didn't expect to meet this buyer. He didn't even know his name here. Hello sir, Mr. Huang. You guys know each other? Right at this moment Joe Poppy came over. He was curious how this guy Qin Zhaoyang knew Huang Guangnian. Boss Joe, this little brother. Huang Guangnian talked about what happened yesterday, and Qin Zhaoyang had the urge to curse his mother. What? The Sudonpa seal you bought yesterday was sold to you by him? Joe Pippi had an expression of having eaten. Things came to a head. Qin Zhaoyang also knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Sometimes you want to keep a low profile, but strength really doesn't allow it. That's right, that seal was left behind by my grandfather. Recently lack of money gave to sell. Qin Zhaoyang smiled at Huang Guangnian, then intended to leave. Little brother, my name is Huang Guangnian. This is my business card. If you still have something you want to offer, you can call me. The price is negotiable. Qin Zhaoyang took the business card, then reported his name and also left, only leaving Joe Poppy, who had just finished eating and was still reminiscing. In the wind. Boss Joe, you and this little brother are? Qin Zhaoyang didn't know what the two of them were saying behind him. He was now considered a hobo. Yesterday and Bao Xiao said well, 10 o'clock in the morning in the antique street side of an industrial and commercial bank near the collection. Bao Xiao today wearing a short-sleeved. There is a crayon little new head in front of the chest, the lower body of a short skirt, almost to the knee above a little bit. It looks very eye-catching. This day is very hot. Bao Xiao kept wiping the sweat. Well did not wait long. Qin Zhaoyang came. Xiao waited for a long time. Here, chilled watermelon juice. Qin Zhaoyang said while handing Bao Xiao a cup of drink. Thank you cousin. Qin Zhaoyang was not too happy about this. Xiao, sister Qi is older than me. It's fine if she shouts like that. You and Xiao Rou aren't as old as me. You can't shout like that. Bao Xiao shrugged her shoulders and said, a name call is just a name call. Besides I didn't look at your ID card. Maybe I'm bigger. Qin Zhaoyang glanced at Bao Xiao's chest and casually said, indeed bigger. When Pao Xiao heard this, and then looked at Qin Zhaoyang's gaze, she immediately understood. Where are you looking? What are you buying? Say it quickly. It's hot as hell this day. So Qin Zhaoyang started talking about the characteristics of the item. Finally, he gave Bao Xiao $500. Remember, 500 at most. Any more is on you. Bao Xiao nodded her head and then walked towards the stall that Qin Zhaoyang had said. Qin Zhaoyang hid on the side and followed. Bao Xiao does not know anything about antiques. She is just a soft-spoken person who came to do a favor. The owner of the stall saw that it was a beautiful woman, and did not mind the heat, and quickly began to greet. It doesn't matter if this thing is for sale or not. It's mainly for the eyes. Beauty. What do you fancy? I'll give it to you. Bao Xiao gave a hum and then was looking for the broken bowl that Qin Zhaoyang said. Boss, how much is this one? Bao Xiao's speech was a bit lowly, and with her soft voice, the stall owner was almost crispy. Beauty, this broken bowl is not worth much. Why don't you choose another one? I'll give it to you. Bao Xiao then picked up another gourd, and then that broken bowl together as well. How much are these two? Qin Zhaoyang waited over there a little anxious. This buy things to talk about the price of money to go away not on the line? How so ink? Good in the bag little finally came back, holding a shoe box. Cousin, it's done. Qin Zhaoyang was delighted and quickly took it. It was indeed the one from yesterday. Ha, did you buy this gourd? How much? Bao Xiao shook his head and said, didn't ask for money. People gave it to me. Qin Zhaoyang a burst of speechless plus. This stall owner old color batch one. This money belongs to me. You said. Bao Xiao but remembered Qin Zhaoyang said. More are returned to her. Qin Zhaoyang now where there is a mood to pay attention to the hundreds of dollars. And Bao Xiao casually said 2 sentences, and returned home. Incidentally in the store bought a bottle of 502 blue. That's right, he is going to use 502 blue to stick, which if the professionals see it will probably be angry. But what can be done about it? The system can only see through the information. There is no repair function. Entered the room and closed the door. Also ignored the gourd, directly took out a few pieces of debris began to clean up splicing. Splicing up to was quite fast. A full of cracks in the blue and white bowl appeared in front of Qin Zhaoyang. So directly open perspective. Daming Schwanda blue and white bowl, broken, can be repaired. Still this tip, the key is how to repair? Lying on the bed, looking left and right, looking at the broken bowl or broken bowl. Keep seeing no change even if his eyes are sore. And finally fell asleep holding the blue and white bowl like this. Knock knock knock. Qin Zhaoyang was awakened by a knock on the door. Cousin, get up and cook. Men can't be lazy. Men who are too lazy won't be able to get a wife. It was Pu Meiqi's voice. Qin Zhaoyang smiled bitterly and smoothly placed the lapis lazuli bowl in his hand on the counter ready to go make lunch. Just then a miraculous scene appeared. Qin Zhaoyang thought his eyes were blurred because the bowl was actually intact. What's going on here? I just held the bowl and slept and then. Qin Zhaoyang seemed to have caught something, but there was not too sure. Whatever. Let's see the value first. Daming Schwanda blue and white 100 longevity bowl. Official kiln products. Market price 100, 000, 150, 000 yuan. Qin Zhaoyang some disappointment. The official kiln only more than 100, 000. He thought it was worth $1 million. He thought it was worth $1 million. In fact, this is also the reason why Qin Zhaoyang first picked up a 3 million seals, creating an illusion of starting too high. In fact, $100,000 is already very good. According to Qin Zhaoyang's current salary does not eat or drink also need almost 3 or 4 years to save this money. Carefully put the 100 bowl away, then went out of the room, only to see quite a few things placed in front of the kitchen. They had a unified term, dishes. Cousin, from now on, we'll buy the groceries and you cook and clean. So it's fair. Not to mention, it was indeed quite fair. At least not having to spend money on selling vegetables was true. Just that he didn't know. This money for buying food was the $500 he gave to Bao Xiao. Okay, I'll cook for you. After having lunch, Qin Zhaoyang directly made a call to Huang Guangyan. As soon as Huang Guangyan heard that Qin Zhaoyang had something in his hand, he didn't sleep in this nap and hurriedly went towards the agreed location. This is a cafe. Qin Zhaoyang has been here a few times before, mainly because his ex-girlfriend likes to come to this kind of place, but it's quieter and really suitable for talking business. Qin Zhaoyang came a few minutes later than Huang Guangyan, mainly because he walked. As soon as he saw Qin Zhaoyang, Huang Guangyan was a bit monkeyed up. Little Qin quickly show me something. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Ex-Girlfriend Su Meishan. Qin Zhaoyang didn't make any pretense and directly handed the shoebox to Huang Guangyan. Huang Guangyan was rich, and rich people usually had some hobbies. Some like famous cars, some like watches, and some like women, while Huang Guangyan likes to collect antiques. In the past 20 years, he has bought a lot of things. Of course most of them are fakes, but it doesn't matter. Hobbies can't be measured in money. Huang Guangnian picked up the blue and white bowl, which the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Although he wasn't sure if this thing was real, well, because of what happened yesterday, he believed it was real. Little Qin, does this bowl have a provenance? Qin Zhaoyang took the blue and white bowl and started to explain. This is called a blue and white bowl. Full name, Daming Xuanda 100 Show Blue and White Bowl. You see here there is an official kiln proprietary. Qin Zhaoyang's theoretical knowledge is not good. Now said or come before Baidu above the search. After an introduction, Huang Guangnian decided to buy it. He is not short of money. Xiao Qin, you open a price. Suitable, I want it. Qin Zhaoyang originally intended to lion's mouth, but thought, this may still be dealing with. Always have to be a long way to go. Huang Dong, this blue and white bowl. The market price is between 150,000. If you think you like it, just $100,000. Huang Guangnian nodded, without saying anything, took out his checkbook. That, can you transfer the money? Checks are too much trouble for me. Huang Guangnian nodded again, collected his checkbook, and then transferred $100,000 to Qin Zhaoyang. Little Qin, if you have something good in the future, look for me. The price is good. The duo exited the private room while talking. Qin Zhaoyang, why are you here? Qin Zhaoyang looked up. The person who spoke was actually his ex-girlfriend Su Maishan. She was wearing a wraparound skirt and was dressed extremely flamboyantly. At this moment, Su Maishan was holding a man, who was 27 or 18 years old and wore a pair of glasses. His name was Chen Kai. Qin Zhaoyang knew that, and that he broke up with Su Maishan because of the disgusting scene he saw. It's up to you, Qin Zhaoyang said and was about to leave. I don't care about your business. Poor one. Also worthy to come here to spend money. Just your monthly salary of $1,000. Su Maishan spoke harshly, which made Huang Guangnian unable to listen. This young lady, let me interrupt. This person poor will not be poor for a lifetime. There is still time for straw to heat up. Maybe Shaoqin will be developed? Besides, who stipulates that people with $1,000 salary can't come to a place like this? Is this place upscale? Hearing Huang Guangnian's words, Su Maishan gave a cut. He's still developed? If he can be developed, I'll eat Xiang live. Huang Guangnian frowned. He was a person of status, and he usually encountered pretty much the same. At least they all had a bit of quality. A low-quality person like Su Maishan, he still rarely saw. Boss Huang, don't be general with this person with no quality. Let's go. Qin Zhaoyang was too lazy to bother with Su Maishan. Besides, he still had things to do. Huang Guangnian felt that Qin Zhaoyang was right. It was out of character to get serious with this kind of person. But Qin Zhaoyang wanted to go, but others didn't. Such as, stop. Who did you just call unqualified? The person who spoke was none other than the man holding his arm by Su Maishan's side. Brother Kai, he bullied me, didn't even put you in his eyes. Su Maishan began to add fuel to the fire. Qin Zhaoyang turned his head to look at the man, and halfway emerged with the words, none of your business. You. Chen Kai exploded with anger. Someone was actually talking to him like that. Kid, do you know who I am? This cafe is my family's property. If you don't give me an apology today, I'll make sure you don't leave this door. Qin Zhaoyang ignored it and directly walked towards the outside. You seek death. Chen Kai was once again ignored by Qin Zhaoyang. Now he lost face in front of Su Maishan. How can this be? So he directly slammed his fist towards Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang is not a good student. Fighting and so on, he really has not been afraid of anyone. Directly kicked over. Bang! Ah! Chen Kai was directly kicked out by Qin Zhaoyang. Said kicked flying some exaggeration, but kicked really not light. Did not see Chen Kai face changed? Qin Zhaoyang is also stunned. How much strength he has in his own heart is clear. Just that kick and did not use full force. The results. Looking at a few meters away lying on the ground wailing Chen Kai, Qin Zhaoyang surprised. Murder! Quickly come to people As soon as Su Maishan, who was on the side, saw that her ATM had been beaten up, she hurriedly shouted. At this time, 2 security guards rushed over. That's him, get him for me. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Chen Kai finally eased up and hurriedly pointed at Qin Zhaoyang, signaling the security guards to beat him up. The 2 security guards looked at each other. Then they were ready to charge towards Qin Zhaoyang. Stop! Right at this moment, a voice came over. Qin Zhaoyang followed the voice and saw a man in his 50s hurriedly coming this way. Dad! He hit me! Chen Kai was ready to sue, but as a result, the man ignored him and directly put on a fawning smile and came in front of Huang Guangnian. Huang Dong, what wind blew you over? What an honor! Huang Guangnian looked at the man, snorted coldly and said, so it's Boss Chen. Boss Chen is really powerful. His son is even more powerful, opening his mouth to get us killed. What a skill! In Jinling City I really want to see who is so capable. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zichao was so scared that he had a jolt of fear. Beads of sweat on his forehead flowed downward without any money. Pa! Chen Zichao turned around and slapped Chen Kai hard on his face. Dad, why are you hitting me? It's him. Pa, pa, pa. Another series of 3 slaps, directly knocking Chen Kai out of his mind. You this little who can only cause trouble. You don't even know Wang Dong of the Huang group. I'll beat you to death. Chen Zichao was going to hit after he finished speaking, but he was stopped by Huang Guangnian. Alright, I'm not interested in watching others educate their sons. Little Qin, let's go. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. He had just recovered from his surprise, mainly because of the strength of his dad. After Qin Zhaoyang and his duo left, Chen Kai covered his face and shouted once again, "You're my dad, alright? What kind of person isn't good enough to offend you to offend him? If I didn't happen to have something to rush over today, I would have been killed by you. Tell me, what's going on?" No lying. Knowing his son as his father, Chen Zichao directly sealed Chen Kai's intentions of preparing to lie. Chen Kai also knew that he had gotten into trouble today, and hurriedly told the story of what happened. Slap. Another slap, only this one was not on Chen Kai, but on Su Meishan's face. Su Meishan was stunned, not expecting that she was actually hit, but she didn't dare to say anything, and pitifully glanced at Chen Zichao, who pretended not to see. Get the hell out of here. If I see you again in the future, I'll find someone to kill you. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Guan Yuha, Guan Jingya. After Huang Guangnian and Qin Zhaoyang parted ways, he didn't return to the company, but went to meet someone, Guan Yuha, who was known as the Golden Eye. Guan Yuha was the head of the State Administration of Cultural Heritage in his early years, and he had appraised countless treasures in his life, rarely looking away, so there is the name Golden Eye, but because of physical reasons, so retired home to pension. And Huang Guangnian is Guan Yuha's son-in-law. Huang Guangnian like antiques, more or less by the influence of Guan Yuha. Huang Guangnian knew that his old husband liked to drink, so he specially bought 2 bottles and then brought 2 items to his door. Aya, our great collector is here again. Huang Guangnian got out of the car before entering the door and was flirted with by a beautiful young girl who greeted him. She was wearing a pretty little JK dress, possessing a pair of clear and bright black gem-like eyes that curved into a crescent shape, and long, slightly curved eyelashes that looked like 2 small fans that gently flapped, revealing the liveliness of her heart. Her skin is as delicate as congealed fat, white and red, radiating a healthy and natural luster. Her nose was high and straight, making her face more delicate. Her lips are thin and red, always slightly upturned. It was such a little princess, but she was very favored at home. Huang Guangnian wasn't angry either. Xiao Ye, you're flirting with your aunt again. You don't have a boyfriend until now. Why don't I let your aunt find you one? Xiao Ye's full name is Guan Jingya, the granddaughter of Guan Yuhe. The person was pretty as hell, but strangely enough just didn't have a boyfriend. And the last thing she wanted to be brought up was this matter, so she was petulantly angry. Auntie, I'll call my aunt later and tell her that you bought my grandfather wine again. Huang Guangnian was embarrassed for a while. The old man liked to drink, but the doctor didn't allow it, so he secretly sent wine over every time. Who would have thought that today, Sunday, Guan Jingya was actually at home. Guangnian come in. Xiao Ye, don't be rude, go make tea. Guan Jingya spat out her tongue and obediently ran to boil water. Just then, Guan Yuha, whose hair was a bit gray and refined, walked out of the house. He was wearing a cozy cotton housecoat, his feet stepped on slippers, and with a bright smile on his face. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have faded quite a bit. Huang Guangnian hurriedly went up to greet him, and then secretly placed 2 bottles of wine in an undetectable position without any trace. Guan Yuha pretended not to see. Dad, help me look at these 2 things, Huang Guangnian said as he took out the seal and the blue and white bowl he had just bought today. Guan Yuha nodded, put on his presbyopic glasses, and began to look at them. This time his eyes narrowed. Zizhan's seal, where did you get it? Huang Guangnian didn't hide the fact that he told him what happened yesterday. This seal is real. This time Count you did not hit the eye. Huang Guangnian was happy for a while. Guan Yuha said there was no problem. That was definitely no problem. Dad, look at this bowl again. Guan Yuha picked up the blue and white bowl, carefully looked at it for a while, then sniffed it with his nose and frowned. Huang Guangnian's heart snapped. Dad, this can't be a fake, right? Guan Yuha shook his head and said, Daming Schwanda Blue and White 100 Longevity Bowl. Official kiln product. Can't be fake. I frowned because there is a smell on it. It should be that when it was preserved before, it encountered some chemical composition or something. No harm. Put a few days on the good. Hearing this, Huang Guangnian was sort of relieved. $100,000 isn't much. He doesn't care very much. The main thing is that he looks at Qin Zhaoyang's eyes. He really doesn't want to look away. Dad, then how much is this bowl probably worth? How much did you buy it? Guan Yuha asked without answering. Huang Guangnian didn't hide it and said it directly. Guan Yuha nodded and put the bowl back in place. This is a good price. A bowl like this, if it's a folk one, it's only a few $1,000s. not more than 10,000. But an official kiln is different. Based on the market in the past 2 years, the price is almost around $100,000. By the way, where did you get these two things? On the other side, Qin Zhaoyang returned home and then saw the gourd. This gourd, which he had also seen yesterday, was just an ordinary gourd for medicine, with a market value of a few $100s. But this thing is quite good looking. Qin Zhaoyang picked up the copper gourd. The results of this see the problem. This is not the gourd he saw yesterday. Qianlong year system, golden girl copper gourd. The collection value is average, about 1 to 2 million RMB. Qin Zhaoyang cried and laughed. Other people are buy one free one. Package small, this is to give one free one, and also are real. Casually put the copper gourd on the side. This thing first stay. After all, take out to sell is not very valuable. Sold to Huang Wangyan is even less. Just Qin Zhaoyang does not know is that the stall owner at this time is chagrined. This gourd is he got back last night. Originally he has a similar gourd. That is the one that Qin Zhaoyang saw. As a result, this guy today will be this thing to forget. Maybe only focusing on the reason to talk to the bag small will be that $2,000 to collect over the real gourd to send out. Now I want to look for a small package, do not know how to find. I can only recognize my own bad luck. Qin Zhaoyang looked at the time, to the point, began to make dinner for the 3 pigs. Without a moment's effort the 4 dishes and 1 soup were ready. Wow, it smells so good. The dishes were just done when the 3 females walked out of the room in unison. They also sniffed their noses in a very exaggerated manner. Let's eat. Qin Zhaoyang took off his apron, took 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, and started serving the meal. The 3 females sat directly at the table and waited. Qin Zhaoyang cried and laughed a little. These 3 pigs were really just waiting to be fed. Cousin, with your cooking skills, whoever is your girlfriend would be too happy. Why don't you consider me? Get lost. Pu Meiqi was the big sister here, and basically didn't have any scruples about what she said. Qin Zhaoyang took a bite of rice and said, if cooking good food can keep women, I'm afraid I'd be married by now. As soon as they heard this, they knew that there were melons to eat, and the 3 women immediately became interested. Cousin, quickly tell us, you. Pu Meiqi was halfway through her sentence when her cell phone rang. It was Qin Zhaoyang's cell phone. Qin Zhaoyang took out his cell phone and looked at it. His eyebrows just frowned. It was actually Su Meishan who called, so he hung up the phone decisively. Cousin, why don't you answer? Pu Meiqi's words were again interrupted by the ringing of the phone. Qin Zhaoyang directly turned off the phone. Girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend? A woman is a curious animal, especially about this kind of thing, even more than eating. Ex-girlfriend? Met again today. The 3 women glanced at each other. There was indeed a big melon here. Cousin, do you like her a lot? If you don't like it, you should delete her number and pull the plug. Not to mention, Pu Meiqi guessed right, Qin Zhaoyang did like Su Meishan, but that was before. The reason why the phone number wasn't deleted and blacked out was purely because he forgot about it. It's true that I liked her a lot in the past, and I also thought that I might marry her. But this thing called love, it's just like a comic strip. You love it when you're a kid, but when you grow up, you feel it's childish. This world is so damn disgusting. The mouth you want to kiss but can't. Last night maybe giving someone else to hold. When these words came out, the 3 women immediately blushed. These words were so rude. Just what they didn't know was that what Qin Zhaoyang said was his personal experience, or what he had seen with his own eyes. Cousin, then how is she now? End of chapter. Chapter 8, Women's Gossip. I say everyone, let's eat properly. Don't gossip, okay? Qin Zhaoyang was somewhat speechless. No. The 3 women uttered 2 words almost in unison, and it was a look of you don't say I'm not finished with you. Qin Zhaoyang had no choice but to simply say it. His name is Su Meishan. I met her almost this time the year before last, when she and I were both looking for jobs. Coincidentally, she was also from one of our schools, and was also facing the problem of difficult employment after graduation. So one way or another she and I just got to know each other, and then we went into the same company to work. I was 2,000 a month, and so was she. This get along for a long time. She and I also talked about, but then her salary is getting higher and higher, and I stayed put. Said here, Qin Zhaoyang is not quite want to say, because the latter thing is not happy. But he did not think that once a woman's gossip heart is seduced, it is absolutely impossible for you not to satisfy her. Have you guys lived together yet? The one who asked this was Su Xiao. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. The meaning was self-evident. This was met with Pu Meiqi's contempt. Cousin, you definitely can't do it in that area. Let me tell you, the best way to conquer a woman is to make her unable to get out of bed. This woman. Cough cough cough. Pu Meiqi mouthed off. Even Su Xiao on the side couldn't listen anymore. Then what happened later? Pu Meiqi also knew that she shouldn't have interrupted just now, and hurriedly began to pursue the question. Later on, I found out that she liked to dress up more and more, and even the bags that cost tens of thousands of dollars. jewelry and whatnot started to increase. Although I had some doubts, I really didn't think in that direction. One day I went to her place to look for her, only to see, she was kneeling on the ground, giving a man. Forget it, let's not talk about it. It's disgusting to think about it. Now, the three beauties finally knew why Qin Zhaoyang said that before. Cousin, sis, tell the truth, haha, you're quite good looking here, and you're quite tall. The only thing you lack is that you don't have any money. That's why money is a good thing. There are countless beautiful women with money to throw their arms around you. Without money you look even more handsome, and it's useless to treat her even better. So look on the bright side. Pu Meiqi made the final conclusion. I don't think what you said is completely right. Not every girl is like this. Su Xiaoro raised an objection. Aha, I think it's also true. It's just that cousin met a bad person. Bao Xiaoxiao also hastily chimed in with a comment. Pu Meiqi gave a cut and said, you mean, you don't like money? Then it's better for you to be your cousin's girlfriend. You don't have a boyfriend anyway, so it's a good match. I'll clean up the bed tonight. You and cousin go back to your room to build a villain. Pu Meiqi's speech was still as formidable as ever, causing Pao Xiaoxiao's pretty face to turn red. Ignore you guys, I'm going to take a bath. Dinner ended like this, because he had to wait for the bathroom to be empty. Qin Zhaoyang could only sit in the living room and wait after cleaning up his hygiene. This woman's bathing was similar to sitting in the womb. It was called slow. Bao Xiaoxiao used 40 minutes. Su Xiaoro used 37 minutes. Pu Meiqi was the most excessive. Already 40 minutes. Actually still not out. Qin Zhaoyang quit the mobile game, his heart calculating whether to move out to live. After all, this everyday waiting for the bath time wasted almost 2 hours. But the next second he gave up the idea of moving out, because he had perspective. The bathroom door slowly disappeared right in front of Qin Zhaoyang, and Pu Meiqi was directly displayed in front of Qin Zhaoyang's eyes. At this time, Pu Meiqi was still applying the shower gel, applying it very carefully, almost did not miss any place. White foam hanging on the body, half-covered kind of feeling. The impact is really big. Qin Zhaoyang just watched, his eyes unblinking, his nosebleed was almost flowing out. This is not even the key. If you tell others that you have seen a woman peeing standing up, many people will definitely scold you stinky hangers-on, don't masturbate. But Qin Zhaoyang really saw it today. Pu Meiqi was humming and applying shower gel while slightly opening her legs. Qin Zhaoyang knew that he could not look anymore. Otherwise he would be playing a hooligan. Well, he has been playing a hooligan. The next morning, the three beauties went to work, and Qin Zhaoyang also planned to go out. He had two purposes for going out today. First, pick up the leakage. Second, to find someone to inquire about where to sell jadeite raw stone. Qin Zhaoyang thought about it, or yesterday that gourd to bring. See if you can sell, for some pocket money. Yes, it is pocket money. Qin Zhaoyang originally bank card is not much money. A total of only 10,000 out of the beginning. And then Huang Guangyan turned 3 million, plus yesterday turned another 100,000. Qin Zhaoyang intends to reopen an account to store this money. After all, in this card is not safe. Again came to the antique street. Qin Zhaoyang did not choose the first time to pick up the leakage, but came to the Jubo Zhai. Jubo Zhai is the place where Qin Zhaoyang and Huang Guangyan first encountered, and it is here that he intends to sell this gourd today. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang entered the store, he was recognized by Qian Yukai. If the average person Qian Yukai naturally cannot remember, after all, only one side, but Qin Zhaoyang is different. The day before yesterday, but in his store sold a seal worth 3 million. If he still couldn't remember Qin Zhaoyang, then this pair of eyes of his would be in vain. Young man, another good thing? Qian Youcai's eyes just lit up when he saw Qin Zhaoyang, although he didn't know Qin Zhaoyang's name, but it didn't matter. Qin Zhaoyang smiled and said, it's not a good thing. It's a golden girl copper gourd made in Qianlong year. It's only $10,000 or $20,000. Qin Zhaoyang this time is more dry. He is also too lazy to bargain, so he simply gave the market price. This has an advantage. That is to tell each other this thing I know the market. If you sincerely want, give a real price. Qian Yukai nodded, picked up the copper gourd carefully looked up. How to say, gourd this thing on the market a lot. Cheap tens of dollars. Good point is only tens of thousands of dollars. Like Qin Zhaoyang took over this. If he resells it, it will be $20,000. Here also take some risks, such as this gourd may not be sold in a short period of time. Then there is a capital backlog. There is another is his profit. Business is always profitable. Not profitable business who do. Instead of looking at this gourd, it is better to say that he is thinking about how much money is appropriate. Give high their own and profitable. Give low, even if Qin Zhaoyang willing to sell. I'm afraid that in the future there are good things will not give him again. Qin Zhaoyang can take out 2 pieces of antiques, so that means the other hand should still have. So Qian Yukai intends to give a fair price. This gourd I want. Little brother also know this market. $15,000. I don't earn you don't lose. How? This chapter is finished. Chapter 9, Gambling on Stones. Qin Zhaoyang agreed that this $15,000 should be partially distributed to Bao Xiaoxiao in any case. After all, yesterday was a big favor to him. In addition, if there is no Bao Xiaoxiao, this gourd is also impossible to his hands. Leaving the jubilee, Qin Zhaoyang began to stroll up the stalls again. Coincidentally, came to that one again. Qin Zhaoyang intended to tease the stall owner. It was just pure disgust. Who told him to try to pit himself before? Qin Zhaoyang never said that he was any kind of decent person. He was even quite bad sometimes. Boss, is that broken bowl from the day before yesterday still there? I thought about it for a while. That bowl might be a treasure. Like this, I'll offer $5,000 to buy it. Qin Zhaoyang said while pulling the $5,000 that Qian Yukai gave him out of his pocket. A total of $15,000. Qin Zhaoyang took $5,000 in cash and the remaining $10,000 was transferred. The stall owner looked dumbfounded at the cash in Qin Zhaoyang's hand. It didn't look like it was a forgery. Ha, where's the stuff? Holy, it can't be sold. Qin Zhaoyang felt quite despicable, but at this time, his heart was happy. The stall owner also reacted at this time. That, I sold it. $20,000 sold. Little brother, want you to take a look at something else. The things I have here are all good things, especially if you look at this. This thing is called the night fragrance pot. It's from the Ming dynasty. It's precious. If you want it, $5,000 you take it. Qin Zhaoyang was speechless for a while. What night incense pot? To put it bluntly, is the ancient people with the urinal. This thing is actually from a certain sense, also counts as an antique, but almost no one will go to buy it. Just imagine, who will go to buy a thing that other people pee? Qin Zhaoyang felt that it was almost time. After all, he just came to have a little fun. Looking at the time, Qin Zhaoyang planned to go to the bank. Just then his cell phone rang. It was Huang Guangnian calling. The call was picked up. Little Qin, I heard that you just sold a gourd to old money? Qin Zhaoyang was speechless for a while. Just such a little bit of crap. This just turned around and others knew. So Qin Zhaoyang quickly began to explain. Huang Dong, that thing is not valuable. Only $10,000. I pondered that you can't see it either, so I didn't call him. On the other end of the phone, Huang Guanglian sat in the office. In fact, he said to the gourd how is also dispensable. Only just received a call from Qian Yukai, who had talked about this matter, so he asked in passing. It's fine, I'll just casually ask. Right, are there any good treasures out there today? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit teary-eyed. Babies are not that easy to get. The two chatted briefly and were ready to hang up the phone. Suddenly, Qin Zhaoyang remembered something. Dong Huang, is there a place to gamble on stones over here in Jilin? Huang Guangnian froze, and then immediately came into the spirit. Little Qin, you still know how to gamble on stones? You tell me the address. I'll pick you up. I'll accompany you. Qin Zhaoyang hung up the phone and smiled helplessly. He just wanted to go over there first to take a look and feel the bottom. As a result, Huang Guangnian got serious. However, it wasn't a bad thing. At least there was someone to lead the way. In about 20 minutes, Huang Guangnian drove an Audi S6 over. To say that this Huang Guangnian is also considered to be very low-key. Such a big boss actually drive this car. Of course this car is definitely a good car for Qin Zhaoyang. Little Qin, get in the car. Huang Guangnian was a bit impatient. Qin Zhaoyang just got on the car and the vehicle started. After traveling for about half an hour or so, the vehicle stopped. This street Qin Zhaoyang had come here once, but just passing by. Little Qin, let me tell you, this jadeite raw stone thing is only more prevalent in only one place in our Huaxia. All other places are small and small. For example, here, there are only a few stores selling this stuff, and this quality and price are not too good, but it's still okay to come and play occasionally. Qin Zhaoyang didn't understand anything and could only nod in cooperation. Not a moment later, the two came to a store called the Stone into Gold Raw Stone Store. There are not many people inside the store. A boss plus two middle-aged and elderly customers in their 50s. The owner of the curio store was a bit older, and his hair was slightly thinning. As soon as he saw the two of them come in, the store owner hurriedly went forward to greet them with a smile on his face. So it's Huang Dong who's here. Huang Guangnian also greeted with a smile and introduced Qin Zhaoyang. It turned out that the store owner's surname was Jin. Full name, Jin Yulai. Not to mention, this name is quite a good symbol for this kind of store. Little Qin, pick whatever you want. This is on me today. Huang Guangnian was polite. Qin Zhaoyang nodded without saying anything, and began to check the original stone. This is his first contact with this kind of stone. Some novelty. These stones, different shapes, there are big and small. Really cannot see the jadeite jade is opened out from here. The price of the original stone is divided into two kinds. One is not identified, one is naturally identified. And from the price tag, the larger the original stone, the more expensive. Qin Zhaoyang now from the left shelf to start looking. From the surface, cannot see any valuable things, can only use perspective. With the spirit of concentration, the stone began to slowly become translucent. And finally, nothing. Then the next piece, and the next, all the way to the seventh piece, only to see this piece of stone slightly smaller than a soccer ball. The middle part actually has a fist-sized piece of stuff. Qin Zhaoyang was delighted. Yes, he saw a touch of green. It was a piece of emerald. Boss Qin, I'll take this stone. Qin Zhaoyang only had $5,000 on him, and the price tag for this piece of raw stone was 2018. Jin Yulai was talking to Huang Guangnian and froze when he heard Qin Zhaoyang speak. He was talking to Huang Guangnian and almost forgot about Qin Zhaoyang. In fact, this is not strange. In Jin Yulai's opinion, Qin Zhaoyang is probably one of the younger generation of Huang Guangnian's family, brought over to play. So naturally, he didn't take it seriously. Little Qin agreed to count me in. At this time Huang Guangnian reacted. Huang Dong, I'll just buy it for fun. The so-called gambling on stones. Naturally you have to participate yourself to have fun. Otherwise it's no fun, right? Huang Guangnian smiled and nodded. Qin Zhaoyang's statement was actually the same as what he thought. Some things are only more fun if you participate yourself. Alright, since it's a friend brought by Huang Dong, the change is erased for you. Just $2,000. End of chapter. Chapter 10, the first time you gamble on a stone, you cut out the emperor green. Qin Zhaoyang also did not polite. Pay the bill to take things. It didn't look big, but it was actually quite heavy. Little Qin, why don't you go and try unraveling it? Huang Guangnian is also very interested in gambling stones. In fact, just now he himself also chose two pieces, saying that he was helping Qin Zhaoyang to decode the stone. He might as well say that he wanted to decode the stone himself. Qin Zhaoyang calculated that he still had more than $3,000 on him, and he could still buy a stone as big as this one. Okay, but I'll pick another one. Good things come in pairs. In fact, in a small raw stone store like this, there really aren't many good things. What emperor green? These things probably won't be there. Like gold jade to this store stone. Basically our big store eliminated down. A little simple. Are not much look, even less valuable things. Cannot say that there is no emerald, but the chances of emerald is relatively low. And even if there is emerald block is not big. Qin Zhaoyang spent half an hour, finally found the second more satisfactory stone. After paying the money, the next is to solve the stone. The so-called stone machine is a common desktop cutter, can be placed on the ground, can also be placed on the table. It also depends on the size of the raw stone. Usually a store like Golden Jade Lai is only equipped with an ordinary sized cutting machine. Me first, Huang Guangnian said while picking up an apron placed on the side and tying it around his body, then lifted his own stone and started cutting. It looked very skillful, and he should not have spent a lot of money on it before. This stone is nothing unexpected. Nothing. Looking at Huang Guangnian, a moment to cut, a moment to rub, a moment to grind. Qin Zhaoyang could not help but want to remind, but finally chose silence. Holy, there isn't even a single hair in the gripper. Qin Zhaoyang was a little curious that a person of Huang Guangnian's status would actually explode. A piece of no. Then the second piece, when the two pieces of raw stone was cut, the largest piece of debris is only the size of a soup dumpling. Huang Guangnian knew that he had worked for nothing again. Shao Qin, I'll help you solve. Huang Guangnian was quite enthusiastic, said he was going to help Qin Zhaoyang pick up the stone. Qin Zhaoyang was startled and quickly stopped up. Huang Dong, I'll draw the line first, you can solve it after I draw it. Qin Zhaoyang picked up the marker pen on the side of the cutter and started to draw the line in a decent manner. Jin Yulai some disdain. See Qin Zhaoyang line drawing crooked. No is the first time to play with the stone. If this can let him cut out the emerald, his name is willing to write backwards. Huang Guangnian is indifferent. Today he is accompanied by Qin Zhaoyang over to play. How to cut are the same. Qin Zhaoyang did not take a moment to draw the line, and then signaled Huang Guangnian to start deciphering the stone. Huang Guangnian did not hesitate. Here the raw stone can be out of the chance of jadeite is small. He is not afraid of the jadeite to cut bad. So directly according to the line drawn by Qin Zhaoyang's Heo, everything in the end. After a cut, Huang Guangnian will cut her to stop, and then take the water a punch. Eyes suddenly narrowed. Green. Really out of green. At this time the other people in the store also came over to watch the fun. At once there are sharp-eyed people see out. Just in the place of the cut surface, there is a faint green color. Huang Guangnian's face was delighted, then began to continue to cut up. The more to the back of the more careful. Probably after half an hour, a fist-sized green fei appeared in the hands of Huang Guangnian. There was still quite a bit of stone skin on it. This couldn't be cut any further. It could only take time to polish it finely. Otherwise it would hurt the jade flesh. Holy, green fei. This is worth a lot of money, right? I reckon it has to be worth a couple $100,000. No, you guys see, There's a hint of purple color inside this jadeite. This is the spring with color. For a while, the spectators on the side began to discuss. Qin Zhaoyang is not very understanding of the value of jadeite. Does not mean that others do not understand. Green jadeite if there is a trace of purple. Called spring with color? Very popular. Little Qin old brother, I'm discussing something with you. Do you think this piece of spring belt color can be let to old brother me? Don't worry, I will never treat you badly. This is something that Qin Zhaoyang naturally assured. Besides, it's useless for him to want this thing. Okay, but let's cut this stone first. Huang Guangnian was happy in his heart, as long as Qin Zhaoyang agreed, so hastily began to move the second piece of jadeite raw stone on the stone removal machine. With the experience of the last time, Huang Guangnian this time more careful. Green again. For a while, the number of eaters who crowded into the store grew, and Qin Zhaoyang's second stone, under the gaze of the crowd's expectant eyes, was solved, shocking the 4 seats out of green again. Holy, this is Imperial Green. Jinling City will actually cut out Imperial Green? A time directly exploded. Huang Guangnian's hands were trembling. This is the first time in more than 10 years that he has cut such a precious emerald. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Jin Yu lay on the side. The corner of his mouth twitched. Don't look at this piece of Imperial Green not being very big, but it would be no problem to buy out his store. Qin Zhaoyang is also very surprised. He only knows that this raw stone inside the jade, also know the color of jade, but he does not understand simply do not know what is called Emperor Green, now by the people so shouted out. His heart is also in the fluttering. The first time you gamble on a stone, you cut out the Emperor Green? Brother, do you think this piece of Emperor Green can be let to me? I'll offer $5 million. Finally, someone couldn't settle down and started bidding. Old Chen, you're too petty. Right, this is an Emperor Green. You're actually bidding $5 million? Little brother sold it to me. I'll give you $6 million. Another balding man also rushed out to bid. Holy, I thought you were cheap. I'll bid $8 million. I'll bid $10 million. For a while these spectators began to make offers. $30 million. I'll take it. Right at this moment, a woman's voice came over abruptly. Everyone was stunned. Then they turned their heads to where the voice came from. Qin Zhaoyang naturally followed the crowd and looked over. It was a beautiful woman. Very, very beautiful. This person was about 1 meter 7 in height, with long chestnut-colored hair with waves, a small cherry mouth with curved willow leaf eyebrows, and 2 large eyes hidden underneath her double eyelids. A professional dress set off a proud figure, 2 long legs white reflective, stride when the beauty of dazzling, especially between the eyebrows that a beauty mole. This mole, just right, as if a touch of vermilion on white paper, onyx on a touch of elegance, more than 1 point afraid of pride, less than 1 point is too mediocre, noble without losing elegance. Qin Zhaoyang looked dumbfounded. This piece of Imperial Green the first offered $30 million. Are you selling? Qin Zhaoyang then reacted, just wanted to open his mouth. At this time Huang Guangnian spoke. This chapter is finished. Chapter 11, Shen Seijia. Big Miss Shen. So elegant today? Big Miss Shen. Is this beauty in professional attire? Full name Shen Seijia. The largest jewelry company in Jinling City was their family's industry. Seeing Huang Guangnian, Shen Seijia froze, then a smile appeared on her face. So it's Uncle Huang. You've come to spread your wealth again? Upon hearing this, the corners of Huang Guangnian's mouth twitched. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on others always teasing him with this matter, mainly because he was known to be a big wrongdoer in the circle, buying anything and losing anything. Here said by what loss what? Not that he is doing business, refers to buy antiques and jadeite these things. Some people send him a nickname behind his back, coal mine boss. Sijia, have you buried me like this? At this time, Qin Zhaoyang reacted. You guys know each other? Huang Guangnian nodded his head, and because there were so many people here, there wasn't much to explain. Are you selling this Imperial Green? I'm afraid that apart from me, there will be no one else in the entire Jinling City who will offer such a high price. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. Sell is definitely to sell. Just such a broken stone. He stayed in his hand. Maybe one day it will be stolen by someone. It was safer to exchange it for money. However, this woman's tone of voice he did not like. Feeling a high and mighty look. For the sake of giving money so generously, forgive her once. I only accept transfers. I can't trust checks or anything. Shen Sijia was stunned. Her hallowed Shen family's eldest miss. There was actually someone she couldn't trust? However, she didn't say anything, and after nodding her head in agreement, she took out her cell phone and started to complete the transfer. Qin Zhaoyang's heart at this time was far from being as calm as it appeared on the surface, which could be seen in some clues from his hand holding the cell phone. Alright, transferred. Let's add WeChat friends. If you open another good jadeite, you can contact me anytime. the price I give you is definitely the highest. After the two of them added their friends, Qin Zhaoyang took the jadeite and handed it over to a person who was following her, and then left after greeting Huang Guangyan. Qin Zhaoyang originally wanted to shake hands with her and then say goodbye. As a result, the other party simply had no intention of greeting him, stepping on her high heels and twisting her big buttocks before leaving. Qin Zhaoyang touched his nose breathlessly. Little Qin, you have to treat me. I'm going to properly slaughter you at noon today. After Qin Zhaoyang left, Huang Guangyan patted Qin Zhaoyang's shoulder and said with a smile, "That's a must. Let's eat." Saying that he was talking about slaughtering Qin Zhaoyang, it was just a joke. Huang Guangyan found a nearby restaurant, asked for a private room, casually ordered a few dishes, and the two of them ate while chatting. Huang Guangyan took out a check and handed it to Qin Zhaoyang. "This is the money to buy that piece of jade." Qin Zhaoyang glanced at it, then pushed the check back. "Mr. Huang, take this as my labor fee to you. If it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to earn this money at all. And besides, these stones are still the ones you helped me decipher. In the end I still have to thank you properly." Huang Guangyan was a rich man. He didn't care about this more than $1 million, but he could see that Qin Zhaoyang didn't say this with a false component. It was a very sincere kind. He had been in the shopping mall for 20 to 30 years, and he knew what kind of people he was looking at. In front of this young man called Qin Zhaoyang, the ability is definitely there, and the character is not bad. This can be seen from these few times of dealing. The only thing he didn't understand was, since he had such a skill, why would he get mixed up to the point of working for Joe Pippi? Could it be that some big family had deliberately let him come out to practice? Huang Guangyan is not the kind of person who loves to inquire. The so-called road knows the horsepower. See people's hearts over time. He believes that after spending a lot of time together, a person's character can be seen. Xiao Qin, you don't call me what Huang Dong. I'm tired of hearing this name every day. I see that you are about the same age as my daughter. Why don't you just call me uncle? This money you take. Some other day I will take you to Dianan's side around. I tell you to want to gamble on the stone. You have to go to that kind of place. At that time casually you give me some more pointers, or help me pick a piece of imperial green stone. I'll be grateful. Qin Zhaoyang cried and laughed a little. How in the world could there be so many imperial greens? Of course he also knew that this statement was a joke by Huang Guangyan. Taking advantage of the opportunity to eat, Qin Zhaoyang began to ask about it. About some rules and knowledge of the stone gambling industry. Huang Guangyan some do not quite understand. According to the reasoning that Qin Zhaoyang was able to win 2 pieces of the original stone in 100 shots, it is unlikely to be luck. Then it is likely to be real skill. Since it is a real skill, how could he not know such a simple common sense problem? However, Huang Guangyan didn't ask more questions, but instead, he united those shallow knowledge that he knew. Qin Zhaoyang listened very carefully. He was now like a dry sponge waiting to absorb water. Originally, he was blank on these things, so the absorption was exceptionally fast. After lunch, Qin Zhaoyang and Huang Guangyan parted ways. In the end, he took the check and went into the bank. In fact, he really didn't want it, but Huang Guangyan forced it on him and could only take it. When Qin Zhaoyang took out the $1 million check, the person in charge of the bank enthusiastically approached him. The whole process was carried out in an office service. Enjoying the VIP top treatment, Qin Zhaoyang divided his total assets into 2 parts. 30 million in a separate account, the check plus the previous 3 million, a total of more than 4 million, placed in a card. Before leaving, the person in charge also sent him all the way to the gate, and some small gifts and so on. The quality of service was pulled full circle, making Qin Zhaoyang very receptive. Zhaoyang, right at this moment, Qin Zhaoyang heard a familiar voice. Turning around to look, it was again his ex-girlfriend Su Meishan. Qin Zhaoyang frowned and turned around to leave. However, he was pitifully stopped by Su Meishan. Zhaoyang, let's make up. I have money now. I can buy a house and put your name on it. You don't care about those insignificant little things. A lot of things will be easier if you look away instead. You know what? It only took me a year to earn what you probably couldn't earn in 20 years of saving your money. And I promise that I'll earn even more in the future. And I'll spend it all for you. Qin Zhaoyang felt a wave of nausea just listening to this. It took 1 year to earn his 20 years worth of money. How did you earn it? It was nothing more than lying on the bed and spreading his legs to earn it. The most critical thing is not this, but what Su Meishan said. We'll earn more in the future. Nima, this is to pull the cuckold down the neck to the bottom. A green and green rhythm Cam. The end of this chapter. Chapter 12, meeting Su Meishan again. Zhaoyang, we have to look to the long term. If we don't make a little money while we're young, what are we going to take in the future to live a good life? A lot of things are that way. Look at those hair salons, bath centers, KTV inside. Su Meishan started to brainwash Qin Zhaoyang. The general meaning Qin Zhaoyang heard and understood. Su Meishan's meaning is actually very simple. as long as Qin Zhaoyang does not go to care what she does. She makes money and then give Qin Zhaoyang to buy a house and car. Even Qin Zhaoyang can also go outside to find a lady or whatever. The only requirement is that Qin Zhaoyang and he in good. In a sense, Su Maishan can say such words, is not easy. She loves money, vain honor. This point Qin Zhaoyang cannot meet her, so she chose to sell her body. But Su Maishan wasn't a little cutie either. Those so-called rich dukes are not likely to marry her and play with her. One for fun, one for money. There is nothing wrong with this in today's society, as long as it's what you love. As for Qin Zhaoyang, he is tall and handsome, and treats her well, which is really the right person to be her husband. So, Su Maishan thought about convincing Qin Zhaoyang and keeping a spare tire. Have you finished? Su Maishan, I don't have the right to bind you with morality. About right and wrong, that's your personal behavior. Who you love to sleep with, that's your right. I also don't have the right to judge you right or wrong because you don't have any relationship with me. If anything, it's nothing more than an ex-girlfriend. I don't know what kind of homeschooling you received, but when I think about the things that the person you used to be does anymore, I feel sick to my stomach. To be honest, there's a dead fly in the rice. If you didn't see it, it's fine to eat it, but you've clearly seen it. So may I ask if you'd still go ahead and eat it? Since we've already broken up, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. And I don't have the right to accuse you of doing something wrong. What I'm trying to say is that since we're not in love, we should just get along and there's no need to hurt me or even disgust me anymore. A plate that has been filled with, no matter how clean you wash it, no one will take it and serve it with rice. People would rather eat a pig sausage that has been filled with their whole life than eat rice from a bowl that has been filled with once. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Zhaoyang said plainly, turning around to leave after he finished speaking. As a result, he was stopped by Su Maishan again. Qin Zhaoyang, stop being childish? Look, you're still living in a rented house, taking that dinky salary a month, with an income like yours. Can you find a girlfriend? I've promised to buy you a house, and I'll also buy you a car by then. Don't be ungrateful. I'm telling you, when the time comes, you don't. Mr. Qin, you're here too? Just then, a woman's voice came over. Qin Zhaoyang turned his head to see. Coincidentally, it was Shenxi whom he had met only in the morning. Hello Ms. Shun. I came to the bank to do some business. Shenxi nodded and said, well, $30 million is no problem. In fact, Shenxi had been here for 2 minutes, and at first she didn't pay attention to it, treating it as if it was two small couples quarreling on the side of the road. But right after coming to the front, she heard the conversation between the two, and instantly almost understood what was going on. This one called Qin Zhaoyang might have been a poor man in the past, and this woman was his ex-girlfriend. Then this woman may dislike Qin Zhaoyang and poor and incapable, so chose to rely on the body to make money, simply understood as for others as a mistress, as a lover. In fact, these things Shenxi heard also heard. She did not intend to ask, but she heard Qin Zhaoyang's words. From his words, Shenxi heard a man's connotation. If it were Shenxi, she would probably do the same thing as Qin Zhaoyang. Break up, you have your choice, I have my choice. As long as you don't pester me, do whatever you want. A man is cuckolded, there is no anger, not to mention begging the other party to come back. The question depends on how one interprets it. If you say weakness is useless, that's fine. You're also right when you say he's cultured, and since he doesn't like it, he breaks up. It mainly depends on what angle you look at this matter from. So when Su Maishan stopped Qin Zhaoyang again, Shenxi decided to help untangle the situation. That's why there were those words that were deliberately said before, and there was also a deliberate mention of $30 million. Qin Zhaoyang naturally knew Shenxi's intention of mentioning this money and smiled and said, of course there is no problem with the money. Look, this is still a small gift from the bank to me. Su Maishan was confused. $30 million? Qin Zhaoyang, what $30 million? Where did you get $30 million? Shenxi pretended to look surprised and said, this wouldn't be your girlfriend, right? You made $30 million, didn't you tell her? Qin Zhaoyang waved his hand and said, she's not my girlfriend, and how much money I made has nothing to do with her. Besides, it's much easier for her to make money than me. Right, I still have things to do. I'll leave first. I'll treat Ms. Shen to dinner some other day. Shenxi smiled and nodded. As for dinner, she naturally knew that it was a scene. Su Maishan watched Qin Zhaoyang leave. She was still frozen in place. There was one thing that kept on her mind, and that was the $30 million. This can't be. How could Qin Zhaoyang have 30 million? Su Maishan suddenly remembered one thing, and that was the man beside Qin Zhaoyang at noon yesterday. A man who could make Qin Zichao so scared and grovel could be an ordinary person? And this man was still standing up for Qin Zhaoyang yesterday. So there was only one explanation. Qin Zhaoyang had really gotten rich. Thinking of this, Su Maishan hurriedly took out her cell phone to call Qin Zhaoyang. As long as she could make up with Qin Zhaoyang, Why would she need to be a mistress to someone else? Hello, the number you have dialed is empty. Su Meishan was still not dead, and called several more consecutively, resulting in the same tone. This is being pulled black, so she hurriedly opened WeChat again, and the result was still the same. WeChat was pulled black. Rental house. Su Meishan thought of something and hurriedly headed towards the rental house that Qin Zhaoyang used to rent. Qin Zhaoyang is not in the mood to pay attention to Su Meishan. After he left, he pulled all of Su Meishan's cell phone WeChat to black. Back home, no one at home. This is normal. After all, today is Monday, the three beauties have gone to work. Qin Zhaoyang casually put those small gifts on the table, then took out his cell phone and started Baidu. That's right, he was rich now, and there was no need to rush to make money. And the most important thing he should do is not to pick up leaks, nor to gamble on stones, but to learn knowledge. At the very least, he should have a basic understanding of the piece of raw stone, or else open a piece of stone without even knowing the price. This is not the end. This chapter is finished. Chapter 13, Looking for Qin Zhaoyang to help. After about half an hour or so of reading, Qin Zhaoyang didn't see a clue. There was really quite a lot of knowledge about this on the internet, but the deeper things are really not much, but not as detailed as what Huang Wangnian said. Qin Zhaoyang frowned. He needs to find a master, or find some professional information. Where to get professional information? Xinhua bookstore. Qin Zhaoyang picked up the key and went out. He was going to Xinhua bookstore to find this kind of books. In addition, he should also buy a car. This is really not very convenient without a car. Qin Zhaoyang likes cars. There is no man who does not like cars. Even they love cars more than they love their wives. Wife is the more you look at the more you do not want to see, just occasionally open. But their car is the more they see more like, but also every day to drive. Qin Zhaoyang's favorite is the off-road vehicle, but he doesn't have time to buy it today, because he wants to learn the knowledge first. On the other side, Pu Meiqi came back, and Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiaoxiao also came back one after another. As soon as they came back, they saw many small gifts on the table. Chi-Chi, did you buy these? Bao Xiaoxiao, who was the last to return, casually asked. It was already there when I came back. It should have been bought by my cousin. Xiao, you see you don't have a boyfriend either. Why don't you consider your cousin is not bad, although cousin doesn't have much money or ability, but he's hardworking, and he's good at cooking. Why don't you just let him have it on the cheap? Pu Meiqi said as she began to check out the things Qin Zhaoyang had brought back. There was a set of tea set, and 2 boxes of good tea leaves, and the rest were calendars and so on. Pao Xiaoxiao stretched out her right index finger, picked her lower lip and said, Kiki, I'm only 23 years old this year, but you're 25. According to age calculation, should you be more anxious? Why don't you just give your cousin a girlfriend? Anyway, you're so lazy. It just so happens that your cousin is hardworking. It's called complimenting each other. Pu Meiqi didn't say anything. Su Xiaoro on the side opened her mouth. Xiao, you still don't understand her? People's Chi-Chi, she's waiting for a golden son-in-law. At the very least, it should be a multi-millionaire or something, otherwise she can look at it? Su Xiaoro's words were not nonsense, because this was really Pu Meiqi's goal. In short, Pu Meiqi couldn't look at Qin Zhaoyang. Don't laugh at me. Let me tell you, women are pretty. This is capital. We have to maximize the benefits of capital. Why work hard to fight when you can earn money lying down? Since I have this capital, it's not wrong to pursue the life I want. The blame is only on my cousin that he doesn't have money. Oh, if he had $10 million, I would serve him comfortably. 3 people talking and laughing, a while before reacting. Qin Zhaoyang, where to go? Shen's jewelry. Shen Sijia looked at a pile of documents and reports, slightly frowning. Recently their company, very short of raw materials, that is, emerald. This was also the reason why today she spent a high price to buy the piece of imperial jade in Qin Zhaoyang's hand. The New Year's jadeite raw stone public market hadn't even started yet, and last year's stockpile of raw materials was already almost used up. Especially high-quality jadeite was scarce and tight. Like this piece of imperial green bought back today, it basically doesn't make any money anymore, but there's no way around it. The market is there. The company needs business to run down. Sometimes, not to mention not making money. It is a loss-making business needs to be done, because if you don't do it, someone else will do it. In this way, the market will be taken over by others. But the question is where to get emerald now. Looking at the imperial green on the table, Shen Sijia only thought of one person, Qin Zhaoyang. Shen Sijia inquired. Qin Zhaoyang only bought a total of 2 stones. One opened the spring with color. The other is the emperor green he bought back. From this, we can be sure that Qin Zhaoyang certainly has the ability to gamble on the stone. Then ask Qin Zhaoyang to help. I wonder if it is possible. Besides, the current status quo can only be a dead horse as a living horse. So I picked up my cell phone and sent a message to Qin Zhaoyang. At this time, Qin Zhaoyang returned home and was cooking in the kitchen. Just at this time, the cell phone alert sound in his pocket. Qin Zhaoyang added some water to the pot, then took out his cell phone to see that it was actually a message from Qin Zhaoyang. This made him a little stunned. The message was a voice message, and casually clicked on it. Mr. Qin, are you free right now? I would like to invite you for a meal, and by the way, I want to talk to you about some things. I just don't know if it's convenient. Qin Zhaoyang directly took a picture of cooking and sent it over. Then sent another location, wrote down his unit building and door number again, and then there was no more then. Continuing to cook, Qin Zhaoyang was waiting for a message on this side of the office, and when she heard the message beep, she hurriedly clicked on it to take a look, and she was also dumbfounded. What does this mean? Is it asking me to go to his house for dinner? Is it also to drink? However, according to his own observations this afternoon, Qin Zhaoyang should be considered a decent man. Qin Zhaoyang hesitated for less than a minute before she decided to go over, so she directly replied with a message, "Be right there." Qin Zhaoyang turned off her computer, put the piece of imperial green into the safe, and prepared to get up and leave. Suddenly thinking of something else, she opened the drawer and took a bottle of anti-wolf spray into her handbag. Only then did she drive the car towards the location that Qin Zhaoyang had sent her. After about 20 minutes, just as Qin Zhaoyang was serving the meal on the table, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Knocking it this time? Bao Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath before running over to open the door. Once this door was opened, Bao Xiaoxiao froze, and Qin Zhaoyang also froze. The anti-wolf spray in her hand was slowly stuffed back into her bag. Is this Mr. Qin Zhaoyang Qin's house? Qin Zhaoyang asked with some uncertainty. Just then, Qin Zhaoyang walked over. Mr. Qin, please come in. Seeing Qin Zhaoyang, Qin Zhaoyang was relieved, and she thought she had knocked on the wrong door. But as soon as she entered the room, she was dumbfounded again, because there was not just one girl in the room, but there were three big beauties. Let me introduce some. This is, after a brief introduction, Qin Zhaoyang roughly understood that they were in a co-rental relationship. Qin Zhaoyang also gave Qin Zhaoyang a bowl of rice, and then began to eat. Qin Zhaoyang rarely went to other people's homes to eat, but the flavor of Qin Zhaoyang's cooked food was still quite good. Ms. Qin, what are you looking for me for? End of chapter. Chapter 14, Cooperation. Qin Zhaoyang was a girl born in a large family, and she had a good habit of eating without talking. However, now that she was in someone else's house, and the other party was the one asking, she was still begging. It was definitely not good to not answer. That, I want to hire you to be our Qin's Jewelry's gambling stone consultant. Are you interested? When these words came out, the three people from Bao Xiaoxiao immediately stopped chewing their food, and one by one, they perked up their ears. Then how much is the monthly salary? Qin Zhaoyang didn't say yes or no, and directly asked about the salary. Monthly salary of 300,000. Gambling losses are on me. A monthly salary of 300,000. Then the annual salary is 3.6 million, which means that it only takes 3 years to reach the standard of a multi-millionaire. The three women were dumbfounded at this moment, especially Pu Meiqi. Wasn't her goal of choosing a son-in-law this kind? The way she looked at Qin Zhaoyang had started to change. I refuse. As a result, no one expected that this Qin Zhaoyang fellow would directly refuse. Cousin, $300,000. Monthly salary. Pu Meiqi on the side started to remind. Aha, why don't you just think about it? Pao Xiaoxiao also began to persuade. Even Su Xiaoro was desperately nodding in agreement. Mr. Qin, if you think it's low, we can still talk again. How about 500,000? As soon as Qin Zhaoyang said this, Pu Meiqi directly stretched out a hand in pulling Qin Zhaoyang's arm, signaling him to hurry up and agree. As a result, Qin Zhaoyang still shook his head. Ms. Qin, it's impossible for me to agree to your conditions. If you really want to cooperate, I do have a proposal. Why don't you listen to it? Qin Zhaoyang was disappointed for a moment when Qin Zhaoyang rejected her. However, Qin Zhaoyang's later sentence made her come to be interested. What program? Tell me. Qin Zhaoyang put down his chopsticks and said, my proposal is that I can be your gambling stone consultant, but I don't want a salary. Hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang's heart snapped. This guy wouldn't be thinking? She thought wrongly. Even Bao Xiaoxiao and the three of them thought wrongly. What I mean is, I'll help you gamble on the stone, and the stone cut out inside. Except for your principal. I'll take 50% of the profit for the rest. What do you think? Qin Zhaoyang's eyes narrowed. Excluding the principal, half of the profit. This was only good for her. No harm. There wasn't even a need to pay a salary. But you couldn't just look at the surface of a problem. With a little thought, the bad side was even greater than the good side. That is, no one can guarantee that 100% of a piece of raw stone can be gambled up. Not even the king of gambling. Then what if the bet loses? Qin Zhaoyang still asked the question she was concerned about. Qin Zhaoyang shrugged his shoulders and said, Gambling on stones is about luck and guts. If I say that I can bet 100% of the money, why would I cooperate with you? I won't eat 100% of the profit myself? Why should I share half of it with you? Shen Sijia's pretty face reddened, because what Qin Zhaoyang said did make sense. If one could be 100% sure of winning the bet, why would he still want to cooperate with her? So now is a key question. Qin Zhaoyang in the end has this real ability. Don't give this guy cheated at that time. Shen Sijia fell into a short period of contemplation. Qin Zhaoyang was also not in a hurry and ate by himself. In fact, Qin Zhaoyang is not stupid and has to cooperate with others. In fact, this is a mutually beneficial relationship. First of all, he does not have much money and connections. Then cooperation with Shen Sijia is the best choice. Shen Sijia had plenty of money. There was also the point that if Qin Zhaoyang regularly gambled up, others would soon be on to him. A person with no power and no background, but with a counterintuitive skill and a large amount of money. It would be a question of whether he would be able to see tomorrow's sun when the time came. But cooperating with Shen Sijia was different. Any more money earned would be Shin Group's, and as for how much the split would actually be, that was a private matter. Of course, there is the most important part, that is, contacts and channels. Not to mention contacts. Let's talk about this channel. You bet on the stone, always have to sell it, right? Then sold to who? Sell how much? This has become a problem. Also, Qin Zhaoyang, he cannot be in this small place to gamble stone. Gambling for life. Even if he is willing, others are not willing. People open stores businesses to make money. You go to the good things all picked away. This business how to do? Therefore, Qin Zhaoyang decided to rely on Shen's channels to go to bigger and farther places. Sometimes doorways and channels are more important than anything else. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia was also thinking. In addition to her previous concerns, she was calculating the gains and losses. In fact, the algorithm was very simple. That is to say, just spend a sum of money for Qin Zhaoyang to try it out. For example, $1 million to Qin Zhaoyang to test the waters. If Qin Zhaoyang was really capable, then it was a big profit. On the contrary, the big deal is that she loses the $1 million. $1 million may be a huge amount of money for Qin Zhaoyang, but for Shen Sijia, it's just a small amount of liquidity. After thinking about this, Shen Sijia agreed. Good, I agree. Then when do we start? I'll prepare a contract for you at that time. Qin Zhaoyang thought for a moment and said, tomorrow afternoon. I'm planning to buy a car in the morning, so I'll have just the right amount of time if it's in the afternoon. As for signing a contract, I don't think it's necessary. I believe that Miss Shen won't eat my little bit of money in black. Besides, I also believe that after working with me, Miss Shen will absolutely be inseparable from me. After Qin Zhaoyang finished the sentence, he felt a bit ambiguous, so he hurriedly explained again. Shen Sijia shook her head slightly. She hadn't really thought about it in other places. This person who had a pretty good temper and cooked a good meal, his character shouldn't be bad anywhere. What do you like about the car? Shen Sijia asked casually. I've got my eye on one. Range Rover Starline. Almost landed at about $500,000. Qin Zhaoyang said with some uncertainty. Shen Sijia nodded and didn't say much. The next step was to eat. Only that each of these people were each thinking small thoughts. For example, Bao Xiao Xiao. She thought about what Pu Meiqi said earlier, asking her to be her cousin's girlfriend. In fact, originally, Bao Xiaoxiao's impression of Qin Zhaoyang was not bad, only because we were not familiar with each other. Now it's different. Unfamiliar can slowly understand and cultivate it. As for Pu Meiqi, she thought even more. She is very realistic. Her goal is to find a multi-millionaire life. Of course, this multi-millionaire, all aspects of the character must also pass. Now this person has appeared. That is Qin Zhaoyang. Although Qin Zhaoyang didn't have any money right now, but after hearing just a few words, Pu Meiqi believed that Qin Zhaoyang was definitely a potential stock. So she decided to invest. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Buying a Car. After dinner, Shen Sijia left. Qin Zhaoyang sent her downstairs and saw the car drive away. As soon as he entered the house he froze, because the three women were cleaning up. There were those who wiped the table, those who cleaned the dishes, and those who were mopping the floor. Qin Zhaoyang had the illusion that he had entered the wrong house. What are you guys? Ha, cousin, you're working so hard. Sit down and rest for a while. How can I let you do this kind of housework? Pu Meiqi was the first to speak. That's right, you're the one who cooked all this food. You still need to do the pots and pans and dishes and tables? You quickly sit down and rest. I'll go make you a cup of tea. Su Shiro said while she went to make tea for Qin Zhaoyang. Cousin, are you tired? Why don't I knock your back? Bao Xiaoxiao said while pressing Qin Zhaoyang on the chair and then started to massage him. This massage is just a massage. What do you mean by banging your chest around? No, you guys aren't sick, right? Qin Zhaoyang was a little scared. As the saying goes, if you do nothing, you're either an adulterer or a thief. He was not afraid of the former, and even looked forward to it a little. But the latter, Qin Zhaoyang understood. The three of them will not be collusion. Deliberately using the beauty trick will be his bank card password to trick to hand? Then, thinking of this, Qin Zhaoyang had a moment of fear. Fortunately he was smart and thought of it at once. Cousin, you said you want to buy a car. Where did you get so much money? Su Xiaoro brought a cup of water and put it by Qin Zhaoyang's side, and used the same cup she usually used. I made a little bit of money in these 2 days. I guess, not much, just a few million. Qin Zhaoyang wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he made $30 million. Upon hearing that he made a few $1,000,000, Pu Meiqi hurriedly ran over. Cousin, how did you and this Shen Sijia meet? Also, why did you turn down a few $1,000,000 a year? I'm telling you, if a man has money, he can find a girlfriend who has a good body, is pretty, and is gentle and considerate, Pu Meiqi said while holding up her chest. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. The person she just mentioned referred to herself. Not to mention, Pu Meiqi's body really had no words to speak of, and she had only used her penetrating eyes to look at it last night. It was wowed. I'm telling you guys, people with dead wages will never amount to much. A man has to break in and then make a career out of it. Qin Zhaoyang began to talk nonsense. I don't know who was an apprentice in the antique store. 2,500 a month, did half a year. If he hadn't accidentally gotten his perspective eyes, he might have to keep doing it. I think cousin is right. Someone as capable as cousin should go out and make a go of it. I just like that kind of man who has the ability to go out and make a break for it. Cousin, I support you. Su Xiaoro turned this around and immediately echoed Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang didn't quite understand what the hell they were smoking today, and after chatting a few more times, he began to urge the three to go take a shower quickly. This was the thing he was most concerned about. After the three women finished bathing and Qin Zhaoyang finished cleaning up, it was already more than 10 p.m. Each of them went back to their rooms to rest. Qin Zhaoyang picked up the book he bought in the afternoon and started studying. Qin Zhaoyang couldn't figure out the secrets of his body right now, such as why his strength became so big. There was also the bowl from before, how it was repaired, but he believed in the saying that time would prove everything. As long as he was given time, he would always figure all these things out. The next morning, as soon as Qin Zhaoyang came out of his room, he saw the three women busy with their work, especially Bao Xiao, actually cooking breakfast. Cousin, hurry up and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. It was really the sun coming out of the west. When Qin Zhaoyang finished washing up and saw the breakfast on top of the dining table, the corner of his mouth twitched. 2 blackish poached eggs, and a half-battered roasted sausage, instantly lost his appetite. Cousin, eat. Bao Xiao looked at Qin Zhaoyang with an expectant look. How could Qin Zhaoyang dare to eat that? I'd better not eat. I'll go buy a car first and take you guys for a ride at night. I'll leave first. Bye. After finishing the last 2 words, Qin Zhaoyang had already opened the door to the room. Phew! The moment he closed the room door, Qin Zhaoyang exhaled heavily. A vase is a vase. You can only look at it. You can't use it. If he marries them, he will have to live at least 20 years less in the future. Qin Zhaoyang just went downstairs and saw Shen Sijia waiting downstairs, holding a cell phone in her hand. She was probably preparing to send him a message. MS. Shen, what are you? Shen Sijia turned her head to see that Qin Zhaoyang had already come down, so she loaded up her cell phone. Didn't you say you were buying a car? I've already made an appointment with that side. I'll take you to see the car now. Go! Shen Sijia was a person who did things decisively and skillfully, and left when she said she would. Qin Zhaoyang didn't say anything, opened the door of the back seat and prepared to get on the car. What? This co-pilot can't sit or you don't dare to sit? Shen Sijia wrinkled her nose. She thought that Qin Zhaoyang looked down on female drivers and didn't dare to sit in the co-pilot. Qin Zhaoyang didn't explain. In fact, he did it out of politeness. Since the other party said so, he also walked in. Half an hour later, the 4S store. As soon as the duo got out of the car, a man in his 40s greeted them. Hello MS. Shen Sijia gently nodded her head, her condescending nature unmistakable. Manager Chen, where is the car I want? Manager Chen hurriedly signaled Shen Sijia to look at the car. As for Qin Zhaoyang, he was directly ignored, because Qin Zhaoyang was dressed really plainly. At first glance, he was either a driver or a bodyguard. Qin Zhaoyang also ignored it. Face is earned by oneself. Identity is supported by one's own efforts, not given by others. He came to buy a car, not to go on a blind date. Zhaoyang, can you see if this is the one you want? Shen Sijia now changed his title. Qin Zhaoyang nodded and circled around the SUV. Can I test drive it? Manager Chen didn't expect that the one who actually came to buy a car was this poorly dressed young man. He thought it was Shen Sijia who wanted to buy a buggy for fun. Yes, as you wish. Manager Chen's attitude changed a lot, and he even brought the word you with him. Qin Zhaoyang did not hesitate, directly opened the driver's door and sat in. Not to mention, This good car is more comfortable than sleeping. I drove the car around casually, and it felt pretty good. This is the one. How much? Manager Chen's eyes narrowed. Did he look away? This can't be a relatively low-profile rich second generation, right? Our pre-sale price for this car is 550,000. You give 500,000. Well, I'll erase the change for you. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, ready to take his card and pay the bill. Manager Chen, your boss but said, I come to buy cars or 20% discount. Why don't I give your boss a call and ask? This chapter is finished. Chapter 16, Deconstructing the Stone Yourself. In the end, Qin Zhaoyang bought the car for $400,000. What Qin Zhaoyang didn't expect was that Shenxijia sat her but on top of the passenger side. Drive ah, why are you looking at me? Qin Zhaoyang pointed at Shenxijia's car. It's fine. Later my secretary will come to pick up the car. It's almost 11 o'clock. Let's go find a place to eat first. After dinner, we'll go to Original Stone Street, Shenxijia said while fastening her seatbelt. Buying a car and doing the formalities took a whole morning. First filling up the car with gas, then heading towards the restaurant where she ate with Huang Guangnian yesterday. Shenxijia didn't have many requirements for food. In the past, when she was studying, she often ate fast food and inside the cafeteria. Before graduation, almost all of her classmates didn't know her true identity. After lunch, the two of them came back to the same street from yesterday. Shenxijia was very much looking forward to it because today was the time to verify the results. Qin Zhaoyang didn't go to the one from yesterday because he didn't want to be recognized. At least that boss from yesterday definitely knew him. The two of them went straight into the second one, a raw stone store called Jade Hall. The store owner knew Shenxijia, or rather all the store owners in here knew her. After all, Shenxijia often came over. Mr. Shen, I heard that you bought a piece of imperial green yesterday and made a lot of money. Right, the owner of Jade Mantang, surnamed Shen, hurriedly started to greet Shenxijia. The same directly called Qin Zhaoyang to ignore. But this is just right. The so-called tree attracts the wind. A little low-key boredom is the hard way. Shenxijia and this Chen boss chatting on the side. Qin Zhaoyang began to observe piece by piece. After Huang Guangnian's explanation, and his yesterday afternoon and evening books, more or less long a little knowledge. For example, how to see the value of a piece of jadeite from the appearance, as well as the size, color, and purity and so on. Each of the raw stones here has a price tag. Qin Zhaoyang is to pick those more valuable. At least he thinks there is value. Almost an hour. Qin Zhaoyang picked a total of 11 pieces of raw stones. These raw stones are much larger than yesterday. Yesterday was merely testing the waters, while today was about making money. Mr. Shen, just these 11 pieces. Pay the bill. Until this moment, the boss surnamed Chen didn't notice Qin Zhaoyang, or rather he thought it was one of Shenxijia's drivers before. Boss Chen, count down how much. Shenxijia didn't talk too much nonsense, and Boss Chen started to count the price with a calculator. Mr. Shen, 11 pieces of raw stones, a total of 2,080,000. You can just give a round number. And, do you want to unravel it here? Shenxijia was about to nod in agreement, but was stopped by Qin Zhaoyang. Mr. Shen, it's time-consuming to unravel 11 stones here. Why don't we go back and unravel them? Qin Zhaoyang said while also squeezing his eyes. Shenxijia was so smart that she instantly understood Qin Zhaoyang's meaning in seconds. That's fine. Let's go back and talk about it. It just so happens that my company still has some things waiting for me to deal with. Boss Chen, please find a car and send it for me. Boss Chen hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. He liked bosses like Shenxijia the most, buying more not to mention. The most crucial thing was that he was willing to spend money. Shenxijia paid the bill, then got into Qin Zhaoyang's car. There are treasures inside? Qin Zhaoyang shook his head and said, this is not easy to say right now. Let's go back and unravel it. Qin Zhaoyang started the car after saying that. We're not going to take a look at another house? Shenxijia's original plan was to buy enough for 10 million today, but she had only spent 2 million now. Qin Zhaoyang twisted his head to look at Shenxijia as he drove the car. Not to mention, this woman was damn pretty. Mr. Shen, then I'll ask you first. You first tell me how much you intend to spend, and what value of jadeite you intend to open out. Shenxijia didn't quite understand what Qin Zhaoyang meant when he asked this, but she answered anyway. My original plan was to buy enough raw stones for $10 million. We are working together for the first time today. As long as we don't lose money I will be satisfied. Shenxijia was speaking from her heart. As long as she didn't lose money it meant that there was still a possibility of cooperation going on, or not much loss. For example, 10 million only cut out 8 million jade. She is also acceptable. After all, this thing can't be a sure thing. Then again, today is only the first cooperation. Who can't guarantee that there is not a time of failure? Hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang had a plan in his heart. Mr. Shen, Then don't worry, when the time comes, it will be far beyond your imagination. Looking at such a confident Qin Zhaoyang, Shen Sijia didn't say anything. Whether it was confidence or arrogance, one would know when they returned to the company. Shen's jewelry. There were a total of 18 branches in Jiling City. Of course, there were also industries in other places. Qin Zhaoyang is aware of the location of Shen's group's office building. Shen's group is not a jewelry business. He operates many businesses. Jewelry is just one of them. Shen's group headquarters is in Beijing. Jiling is just one of the branches. And Shen Sijia is the general manager of this branch, who called the chairman of Shen's group his father. Qin Zhaoyang drove for more than half an hour before arriving at the Shen group's branch. Parking the car, Shen Sijia directly led Qin Zhaoyang to the warehouse side. At the same time the car delivering the raw stones also came. 2 workers were busy unloading the goods. Qin Zhaoyang confirmed one by one the original stone. Found no problem, then rest assured. He was afraid that the stones had been switched, but this point is he overthinks. In the stone before cutting out, who does not know whether there is something inside? Besides, people are not stupid to do business. The transfer of the package also depends on the transfer of the package who. Qin Zhaoyang waited for the delivery to leave, and then let the 2 workers also left. Here also left him and Shen Sijia 2 people. You still know how to decode stones? Shen Sijia was a bit curious. After all, what he saw yesterday was Huang Guangyan deciphering stones. I haven't deciphered it before, but there is a first time for everything, and the so-called experience is accumulated from the first time. Shen Sijia wasn't saying anything as well, she just watched from the side. Qin Zhaoyang didn't pick either, so he started with the first stone. First, he placed the stone on the cutter, then picked up the marker and started to draw a line, because perspective can't be turned on all the time either. After using it for a long time, the eyes will become sore and astringent. This is something Qin Zhaoyang found out from last night when he was bathing and watching the door for the 3 beauties. With the cutting machine ringing, the original stone was slowly cut. Shen Sijia also began to look forward to it. Even when her feet got tired, she squatted aside and watched. Qin Zhaoyang deciphered the stone simply and roughly. To the delineated part directly is a knife passed. The stone was cut, however, a white blank nothing. Shen Sijia suddenly a little disappointed. But Qin Zhaoyang is not in a hurry. Pick up the side of an angle grinder began to grind along the cut surface. Shen Sijia did not say anything, she just watched from the side. After watching for less than a minute or so, her eyes shrunk. This chapter is finished. Chapter 17, The Careful Shen Sijia. Green, green, Shen Sijia directly shouted out. She had seen many times of stone solving, and sometimes even if a superb jadeite came out, she wouldn't be so excited. But today was different, because today was about the next cooperation, and her vision. Qin Zhaoyang put the original stone on the cutting machine again and continued cutting. The reason why he just used the angle grinder to hit it a little bit, its purpose was to let Shen Sijia look at it, because he had just inadvertently seen the faint touch of disappointment in Shen Sijia's eyes. After almost 20 minutes, a piece of jadeite that was bigger than an adult's fist was cut out. This fast emerald, the portion 10 was large enough, but the quality could only be considered average. Right at this moment, a trace of green airflow entered the body along Qin Zhaoyang's fingers. Qin Zhaoyang did not notice, and then moved up the second piece of raw stone to start cutting. Basically the same operation steps. Zhaoyang, rub it with the angle grinder. Shen Sijia had already known Qin Zhaoyang's steps for deciphering the stone. She hurriedly handed over the angle grinder on the side. Qin Zhaoyang felt a bit amused. The first time he used the angle grinder was just to prove it to her. He didn't intend to ask for an angle grinder for this piece, or he planned to wait until all the stones had been solved, and then use the angle grinder to polish them. However, since Shen Sijia was a bit impatient, Qin Zhaoyang did as she wished. Taking the angle grinder, he began to rub. Yellow Fei, it's actually Yellow Fei. Zhaoyang, you're too good. Shen Sijia, who had always been a man of few words, became particularly excited today. Quickly, proceed to cut. As long as it's half as big as the one just now, we'll be rich today. Qin Zhaoyang didn't understand the price of jadeite, and even had only a vague idea about the types of jadeite. There was also one thing he was more puzzled about. That is that antiques he can see the information and even have suggested prices. But when faced with jadeite, he could only feel some aura fluctuations in addition to being able to see the size and color. About this problem, Qin Zhaoyang also thought about it. It might be related to the fact that this ability of his had just been awakened and his level was too low. Just like last night, for example, when the perspective was used too much, his eyes couldn't take it. It had been a night before he recovered. There was also this increase in power. Maybe all these things were correlated. Wow, so big. After the entire piece of Yellow Fei was pulled out, Shen Sijia was thrilled. Picking up the Yellow Fei and comparing it to her own small pink fist, it wasn't much different. Is the Yellow Fei very valuable? Shen Sijia froze. He didn't understand what Qin Zhaoyang meant by asking this? Did he really not understand, or was it a rhetorical question? Zhaoyang, you wouldn't not understand the price of jadeite, right? Shen Sijia asked tentatively. Qin Zhaoyang nodded his head without any embarrassment at all. Not understanding is not understanding. If you don't understand, you should ask. Now it was Shen Sijia's turn to get confused. This was just like a Chinese person who spoke English very fluently actually not recognizing English words. Let me put it to you this way. Jadeite is precious for its green color, and emerald is honored. But that's not all. Take this yellow fei for example. It's also a very rare variety. Its price appreciation exceeds quite a few green fei, mainly depending on its purity. Ordinary yellow fei, the market price, is calculated according to grams? Well, these things will be said slowly later. Let's just hurry up and solve the stone. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. These things cannot be learned overnight. Next was the third piece, the fourth piece, until the seventh piece was cut. Shen Sijia's excitement was gone. It wasn't that the cut collapsed, but it was a habit. Because every stone, cut out the jade. It is like playing mahjong. You occasionally win a big hand. That is very exciting. But if you win every hand, or even if you win all the big ones, then you don't have that passion anymore. Shen Sijia is now this way. She has been numb. This man he must firmly grasp in the hand. This is already more than the level of the gambling master. Even if he was given some more profit share, it would be fine. Looking at Qin Zhaoyang, who was still carefully deciphering the stone, with dust everywhere on his body, head, and face, accompanied by sweat sticking together, Shen Sijia decided to go buy Qin Zhaoyang a set of clothes. Taking the excuse of going to the office, Shen Sijia left the company. Shen Sijia's height was 1.71 m, wearing a not too high heels, exactly 1.75 m, and Qin Zhaoyang stood with him, a little bit taller than him, almost about 1.78 m. Women are very meticulous, especially successful women. They know how to be more meticulous. Details can often change a person's fate. The simplest example, Shen Sijia discovered Qin Zhaoyang's ability, and this was a good detail. When Qin Zhaoyang finished cutting the ninth stone, he no longer had the strength. After all, unraveling stones was a physical job, and the mind had to be focused. The summer was so hot again, and the main thing was that he was thirsty. But this was a warehouse, and while he was looking around, Shen Sijia returned. Thirsty, aren't you? Do you like Red Bull or Wan Laoji? Shen Sijia bought a lot of things, mineral water, iced tea, drinks and whatnot, bought a whole lot of things, and they were all iced. Qin Zhaoyang casually took a bottle of iced tea and unscrewed the lid to drink it. Put, Shen Sijia suddenly laughed. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit puzzled. I'm thirsty and drink some water. What's so funny about that? Shen Sijia didn't explain, but took out a mirror from her handbag and then shone it at Qin Zhaoyang. Now Qin Zhaoyang instantly understood what Shen Sijia was laughing at. The original cut stone, it is dusty, although Qin Zhaoyang wore a mask, but this head, eyes, including cheeks above, there is a layer of white dust. Having just drank water and taken the mask off, coupled with the sweat, the current Qin Zhaoyang is a big flowery face. There's a faucet over there. I bought you a towel. Go wash your face first. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, took the towel and really went to wash his face, and also washed his hair along the way. After all, it's summer now. It's fine to wash your hair with cold water. Zhaoyang, why don't you stop solving it today? I'll take you to take a bath first, change your clothes, and then we'll go eat dinner. Qin Zhaoyang looked at the 9 pieces of jadeite, and the 2 raw stones. He shook his head. Only by digging out all the emeralds could he find out how much money he actually made today. In case this little didn't recognize the account after tonight, he would lose money. It's fine, I'll solve these 2 pieces, and then I can calculate the price. Shen Sijia was speechless for a while. After messing around for half a day, this guy still didn't trust himself. It was also a loss that he had bought water and clothes again, even bought shoes and socks, just short of buying underwear. But Shen Sijia was equally looking forward to it, and she also wanted to hurry up and unpack these things, then find a professional to value them. Zhaoyang, can I ask you a question? End of chapter. Chapter 18, The Intention to Buy a House. Do you care a lot about money? Shen Sijia asked this sentence and she regretted it. Qin Zhaoyang stopped the cutting action on his hand, then took off the mask and just looked at Shen Sijia. He understood why Shen Sijia asked this. It was because he had just said something about calculating the price of the jadeite. Mr. Shen, if I had a family background like yours, I naturally wouldn't care about money. But I don't. I'm just an ordinary person. My parents are still doing farm work in the countryside, and my sister is still studying. So I just want to make money to buy a big house and tell them to take over and live a good life. I think that's normal. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If I had money, my girlfriend wouldn't go behind my back to. Speaking here, Qin Zhaoyang stopped talking, mainly because he thought there was nothing to say. After all, He and Qin Zhaoyang were only in a cooperative relationship. The two were simply not in the same world. Because of their different identities and different experiences growing up, their values were naturally different. The so-called three viewpoints don't match. Might be talking about this. So the power was turned on to continue cutting. Qin Zhaoyang became a little embarrassed. She really regretted asking that. As Qin Zhaoyang had just said, this was normal. What's that saying? Don't take your own opinion to measure others right or wrong. Zhaoyang, that's not what I meant. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to explain, but with the roar of the cutter, it was estimated that Qin Zhaoyang couldn't hear it, and in the end, she simply closed her mouth. Finally, after another half an hour or so, all 11 stones were unraveled. I'll take you to take a shower first, then we'll go find someone to appraise the price of these 11 pieces of jade. I bought you clothes in that bag. Qin Zhaoyang shook his head and said, you take it for appraisal. I'll just take a shower on the faucet over here. It's summer now. I'll just flush it. Qin Zhaoyang finished and didn't be polite, carried the bag and went towards the faucet. He also disregarded Qin Zhaoyang, a girl, and directly began to undress. Good thing he still left a pair of shorts. Qin Zhaoyang at this time some strange. Is Qin Zhaoyang so assured that he went to the appraisal? Is not afraid that she will then say the price too low? In fact, Qin Zhaoyang did worry a little about this problem. But after thinking carefully, it should not be so. When Qin Zhaoyang finished the bath, the dirty clothes, by the way, scrubbed a little, with a bag, then together with the drinks bought by Qin Zhaoyang, all put into the trunk. So many drinks, at least a few $dozen. At night to bring back to the package small girls drink. Maybe also can enjoy a little package small brain pad wave or something. Of course, comfort is not the goal. The main thing is that Bao Xiao will use her breasts to bump on his back, and Qin Zhaoyang likes this kind of feeling. As a result, this wait was for more than an hour. It was almost dark and Qin Zhaoyang didn't come back. It can't be that she took the jade and ran away, right? Qin Zhaoyang was a little uncertain. Had he known he would have followed along? Just when he was hesitating, Qin Zhaoyang finally came. Zhaoyang, waited for a long time. Come on, let's eat. My treat. Qin Zhaoyang didn't mention anything about the jadeite. In fact, this was something she did on purpose, just to tease Qin Zhaoyang. Still Qin Zhaoyang drove, but it was Qin Zhaoyang who led the way. The duo came to an upscale club this time and asked for a private room. Zhaoyang, how much do you guess those emeralds are worth? Qin Zhaoyang finally asked. Qin Zhaoyang shook his head. He really didn't know. 11 pieces of jadeite. After several master's appraisals, the final price is $34 million. After removing the $2 million of principal, that means we made $32 million. According to the previous agreement, we each have $16 million. This is a cash check. You can just take it and exchange it. Qin Zhaoyang was also very surprised, not expecting this to be so valuable. Reaching out to receive the check, he carefully confirmed the amount and then carefully put it into his wallet. As he himself said, this was the proceeds of his own labor, and there was nothing embarrassing about checking it. Qin Zhaoyang took it all in. Sometimes a person's mind, or rather a perception, once the perception has changed, he looks at things differently. If it was before, she would have looked down on Qin Zhaoyang for acting like he did just now, because Qin Zhaoyang would feel that it was a kind of distrust that Qin Zhaoyang had towards her. But after hearing Qin Zhaoyang's words in the afternoon, Qin Zhaoyang's perception changed. She felt that Qin Zhaoyang was not pretentious and was frank. With such a big deal, it was only right to check it out. Zhaoyang, tomorrow morning, you come pick me up and we'll go then. Qin Zhaoyang went and shook his head. Mr. Qin, you can't go every day for this gambling. If we go every day, people will be suspicious. We need to learn to be subtle. I still need to draw some knowledge. By the way, do you have any books about this on your side? What I'm lacking now is specialized knowledge on this aspect of jadeite. In addition, I still have some things to take care of. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. What Qin Zhaoyang said was exactly right. It was normal to go once in a while, but if you went every day, others would definitely be suspicious. That's fine. The things you need, I'll go back and collect them for you, and I'll send them over to you at that time. Right, I got you an office. It's right next door to my office. You can also go there to chat if you're fine. Going on the internet, looking up information, playing games and whatnot. It's all fine. After all, you are now our company's gambling stone consultant. I'll help you pay 5 insurance and 1 gold and whatnot. You provide the information and documents. Qin Zhaoyang also did not refuse. This 5 insurance and 1 gold is a kind of protection. Mr. Qin, do you know where the house in this neighborhood is a bit cleaner? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit puzzled and said, are you planning to buy a house? What kind are you planning to buy? Is it that kind of commercial house? Or are you buying a villa? It was Qin Zhaoyang's turn to not think clearly. His original plan was to buy a 3-room, 2-bedroom house, and then bring his parents over to live. But now that he was asked by Qin Zhaoyang, he felt that his previous idea was wrong. Now that he had money, if he bought a big villa, he could probably afford it. At least he had $50 million in total assets now. There was also the most crucial point. He also wanted to experience the feeling of living in a villa. The end of this chapter. Chapter 19, Falling Injury. Like the price of a house on this side of Jinling City, an ordinary commercial house was almost around 18,000 to 25,000 a square meter. And for a villa, you can buy a very nice one for about $10 million. Buying a house was a big deal and a lifelong matter, so he decided to buy a villa. Mr. Shin, if there's a suitable villa, preferably one that's not too expensive, I'd like to buy one. I don't have many people in my family, my parents and a sister. There are only 4 people living there. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. Her eyes began to coo, probably thinking about certain things. Don't worry, I'll help you inquire clearly. After dinner, Qin Zhaoyang packed some more dishes, which were brought back for Pu Meiqi's 3 people. Zhaoyang, are you in love with one of the 3 of them? Looking at Qin Zhaoyang carrying the packing box, Qin Zhaoyang casually asked. I also want to, but who can look at a beggar like me? Qin Zhaoyang blankly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang and said, have you seen which beggar has tens of millions of dollars in his card? Qin Zhaoyang, however, did not think so, and asked a rhetorical question. I do have tens of millions of dollars on me, but this is the same money you gave me yesterday. Then what about before that? I was getting a salary of $2,500 per month, so just ask. In your place, can you look at me? Qin Zhaoyang understood what Qin Zhaoyang meant. In other words, if she hadn't gone to Qin Zhaoyang last night, those 3 women wouldn't have known that Qin Zhaoyang had so much money on him. Yesterday, when Qin Zhaoyang went to Qin Zhaoyang's place, she also saw those 10 rules posted on the door, except for the first one which was more reasonable. The other 9 were all aimed at Qin Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang, you shouldn't be presumptuous, gold will always shine. Qin Zhaoyang was sort of indirectly encouraging. Qin Zhaoyang put the packing box into the trunk, then pulled the passenger door open and invited Qin Zhaoyang up. The first thing was definitely to send Qin Zhaoyang back. I'm not being presumptuous, it's just that this world is like this nowadays. For example, you and I, this belongs to a cooperative interest relationship. If I don't have a talent in this area of gambling stones, I'm afraid that Mr. Shin doesn't even know what my last name is. So my ex-girlfriend cuckolded me and then broke up. I never complained about anything, because I know my ability to give her what she wants in life. If you think about it differently, maybe I would be the same as her. After all, you can make money just by lying on the bed. Why do you need to work hard like me to get a $2,500 a month? This world is too dirty. Who is qualified to say sad? It's just that the same people have different lives. Qin Zhaoyang finished and stopped talking, stepped on the gas, drove the car and set off. Qin Zhaoyang did not let Qin Zhaoyang send her home, but went to the company, because her car is still in the company. After sending Qin Zhaoyang to the company, Qin Zhaoyang drove the car back. Qin Zhaoyang was not a little cutie. He could feel the change in the 3 people of Bao Xiao Xiao. This change made people not very likable. If the 3 didn't change and still got along as before, Qin Zhaoyang would definitely take one of them, because no matter if it was Pu Meiqi, or Bao Xiao Xiao, or Su Xiao, all of them were very good and suitable for sleeping together, but not suitable to be a wife. He wants the kind that is willing to stay with him no matter how poor or rich they are. Today I have money, you guys stick it to me. The day you don't have money, you may leave him again. The bigger the change, the bigger the contrast. As for not being able to do housework and so on, this is not a problem. But women who only love money, no matter how beautiful they look, he will not choose. Of course, taking advantage and having a little flirtation is still okay. Besides, his current focus is to learn knowledge and make money. As long as there is money, what kind of woman cannot marry? What love I love? That is what the student age aspires to. After the poisonous beatings of society, the average person will only find suitable for themselves. Qin Zhaoyang parked the car, the trunk of the food, and the afternoon to buy drinks, all to bring out. Qin Zhaoyang did not come back to cook tonight. The 3 women can only be hungry and nibble on snacks. When Qin Zhaoyang entered the house with a big bag of things, the 3 beauties were so happy. Cousin, how was it today? How much did you earn? This was the first thing Pu Meiqi asked when she saw Qin Zhaoyang. Cousin, you said you would take me for a ride at night. Don't you forget. This was the first sentence that Pao Xiaojiao said. As for Su Xiao, she had always said less. It didn't make much, 1 million or 800,000. As for the ride, no problem. But you guys eat first. I'm going to take a shower first. Qin Zhaoyang's words just finished. The cell phone WeChat tone rang. Opened WeChat to see that it was actually a message from Qin Zhaoyang, who had just separated. There is only one message on it. I fell when I was going up the stairs just now. It hurts. Qin Zhaoyang's face changed. Qin Zhaoyang was wearing high heels. It is estimated that the fall is not light. Now is the end of the day. The company side of the estimate in addition to the duty security. No one can help her, so immediately sent a message over. Wait for me, I'll be right over. After the message was sent, this bath was also not taken. You guys eat slowly at home. I have a thing to go out. It's better to change the day if you're going for a ride. I'm afraid I don't have time tonight. Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, took his car keys and went out. Pumechi, the three of them looked at me. I looked at you, and finally ate very silently. There weren't a lot of vehicles outside at night, and it only took Qin Zhaoyang about 20 minutes to get to Shen Sijia's company. Shen Sijia went to the office so late, mainly to get the car keys, because the assistant told her to put the car keys on top of her desk. According to reason, this was a normal thing. Shen Sijia's office was on the 8th floor, but it turned out that she didn't know what was going on, so she pressed an extra floor. When she realized that the hit was wrong, she didn't bother to take the elevator, so she went down the stairs. There was only one floor anyway, but this staircase light is broken, a little less clear, the result of a foot on the air, fell. She could not move, so she sent a message to Qin Zhaoyang. I didn't expect this message to return in seconds. This moment, Shen Sijia even felt some happiness. Qin Zhaoyang came to the company. After explaining the situation, the security guard did not stop. After all, Shen Sijia is indeed in the company. In addition, Qin Zhaoyang has come once in the afternoon, and even stayed in the warehouse with his boss for the afternoon. Then this relationship is certainly not run away. The main thing is, just now the boss is Qin Zhaoyang to send back. They also saw, Shen Sijia was sitting alone on the steps, and there was no light here, so she felt a little scared. Just then, she heard the sound of someone climbing the stairs. Surprise in her heart, it must be Qin Zhaoyang coming. This chapter is finished. Chapter 20, do you have foot odor? Zhaoyang, is that you? Shen Sijia asked uncertainly. It's me. Qin Zhaoyang's voice had just sounded, and the lights below were on, because only the light bulb between the 8th and 9th floor was broken. The lights below were still good. When Qin Zhaoyang came panting to Shen Sijia was a little touched. Qin Zhaoyang came up running. Are you okay? Qin Zhaoyang asked with concern. This knee is broken, and this foot is probably also sprained. Can't make any force. Qin Zhaoyang opened his cell phone flashlight, and then shined it on Shen Sijia's knee, and it did break the skin. I'll send you to the hospital, Qin Zhaoyang said while then squatted down, signaling Shen Sijia to lie on his back. Shen Sijia didn't hesitate too much and directly lay on Qin Zhaoyang's back, and a burst of flesh propped up at once, stimulating Qin Zhaoyang. When Zhaoyang came up just now, why didn't you take the elevator? Lying on Qin Zhaoyang's back, Shen Sijia asked the question. Because I don't know which floor you fell on. In case I sat over, my head is also troublesome. Why don't I just climb the stairs? Not to mention, Qin Zhaoyang was quite meticulous. Qin Zhaoyang wouldn't be stupid enough to run down the stairs again, but pressed the elevator. Shen Sijia lay on Qin Zhaoyang's back and sniffed her nose because Qin Zhaoyang smelled like sweat. Did you just arrive home? Because neither of them spoke, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Shen Sijia had no words to find and casually asked, just arrived home. Was about to take a shower when I heard the sound of the message you sent me. If you had sent it a few minutes later, you might have had to wait for me to finish showering before I could see it. The two had already reached the first floor while talking, and felt Shen Sijia sliding down a bit on her back. Qin Zhaoyang reflexively, holding Shen Sijia's buttocks pushed upward a little. Just this contact, Shen Sijia felt like she was electrocuted. Her delicate body slightly stiffened. Her butt was actually touched by a man. Mr. Shen, you should lose weight. Shen Sijia was thinking about her as being touched by someone when she heard such a sentence. At once, she was so angry. Although she was 5 feet 1 inch, she had a slim figure, right? Almost no fat. If anything, it is only those 2 balls only. That guy cannot lose. She can't help it if she's born and raised by her parents, and grows like this. The good thing is that the car is on the side. Hand open the passenger door, and then slowly put Shen Sijia on the ground, helping her on the car, to the First People's Hospital, hung up an emergency room, and then is to check the treatment. The final result is that the knee, elbow, including the palm of the hand with abrasions. In addition, the left foot has a sprain. Other than that, there is no big problem. After a lot of fussing, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, dispensed a little potion, and safflower oil, and then can go. This time, Qin Zhaoyang did not send Shen Sijia to the company, but directly sent her back home. Shen Sijia lived in the Jingcheng Villa area. Into the villa, Qin Zhaoyang assisted Shen Sijia near the villa, then helped her to sit down on the sofa. Mr. Shen, this villa of yours has to be quite a lot of money. It is estimated that without a more than $10 million, it can't be taken down, right? Shen Sijia was speechless for a while. As far as this villa of hers was concerned, when she bought it, it was fully furnished. including home appliances and whatnot, and it cost more than $30 million in total. It was actually said by Qin Zhaoyang to be more than 10 million. Well, almost, Shen Sijia said casually, then took out the safflower oil and prepared to apply it on her ankles, probably because there were injuries on her hands and arms. This was a bit laborious to apply. Let me help you. Without saying a word, Qin Zhaoyang took the safflower oil, poured it on his palm, then picked up Shen Sijia's foot and started to apply it. Shen Sijia didn't react until then, and immediately her pretty face turned red. Did this man do it on purpose? Before touching her butt, and now, but it did feel quite comfortable to touch. At first it was a bit hot and painful. Now there was actually an icy cool feeling. In fact, this is the role played by the few spiritual power in Qin Zhaoyang's body. Only even he did not know. Not to mention the massage was quite comfortable, Shen Sijia thought to herself, and even couldn't help but hum lightly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and hastily covered her mouth. Does it hurt? Shen Sijia hastily shook her head, smiley face. It doesn't hurt. You continue. Ghostly Shen Sijia actually said this. Zhaoyang, don't call me Mr. Shen, or you can call me Sijia, or Jia Jia will do. Also, you still have to come pick me up from work tomorrow. By the way, I'll help you get the formalities and stuff done. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. Then there was a sentence he had been holding in his heart for quite a while and finally said it. Then I'll call you Jia Jia. Jia Jia, do you have foot odor? Shen Sijia was first stunned and randomly reacted. Qin Zhaoyang was suspecting her of having smelly feet. Ask, which woman is willing to admit that she has foot odor? So a pillow ruthlessly smashed on Qin Zhaoyang's head, and then Qin Zhaoyang was blasted out of the villa. Smell. Safflower oil mixed with foot odor hands. Qin Zhaoyang a burst of speechless. You could at least let me wash my hands before leaving. After Qin Zhaoyang left, Shen Sijia smelled her own feet, and they did smell a little stinky. On the other hand, Qin Zhaoyang returned home, took a shower, and went to bed. After all, it was already very late. However, he didn't rest immediately, but was studying his body. When he had just given Shen Sijia a massage, he was able to feel a stream of clear water surging from the center of his hand to Shen Sijia's ankle. So what exactly was this clear stream and where did it come from? Was there any correlation between this and fixing that broken bowl? Anyway, unable to sleep, Qin Zhaoyang planned to do an experiment. So he broke his teacup, and then used 502 glue to stick it on. Finally tried to catalyze the inexplicable aura in his body, and sure enough, the teacup in his hand began to recover. In no time, it turned into an intact water cup. This, Qin Zhaoyang now finally understood how that antique was restored. But then the question came up again. What the hell is this thing? That clear stream in his body. For the time being, let's consider it as spiritual energy. How did this spiritual energy come from? Could it be the energy absorbed from inside the jade? No, before he repaired that broken bowl, he hadn't touched jade. The only thing that had been touched was that seal. Could it be? Qin Zhaoyang said to himself. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. It seems that tomorrow, he still has to go and verify it before he can do so. This thing must be clear. Just at this time in his hand WeChat alert tone sounded. Picked up the phone to see. It was again sent by Shen Sijia. Zhaoyang, sleep? This is not nonsense? Just when Qin Zhaoyang was ready to return a message, Shen Sijia sent another message over. This chapter is finished. Chapter 21, Broken Character Paintings. I don't have foot odor. Maybe I walked a bit too much yesterday and sweated a bit. Shen Sijia also couldn't figure out why she had to send a message to explain this matter. Qin Zhaoyang looked speechless for a while. Whether you have foot odor or not, is none of my business? So, after sending a message back, he went to sleep. Shen Sijia actually regretted after sending the message. Just when she wanted to withdraw it, Qin Zhaoyang's message was sent over. Well, it doesn't stink. It's quite fragrant. Not feeling well. Rest early. See you tomorrow. Then it was gone. Doesn't stink. Quite fragrant. Shen Sijia recalled this actually. Then after cursing the stinky rascal, she also went to sleep. There were no words in the night. And the next morning, Qin Zhaoyang then drove his car and arrived at the Jingcheng Villa area. Just as he was about to press the doorbell, the door was opened. Today Shen Sijia didn't wear a professional outfit. Instead, she wore a skirt. How are you feeling? Any better? Shen Sijia was probably still angry from last night and just gave a hum. She didn't even let Qin Zhaoyang enter her home, and smoothly took the door with her hand and walked in the direction of the car. She walked with a slight limp. Qin Zhaoyang rushed forward to help him. Shen Sijia also did not refuse. Passing by a breakfast store, Qin Zhaoyang casually buy some. By not much. Mainly he is not sure Shen Sijia will not eat this kind of thing. As a result, he did not expect that Shen Sijia was not picky, and took it and ate it. Sijia. This money from last night's doctor's visit, a total of 1,150 yuan. Do you think you should be reimbursed? Qin Zhaoyang froze, and randomly got inexplicably fired up. He had given him 30 million the day before yesterday, and another 16 million yesterday, but as a result, now for more than $1,000, he actually opened his mouth to ask her for it. Can this not be angry? How can this person be like this? Someone who is worth tens of millions of dollars, accompanying such a great beauty to see a doctor, and for the sake of more than $1,000 in medical expenses, he also has the nerve to open his mouth to ask for it? That I'll just say it by the way. If you don't have a convenient hand then forget it. Qin Zhaoyang said this sentence is not good. Once he said it, from here to the company is only 20 minutes or so without traffic. Along the way, Qin Zhaoyang did not say another word, and did not even look at Qin Zhaoyang. Getting out of the car also did not want him to help. The main thing is that Qin Zhaoyang's words are too angry. What do you mean by inconvenient? It's not so bad that you can't get more than $1,000, right? So Qin Zhaoyang decided to just not give it. Qin Zhaoyang touched his nose, feeling a bit puzzled. Shouldn't he ask for the medical expenses he advanced? Qin Zhaoyang stayed in the company for more than an hour, and after almost finishing the formalities, he once again came to the antique street. He didn't come today to pick up a leak, but to verify what he had in mind. He also didn't go to the place where the stalls were set up, but entered an antique store, casually skimming. 99% of this curio store is fake, the only two authentic pieces. The price is also ridiculously high. Qin Zhaoyang came to the side of a plum vase, then reached out his hand to caress it, his eyes staring dead at his hand. Just then, a golden color with a hint of transparent airflow entered his body along his fingers. Qin Zhaoyang's heart rejoiced. He finally understood how the spiritual energy in his body was obtained. So could it be possible to take the initiative and not absorb it? Qin Zhaoyang walked towards another antique, not absorbing it as he thought. Sure enough, there was no reaction at all. Then the mind again thought of absorption. Qin Zhaoyang finally determined that this can be controlled. Don't buy it, don't touch it, you can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Just then, a snarky voice came over. Qin Zhaoyang turned to look. It turned out to be the shopkeeper and owner of this store. So it's little Qin, not in Boss Joe's store. Why did you run to me? This person's surname was Chu, full name Chu Liang. The relationship with Joe Poppy wasn't too good, so incidentally, he also looked at Qin Zhaoyang in a bad light. In fact, he had just recognized Qin Zhaoyang, and those words were said on purpose. I just came to take a look. I'm no longer working at Boss Joe's place, and I've been looking for a job recently, so I came here to see if I want an apprentice or something. Qin Zhaoyang was also talking nonsense. As soon as he heard that Qin Zhaoyang quit, Chu Liang's attitude got a little better. He even thought of inviting Qin Zhaoyang to his store, mainly because he wanted to discuss Joe Poppy. Just at this time, the store came in a woman, carrying a basket in her hand. By the looks of it, over 40 years old. Boss, help me see how much this is worth. I'll sell it if the price is right, the woman said while taking out a scroll-like item from the basket and placed it on the counter. Chu Liang didn't have the heart to pay attention to Qin Zhaoyang anymore and reached out to pick up the item and look at it. What a pity! What a pity! This painting and calligraphy of yours, it's more than 30% broken, and the most important parts of the inscription and seal are gone. This painting is definitely an ancient painting. If it's not broken, it's no problem to sell it for a few tens of thousands of dollars. But now well, I'll give you $500 at most. At this time, Qin Zhaoyang had already walked to the door. As soon as he heard that it was an ancient painting, and it was still broken, he immediately became interested, hurriedly walked back, began to check up. Zhang Benxiao, bamboo, genuine, badly damaged, reparable. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes immediately lit up. This painting he must get his hands on. Boss, can you give a little more? My son will be going to college soon. I don't have enough for this tuition. Why don't you add a little more? Chu Liang shook his head. He opened his store to make money, not to do charity. Besides this painting, there was no inscription or seal underneath, or the place where the inscription and seal had been lost. $500 was actually not even what he wanted, mainly because he hadn't opened today. Chu Liang was about to refuse, but he saw that Qin Zhaoyang seemed to be more interested in this painting. Little Qin, are you interested in this? Although this painting is badly damaged, and I don't know what era and who it's from, but it's definitely authentic. Why don't you buy it and bet on your luck? Maybe it's Tong Pak Fu's too. Then you'll be rich. Qin Zhaoyang was thinking about how to intercept this painting. Coincidentally, dozing off came, and Chu Liang directly sent him a pillow. Of course he also knew that this guy didn't have good intentions, but that didn't matter. Boss Chu has a point. Auntie, I'll take this painting. How much are you going to ask for? The woman was naturally happy once she heard that Qin Zhaoyang wanted to buy his words. Big brother, I don't want it all. My son's college is still short of $5,000. If you can give me $5,000, $000 this painting you can take it. Qin Zhaoyang now does not know the value of this flower. After all, because of the mutilated, for the time being cannot see. But no matter what, Zhang Banxiao's painting, how can it be more than $5,000? Okay, I'll take this painting. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Qin Zijia's call. Qin Zhaoyang didn't have that much cash, so he could only run to the ATM diagonally across the street to withdraw money. The whole time Chu Liang didn't say a word, or he was just watching the joke. After giving the money and taking the painting, Qin Zhaoyang was ready to leave, but he was stopped by Chu Liang. Little Qin, aren't you without a job now? I happen to lack an apprentice here. Why don't you come to me here to do? I'll give you 2,006 a month. How? Qin Zhaoyang looked at Chu Liang, knew that there is no good intentions, promised to think about it, and then left, then directly drove the car back home. Without thinking about anything, he dove headfirst into the room, and began to utilize the aura in his body to start repairing. However, dumbfounded, Zhang Banxiao, bamboo, genuine, badly broken, reparable, exactly the same message content, but one's own. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked in his heart. It couldn't be that this repair ability failed, right? Thinking of this, he broke his own teacup again, then adhesion, then repair. A few minutes later, when looking at the intact teacup, Qin Zhaoyang was really confused. Could it be that this painting is too high grade, or the spiritual energy in his body is not enough to repair this painting? Not to mention, Qin Zhaoyang felt that this should be the case. Things like teacups, belonging to ordinary objects, are really much easier to repair, but like this ancient painting, and it was so badly damaged, it would be difficult to repair it. The spiritual energy in his body right now wasn't much. It simply couldn't support repairing this ancient painting. That's why there was no response at all. Thinking of this, Qin Zhaoyang rolled the painting back up, then wrapped it with clothes and finally put it in the box. He was going to go to the other stores on the antique street to absorb some more energy. That is, spiritual energy. But before going there, he had to go to the toilet. He hadn't peed all morning and was suffocating, because there was no one at home. Qin Zhaoyang didn't even close the door of the bathroom and directly started to drain the water. Just at this time, Qin Zhaoyang heard the sound of slippers rubbing the ground, and when he turned around, he saw Bao Xiao walking over, and Pao Xiao also happened to see Qin Zhaoyang in the bathroom. Ah, rascal! Bao Xiao subconsciously yelled out, frightening Qin Zhaoyang with a jolt. He hurriedly zipped up his zipper, and his pants were soiled. At this time, Bao Xiao also reacted. It seemed like she had just been a bit too aggressive. Cousin, why don't you close the door when you go to the toilet? Bao Xiao's face was flushed at this time. How did I know you were at home? Didn't you guys go to work? Qin Zhaoyang was also embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. I had a bit of a cold, so I took a day off. Qin Zhaoyang nodded and didn't say any more. He had to hurry back to his room to change his pants. Cousin, why don't you take them off and I'll wash them for you? I'm talking about the pants. Bao Xiao felt that what he said was a bit ambiguous and hastily corrected himself. No, I'll do it myself. By the way, colds should take medicine and drink more water and rest more. If there's no cold medicine, I'll turn around and bring you some. Bao Xiao gave a hum and then went into the bathroom. Qin Zhaoyang wasn't talking either. It seemed like he still had to buy a house and move up before he could do so. After all, this is really not very convenient to share a room with a girl. Returned to the room to change a pair of pants. Took the key, also went out. Was about to drive the car to the antique street. The cell phone wanted. It was Qin Zhijia called. Hello? Oh, I'll be right over. Qin Zhaoyang hung up the phone. The plan to go to the antique street was lost again, and could only drive the car towards Qin's jewelry company. Arriving at this side of the company, Qin Zhijia hastily waved. Here, in addition to Qin Zhijia, there is another person. This person is Qin Zijia's secretary, a very civilized girl, with a pair of very large glasses. Qin Zhaoyang recognized. This morning to do the formalities and whatnot, it was her who led the way, called Li Wenjing. People like her name. What is it? Say it. Qin Zhijia originally still had a smile on her face, but when she heard Qin Zhaoyang's tone, which seemed a bit impatient, she was not too happy at once. Of course I'm looking for you. Is there nothing to do to call you over for dinner? Qin Zhaoyang made a fool of himself and stopped talking. Only then did Qin Zhijia smile with satisfaction, finally getting a game back. This morning but was infuriated by him. Go, I'll take you to see the raw stone, Qin Zhijia said while directly pulling open the door of Qin Zhaoyang's co-pilot and sat her butt in. Li Wenjing also got into the car in a hurry. Qin Zhaoyang froze. This is my private car, not a bus. Qin Zhijia gave Qin Zhaoyang a blank look. She had never seen such a stingy man. Wenjing, get him a monthly gas card later. This car is requisitioned in the future. Li Wenjing nodded her head obediently, then picked up her notebook and also recorded it. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to refuse, but once he thought of giving him a gas card, he immediately stopped talking. That meant that from now on, he would not have to pay out of his own pocket to refuel his vehicle. The only drawback was that he would be called around by Qin Zhaoyang, but it seemed like this was nothing. The vehicle took off and went out of the company. Only then did Qin Zhaoyang tell Qin Zhaoyang where to go. It turns out that there is a boss who is in the raw stone business, because of unknown reasons do not want to do it, so he intends to sell this batch of raw stones at a low price. And this price is not even a star low, so Qin Zhaoyang was instantly moved. After all, the price offered by the other party was even cheaper than if she had gone over to Yunnan to buy it. Originally, the price was already negotiated 3 days ago, and the original stone was also seen. Today is the agreed payment date, but just when she was ready to pay, she thought of Qin Zhaoyang, so that's why she brought Qin Zhaoyang along to take a look, and if there is no problem, she will buy it. After all, this is $100 million sale. It is right to be cautious. Of course, there is another point. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to show Qin Zhaoyang that she would also pick up the pieces. The raw stone warehouse is farther away from Qin's jewelry. It is in the suburbs. Qin Zhaoyang felt something strange and casually asked, Jia, how come this raw stone is placed in the suburbs? Isn't it a bit too troublesome if this is taken to sell? Qin Zhaoyang thought about it and explained, the rent here is cheaper than the city by at least half, so even if it's a bit of a hassle, it should still be cost-effective. Not to mention, this explanation seems to be quite reasonable. Qin Zhaoyang nodded and didn't say anything. While driving, he looked at Qin Zhaoyang, the little secretary. From the reflector, the big eyes with these oversized rimmed glasses felt quite nice. Men all like to look at beautiful women, especially the peeking kind. Concentrate on driving. Qin Zhaoyang noticed Qin Zhaoyang's gaze and became a bit unhappy, hastily reminded a sentence. Qin Zhaoyang smiled awkwardly. Good thing he had already arrived at his destination by this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Falsification. This place was indeed a bit remote. Apart from a few warehouses, there are no factories or households nearby. Qin Zhaoyang's car had just stopped when a man walked out from the warehouse with a woman by his side. Then he smiled and greeted Qin Zhaoyang, who had just gotten out of the car. Hello, Mr. Qin. Your foot here? This man in his 40s, looking at Qin Zhaoyang walking with a bit of a limp, hurriedly asked with concern. Boss Chen, I twisted this foot a bit, but it's already better. Right, let me introduce you. Zhaoyang, this is Boss Chen. Boss Chen, this is my driver. Qin Zhaoyang. Boss Chen was a little less than understanding. A driver? What are you introducing me to? Introducing this female secretary beside you was more or less the same. But since Qin Zhaoyang introduced it, Boss Chen was also polite and shook hands with Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang is actually a little uncomfortable in his heart. Qin Zhaoyang introduced him as a driver, but he didn't say anything. A driver is a driver. Boss Chen, I'd like to confirm the goods again. If there's no problem, I can transfer money from my side at any time. Boss Chen, full name Chen Qi. He used to be in the raw stone business indeed, and didn't know what the reason was, but recently he didn't plan to do it anymore, so he is going to get rid of the last batch of raw stones. As for whether he really didn't want to do it anymore, Qin Zhaoyang didn't care. It should be. Then let's go in and look at the goods now, Chen Qi said while signaling Qin Zhaoyang to enter the warehouse. This warehouse was indeed very large, and in the middle position on the other side of the pile of stones, this was the jadeite raw stone. Qin Zhaoyang secretly gave Qin Zhaoyang a wink. Qin Zhaoyang naturally knew what it meant, so came to this pile of raw stone, began to check up. Perspective eye directly opened. Looked for a while. There is no problem. The quality of this batch of raw stone. Indeed, then yesterday to the store to see the quality of those raw stone much better. The chance of emerald was very high. The key is also so cheap. After watching for about 10 minutes, Qin Zhaoyang was ready to go and report to Qin Zhaoyang. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently saw this woman beside Chen Qi. As if she looked relieved, Qin Zhaoyang was immediately shocked. Could it be that he had looked away? Or is there really a problem with the raw stone here? Qin Zhaoyang, he dared to be sure that the raw stone he saw was indeed good, and he even saw a piece of red emerald. This point he is very confident. Qin Zhaoyang stroked his chin and circled around the raw stone, then squatted down and broke the 2 raw stones on the surface. Taking a look inside, he immediately understood. These raw stones were all black eggs, and they had also been drilled and then camouflaged. The so-called drilled holes were a simple test of whether a piece of raw stone had jadeite or not. They use a very fine drill bit to start at a certain point and slowly drill down. Then they drill a bit, and then pull out the drill bit to see what kind of situation is in front of the drill bit. If there is jadeite jade, then it will be easy for them to find, and will not hurt the inside of the jade flesh. At most, the jade skin. If there is no jadeite found, they will redisguise these black eggs. Redisguise them, just like the jadeite raw stone in here now. Qin Zhaoyang looked at several pieces in a row. All of them were like this, and then all his doubts were understood. No wonder the raw stones would be placed in such a remote warehouse. No wonder the price would be so cheap. This was the laying of the trap. Qin Zhaoyang suddenly wanted to get back at them a bit, so he put his palm on that red jadeite's raw stone and then started devouring it. This was originally just a tentative move by Qin Zhaoyang, because he wasn't sure if he could absorb the aura inside through the stone, and he was even less sure if the jadeite raw stone would have aura. But this try, Qin Zhaoyang smiled, because the aura inside was very dense, even exceeding those antiques by an unknown number of times. After about a minute or so, this piece of red jadeite no longer had the slightest amount of aura to absorb. Qin Zhaoyang once again used his perspective to look at it and was shocked, because the red jadeite in this piece of raw stone, at this moment, was like a spider's web with cracks everywhere. Qin Zhaoyang was delighted in his heart and then started the second piece. This time, it was two hands separated for absorption. Qin Zhaoyang's behavior was so perverse that it quickly caught the attention of others, including Shen Xijia, but perverse as it was, no one cared. Maybe this person had a special fetish and just liked to caress the original stone. After about half an hour or so, Qin Zhaoyang could no longer find any of the jadeite raw stones intact, and at this time his body appeared an indescribable feeling. It was like the feeling of a person who had eaten too much. Just when Qin Zhaoyang was a little afraid, this body will not explode, suddenly a cool feeling came from his abdomen. Along with that, the swelling in the body disappeared, or rather all of it converged towards the small abdomen and then returned to calmness. Qin Zhaoyang did not know what was going on, but he knew that within his body, certain changes must have occurred. Zhaoyang, how is it? No problem? Shen Xijia saw that Qin Zhaoyang got up and then didn't move at all, so she hurriedly asked. No problem. These stones are quite good to take back and build a house. Shen Xijia was so smart that she instantly heard something different out. The smile on her face disappeared and she turned to look at Chen Qi. Don't you talk nonsense. This is a genuine jadeite country bought over the old pit raw stone material. Young people don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Where would Chen Qi admit it? Qin Zhaoyang shrugged his shoulders and said, you know in your heart if I am talking nonsense. Use a drill to open a hole. Check if there is jade inside, and then camouflage it. On top of that, put some raw emerald stones that haven't been tampered with. Come up with a fisheye and try to muddle through. Boss Chen, am I right? When these words came out, Chen Qi's face was suffocated in red. He was suddenly speechless. At this time, Shen Xijia came to a realization and hurriedly ran over to the pile of raw stones and turned over a raw stone to check it out. Sure enough, on the surface of the original stone, saw a few spots that were somewhat different from the entire original stone. If not known beforehand, or if not alerted, basically, it wouldn't be discovered. But when you already knew before checking it out, you would be able to find out what the problem was. Chen Qi, at the loss of me still trusting you and doing business with you, I didn't expect you to be so bad. You belong to fraud. I'll call the police. Once he heard about calling the police, Chen Qi got scared and begged for mercy. Mr. Shen, I beg you not to call the police. I can't help it. I'd been scammed too. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Misunderstanding. Shen Xijia was angry, but still listened to the explanation. Qin Zhaoyang, his business is done, and he will not get involved next. If you think about it differently, Qin Zhaoyang will 100% choose to call the police. After all, this is hundreds of millions of rows of fraud. This time Shen Xijia luck. If Qin Zhaoyang did not find out the problem, then the loss is her own. There is another point. If Shen Xijia does not call the police, this Chen Qi is likely to continue to find a second person to cheat. Anyway, there will definitely be people who will fall for it. After all, with so many raw stones here, it was impossible to really take them back and build a house with them as he said. Zhaoyang, what do you think? Qin Zhaoyang shrugged his shoulders. This little was bad and wanted him to be the villain. Mr. Shen, I'm just a small driver. How would I know what to do? Right, I'll go clean the car up a bit. Qin Zhaoyang turned around and ran away after saying that. Shen Xijia understood. This petty man, this was practicing revenge for the name-calling issue just now. Shen Xijia didn't call the police in the end, but warned Chen Qi twice and also left. Zhaoyang, thank you so much for today. Otherwise I would have lost a lot of money. It's almost time. Let's go eat. Qin Zhaoyang gave a him and then continued driving. Shen Xijia secretly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, and it seemed that she was indeed angry. Zhaoyang, when I said you were the driver during the introduction just now, there was actually a reason. Its purpose is to cover for your identity so that you can go. Shen Xijia was explaining when Qin Zhaoyang's cell phone rang. The phone picks up. Hey, Mom, I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'm making money now. Ready to buy a house. What? Going home for a blind date? Mom, I can't. Hello? Ha, why is this signal bad? The phone hung up. Qin Zhaoyang hung up. Shen Xijia was eavesdropping on the side, and from among Qin Zhaoyang's few words, she heard out quite a lot of information. The most critical point, Qin Zhaoyang, his mother let him go home for a blind date, and still the kind of must go back. It was the same restaurant as last time. only today it was 3 people. Li Wenjing, this name is really not in vain, really very quiet. Basically, she rarely spoke. If she didn't know that she was Qin Zijia's secretary, maybe Qin Zhaoyang thought she was a mute. Zhaoyang, what kind of people are in your family? Qin Zijia casually asked while eating. Actually, she wasn't a person who talked a lot, especially when eating, but today she just wanted to ask such a question. My dad, my mom and my sister. Qin Zhaoyang used 7 words to finish his family members. I just heard you on the phone, saying something about blind dates? I don't think blind dates are good. There are almost no blind dates in this day and age. It's best to find the kind of person who has a common hobby, because then you'll have something in common to talk about. Take you for example. You know so much about jadeite raw stones, so I think you should find a girlfriend who has a common hobby with you, or a related job. Qin Zijia herself didn't even know what she was talking about. I don't want to go on a blind date either, but I'm 25 years old. My hometown is in the countryside, and the ones who are my age all have kids. It's true that I'm not in a hurry, but my parents don't think so. Qin Zhaoyang was also helpless. In the last 2 months, the number of times he called home was getting less and less. The main reason is because of this. Every time he calls, he can't say more than 3 words, and immediately and automatically runs to his girlfriend. It is this kind of thing Qin Zhaoyang has heard several times, but this time his mother actually gave a death order, so he also has a headache. Really can't. When the time comes to spend money to let Bao Xiaoxiao or Pu Meiqi accompanied her back to a trip, pretend to be a girlfriend or something, to say that Qin Zhaoyang now have no feeling of suitable object candidate. There really is. The far side of the sky, close to the eye. Don't get me wrong, it's not Qin Zijia, but this Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing's appearance, very in line with Qin Zhaoyang's aesthetic point of view, or choose a spouse standard more appropriate. As for Qin Zijia, Qin Zhaoyang has not considered it for the time being. This is not that Qin Zijia is not good, but because it is too good, so Qin Zhaoyang didn't even think about it. Just like an ordinary person who wants to go buy a house, the first thing he considers is a house that suits him. For example, 2 rooms and 1 hall, better conditions, 3 rooms and 1 hall and so on, but he would never consider going to buy a villa, even if he commutes back and forth to work through the villa area, because it is simply unrealistic. Qin Zhaoyang began to check the day before yesterday. Shen's group, not to mention the head office, is this side of the branch. The market value must be worth at least $1 or $2 billion. Even if Qin Zhaoyang is very capable of making money and earns 100 million a year, he wants to open a branch like this for 1 or 200 years. He was a very realistic person and a very good at living his life. This could be seen from the fact that he opened his mouth to ask Qin Zijia for medical expenses. There were many more examples like this. For example, the drink Qin Zijia bought for him yesterday afternoon, and the leftover dishes from last night's meal. He packed them all and brought them back. That's why he chose objects to first choose the ones that suited him, not the prettiest ones. For example, Pu Meiqi and the 3 of them were quite eye-catching to look at, but if they were to be real homeowners and live their lives, none of the 3 of them would be able to meet his standards. Li Wenjing was different, an employee, gentle and sweet-looking, completely in line with his criteria for finding a wife. Of course there was a problem here, and that was a change of mindset. Qin Zhaoyang still hasn't changed from the small farmer's mindset. This actually takes a while. Because of the overnight wealth, his mindset has not yet shifted from an ordinary person's role to that of a rich man. Zhaoyang, then do you have a favorite person? Or what type of girl do you like? Qin Zijia asked again, but she didn't look squarely at Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang put down his chopsticks and began to think. I can't talk about liking. After all, I just met everyone and I don't know them too well yet. But I prefer the type that's svelte. Don't be too arrogant. Preferably the type that's like a little milk cat. Upon hearing this, Qin Zijia inexplicably rejoiced in her heart. Just met not long ago. Isn't this talking about her? Don't be too arrogant. Is this implying that she should learn to be gentle? But I don't know how. Well, at this moment Qin Zijia was a bit anxious. Character and temperament. This is all innate. Want to change? Really hard. If Qin Zhaoyang knew what Qin Zijia was thinking at this moment, he would be speechless. I'm talking about Li Wenjing. Okay. After lunch, Qin Zhaoyang sent the 2 back to the company. Then came to the pharmacy to buy a little medicine, drove the car and went home. He wanted to figure out what changes had occurred in his body. End of chapter. Chapter 25, $10 million ancient painting. Wanting to figure out his own condition, Qin Zhaoyang had only one way. Internal vision, simply understood as using a perspective eye to view one's own body. This look showed the difference. In the location of his small abdomen, there was an additional thing similar to a small tripod, and at this time this transparent little tripod was filled with liquid. But Qin Zhaoyang knew that it wasn't water. It was probably the kind of energy liquidized that he had absorbed into his body. Unfortunately, it was now filled to the brim and could no longer be loaded in, which was why he had felt so full before. Could it be that he could only carry so much spiritual energy? Right at this moment, the translucent small tripod began to rotate, rotating faster and faster. Looking at Qin Zhaoyang's eyes, he hurriedly withdrew his perspective, but just as he withdrew the perspective, not a moment later, he felt a boing sound, and then a stream of clear water quickly traveled throughout the body, and even every pore. First a burst of comfort, and then is the power. Qin Zhaoyang felt the body's strength is increasing. A person's speed increase may need to move to know, but the power increase can be felt. Once again, the inner vision. The small tripod is still the same small tripod, only that the water inside is a large part less, and the original transparent water has undergone some changes. It is the color, originally transparent, now turned into red. What does this mean? Is it advanced? Or did it absorb the blood in its body? Can't figure it out and put it aside for now. Qin Zhaoyang opened the box, took out the painting of the bamboo, closed his eyes and began to repair it. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy in his body was embracing towards the ancient painting. This time was as long as half an hour. Just when Qin Zhaoyang felt that there was not much spiritual energy in his body, the ancient painting finally stopped absorbing spiritual energy. With a happy heart, he hurriedly opened the painting. Zhang Banxiao, bamboo, genuine, collection value is extremely high. Ha ha ha, Qin Zhaoyang was overjoyed. It was finally fixed. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly put away the ancient painting and prepared to give Huang Guangyan a call. After all, he wasn't a collector, so he might as well exchange it for money. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door to the room was knocked. Cousin, it was Bao Xiaoxiao's voice. Qin Zhaoyang loaded up his cell phone, then opened the door to his room. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Bao Xiaoxiao stretched her head towards the room. I just went to the bathroom and heard you laughing inside the house, so I came to ask. Qin Zhaoyang understood. The sound of his own debauched laughter just now might have been a bit loud and was heard by Bao Xiaoxiao. It's okay, I just thought of something funny. Right, is the cold better? Bao Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Almost. Thanks for buying me medicine. How much I'll give you? Bao Xiaoxiao said while she was about to pick up her cell phone, ready to send a red packet to Qin Zhaoyang. It's just a few $dozen. Forget it. Right, you haven't eaten your lunch yet. I brought you a meal. I'll heat it up for you. Qin Zhaoyang finished and went directly to the kitchen. He had a habit of packing, regardless of who he was eating with, as long as there were leftovers. Qin Zhaoyang would usually pack and bring them back. Bao Xiaoxiao just watched Qin Zhaoyang busy in the kitchen. Sometimes when a person looks at a thing from a different angle, you get different results. For example, in the beginning, when Qin Zhaoyang cooked for them, they would think that the food was quite good. That's all. If there was anything else, it was that a big man could only cook. But now Bao Xiaoxiao looks at this matter from a different angle. It's different. A promising young man worth several $1 million is actually so considerate, and will also cook, the same as a person, do the same thing, plus a price. This meaning is different. Of course, Bao Xiaoxiao doesn't know that Qin Zhaoyang is worth more than a few $1 million. In fact, from some aspects, Bao Xiaoxiao is not a snob. This from the previous persuasion Pu Meiqi, those words can be seen. Even if Qin Zhaoyang does not have money, or as before, to find a job and work steadily, if the pursuit of the words of Bao Xiaoxiao, to a large extent, it might also be successful. Of course, the chances of success would be greater with money. After all, this is a realistic society. Alright, these are relatively light, too greasy for you to eat. Just put the rice bowl in the sink when you're done eating. Wait for me to come back to wash it. Pao Xiaojiao said a thank you. Then she reacted again. Are you going out? Qin Zhaoyang nodded. He was definitely going out. It was impossible to stay at home all day. He was going to give this painting a shot, and then he also had to go to the company to pick up Shinxijia and take her back. By the way, he would take a look at that Li Wenjing. Well, I'm going out to run some errands. When they come back later, tell them that I'll be back to cook in the evening. After Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, he returned to his room, grabbed the painting and went out. Uncle Huang, where is it? Getting into the car, he directly made a call to Huang Guangyan. Coincidentally, a girl answered on the other side of the phone. You're Qin Zhaoyang, right? Qin Zhaoyang froze, then reacted. This girl should be Huang Guangyan's daughter. He had heard Huang Guangyan say that. As for the girl knowing that his name was Qin Zhaoyang, it wasn't surprising at all. There was definitely his name on the top of the cell phone. Hello, beautiful. Your Uncle Huang's daughter, right? Guan Jingya knew that Qin Zhaoyang had misunderstood, and hurriedly started to explain. No, he's my aunt. He's chatting with my grandpa right now. His cell phone just ran out of battery and is charging. Why don't you come over to him? My house is in. Qin Zhaoyang hung up the phone, then started the car. After Guan Jingya hung up the phone, she came to the second floor. At this time, Huang Guangyan was looking at an item with his old husband Guan Yuha. Auntie, just now your cell phone rang. It was a caller named Qin Zhaoyang who called. I told him the address. He'll probably be here in a bit. Huang Guangnian's face was delighted. Qin Zhaoyang was looking for him. It was 80% that he had something good. Guangnian, you hit your eyes again this time. This painting is a Republican period imitation. It's only worth $10,000. Guan Yuhua put down the magnifying glass in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. It turns out that this morning, Huang Guangnian bought a pair of paintings. Not much, 500,000 yuan. This is not like offering treasure to come here. Coincidentally, the old man is sleeping, so he can only wait. Wait until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The result of this appraisal is a fake. $500,000 actually does not matter. At least for Huang Guangnian it does not matter. In fact, this is also his inexperience. Right, who was just said to be coming? Guan Yuhua suddenly reacted and casually asked. Dad. His name is Qin Zhaoyang. He's the one who sold the seals, and the one who cut out the Emperor Green on his first bet. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Qin Zhaoyang says painting. Qin Zhaoyang followed the address and arrived at Guan Yuhua's house. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a girl standing at the door. It should be the one who just answered the phone. Guan Jingya was also looking at Qin Zhaoyang. The first feeling Qin Zhaoyang gave her was handsome, then young. Generally speaking, people who like to fiddle with antiques are usually older. And this is not a nonsense statement. Young people, who had the leisure to fiddle with this stuff. Take Guan Jingya for example. Because of her grandfather's reasons, she had come into contact with a lot of people in this area. Like Huang Guangnian's age, has been considered young. As the saying goes, things come in groups. Guan Jingya thought in her heart, this Qin Zhaoyang has a good relationship with his aunt. How to say at least 30 or 40 years old. But as a result, this look is almost as old as herself. Hello, you are Qin Zhaoyang. Right, my grandfather and my aunt are upstairs. Let me take you up. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly gave a thank you before following Guan Jingya up to the second floor. Zhaoyang, you're here. Come, let me introduce you. This is my father-in-law, his old man. After some introductions, everyone was considered to know each other. Zhaoyang, is what you're holding in your hand also a calligraphy and painting? Huang Guangnian actually from Qin Zhaoyang as soon as he came upstairs he noticed, and asked this mainly to remind. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, then directly opened the calligraphy and painting and spread it on top of the table. Then, taking a step back, he signaled the two to view it. Guan Yuhua only glanced at it. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he hurriedly picked up the magnifying glass on the side and began to look at it carefully. A moment later, he smelled it with his nose. A moment later, he pinched it with his hand, which made Huang Guangnian anxious. Dad, how is it? Guan Yuhua glared at Huang Guangnian before slowly putting down the magnifying glass in his hand. Zhang Banxiao's calligraphy and painting. Authentic. With a few simple words, he had already concluded the disposition of the painting. Let me see. Guan Jingya hurriedly picked up the magnifying glass on the side and looked at it carefully. Only she wasn't looking at the painting itself, but at the seals underneath. Or rather she was only looking for a laugh. Who is Kuro? Guan Yuhua didn't have the good sense to say. I told you to study hard, but you don't. You just know how to play all day long. Zhang Banxiao, formerly known as Zhang Xie, the word Kuro, the name Lian, also known as Banxiao, known as Mr. Banxiao, Qing Dynasty, calligrapher and painter, one of the 8 monsters of Yangzhou. Guan Yuhua said this to Guan Jingya, and incidentally to Huang Guangnian. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked. He knew the provenance of this painting and wasn't used to it at all because he had an outlier. But this old man in front of him, just looked at it with a magnifying glass for a while, and said the entire information with such certainty. This was marvelous. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to worship his master, but that would be too abrupt. He really wanted to worship a master to teach him some knowledge. Zhaoyang, right, you picked up this painting? Guan Yuhua finished the information about the painting and began to talk to Qin Zhaoyang. Yes, old sir, it's a. Qin Zhaoyang didn't tell the truth, because once he did, this matter would immediately be discovered to be a problem, because there was another Chu Liang in the party, so he had already thought of what to say on the way here. Zhaoyang, I'll take this painting, how much do you say? Where was Qin Zhaoyang to ask? If it was just the two of them, Qin Zhaoyang would just directly say a fair price, but he had a little bit of a mind in his heart right now. Seeing Qin Zhaoyang's hesitation, Guan Yuhua smiled and said, this painting is very well preserved. According to Zhang Banxiao's fame and the value of the painting itself, the general market price is around $10 million. Of course, this is only a market price. If placed in an auction house, it is possible to sell it for $12 or $3 million. If one encounters someone who likes to collect paintings and calligraphy, this price may be even higher. What Guan Yuhua said was very pertinent. In fact, there was another main reason for this, and that was because he knew that this son-in-law of his did not lack money. and the relationship with Qin Zhaoyang was also good. Besides, Qin Zhaoyang brought the painting over. He must have already known the price of the painting, so there was no need for him to be the villain. Alright, just $15 million. I'll take it. Huang Guangnian was also a brisk person, immediately ready to take out his checkbook. Uncle Huang, we are also considered acquaintances. How can I accept so much? It would be a lie to say that I don't want the money, but I can't possibly ask for a value of 15 million in good conscience. As Grandpa Guan just said, this is the price of the auction house. Either that or it's a one-bite price. Uncle Huang can just give a round number. A whole number naturally refers to 10 million. And Qin Zhaoyang also shamelessly shouted Grandpa Guan. If others don't know, they still think that they are shouting Grandpa Guan. Okay, let's say I'm taking advantage of it. Huang Guangnian is also a fastidious person, and without any pretense, he directly wrote a 10 million cash check and handed it to Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang also did not overly polite, took the check and stuffed it into his pocket. Then it was time for him to leave. After all, this was Guan Yu's home. The three of them were family, and he was just an outsider. He was about to greet and leave, but Guan Yu spoke up first. Little Qin, there's a painting and calligraphy here. I don't know if you're interested in taking a look at it, Guan Yu said while pointing to a painting and calligraphy placed to the side. Qin Zhaoyang didn't quite understand what Guan Yu meant, but still nodded. It wouldn't be a disadvantage to take a look. In fact, this painting is exactly what Huang Guangnian bought today for $500,000. The painting was opened. Guan Yu did not speak again, but stood aside. Huang Guangnian wanted to open his mouth, but was stopped by Guan Yu. Qin Zhaoyang directly opened his perspective, and after looking at it for a while, the basic information appeared in his mind. However, he didn't immediately say anything, but began to watch it, and he watched it very carefully. He had watched for about 10 minutes before he withdrew his gaze. How? Guan Yu then uttered two words. Qin Zhaoyang coughed lightly, organizing his words before he slowly spoke. This painting is, on the bright side, a Ming Dynasty painting with the inscription Xiaoyang. Showing this person I still know. He is indeed a Ming Dynasty person. This point is beyond doubt, but that's where the problem lies. Ancient people have characters, or numbers or something like that, and usually don't leave their names directly on the calligraphy and paintings. For example, Tang Bohu, the seal on top of his calligraphy and painting should be the word Tangin, and the painting I just did as well. So we can tell from this inscription that this painting is definitely not authentic. From the paper, also does not look like the Ming Dynasty, and the person who drew this painting, probably the painting work is also average. Heavy traces of imitation. The most critical is still the piece of the drop paragraph. The word Xiaoyang is simply a snake. If I'm not wrong, this painting should be an imitation of the Republican period. Snap. After Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, Guan Yu directly applauded. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Worship. Terrific. Observant and thorough in your analysis. There aren't many young people with a heart as fine as yours anymore. That's right. The biggest failing of this calligraphy and painting is the inscription. This is the imitator, afraid that others don't know who Xiaoyang is like, and purposely highlighting it. This painting can only be said to be a general imitation, not even a high imitation. The only value is that it's from the Republic of China, with a certain vintage. Guan Yu said this and looked at Qin Zhaoyang with a smile. Little Qin, I think you have a delicate heart and a good eye, but I find that you lack some systematic theoretical knowledge. I don't know who you learned all these things from. Did you ever have a master? Qin Zhaoyang shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Grandpa Guan is right. I indeed don't have any theoretical knowledge in the relevant areas, and what I know about all of this, I actually learned by stealing. I used to be an apprentice at Boss Zhou Jiaqiangzhou's store for half a year, and all of these things are what I heard and saw while I was an apprentice, and then I memorized them. Guan Yu raised his eyebrows. Self-taught? Zhou Jiaqiang. Guan Yu knew that this person was also a small owner of an antique store. Not much ability, even in Guan Yu's opinion. Not as much as Qin Zhaoyang knows. For a while, Guan Yu's mind was racing, and he was a bit shy about talent. Guan Yu has a total of 3 disciples. The largest are almost 50. That is, his son, Guan Jingya's father, is now taking over his class. The youngest is already over 30. Guan Yu hadn't taken on a disciple in 10 years, but today he wanted to take on a disciple. Are you interested in being my master? Guan Yu's sudden words froze the 3 people in the room. In the end, it was Huang Guangnian who reacted. Zhaoyang, quickly say yes. Qin Zhaoyang finally reacted and hurriedly knelt down to salute. Guan Yu laughed. Good. From now on, you are my Guan Yu's 4th disciple. As the saying goes, as the master leads the door, cultivation depends on the individual. Nowadays your understanding of antiques lacks experience. Take this book back and read it first. If there's anything you don't understand you can always come to me. This is some of my insights over the years. Some other day when your elder brother comes back, I'll let him take you for a while. Qin Zhaoyang was so happy. In fact, he wanted to worship his master in the beginning, but as a result, he didn't expect his dream to come true now. How could this not make him happy? The next is some unusual chat, and some explanation and so on. Anyway, Qin Zhaoyang worshipped the master. This thing is expected to spread soon in the antique world. Uncle, remember to bring me a gift next time you come. Guan Jingya sent Qin Zhaoyang out the door and said mischievously. But this sound of senior uncle was true, because Guan Jingya's father was the eldest senior brother, while Qin Zhaoyang was the youngest senior brother. Then Guan Jingya should be addressed as such according to seniority. It was as if Qin Zhaoyang was dreaming. Bidding farewell to Guan Jingya, Qin Zhaoyang drove his car directly towards Shen's jewelry company. On the way also incidentally bought some vegetables. Qin Zhaoyang came to the company. At this time has almost arrived at the end of the work time. Stealing a glance at the small secretary, Li Wenjing, taking advantage of the fact that no one was there, he ran over to chat with her. Shen Sijia had already seen Qin Zhaoyang drive in with his car from the surveillance. She knew that it was time for her to leave work, so she packed up and left the office as well. As soon as she left the office, she, who had been walking normally, suddenly became limping. That's right, she was faking it. Qin Zhaoyang was chatting with Li Wenjing, and his face was right towards Shen Sijia's office door. That's why he noticed Shen Sijia as soon as she came out, and quickly stepped forward to support her. Sijia, why do I feel that this leg of yours is serious again? Should I send you to the hospital? Shen Sijia thought bad. This pretending to be sick had gone too far. There's no need to go to the hospital. I only just sat for too long, and my feet are a bit uncomfortable when I stand up violently. It'll probably get better after a while. Not to mention, this explanation was very reasonable and sufficient. At least Qin Zhaoyang believed it. Qin Zhaoyang helped Shen Sijia walk towards the elevator like this, while also extending a hand to greet Li Wenjing. This made Shen Sijia a little unhappy, but she didn't say anything either. Zhaoyang, what are we going to eat tonight? As soon as the two of them got into the car, Shen Sijia started asking questions. Qin Zhaoyang pointed to his trunk and said, I bought vegetables. I'm going to go back at night and cook for myself. How about you eat at my place? This is what Qin Zhaoyang casually said. After all, which girl casually on the man's house to eat? As a result, yes, eat takeout every day. I'm tired of eating. I'll go to your place to eat every night in the future. Let's do it this way. I'll give you $2,000 a month for living expenses. Enough. Qin Zhaoyang opened his mouth. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Not enough? 3,000 then. That's always about right, right? Well, it was indeed enough. So Qin Zhaoyang had one more income. Food expenses. Zhaoyang, are you free this Saturday? Qin Zhaoyang nodded his head while driving. Actually, he was free any day now. This Saturday, you go to my house to find me. Didn't you say you want to buy a villa? It just so happens that there are still 2 villas for sale in our neighborhood. I've already greeted with the property. I'll take you to see the house on Saturday. If you're satisfied, then buy it. It's also more convenient. Qin Zhaoyang was a little confused. What do you mean by more convenient? Could it be that it's more convenient to dabble in food? Not to mention, this is really possible. Back home, as soon as Qin Zhaoyang opened the door, he saw 3 girls sitting on the sofa watching TV, eating snacks while watching. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they all looked towards the door. As a result, they saw Qin Zhaoyang assisting Shen Sijia, limping in. Cousin, what's wrong with Mr. Shen? Bao Xiaoxiao was more understanding and hurriedly went forward to help assist. Nothing, I fell last night and twisted my foot. Qin Zhaoyang returned home and ignored Shen Sijia, leaving the 4 of them to chat in the living room. He was alone in the kitchen cooking. These 3 females also stopped pretending and didn't help with picking vegetables, panning rice, and burning rice. It's only been 2 days and this nature is exposed. Qin Zhaoyang laughed bitterly for a while. This chapter is finished. Chapter 28, Buying a Villa. There were a lot of people tonight, so Qin Zhaoyang fried 2 more dishes. 6 dishes and 1 soup, 3 meat and 3 veggies. Cousin, what did you do all day today? Just because Shen Sijia didn't have the habit of talking at dinner didn't mean that others didn't, such as Pu Meiqi. When Pu Meiqi asked this sentence, Shen Sijia was also listening with his ears perked up. In fact, he was also curious. What else can I do? Nothing more than shopping, buying groceries and cooking or something. Qin Zhaoyang didn't intend to talk about picking up things. After all, the reasoning that wealth doesn't reveal itself is still understood. This is just like a person doing business. You earn a month for 2 million. He may still show off. When you earn a 100,000,080,000 a month, he will not say anything else. Even if someone else asks, he may just casually deal with it. Qin Zhaoyang was like this now. Shen Sijia could see that the 3 women were all interested in Qin Zhaoyang, which was a red flag. After dinner, Qin Zhaoyang naturally wanted to send Shen Sijia back. But coincidentally, the elevator was broken. Here is a staircase 2 households. The elevator is broken, can only climb the stairs. Good thing it is downstairs. Zhaoyang, I twisted this foot. Climbing stairs hurts. Qin Zijia's meaning was obvious. She didn't want to climb the stairs. Zijia, this elevator is broken. I can't do anything about it. Why don't I help you downstairs? Qin Zijia was furious. Is that what I meant? Can't you carry me? Didn't you carry me last time? And touched people's asses. Well, this is all in her mind spitting. But going down the stairs with a twist and a turn. It'll hurt even if you hold me up. It would be troublesome if you sprained your foot again. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit speechless. Neither this nor that. I'll carry you then. Qin Zhaoyang finished, directly bent down, Qin Zijia's mouth corner hooked up, then directly lying on Qin Zhaoyang's back. There was no difficulty in going down the stairs under the 4th floor, even if it was carrying a person on her back. Putting Qin Zijia into the passenger side, Qin Zhaoyang started the car. Zhaoyang, tomorrow I'll take a day off and take you to see the house. Qin Zijia's headless sentence made Qin Zhaoyang feel a bit puzzled. Didn't you say this Saturday or Sunday? It's not like I'm in a hurry. Why do I need tomorrow off to look at houses? Qin Zijia cursed in her heart, and her mind was thinking about how to answer this question. Fortunately, she was smart and thought of it in no time. Look, you're also a person of status now, and you're still sharing a room with other people, and it's still on the 4th floor. You see, it's inconvenient when the power goes out, and with this foot of mine, I don't think it'll get better for a few days. It's all a matter of time anyway. Why don't we just get it over with tomorrow? Qin Zhaoyang was speechless for a while. He is a person with status? Qin Zhaoyang never felt that he was someone with status. He should be someone with an ID card is more like it. Not even having a proper job. There is still identity? But the last sentence said, buy a house is a matter of time. It is better to buy late than early. Besides, Qin Zhaoyang also felt, and 3 women and live together is not very convenient. This is not to say that life is inconvenient. In fact, life above is quite convenient. Easy for him to use perspective eyes to observe someone to see but do not dare to see things. But other aspects are really inconvenient. For example, in the future, when he meets a good jade, he will also bring back. There are also good antiques and so on. Putting it here one day to be thrown away by the 3 women as if it was trash, or accidentally broken. Then there would be no tears to cry. That's fine. I'll listen to you. But, first things first, I can't afford the ones that are too expensive. Qin Zijia burst into contempt. With tens of millions of dollars in savings, she was still crying poor here. Don't worry, if you don't have the money, I'll advance it to you first and deduct it from the share at that time. By the way, Li Wenjing has a boyfriend. You stay away from her. In case his boyfriend knows about it, he will be jealous. This sentence was said very casually by Qin Zijia. Qin Zhaoyang froze, and then was a little disappointed. And this disappointment happened to be captured by Qin Zijia, and immediately her heart became a little uncomfortable. Could it be that she was so good that she was still no better than a small secretary? Actually, how would she know the reason? Almost half an hour later, Qin Zhaoyang's car stopped at the entrance of Qin Zijia's villa. My feet hurt, don't you know? Won't you give me a hand? Qin Zijia was already speechless to this elm. The next morning, Qin Zhaoyang bought breakfast and once again came to this place. Today, he came to see the villa, and brought his documents and stuff along with him. The two had just had breakfast when the doorbell rang. The person who came was a man in his 30s. Wearing a suit and tie, precisely the property manager of this villa area. The manager's surname was Zhou. As for his name, he didn't know, but that's how Qin Zijia called him anyway. Mr. Qin, this is villa number 9. The room type and area is exactly the same as Mr. Qin's, the only difference is the decoration. Mr. Qin's side is finely decorated, while this side is rough. What do you think? Qin Zhaoyang nodded and didn't say anything. Buying a house, buying a well-decorated one. Although it was said to be convenient, a lot of places would fall short of what one wanted. It would be better if you find someone to design and decorate it yourself. Manager Zhou, I'm quite satisfied with this villa. I just don't know how much is this price. Manager Zhou's heart was happy when he heard this. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, since it was introduced by General Manager Shen, this price is definitely not expensive. According to the current market price, our offer for this villa is $28 million. Of course, this is the offer. I'll give Mr. Qin a bottom line, 25 million can definitely be traded. Qin Zhaoyang's mouth was open to the point where it could be stuffed into a fist. He originally thought that this villa topped out at 10 million, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be this much. Qin Zijia glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, and knew that this guy's problem of being cheap was back. Zhaoyang, this price is about right. It's really not expensive. Qin Zhaoyang blankly glanced at Qin Zijia. 25 million. Still saying it's not expensive? For 25 million. He could almost buy 10 houses, and that's still the price of a good location. If he switched to a more remote location, he might even buy more. I think it's better to forget about it and wait until later. Qin Zhaoyang was a little put off. After all, he had only just gotten rich, and there was only 40 million in his bank card, plus the 10 million he made yesterday. How could it not make his heart ache to have half of it removed all of a sudden? Shenxijia pulled Qin Zhaoyang to the side and started giving him a political lesson. The biggest problem that existed with Qin Zhaoyang was that his mind hadn't really shifted until now. Zhaoyang, have you realized that you have a big problem right now? End of chapter. Chapter 29, Awakening. In this way, you are now capable and rich. You will earn more and more money in the future. What do you do with the money you earn? Naturally, you want to make yourself more comfortable and live a better life. What's the use of you keeping your money in the bank? This money is going to depreciate. Moreover, we will earn more money in the future. You can't just earn and not spend it. If it's all like this, then the market would have collapsed a long time ago. You think, only by utilizing the money on us. That's called money. If it's only put in the bank, it's just a bunch of numbers. Qin Zhaoyang just looked at Shenxijia, his eyes unblinking. To be honest, Shenxijia's words made Qin Zhaoyang realize something. He finally realized what exactly he was wrong about. It was that kind of small farmer thinking. Qin Zhaoyang at least also read the university. In fact, Shenxijia said these things he understood. Only he has always been poor afraid. Suddenly got a huge sum of money. He did not know how to deal with it. In fact, buying a villa is also a kind of investment. In addition to doing business, Qin Zhaoyang all of a sudden found that he can do a lot of things. Not every day to go to the curio store around, stalls on the walk, pick up a leak or something. He can go into business, can open a store, can also go to investment. That's right. This moment Qin Zhaoyang, enlightened. Why are you looking at me like that? Shenxijia was a little embarrassed by Qin Zhaoyang's look, and even blushed a little. Xijia, thank you for waking me up. I'll take this villa. After Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, he was about to go to that manager Zhou, but was pulled by Shenxijia. You're silly. We can still bargain. Leave it to me. Do not say, bargaining this piece. Qin Zhaoyang is really not as good as Shenxijia. After softening the price, the villa was finally taken down at a price of $23 million. Qin Zhaoyang directly 10 million cash check as an advance payment, and then began to get the contract and so on. Whether you buy a house or a villa, it involves a problem of transfer. So this thing is not to say that you can do it, although the real estate license has not arrived. But with the contract, Qin Zhaoyang also got the key. The next can be decorated. As a result, the key has not been in hand for a minute. It was taken away by Shenxijia. In her words, she knows acquaintances. When the time to decorate and design would have preferential, Qin Zhaoyang didn't care. It was good to have someone to help. Zhaoyang, where did you get this 10 million? After the two signed the contract, they refused manager Zhou's invitation to dinner and drove away in the car. Just after getting into the car, Shenxijia asked about the 10 million, because he was roughly aware of how much money Qin Zhaoyang had on him. Earlier, he heard that he picked up a leak and made a few $1,000,000, and then what was left was $30 million for a piece of imperial jade. There was also the split of more than 10 million, and the total added up to something like 40 or 50 million. How is it that now all of a sudden there is another cash check? She had to ask after it. Picked it up, Qin Zhaoyang said casually, thinking that this matter was over, but he overlooked that Shenxijia was also a woman. It is a woman who likes to gossip. Picking up leaks is so profitable? Then you quickly tell me what's going on. Qin Zhaoyang had no choice but to do so, so he told the general story of the matter. Remember, this matter can't be told to anyone. Shenxijia nodded her head in a hurry. In fact, in her heart, she was thinking, is this considered a secret between two people? Shenxijia herself hadn't even realized that there was a problem, and that was that her personality was changing. The original her, not only did she have few words, but she was also a bit high and cold, just like the first time Qin Zhaoyang saw her. Maybe this little change, even Shenxijia herself did not realize, or only with Qin Zhaoyang together will be like this. The two of them casually found a fast food restaurant and prepared to eat lunch. As a result, just as they entered, they encountered an acquaintance, Su Meishan. Su Meishan had changed again since she separated from Chen Kai, or rather found another wrongdoer, and at this moment, Su Meishan's arm was holding this wrongdoer. This person was about 1.6 meters tall, chubby, with a big belly. Looking at his appearance probably in his 30s, the only thing that was certain was that there was money. Wearing a large gold chain on his neck, his hand carried a famous watch, and the carry bag in Su Meishan's hand was changed again. Su Meishan also did not expect that she would actually run into Qin Zhaoyang again in such a place. She was actually a bit flustered. Qin Zhaoyang frowned and didn't say anything, but instead entered a private room with Shenxijia. You guys know each other? Just then, the tycoon asked as if casually. Su Meishan hurriedly piled on a smile and said, know each other? Why not? A classmate in college. Poor one. chased me for several years. You say how can I look at him? I like men like Brother Chang, rich and capable. How can he compare to Brother Chang? I'm afraid he can't even compare to a little toe. When this Brother Chang heard this, he burst out laughing. Still you can talk, as long as you ask me to serve you well later. This month's pocket money will be increased by an extra 100,000. Su Maishan's heart was overjoyed, and she hurriedly hugged this Brother Chang's arm tightly. Thank you Brother Chang. Right Brother Chang. For the reception at night I'm going to dress up a bit nicer and not lose Brother Chang's face. You see? This ingrate Brother Chang slapped Su Maishan's unnameable parts and smiled and said, no problem. Is $20,000 enough? Su Maishan was delighted in her heart. It was really an ingrate. Should we get back at him a little? Qin Zhaoyang and the two of them came to the private room, and after ordering the food, Shen Sijia casually asked, as for this revenge, referring to Su Maishan or that man, it depended on how Qin Zhaoyang interpreted it. Revenge? It's more like I'm sick in the head. Actually, a lot of things depend on how you look at it. When you're incapable, you want to find someone to marry you and have kids and live a good life. When you have the ability to be rich, maybe your thoughts will change. Shen Sijia very much agreed with Qin Zhaoyang's sentence. Will you change then? Qin Zhaoyang did not immediately answer this sentence, but stroked his chin. After a long time, people change, including me. I'm no exception. In fact, I think the biggest change in people is perception. For example, I used to think that hard work could make people rich, and then I realized that there is no causal relationship between effort and reward. Cognitive resources make choices that are often more important than effort, so it's important to keep your head up and look at the road, not down and work. When you earn 200 or 300 a day, people will praise you for your hard work, and when you earn 2,000 or 3,000 a day, people will praise you for your competence. When you earn 2,000 or 3,000 a day, you will find that hardworking, capable, are all fake. You will find that hardworking and capable can't make you rich at all. The only thing that can really make you rich is brain and vision, plus a little bit of luck. Of course, nobleman is also very important. This chapter is finished. Chapter 30, Lack of Doorway. Shen Sijia just stared stupidly at Qin Zhaoyang. He didn't expect Qin Zhaoyang to actually be able to speak such a great truth, which could be said to have refreshed her cognition. The meal was quite enjoyable for the two of them. When they left the restaurant after lunch, Zhaoyang, can I talk to you? Qin Zhaoyang stopped in his tracks. This voice was too familiar to him. I'll wait for you in the car. Shen Sijia said these words and left directly. Qin Zhaoyang looked at Su Maishan and said, Su Maishan, what exactly do you want? We already made it clear last time, and we've already broken up. There's nothing to talk about. I can still talk to you calmly now. That's because I've been having a pretty good little life lately. Qin Zhaoyang, this was the truth. If it was changed to before, when he was still in Joe Pickpocket's store, it was estimated that he would have already started cursing. Little life is good? I see that you are being adopted by others, right? What 30 million? You lie to the ghost is more like it. You really have 30 million and still wear this kind of clothes? Zhaoyang, I don't mean to look down on you. Since you're like this now, let's not talk about anyone. Let's work hard together to earn money, then buy a house, buy a car, and when we've earned almost enough money, we'll get married, and then we'll do some business. This way will be considered fair. What do you think? Qin Zhaoyang was amused by Su Maishan. After messing up for half a day, Su Maishan thought that she had been adopted by Shen Sijia. That is, the meaning of a little white girl. To actually talk about working hard together to earn money, it's funny to think about it. How to work hard? Lying on the bed and calling flax fall? I'm sorry, I have something else not to hinder you from making money. By the way, this is the last time I'll talk to you calmly. I hope you won't bother me in the future either. It's best if we just pretend we don't know each other. Looking at the departing Qin Zhaoyang, Su Maishan's face turned green with anger. She had already started to stoop to her level, but she didn't expect Qin Zhaoyang to be so desperate. Qin Zhaoyang, we'll see. Qin Zhaoyang didn't know that Su Maishan had already hated him, and even if he did, he didn't care. Zhaoyang, where are we going now? Qin Zhaoyang had planned to say that he would go back and take a nap. Suddenly he remembered what Shen Sijia said in the morning. Yes, he wanted to start a business. Sijia, I still have some money on me right now. I want to invest in a business. What do you think is better? Once she heard that she wanted to invest in a business, Shen Sijia was very agreeable. Sunrise, basically there are no more profiteering industries if you do business nowadays, because that's how the market is nowadays. Mainly because of the rise of the internet, many brick-and-mortar stores have already closed down, and even if they haven't closed down, they are still in a state of languishing, unless you do something more unique. But this is all very difficult because the best golden time to start a business has passed. Things like restaurants, entertainment, etc. are all in a slump right now, but we can try to do the jadeite raw stone business. Right now on this side of Jinling City, including the neighboring cities, The piece about jadeite raw stone is still blank. Even if there is, it's the street we've been to. Basically it's all small. If we open a bigger jadeite raw stone market, then there's definitely money to be made. Qin Zhaoyang felt that what Qin Zhaoyang said really made some sense. Then you say if we follow your planning like this, how much money do we need to invest? Qin Zhaoyang thought about it and said, to do it we need to be the biggest. At least in this piece of East China to be the biggest to do it, only bigger can be stronger. Otherwise sooner or later it will be annexed by others. So for the initial investment, almost $1 billion or so will be enough. Squeak! A violent break startled Qin Zhaoyang. How much did you say? $1 billion or so? Big sister. You're kidding me. My whole body is only a few tens of millions. Buying a house almost removes half of it. And you're telling me $1 billion or so? Qin Zhaoyang's pretty face flushed, and she even spat out her little tongue. She had forgotten about this matter. Or rather she was thinking about this matter from her own standpoint, not from Qin Zhaoyang's standpoint. It was a common thing for the Qin group to take out more than $1 billion to invest in a project, but Qin Zhaoyang was different. $1 billion or so, that was astronomical. At least for now it was impossible. I didn't say invest now, besides I have the money, as long as you. The more Qin Zhaoyang's words were said, the lower her voice became. Anyway, the last few words Qin Zhaoyang did not hear clearly. Then what happens later? Let's talk about it later. What I'm asking now is, what investment can I make at the moment? What do you say I open a curio store? Qin Zhaoyang didn't know anything about antiques, but she had also heard that the line of antiques was also really lucrative. If it was used as a pre-transition, it was indeed a very good idea. But the question comes again. You open antique store, you always have to have goods to sell, right? Unlike open other stores, you can go to the goods. You open the curio store where the channel into the goods? As a result, this question was naturally rejected by Qin Zhaoyang again. Zhaoyang, what do you say we go to the Emerald Kingdom to sell raw stones? I've heard that the jadeite raw stones over there are cheap as hell, even just like the price of cabbage. If I can, I'll be able to accumulate a large amount of money in a short period of time. Qin Zhaoyang directly shook her head. Zhaoyang, you mustn't think in that direction. It's very chaotic over there. Like what human trafficking and waste cutting. This is all child's play. If you encounter armed forces, when the time comes, not to mention that the jadeite raw stone can't be transported back, I'm afraid that even my life will be lost. Each line has each line of channels and rules. Not you want to do can do. Otherwise why the whole of China? Only that a few channels can get over the original stone? That's because they all have their own channels, and even have mob forces backing them up. Qin Zhaoyang deflated again. Wanting to be a salted fish, Qin Zhaoyang advised him to start a business. Then want to start a business. All the ideas were negated by Qin Zhaoyang. Then still do a machine 8? Just at this time, Qin Zhaoyang's phone rang. Pick up a look. Is Huang Guangnian called? The phone connects. Hello? Cocktail party? That's fine. Need cash? Okay. I know. See you tonight. Qin Zhaoyang hung up the phone. Qin Zhaoyang gossiped again. What kind of reception do you need to bring cash? Qin Zhaoyang restarted the car and slowly got on the road. Then started to explain. It turns out that there is a private reception tonight, and the reception is just a front. Its main purpose is a privately organized exchange of antiques. Huang Guangnian called Qin Zhaoyang, meaning to let him accompany him at night. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes dripped and began to wander. I'll accompany you at night. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Antique Exchange. What are you going for? You don't know anything about it. Qin Zhaoyang stopped talking halfway through his sentence because Qin Zhaoyang was upset. Go go go. Go together. Once she heard that, Qin Zhaoyang laughed. Originally, Qin Zhaoyang thought that cash was needed, but it turned out that Huang Guangnian said that there was no need, because the people attending the reception were all well-established figures in the circle. There was no question of trust. As mentioned earlier, the main purpose of the reception was the antique exchange meeting. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Zhaoyang and Huang Guangnian met at the entrance of Qin Zhaoyang's neighborhood and headed towards their destination. However, Huang Guangnian was a bit puzzled. How did this Qin Zhaoyang and Qin Zhaoyang get together? But doubt to doubt, he also did not ask more. The so-called matter is not their own high-up. Reception in a private manner. The owner surnamed Kai, full name Kai Guoquan, more than 40 years old, wearing a pair of glasses, a bit Sven feeling. Seeing Qin Zhaoyang, 3 people over immediately went forward to greet. Huang Dong, can you expect you to come? This is not Mr. Shen. I didn't expect that Mr. Shen actually came too. What an honor. Kai Guoquan came up and greeted Huang Guangnian and Qin Zhaoyang very enthusiastically, completely ignoring Qin Zhaoyang. Mr. Kai, it's not like you don't know that this is my only hobby. Come, let me introduce you. This is Qin Zhaoyang, is my you. Huang Guangnian was ready to introduce Qin Zhaoyang's identity, but it turned out that Kai Guoquan. So it's Mr. Qin. Welcome welcome welcome. Huang Dong, let's go in and talk first. Kai Guoquan symbolically shook hands with Qin Zhaoyang, then continued to talk to Huang Guangnian. As for Huang Guangnian's introduction, he was not too interested. Qin Zhaoyang was indifferent, but Xin Sijia was a bit unhappy. Luckily, she didn't say anything. Qin Zhaoyang was dressed in ordinary clothes, following behind Huang Guangnian. How to look like a follower and driver. It would be hell if he wasn't ignored by others. Inside there are already a lot of people. Huang Guangnian met one, greeted one. After all, his identity is here. Who see him will greet and say a few words. Even Xin Sijia. There are many people over to greet her. Only Qin Zhaoyang. No one asked, but someone was looking up. It was Su Meishan again. Qin Zhaoyang, why are you here? Oh, I see. Came over with that rich woman, right? Looking down on me. Aren't you this virtuous yourself? Qin Zhaoyang was also surprised. He also didn't expect to be here and meet Su Meishan. However, when he saw the fat man who was a little over 1 meter 6, he instantly understood. Qin Zhaoyang ignored Su Meishan and ate the fruits in the fruit plate by himself. Su Meishan's teeth itched with anger, but in the end, she chose to leave. After all, this kind of occasion was not her turn to be wild. This she knew very well. Time passed slowly, turning to 8 o'clock. People also came together, and this was the time to start the main event. Everyone, first of all, thank you all for coming to Mr. Kai's place tonight to participate in the antique exchange. This antique exchange, I believe that many people have already not participated for the first time. I remember last year it was held at Huang Dong's place. This year Kai Mao has the honor of. Kai Guoquan said a bunch of polite words. Qin Zhaoyang also sort of listened to it. The reason why the so-called antique exchange meeting existed had to start from 20 years ago. At that time, antiques were far from being so prevalent now, or said that it was still relatively low. People with the ability to start a business. Rich people do business. Not many people are willing to toss this thing. The antique world can be described as a slump. So there are people came up with such a method. In the name of the wine party, antique exchange. Over time, this has become a practice. With the changes in the market, the people who should make money have made money. The rich are also rich. Then, the people who have the money and ability, naturally have to find fun. So antiques wind up. As the saying goes, antiques in times of prosperity, gold in times of chaos. The price of antiques was speculated to the highest. 10 years ago, $100,000 of an antique. Now maybe more than 10 times. Then, people with good things in their hands naturally want to show them off and fool around, which is the purpose of the exchange meeting. In addition, since it was an exchange meeting, everyone who was invited had to bring at least one collection to auction, just like Huang Guangnian was the same. Of course, Qin Zhaoyang was an exception. He was considered the person that Huang Guangnian brought over. Alright, I won't say any more words. As the host, then it's up to Kai to throw in the towel. After Kai Guoquan finished speaking, he took out a blue and white porcelain Meiping and placed it on the stage. Gentlemen, this blue and white porcelain plum vase was obtained by Mr. Kai not too long ago. There is no reserve price. If there are any interested friends, you can come up and take a look. After Kai Guoquan finished speaking, there were instantly people coming forward to view it. Qin Zhaoyang also followed behind Huang Guangnian and started to look. However, he was directly opening the perspective. Item name, Celadon porcelain plum vase. Age, Wanli period. Civilian kiln. Authentic. Worth about $500,000. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked. He was shocked not the name of the item, nor the age, nor the price. Rather, it was a large, detailed introduction at the back. This was impossible to have before, which meant that his perspective ability had been upgraded, probably related to that small tripod from before. Sunrise, how is it? As soon as Huang Guangnian saw the antiques, he was itching for more. Folk kiln products? Average. Qin Zhaoyang didn't have many words, but what he had to say had already been said. This little brother, good eyesight. With a single glance, he saw that this blue and white porcelain of mine is a folk kiln product. Then how about asking the little brother to elaborate on the characteristics of this blue and white porcelain plum vase? Well, Kai Guoquan had already forgotten Qin Zhaoyang's name. Qin Zhaoyang originally didn't want to be in the limelight, but having been repeatedly ignored, he was also a little bit grumpy. Not to mention that he couldn't degrade Guan Yu's name, so he nodded and stepped forward to start explaining. Ladies and gentlemen, this plum vase is in the form of a 6-pronged plum petal. The main picture of the bottle body for the scholar in the pavilion on the rail blowing, reading 2 groups of paintings, with folding branch gardenia and other decorations. The lower part of the bottle is a variant lotus petal, and the shoulder is decorated with 3 groups of open pomegranate flowers, connected by a fish scale pattern. The whole picture is tight. Courtyard atmosphere is strong, but the character expression is slightly dull. But the glaze is fat and moist. Bubbles such as fog. Underglaze glaze is hidden. The glaze is fresh and light, and the whole shape of the vessel is dignified and circumspect. This is typical. The Wanli period of official ride people burn period of blue and white porcelain typical wear. Qin Zhaoyang crackled. In fact, all of this information is precisely the news that comes with the upgraded perspective ability. Pa pa pa. The crowd at the scene burst into applause, regardless of whether what Qin Zhaoyang said was right or wrong, but just this speech, it was worth the crowd's applause. Claptrap. Nonsense. Just as the crowd applauded, a discordant voice came over. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Borrowing Momentum. The voice was abrupt. Those who attended the reception here were people with status. Even if they say all wrong, you can refute, because this is the exchange. The so-called exchange is naturally inseparable from the discussion, but you have to say why, otherwise the claptrap might be you. For a moment, everyone's eyes looked towards the place where the voice came from. The person who spoke was no one else but the one called Brother Chang by Su Maishan's side. Brother Chang, full name Lu Chuanxiang. The father didn't have much culture, was a profiteer, made a lot of money, but always couldn't get into the upper circles. So he started to train his son, Lu Chuanxiang. Lu Chuanxiang other skills did not learn. Eat, drink and play, spend the day drinking, learned a bunch of skills. Originally invited is his father. How to say, his father is also a party tycoon, and in order to attach to elegance, in recent years also began to play the antique. It is reasonable to say that Lu Chuanxiang is even more stupid, and will not say such words at this time. The main reason is still because of the side of the woman, Su Maishan. Su Maishan today cannot be less in front of Lu Chuanxiang, said Qin Zhaoyang's bad words, and even splashed their own dirty water on the body of Qin Zhaoyang. Just now when Qin Zhaoyang started to explain this blue and white porcelain, Su Maishan started whispering in Lu Chuanxiang's ear again. The general meaning is that this Qin Zhaoyang simply do not understand antiques. Pure nonsense. Qin Zhaoyang contact antiques only less than half a year, and still in the antique store as an apprentice. How can understand these things? So Lu Chuanxiang, who was egged on, directly said out this sentence. At this time, Huang Guangnian was the first to be unhappy. You're a kid from the old Lu family, right? Then tell me, where did Zhaoyang just say is wrong? Humph. Although Huang Guangnian didn't say what would happen, his attitude already showed everything. Lu Chuanxiang seemed as if he didn't care at all, or perhaps he had a plan. As far as I know, he's just a poor boy who has been an apprentice in an antique store for half a year. We all know that the line of antiques is profound. How can someone who has only been an apprentice for half a year be able to read and understand? He is not nonsense, claptrap, and what is it? Not to mention, Lu Chuanxiang's words were really not wrong. That makes some sense. How can an apprentice who has worked for half a year understand this? I think 80% of it is just nonsense. For a while, the crowd began to whisper, but everyone could see that this young man was brought here by Huang Guangnian. Regardless of whether what was said was right or wrong, there wouldn't be anyone like little cutie. Like a little cutie. Of course there were people who knew what they were doing who came out to refute. Whether this little brother is an apprentice or not, let's not talk about it. But based on my many years of experience, this blue and white porcelain plum vase is indeed very much like a Ming kiln product, and you guys see this figure is indeed a bit dull. Definitely not from an official kiln. A time and then someone began to agree. In a word, like them, these people are people fine, left and right. Both sides are not offended. Simply ridiculous. Gentlemen, there's something that you may not know. This little brother's name is Qin Zhaoyang. He's my father-in-law's close disciple, and his previous apprenticeship at the antique store was merely a way to come out and practice. As for whether it's right or not, everyone here is an insider and will know at a glance. May I ask where the claptrap comes from? Mr. Kai, you're the host. There has to be a statement, right? If my father-in-law knew about this, I'm afraid. The moment Huang Guangnian said this, everyone was shocked. Who was Huang Guangnian's father-in-law? I'm afraid there weren't many people here who didn't know, and this young man in front of him, dressed in ordinary clothes, was actually that one's closed disciple. With such an identity, how can you tolerate other people to slander at will? Would he still want to mix in this circle in the future? So it's Guan Laozi's senior disciple. I told you, how can an ordinary person say such specialized knowledge? Yes, that's right. Just this little brother said, really convinced me. This vase I dare to bet, 100% is the Wanli year's folk kiln products? At one time, all the wind direction changed. The most ugly face of the scene is no more than two people. One is the host Kai Guaquan. The other person is naturally being used as a gun, Lu Chuanxiang. If there was another person, it was Su Maishan. Mr. Lu, old Mr. Guan's favored disciple. How can you be allowed to slander him here? You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately now. If it was anyone else, Kai Guaquan probably wouldn't have said that, but it was just Qin Zhaoyang who was about River's disciple. That would be different. In this part of Jinling City, how many people dared not to turn off the face of Jade River? And as for the authenticity of the identity, everyone here wouldn't doubt it because of Huang Guangnian. Huang Guangnian was Guan Yu's son-in-law. There was no one who didn't know this. Please. Kai Guochuan's face was gloomy as he made a gesture of please leave. Lu Chuanxiang's face was naturally not good at this time. How could he not expect that the poor man in Su Meishan's mouth would actually be Guan Yu's disciple? His bowels were green with remorse right now. Brother Chang, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't understand. Yet. Pa. Halfway through her words, Su Meishan received a solid slap on her face, which was naturally from Lu Chuanxiang. Shut up. It's not all your fault. You. It was also considered Su Meishan's bad luck. Previously, she had found a rich boyfriend, but the result was that Qin Zhaoyang had spoiled it and received a slap. Now it was not easy to find one, but because of Qin Zhaoyang, she was beaten again. There was no doubt that after leaving this door, she might have to start looking for her next home again. After Lu Chuanxiang slapped Su Meishan, he directly left the place in ashes. Su Meishan glanced at Qin Zhaoyang and hurriedly chased him out. This was just a small episode that didn't have much to do with tonight's exchange meeting. If anything, the biggest difference was the crowd's attitude towards Qin Zhaoyang. Within a few short minutes, there were dozens of business cards in Qin Zhaoyang's hands. There were even some beautiful women who made secret glances. Alright everyone, let's continue with tonight's exchange. This plum vase is exactly as this little brother said. If you all are interested in this plum vase, you can bid now. I'll bid $200,000. This was appraised by Brother Qin. I bid 300,000. For a while the crowd began to bid, and some even deliberately said in order to show Qin Zhaoyang, you're famous now. Beside Qin Zhaoyang, Shen Sijia elbowed Qin Zhaoyang and whispered, people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being strong, and tortoise shells are hard and afraid of scalding water. Being famous is not necessarily a good thing. Keeping a low profile is the only way to get rich. End of chapter. Chapter 33, $80 can be asked for. Qin Zhaoyang said this with his mouth, but his heart was also excited. Who likes to always be ignored by others? Who likes to always be a passerby? By what right did Kai Guoquan extend his hands to greet Huang Guangnian when he saw him? By what right was it that when it came to him, he didn't even want to listen to the end of the introduction? In the end, it is still no identity, no background, no ability? Perhaps, tonight was just the beginning. Everyone, just now was just an appetizer. Today I have prepared 2 items. This next item, to be honest, I can't see it. In fact, I've also found someone to help me appraise it, but none of them can see it too accurately. So everyone, if you want to make a bid, be prepared to hit your eyes first, and Kai won't be responsible for it afterward. Kai Guoquan was taking a precaution in advance. Boss Kai, hurry up and bring out the treasure. We understand the rules. If you hit your eyes then it's also because we don't have enough eyesight? That's right. Hurry up and show your treasure. For a while, the crowd began to urge. Kai Guoquan smiled and nodded, then took out a porcelain vase-like object and placed it on the table. Gentlemen, please look. The crowd raised their eyes and looked. Between them, this bottle that Kai Guoquan took out was not big. There was nothing special about it, and the color and pattern was also monotonous. Compared to the previous look of the plum vase, it was not half a star. At once, many people were not too interested. Others are not interested, does not mean Qin Zhaoyang is not interested. Item name, Shadow Celadon. Shadow Celadon, also known as Ing Ching. Hidden green, also known as blue and white porcelain. Age, Northern Song Dynasty. Origin, Jing Dajun. Treasures, collection value is extremely high. Estimated market price, 2 million. Qin Zhaoyang's body shook slightly. This subtle movement was just noticed by Shen Sijia, who was holding his arm. Zhaoyang, good stuff? Qin Zhaoyang nodded and was about to make a bid when he suddenly realized something. Then he brought his mouth to Shen Sijia's ear and said something, then looked away as if nothing had happened. As if indifferent, Shen Sijia's pretty face blushed because just now she misunderstood and thought that Qin Zhaoyang wanted to kiss her. Another reason for her blush was that Shen Sijia's earlobes were particularly sensitive, and when they were blown by the gas exhaled by Qin Zhaoyang like this, they were suddenly strangely itchy. That, I'll bid 20,000, because no one was willing to bid for half a day. Coupled with Qin Zhaoyang's authorization, Shen Sijia finally quoted a figure of 20,000. The corners of Kai Guochuan's mouth twitched. This vase he spent 200,000 to buy. Buy back. Feel not quite like the real, so simply thinking of tonight out of it. Money does not matter. The main thing is to see if anyone knows. As a result, no one is willing to make an offer. Well, finally someone opened the price. The results of this price. The main thing is that this price makes him a little embarrassed. Mr. Shen, this thing doesn't quite look real. At this time finally someone kindly reminded. It's fine. I'll buy it to go home and arrange flowers. Once these words came out, the others didn't say anything. People from Shen's group had money. Spending $20,000 to buy a flower arrangement at home seemed like it really wasn't a problem. At this time, there were a few people who wanted to spend a few tens of thousands of dollars. bet a hand, also gave up. After all, it wasn't quite worth it to offend the Qin group's eldest lady for such a thing. Gentlemen, I bought this vase for $200,000. If no one continues to bid, then this vase will belong to Miss Qin. When Kai Guoquan said this, his purpose was to make others understand the value of this vase. As a result, Kai Guoquan had overthought it. All the people here were people of status. Who would offend Qin Zhaoyang for this amount of money? Old Kai, since Ms. Qin has already bid and no one else has bid, hurry up and trade. We're still waiting for the next item. For a while the crowd chimed in. Kai Guoquan had no choice but to nod his head, and then said a few words on the scene. So this shadow cyanide went to Qin Zhaoyang's hand. Zhaoyang, good stuff? Other people don't know what's going on. How can Huang Guangyan on the side not know? Go back and talk, Qin Zhaoyang whispered, and Huang Guangyan naturally understood in seconds. At this time, it was the turn of the others to start taking out their own collections. Gentlemen, this is an item I inadvertently picked up a few days ago when I went to the capital and passed by the Panjiayuan side. The person who spoke, in his 50s, held a box in his hands. The box opened and inside was a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Gentlemen, this jade pendant is said to be something that Emperor Kangxi wore with him, and at that time, I bought it for $800,000. For those who are interested, come and take a look. As soon as they heard that it might be an object worn by Emperor Kangxi, almost everyone was interested at once. One by one, they scrambled to observe it, including Huang Guangyan. You're not going to take a look? Qin Zhaoyang looked at Qin Zhaoyang curiously. An item that Kangxi had with him, $800,000? This you also believe? Qin Zhaoyang then reacted. Qin Zhaoyang was right. If it is really the Kangxi Emperor's belongings, not to mention 800,000, I'm afraid that 8 million cannot be bought. Zhaoyang, I'm going to make a bid. How much do you think is appropriate? At this time, Huang Guangyan had already finished looking at the jade pendant and returned to his original position. $80. It can be offered. Qin Zhaoyang seemed as if he was joking, but not like it. Zhaoyang, you mean this jade pendant might be? Qin Zhaoyang nodded and said, it's not possible, it's a certainty, and the cost price is estimated to be only $100 to $10. Let's start with this place out of the question. Panjiayuan, what place? Almost everyone in this circle knows, there are always only two kinds of things there. One is water goods, one is. Qin Zhaoyang pointed to the ground and then also made a digging motion. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. That is, it's either fake or just dug out of the ground. Either way, it couldn't be wanted. Then you mean the latter? Huang Guangyan seemed to understand something. Qin Zhaoyang shook his head slightly, seeing that no one was paying attention, before he spoke in a low voice. If it's the latter, these grave robbers were able to dig up Kangxi's tomb? Taking a step back, even if he dug into Kangxi's grave, then these things must have been stained with a lot of earthy flavors on them. But did you just smell it? Once Qin Zhaoyang explained this, Huang Guangyan suddenly came to a realization. The so-called authorities are confused by the bystanders. Huang Guangyan, as soon as he heard of Kangxi's things, he thought about how to buy them, and did not even think about the reasonableness. Now by Qin Zhaoyang saw explanation and analysis, immediately understood. And at this time, the crowd is also almost the end of the visit. The people who didn't look favorably on these items backed off one after another, and they wouldn't break the rules to say something. Those who thought that this item was real, one by one, they were rubbing their fists and preparing to bid. Gentlemen, none of you are willing to open the bidding first, so I, Mr. Xiao, will start first. I bid $1 million. End of chapter. Chapter 34, doing it occasionally. For a while, the price of this so-called jade pendant of Master Kangxi had been called up to $2 million. Of course there was still a large portion of people that didn't participate in it. Instead, they were watching from the sidelines just like Qin Zhaoyang and the others. The rules of this business are like this. If you can't do it, if you can't see, it's purely deserved. Zhaoyang, tomorrow you come to my place for dinner. It just so happens that my daughter, she's back too. I'll introduce you to each other then. I feel that you're about the same age. Young people, there are always common topics. It's not bad to socialize more. Huang Guangyan said as if casually. Qin Zhaoyang also nodded his head in agreement casually. Only Qin Zhaoyang's eyes were there, darting around. A woman's heart was more delicate, and she instantly guessed Huang Guangyan's intentions. You invited dinner just to invite dinner. Why mention your daughter? Also said what almost big. Two people have not met. Where is the common topic? For a while Qin Zhaoyang thought a little too much. At the same time, the people who shouted the price on the spot became less and less. This jade pendant of Master Kangxi was finally bought by a boss surnamed Qian at a price of $3,800,000. Everyone, this is a contraption I inadvertently saw in the antique street during the new year last year. He called. On the other side, Lu Chuanxian left Kai Guoquan's villa in a huff. He was considered to have lost face today. Brother Chang, wait for me. Su Maishan shouted as she trotted and caught up with Lu Chuanxiang. You this? Today it's all your fault, causing me to lose face. Lu Chuanxiang saw Su Maishan coming over and wanted to strike again. Brother Chang, I was also tricked by him, Su Maishan said while tears came down her eyes. As soon as Lu Chuanxiang saw the tearful Su Maishan, this raised hand was also put down. In the end, this Su Maishan still looks quite good, and just got it. This money spent 200,000 or 300,000, has not been with her on the bed. Originally, Lu Chuanxiang's intention was to wait for the end of the exchange reception tonight, and then go to a room. Su Maishan has already hinted this afternoon that she has her eye on a diamond necklace. As long as that necklace arrives, she would be willing to accomplish good things with Lu Chuanxiang. Brother Chang, this Qin Zhaoyang has been pestering me before, and sending me rogue messages and those kind of shameless pictures. At first, I thought that we were all alumni and classmates, so I didn't care about him, but who knew that this guy would intensify his behavior. Once even sent me that kind of video, and also said let me with him that. So in a fit of anger I deleted all his number and WeChat and pulled black. I'm not too sure about what happened after that. Maybe he got lucky with something. So, Brother Chang, what I said is true. Don't believe me? I'll take my cell phone to show you that his WeChat and cell phone number are in my blacklist, Su Maishan said while really taking out her cell phone. Alright, forget it this time, but I've kind of lost face to my grandma's house this time. How are you going to compensate me? Lu Chuanxiang said while looking at Su Maishan's chest greatness with colorful eyes. Because the buttons on Su Maishan's chest had been unbuttoned 3 times, which she had intentionally unbuttoned when she chased out. Brother Chang, whatever you say is fine. I'll follow you, but I fancy that necklace. Exchange site. After the jade pendant transaction was completed, there were naturally other people who took out their treasures. Qin Zhaoyang just watched from the side. These things were both real and fake. He would make an offer if he felt it was appropriate. As long as the price was high, he didn't want it. As for Huang Guangyan, he was different. As long as Qin Zhaoyang said that this thing was real, it didn't matter if the price was expensive or not. As long as he liked it, he shouted the price. In almost an hour, Huang Guangyan had already purchased 5 items, and naturally, Qin Zhaoyang's purpose was to pick up the pieces. Anyway, he doesn't bid. As long as there is a leak, let Shenxijia help him to shout the price. Feeling pretty good, by the time all the items had been traded off, Qin Zhaoyang had bought a total of 3 items, paying a total of 300,000. Qin Zhaoyang took his purchased items into his hands. Only at this point did his heart exhale a breath. After all, it was his first time participating in this kind of exchange, and he wasn't sure if someone would back out or something. The exchange meeting ended, and Qin Zhaoyang's group of 3 left. Zhaoyang, quickly tell me, what's the provenance of you buying these 3 things? Is it a big leak? Huang Guangyan inquired as he drove. Brother Nian, this is not easy to say right now. Look at it like this. You can take these 3 things of mine back and put them away first. Tomorrow I will come to your place again. At that time we will study it on site. What do you think? Huang Guangyan's eyes lit up. This was absolutely awesome class. Qin Zhaoyang was calling Huang Guangyan uncle before, but he now worshipped Guan Yua as his teacher, who was Huang Guangyan's old husband. This would mess up the seniority, so this too had to be changed. So it was changed from uncle to brother Nian. After Huang Guangyan sent the 2 back to the entrance of the neighborhood, he repeatedly urged that Qin Zhaoyang should go over tomorrow. Only after Qin Zhaoyang guaranteed again, Huang Guangyan drove his car away. Qin Zhaoyang's car was sitting over at the entrance of the neighborhood. His idea was to directly drive the car back. After all, his newly bought house had not yet been decorated. Should have said villa, but Shenxijia's feet hurt again. Ha, Xijia, this foot of yours? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit baffled. Before at the reception he clearly saw that Shenxijia had no problem walking at all, but now it's limping again. What does this mean? Oops, probably just got off the bus and wrenched it again. It's fine, you go back. I can do it. Shenxijia said she could do it, but she pulled Qin Zhaoyang's arm and didn't let go, as if she would fall down if she let go. Qin Zhaoyang was helpless, so he could only send Shenxijia into the villa. Zhaoyang, I'm hungry. There are dishes in the refrigerator. You can help me make something to eat. Speaking of hunger, Shenxijia's hunger was fake. Qin Zhaoyang's hunger was real. The main reason was that he only focused on looking at those antiques at night and basically didn't eat much. You can still cook? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit surprised. Not to mention this kind of high and mighty lady. Nowadays even a lot of ordinary girls they don't know how to cook. So it was normal for him to be surprised. Shenxijia's pretty face blushed. She can cook my ass. This was specially bought in the afternoon, just to prepare for Qin Zhaoyang later. That, I do it occasionally. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, kicked out. Qin Zhaoyang was actually just asking casually. Opened the super large refrigerator. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of dishes inside, because the time was already late. Qin Zhaoyang didn't plan to do more. and casually made 2 dishes in one soup, a tomato scrambled eggs, plus a shredded pork with fish and a purple cabbage egg soup. 2 bowls of millet rice were brought to the table. Qin Zhaoyang picked up her own bowl and shared half of the rice in the bowl with Qin Zhaoyang. Didn't you say you were hungry? Why are you eating just this little bit? Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly explained. I might have overstarved and now I'm not really hungry again. Hurry up and eat. Qin Zhaoyang didn't say anything. He was hungry anyway. Picking up the bowl and eating, he ate like a pig. Zhaoyang, are you really going to Huang Guangnian's house tomorrow? Qin Zhaoyang asked casually. Well, there's not much going on tomorrow, so after I drop you off at the office, I'm going to make a trip over there. After all, there are still 3 things at his place, but I don't plan to sell them. This time Qin Zhaoyang was a little curious. You don't intend to sell them? What are you keeping them for? Could it be that you really intend to open an antique store? Qin Zhaoyang thought of the problem point at once. Qin Zhaoyang nodded and said, currently there is no too good way to make money. Opening a curio store is actually quite good. With the development of the market economy, there are more and more people who love antiques. I plan to wait for a while and take a trip to the countryside. Actually, there are still quite a few good things in some countryside, only they don't even know it themselves. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. It seemed like Qin Zhaoyang was from the countryside. Then that means that Qin Zhaoyang has plans to go back to his hometown. It seems like yesterday Qin Zhaoyang even answered a phone call about some kind of blind date. Zhaoyang, why don't the 2 of us partner up and open a store? How about I invest in you? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit strange. You're not kidding me, right? With your family background, do you still need to partner with me to open an antique store? Qin Zhaoyang beat him to death and he wouldn't believe it. I'm going to invest. Just tell me if it's okay. I'll be responsible for the store. You just pick up the leaks. Qin Zhaoyang began to come hard. You think antiques are cabbage? Say pick up leaks can pick up leaks? But there is nothing wrong with partnering to open a store. As a small business, anyway, will not lose money is. Qin Zhaoyang laughed. Then she thought of another problem. Huang Guangnian asked you to go for dinner tomorrow. I reckon it's 80% that he wants to set you up with his daughter. Why don't you just not go? Qin Zhaoyang froze, did not hear Qin Zhaoyang's strings. His face also appeared joyful, saying, that's a good feeling. If this thing really comes to fruition, I'll have to struggle for at least 20 years less. It doesn't matter if his daughter is a bit ugly. There is money anyway. What are you doing? I haven't finished eating here yet. Qin Zhaoyang directly pushed Qin Zhaoyang out of the villa and then closed the door. Qin Zhaoyang felt a bit puzzled. The rich family's young lady is really not to be messed with. In the future to find a girlfriend will never find this kind of. Qin Zhaoyang thought in his heart, and then left the neighborhood, driving the car directly back to their own residence, took out the key to open the door, and entered the house. The house is dark. After all, it's almost 11 o'clock at night. Bao Xiao they have long been asleep. Qin Zhaoyang returned to his own house and began to undress, then took his pants and opened the door to his room. He was ready to take a shower. If it was in normal times, he would still wear a big pants outside, mainly because the girls were there and it was inconvenient. But today was different. They were all asleep at this point, so straight out the door in his boxers. There was a snap. The light in the living room was on. Su Xiao ate takeout tonight, and the food was relatively salty. Dazed and confused, she felt a little thirsty, so she went out of the room, ready to pour water to drink. As a result, as soon as the light was turned on, she saw Qin Zhaoyang come out of the room in his boxers, and then saw a good-sized pile. Su Xiao froze for a moment, her eyes staring at that pile. Qin Zhaoyang was also froze, mainly because he didn't expect such a coincidence. He just came out and met Su Xiao. The most crucial thing was that Su Xiao was looking at herself with colorful eyes. A certain part of Qin Zhaoyang tightened and winced. He hurriedly used another pair of shorts in his hand to block the key part and ran towards the bathroom. It was only until this moment that Su Xiao reacted. Her pretty face suddenly reddened, so she hurriedly poured a cup of water and ran into the room. At the same time, Pu Meiqi was woken up. Xiao, not sleeping in the middle of the night, what did you do? Also, why is your face so red? Su Xiao stammered out what had just happened. Pu Meiqi was speechless for a while. This Su Xiao was also a real idiot, not knowing to get on such a good opportunity. If it was her, she would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to take down Qin Zhaoyang. A night without words. The next day, Qin Zhaoyang came to Qin Zijia's villa. Qin Zijia was just like nothing, as if it was not her who drove Qin Zhaoyang out of the villa last night. Zhaoyang, wait and accompany me to the company first, then we'll go to the Huang family together. Qin Zhaoyang drove the car while turning his head around and looking at Qin Zijia. He went over there himself because of what he promised yesterday. Plus he bought 3 antiques yesterday that were still on Huang Guangnian's side. There was also another point that he was going to look at Huang Guangnian's collection and absorb another wave of energy in the meantime. But what was Qin Zijia doing following? As if she had read Qin Zhaoyang's mind, Qin Zijia explained herself. Huang Guangnian's daughter, and I'm a friend. It just so happens that I intend to go see her. Shen Sijia's explanation was spot on. As for friends or not, it didn't matter. Generally, like the Shen family and the Huang family, business can be so big, they must have some business dealings with each other. Even if there was no business dealings, it was normal to recognize each other. That's fine. After I send you to the company later, I'll go buy some fruits or something. Shen Sijia gave a and then stopped talking. Not a moment later the two came to the company. Shen Sijia naturally went into his office. Qin Zhaoyang at this time wobbled to the small secretary, next to Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing raised her head and smiled at Qin Zhaoyang. The two small dimples were quite cute. Jing, I heard Mr. Shen say that you have a boyfriend. Is that true? Li Wenjing first froze, then shook her head and said, No, I just graduated just over a year ago. I haven't had time to talk yet. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang in his heart is a joy. This does not have a boyfriend. He will have a chance. Jing, what do you think? Just at this time, Shen Sijia's voice came over. Zhaoyang, come in for a moment. Well, what Qin Zhaoyang wanted to say was directly interrupted by Shen Sijia. This chapter is finished. Chapter 36, Another Ability. Qin Zhaoyang arrived at Shen Sijia's office, then sat directly on the chair opposite her. What is it? Shen Sijia looked up at Qin Zhaoyang and did not speak. Qin Zhaoyang felt a bit puzzled. After about 2 minutes, Shen Sijia took out a few sheets of A4 paper from the printer and handed them to Qin Zhaoyang. This is the decoration design plan I found someone to give you for your house. Take a look at it. As soon as he heard this, Qin Zhaoyang became interested, hurriedly took over the A4 paper and looked at it. Not to mention, it's quite beautiful, but it feels a bit familiar. It seems like he's seen it somewhere, but he can't remember for a while. When he took a look at the offer, it scared him. $2 million for decoration. Sijia, isn't this too expensive? $2 million? It's almost enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in a good location. Or, Qin Zhaoyang was interrupted by Shen Sijia halfway through his sentence. Zhaoyang, $2 million isn't expensive. The so-called good horse with a good saddle. This house is to live by yourself. You must live comfortably. Think about it. After this busy day, coming home and looking at your own house, that's a kind of fulfillment. If the decoration is not as good as expected, there are problems here and there. It is easy to affect the mood. Not to mention, Shen Sijia's set of words had no problems. But $2 million. Qin Zhaoyang always felt a bit too extravagant. You said that you let me be responsible for it, and now you're doing this and that. It's so meaningless. Shen Sijia was obviously a bit unhappy. Qin Zhaoyang scratched his head, feeling that he should have, perhaps, never said this. It seems like it was Shen Sijia herself who took the key over and said she was in charge of it as if, okay, let's follow this plan. I'm going to go buy a gift. I'll pick you up later. Once she heard this, Shen Sijia smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs at 10. Qin Zhaoyang nodded and then left the company. In fact, he didn't know what to buy as a gift. After all, a family like Huang Guangnian's, general things were probably not seen, but also can't not buy. The first visit to the door. This empty hand is always not good. Maybe if Huang Guangnian's daughter looks pretty, it may be possible in the future. Qin Zhaoyang began to look forward to, so he picked up his cell phone and began to ask the lady of the valley about the first time to visit the rich, what gifts to bring better. The result of this search, there really are suggestions in this regard. One is to send more expensive, looks upscale things. The second is to send some souvenirs. He does not often see or like things. Qin Zhaoyang directly ruled out the first, began to study the second suggestion. It is described above. The person who loves cigarettes will buy a few more good cigarettes of his favorite brand or send a good sandalwood pipe. It seems that Huang Guangnian does not smoke. Directly pass out. Continue to look down. If you like tea, you can send a famous tea or tea set. And if you like flowers and plants, you can send a few pots of expensive potted plants. See here, Qin Zhaoyang eyes light up. Potted plants. So he went directly to the flower and bird market. One into the flower and bird market. Qin Zhaoyang eyes are looking at the flower. Here a variety of flowers and plants. Cheap, a few dollars a pot. Expensive. Well, Qin Zhaoyang didn't even look at the expensive ones. Selected carefully, bought 2 pots of orchids. This thing high-end atmosphere upscale. Mainly is not expensive. Finally thought, feel Shen Sijia office seems quite monotonous, so also bought 2 pots. So far, the gift is done. Back to the car. How to say, a few pots of orchids are not bad, but always feel the lack of some spirituality. Qin Zhaoyang suddenly had a bold idea, so he stretched out a hand, placed it on the root of the orchid, and began to mobilize the body's aura to slowly input towards the orchid. Not to mention, the orchid changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. First of all, the shape. The original color of the orchid was not very pretty, and there were many spots on it, but now those spots were gone, and a few shoots emerged from the soil, and the overall color became much brighter. The most intuitive feeling was that there was this essential difference between this pot of orchids and the other 3 pots on the side. I tried to read the information with my perspective ability. Item name, Spring Orchid, worth 100,000. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly looked at the other 3 pots. This is not afraid of not knowing the goods, but afraid of comparing the goods. This comparison, the high and the low are immediately judged. Qin Zhaoyang finally knew what he should do next. That is to open a higher grade potted plant store. Thinking of this, Qin Zhaoyang hastily remodeled the other 3 pots of orchids. Only then did he drive the car back to Shin's group. Shin Sijia was a little surprised. Said 10 a.m. Which is half an hour away from 10 a.m. Qin Zhaoyang actually came back. The most critical thing is that the hand also holds 2 pots of orchids. But this orchid looks really beautiful. Zhaoyang, these 2 pots of orchids cost a lot of money, right? Shin Sijia asked casually. Not bad. If you take them out to sell, these 2 pots of orchids can be sold for $200,000 anyways. Shin Sijia was first stunned, then a little skeptical. But she didn't say anything, just as a joke. At least Qin Zhaoyang knew to send flowers. So she picked up her cell phone and directly took 2 photos. Then she sent them to her father. Shin Sijia is not too interested in these flowers and plants. She is interested in a variety of jadeite stones, in addition to building their own hut. However, Shin Sijia's father Shin Jiancheng is exactly the opposite of her. Shin Jiancheng's business has grown, and now that he is in his 50s, he usually likes to get some flowers and plants. So when these 2 photos were transmitted, they were seen by Shin Jiancheng. He is not like Shin Sijia who doesn't know how to appreciate. These 2 pots of orchids are definitely the best of flowers. The only pity is the pot below. How to say it? There is a feeling of dragon meat in a dog bowl. Shin Sijia just put down the phone. The phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was really his dad calling. So he casually pressed the answer button. Hey, Dad, orchid? My friend gave them to me. What's wrong? How much do you think these 2 trays of orchids are worth? Okay, I know. Shin Sijia hung up the phone, then got up and walked towards the windowsill. As the 2 pots of orchids were placed right next to the windowsill, she didn't really believe what Qin Zhaoyang had said before, or rather wouldn't believe it at all, because this guy gave her the feeling of being petty, always a little stingy. He would be willing to spend 200,000 yuan to buy 2 pots of orchids to give himself? Estimated to buy a handful of roses will be heartbroken. Shin Sijia does not understand the flower. Does not mean that his father Shin Jiancheng do not understand. It is like love car people. Casually look at a glance to know what kind of configuration of your car. So Shin Sijia at this time a little unsettled. This Qin Zhaoyang for no reason to give her such a heavy gift, why? Is it? Shin Sijia was a little bit happy. Decided to go to see what Qin Zhaoyang is doing. The results of this point to open the computer inside the monitoring. Shin Sijia is not happy. This chapter is finished. Chapter 37, Old Color Batch. It turned out that Qin Zhaoyang ran off to chat with his little secretary Li Wenjing again. This old colorful batch. Shin Sijia cursed in her heart for a while. The key thing was that it was also someone else's freedom. Zhaoyang, it's almost time. We should set off. Qin Zhaoyang heard Shin Sijia calling out, picked up his cell phone and looked at it. The time had indeed arrived. Jing jing ah. I still have things to do today. I'll talk to you about this metaphysics some other day. In addition, I can also help you look at palmistry. I'll tell you. Before Qin Zhaoyang could finish his words, he saw that Shin Sijia had already walked out of the office, waving his hand at Li Wenjing. He then followed Shin Sijia into the elevator. You also know how to read poems? Why don't you help me read it too? Qin Zhaoyang was greatly embarrassed that he could read a chicken's poem. Sijia, you have to sit down to read poems. Standing is not accurate. Shin Sijia gave a cut and walked out of the elevator. The orchid cost a lot of money. Right. Why did you give me such an expensive gift? Shin Sijia said casually while fastening her seatbelt. Qin Zhaoyang naturally knew the value of those 2 pots of orchids, but it was not easy to explain this question. One could only find a random reason. The 2 came to Huang Guangnian's villa at exactly 10:30 a.m. At this time, Huang Guangnian was already waiting in the courtyard. He also stood beside a girl, and Shin Sijia about the same age, but the head to be slightly shorter, probably only 1 meter 6 or so. The head you have to look at with whom to compare. If it is compared with Shin Sijia, that is indeed significantly shorter. But if you want to compare with other girls, this head is already quite okay. Don't look at the head is not as high as Shin Sijia, but the growth is not ambiguous at all. How to say it? And Bao Xiao Xiao is almost a type. Not fat, not thin, not tall, not short, round face, a fierce look as if the porcelain doll. The most critical is the part of the chest, very prominent. For Shin Sijia's arrival, Huang Guangnian is a bit of a surprise. Could it be that Qin Zhaoyang and she really has? Huang Guangnian looked at Qin Zhaoyang, and then looked at his own daughter. He decided to wait for a moment to have time to try to ask about the situation before meet and greet and then introduce, and so on. The end of the routine operation has entered the living room. Huang Guangyan's daughter has a very nice name, Huang Ying, and her voice is also very nice. There is another woman in the villa, more than 50 years old. No need to think to know that it is Huang Guangyan's wife. Surname Guan, full name Guan Shuya. It was Guan Yua's daughter. You're my dad's new disciple Qin Zhaoyang. Right. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang entered the villa, Guan Shuya took the initiative to come up and ask, hello senior sister. Actually, Qin Zhaoyang was a bit embarrassed to shout out this senior sister. After all, Guan Shuya was over 50 years old, and according to her age, she should be called auntie. Ha ha ha. Guang Nian, do you have the feeling that this call of senior sister? It feels like I've become much younger. Sunrise, have a seat. Seijia is here too. You two are talking about friends, right? Guan Shuya spoke somewhat tongue-in-cheek, or rather more casually. It caused Shen Seijia to blush, and secretly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang. Huang Guangyan hurriedly elbowed Guan Shuya. Guan Shuya also knew that the question she had just asked was a bit abrupt, and she hurriedly excused herself to wash the fruits and leave. Zhaoyang, now you can tell me about the provenance of the 3 items you bought yesterday, right? Qin Zhaoyang cried and laughed a little. This Huang Guangyan's love for antiques was not generally strong. Brother Nian, this first item is called Shadow Celadon porcelain. Shadow Celadon porcelain is also known as Qing Qingbai porcelain and so on. The preliminary estimate of the market price is around $2 million. As for the second item, Qin Zhaoyang mouthed his words about the 3 items he picked up. Are you saying that the 3 items you spent 300,000 on last night are actually worth more than $10 million? Huang Guangyan was a bit nonplussed. In terms of Qin Zhaoyang's picking up leaks at this speed, it's hard not to get rich. Brother Nian, this picking up leaks also depends on luck. For example, in the case of this exchange, it's only once a year. People will take their uncertain things over to sell. Besides, if you're not sure about something, is it bound to be good? Most of them are fakes. It's not hard to make money in the antiques business, but it's not so easy to get rich off of it. Where in this world are there so many leaks for you to pick up? Take that antique street. There aren't many good things. Even if 1 or 2 of them are real, the price is ridiculously expensive. Huang Guangyan nodded. What Qin Zhaoyang said was true. Today has passed the best era of picking up leaks. If replaced 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, antiques are not yet prevalent, then picking up leaks is still very easy. Today's people, more shrewd than ghosts, there are not many of them are little cute. Zhaoyang, then what are you going to do next? How about opening an antique store? I'll take care of your business then. Qin Zhaoyang was speechless for a while. If he really opened a curio store, I guess the few things inside the store were all bought away by Huang Guangyan. For the time being, I haven't decided yet, but I'm planning to open a potted plant store, and then I'll have to trouble Brother Nian to help take care of some business for me. When Huang Guangyan heard this, he was directly dumbfounded. Qin Zhaoyang, this ability. Do not go to open antique stores? At least you go to play jade what? To open what potted plant store? This is not full of support? Zhaoyang, this potted plant store can earn a few dollars? I'm telling you, open a curio store. This stuff is absolutely profitable. Haven't you heard people say that? 3 years don't open. Open and eat for 3 years. From this you can see how big the profit of this business is. Huang Guangyan directly gave Qin Zhaoyang a political teacher. Shen Seijia, on the other hand, came outside the villa with Huang Ying at this time. The two of them knew each other before. Plus the topic was more casual when the girls were together. Chatting came to Qin Zhaoyang. Seijia, how did you and this Qin Zhaoyang meet? Shen Seijia thought back, then started to briefly talk about the events of this period of time. Of course it was censored in here as well. Don't underestimate this man. He's capable of a lot, whether it's for antiques or jadeite raw stones. So far it's never missed a trick, but he is just very horny. Shen Seijia, intentionally or unintentionally, began to corrupt Qin Zhaoyang's reputation. Lustful? Not so much. I heard my dad say that he's quite upright. How could Huang Ying know that Shen Seijia was deliberately discrediting Qin Zhaoyang? You don't understand. He's quite horny. In the room he's sharing now, there are 3 women living there, and he cooks, washes, and mops the floor for them every day. If he wasn't horny, why would he do all this? End of chapter. Chapter 38, Huang Ying. There's also just the female secretary of my company. Qin Zhaoyang went to accost her when he had something to do. There's also that ex-girlfriend of his. The relationship between the two is still unclear. In short, he's a person who has the ability, but has just as many flaws. You have to guard against him in the future. Shen Seijia in good conscience will all the dirty water all to Qin Zhaoyang body. Not to mention, Huang Ying really a little believe. Seijia, then you're still with him. Aren't you afraid that he'll take advantage of you? Facing this question, Shinzijia naturally had her explanation. Alas, there's nothing I can do about that. Right now, I'm the one taking care of all the business on the Jinling city side, and with the recent shortage of jadeite, I can only work with him, and he's a particularly stingy person. Last time I asked him to drive me, but guess what? He even asked me to reimburse the gas expenses. Shinzijia made a bunch of nonsense. Anyway, to make Qin Zhaoyang leave a bad impression on Huang Ying really believed. There is no visual evidence of anything else, but when it comes to pettiness, Huang Ying does believe in it a little bit, because Qin Zhaoyang came over. He didn't buy any gifts, just 2 pots of orchids. What was this if not petty? Qin Zhaoyang, who was chatting with Huang Guangnian, sneezed twice for no reason. Zhaoyang, you're not catching a cold, are you? Qin Zhaoyang waved his hand and said, it's summer now, and it's not raining and catching a cold. How could I catch a cold? Oh yeah, those 2 pots of orchids are not ordinary orchids. After lunch, Qin Zhaoyang left Huang Guangnian's villa with Shinzijia. Also taken away was a check for 10 million. In fact, Qin Zhaoyang really didn't intend to sell those 3 items, but Huang Guangnian was stalking him. Sijia, did you say something bad about me to that Huang Ying? Why do I feel as if she has something against me? Qin Zhaoyang drove the car while recalling the scene during the lunchtime meal. It was obvious that this Huang Ying was a bit less than welcoming to him. As soon as she saw Qin Zhaoyang preparing to go and pinch a dish, intentionally or unintentionally, she turned the dial. Once or twice might be accidental, but more often Qin Zhaoyang naturally realized it. Shinzijia was holding back a laugh in her heart. She naturally knew what was going on, only she wasn't willing to say it. On the other side, the Huang family. Huang Ying, what's wrong with you today? People, Qin Zhaoyang came over for a meal. Why are you deliberately targeting him? Huang Guangnian waited for Qin Zhaoyang to leave and then began to chastise him. Qin Zhaoyang realized that Huang Ying was targeting him. Could Huang Guangnian not notice? Dad, where did I? Huang Ying definitely wouldn't admit it. Huang Ying, I'm not going to speak for you this time. Your dad is right. He, Qin Zhaoyang, is your grandfather's disciple? According to seniority you have to call him uncle. It's the first time someone comes to the door for a lunch. This is a very impolite behavior on your part. You know? Wan Shuya also started to help her husband say her daughter's faults this time. Dad, Mom, this one called Qin Zhaoyang might not be a good person. When these words came out, the husband and wife glanced at each other. Could there be something else that was a secret that they didn't know? So they hurriedly asked. Huang Ying briefly said what Shinzijia had told her, as well as what she had guessed. Huang Guangnian was infuriated, blaming only his own daughter for being too simple. How could she be a match for Shinzijia? Huang Ying, how do I always tell you? Look at a thing. Don't say listen to it. Sometimes it's just to see it with your eyes. It might be false. Imagine, if this Qin Zhaoyang is really like what Shinzijia said, the 2 of them would have a partnership? If Qin Zhaoyang's character was really questionable, would your grandfather not be able to see that? Huang Ying felt this next time that what her father said seemed to make a bit of sense, but there was a concept called preconceptions. I heard Sijia say that the reason why the 2 of them are working together is solely because of this Qin Zhaoyang's ability problem. Sijia has never denied his ability as a person. She just said that he has character problems. Yes, the key thing is still being petty. Huang Guangnian was simply going to be infuriated by this daughter of his. Originally, he was still thinking of setting the 2 of them up, but now, I'm afraid he can't even think about it. Hey, you're confused. I shouldn't have let you read so many books. I should have let you go to the society to exercise a bit, saving you from being so childish and simple. Huang Guangnian wasn't going to say anymore. The more he said the more angry he became. Dad, this has nothing to do with reading, okay? I admit that I was wrong during lunch today, but he didn't respect us either. The first time you come to our house for dinner, how come you have to buy some gifts or something? It's not that I'm a snob. Even if you don't buy a gift, even if you come empty-handed, no one will say anything. But look at him, he sent 2 pots of orchids. What is this if not burying people? So I think Jia is right. Qin Zhaoyang, this person, is both horny and petty. Speaking of orchids, this made Huang Guangnian think about it. Then do you know how much these 2 pots of orchids cost? Huang Ying shook her head. Huang Guangnian didn't explain much. He picked up his cell phone and made a call, said a few words and hung up. After about half an hour, a middle-aged man in his 50s came. Old Li, I'm sorry I also bother you to personally run a trip. The person who came was surnamed Li, full name Li Xinghe. He and Huang Guangnian were college classmates, and the 2 of them had known each other for half a lifetime. This Li Xinghe and Huang Guangnian different. Huang Guangnian love antiques, and Li Xinghe love potted plants, and has considerable research on potted plants. Itself also very like to get potted plants. Hello Uncle Li. Huang Ying saw Li Xinghe and hurriedly came out to greet him. Huang Ying is back. Finished graduate school? Huang Ying gave a as an answer. Old Li, First help me see how much these 2 pots of orchids are probably worth. That's right. Huang Guangnian had asked Li Xinghe to come over to appraise these 2 pots of orchids. Li Xinghe nodded, then picked up a pot of orchids, and at this look, his face changed. Then he picked up another pot and did the same. Good wow. Old Huang, where did you get this treasure? This is a deliberate call for me to show off, right? Not right, ah. You guy only likes antiques. When did you get interested in potted plants? Li Xinghe watched for a full 10 minutes before slowly placing the 2 potted orchids on the ground. He also flirted with Huang Guangnian in passing. Old Li, don't worry about where I got this potted plant from. Just tell me how much these 2 pots would probably be worth if you took them out to sell? Li Xinghe stroked his chin and said, orchids are divided into many kinds, and there are quite a few that are made into potted plants, and the cheap ones can be found everywhere for dozens or hundreds of dollars. Slightly upscale thousands of dollars, $10,000 are also available. Of course the best tens of millions are also possible, but I've never seen it. And these 2 pots of orchids, whether it is the look or variety, are relatively rare, and it happens to be 2 pots opposite each other. Its value is also to be elevated by 1 grade. Huang Guangnian listened to some impatience. I care what you grade, not grade. You directly tell me how much money is not on the line? This chapter is over. Chapter 39, wow, so big. It was good that Li Xinghe didn't sell out for too long. Old Huang, let me put it to you this way. Just these 2 pots of orchids, if you go to sell them individually, it will cost you at least $100,000 a pot. If you sell the 2 pots paired together, this price has to be raised a bit more. When these words came out, Huang Guangnian's family sucked in a breath of cold air, especially Huang Ying. Uncle Li, you can't be mistaken, right? Li Xinghe shook his head. If it's something else, I might still look away, but for an orchid, I definitely won't be wrong. How about old Huang? How about you even out 200,000 to me? Li Xinghe eventually left, and Huang Guangnian didn't sell the orchid. Instead, he carefully held the 2 pots of orchids and placed them by the balcony. He didn't lack money. Anyone else might have sold them just now. Huang Ying, you call this petty? Huang Ying didn't know what to say at this point. After all, the facts were in front of her. She just had nothing to say, but it didn't seem to prove anything. Anyway, she just felt that Qin Zhaoyang was unpleasant. On the other hand, Qin Zhaoyang drove his car directly to the street where the jadeite stones were sold. That's right, he was ready to get down to business again today. Qin Zhaoyang intends to open a potted plant store, then take the money out of his body. He is a little reluctant. After all, there is still a bit of miserliness. Then this afternoon to make a little more money. It is not the same. The duo still came to the previous one called Jade full of haul in the raw stone store. After all, that day Qin Zhaoyang did not look at all of them. The most critical thing is that day's perspective ability has not been upgraded. Today he wanted to come to test whether he could read out the data of the jadeite raw stone. If it was possible to data materialize the jadeite, then the so-called expertise would become worthless. Just like playing with antiques, he just had to pick the profitable ones to buy. Probably having just eaten, there wasn't much business in the store, and Jade Montan's boss, Chen, was sitting on a recliner and resting. Seeing Shen Xijia coming over, boss Chen hurriedly got up to greet him. After all, Shen Xijia coming over meant that he was going to make a big profit again today. Mr. Shen, have you had lunch yet? Shall I treat Mr. Chen to lunch? Boss Chen. This was purely polite. After all, the time was now almost 2 in the afternoon. I just had lunch. I mainly want to buy some stones today when I come over. Qin Zhaoyang ignored the duo's conversation and opened his experimental process. Item name, jadeite raw stone. Origin, jadeite country. Value, none. A few simple words of information, but it made Qin Zhaoyang overjoyed. It was just as he thought it would be. Data mined. Suppressing his excited heart and trembling hands, Qin Zhaoyang began to look over one piece at a time. Item name, jadeite raw stone. Origin, jadeite country. Value, 3 million. Qin Zhaoyang's heart was so happy that he hurriedly began to look at the internal structure of the raw stone, only to see that in the middle part of the jadeite raw stone, there was a piece of jadeite about the size of an adult's fist, which was greenish-green in color. This is green fei. Unfortunately not emperor green. Otherwise this price. Qin Zhaoyang himself felt funny. Where in this world there are so many emperor green? The whole time of picking the jadeite raw stone was about 1 hour. Qin Zhaoyang this time did not pick too much, a total of only 7 stones. According to the price above, the total was just over $2 million. Boss Chen was generous enough to erase the change, then loaded the truck and delivered the goods. Zhaoyang, how much does it feel like we can make today? As soon as she got into the car, Shen Xijia started asking. If that time before was still a bit less certain, then this time, Shen Xijia was very confident. Or rather this confidence came from trusting Qin Zhaoyang. Won't you know if you go back and untie it? But I can give you a bottom line. Don't look at this time there are only 7 raw stones. Its price is far more than the last time. Qin Zhaoyang wasn't talking nonsense. Last time, because there was no datadization, he just saw that the jade flesh inside the raw stone was big enough and bought it. Nor did he care about the quality of the jade, but this time was different. He only looked at the final price as how much. Less than 3 million he will never start. As soon as he heard that it will not be less than last time, Shenxija face all smile. Because in addition to their own money, Qin Zhaoyang will also make money. Then Qin Zhaoyang earn money. In the future is also equivalent to her money. Don't say. Shenxija, this small plan is playing the popping sound. Still the same warehouse as last time. The cutting machine is still the same. And Qin Zhaoyang didn't intend to decode the stone himself. He is only responsible for drawing the line. And then let Shenxija find workers to solve the stone. After all, cutting machine cutting stone will have a lot of dust. Not to mention whether there is no harmful to the body. At least one point, that is very dirty and tired. First of all, a stone. It is Qin Zhaoyang most optimistic. This fast stone is also the largest. With the roar of the cutting machine, the raw stone was cut off the skin little by little. Green, green. Shenxija in the side kept shouting. Qin Zhaoyang frowned. You do not have nothing to shout. Okay, where is the green in this? Shenxija froze. No green? No green. Does not that mean that this stone bought a loss? Just at this time, the sound of the cutter stopped, and the stone-solving master Xiao Zhang hurriedly scooped a ladle of water to lie down on the place where the cut was made. Nothing. Xiao Zhang looked at Qin Zhaoyang with a somewhat awkward glance. Why are you looking at me? Try wiping it. Well, Xiao Zhang began to rub the edge. Red Fei. Shenxija's eyes were dead set on the cut, and when a flash of red appeared at the cut, Shenxija exclaimed in shock. Sunrise is actually a red Fei. You're fantastic. Shenxija jumped with joy, taking advantage of Qin Zhaoyang's inattention. She even took a sip on his face. Well, it's just because of the excitement, right? Follow the line I drew and continue to solve it for me. Qin Zhaoyang was also happy. The price of this piece of red jadeite, the data given was 80 million. That's 80 million. Even if it's split in half, he can still get 40 million. What is the concept of 40 million? Excluding the money to buy the villa, this 40 million has already exceeded his value. Of course there were other stones. Zhaoyang, we're rich. Shenxija was still in the midst of excitement. In fact, it was no wonder she was excited. The jadeite raw stones purchased in the company, no matter if they lost or gained, it was all the company's. But these are different. This is Shenxija private pocket to buy. Losses were counted as her personal. And if she made a profit like last time, then it was her own personal profit. After all, Shen's group has many shareholders. Shenxija is not so stupid to give such a large profit to the company. Like last time it was bought in the name of the company, but this time she learned to be smart. Or maybe it was a kind of trust in Qin Zhaoyang. Take this piece of red jadeite for example. If it is really worth 80 million, she and Qin Zhaoyang half and half, is to earn 40 million. Then the jade, to the market price to sell to Shen's jewelry on the line. In fact, this is also considered legal. I pay out of my own pocket to bet on the stone, did not go to the company's accounts, then earned money is naturally personal. In turn, a loss is also personal. Wow, so big. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Trouble Caused by a Sentence of Miss. Qin Zhaoyang felt his arm hurt, pinched by Shenxija. Hey, big sister, it hurts. Shenxija was in the middle of her excitement, when she was suddenly shouted by Qin Zhaoyang with a cry of big sister. All her joy was directly swept away. Did you just call me big sister? Qin Zhaoyang knew it was bad, and quickly changed his words. No, is miss. Finished. This is even worse. Qin Zhaoyang, my lady will fight with you. Go to hell. 7 pieces of jadeite raw stone only solved a piece. Qin Zhaoyang left. This is not to leave can not Did not see Shenxija barefoot, hand carrying 2 high heels in his back chase? Qin Zhaoyang want to cry Originally intended to earn a sum of money this afternoon, and then open a potted plant store. The results. Pa. Qin Zhaoyang directly gave himself a big mouth. This is a real hit Who told him to have such a cheap mouth? Even if he shouted big sister, he still shouted miss. This is not ode to pump as what? After Qin Zhaoyang left Shen's jewelry company, he thought about opening a store. First get a stable industry, and then his parents and sister to live. Open this kind of store usually choose to focus on a certain place, such as the flower and bird market. Qin Zhaoyang was also planning to do the same, so he drove his car directly towards the flower and bird market. He had been here in the morning and was familiar with the place. We'll find a place to park the car, and then began to turn around. From the beginning to the end, there is not an empty front room. There is no rent transfer. Store transfer what? Qin Zhaoyang this pain. Mr. Qin. Qin Zhaoyang was thinking about what to do when he heard a woman's voice. Turning back to look. This is a woman almost 30 years old or so. A little slightly fat, but very durable. It belonged to that kind of noble consort physique, and could almost score 80 points. This person Qin Zhaoyang recognized, or he had seen, but did not know what the name. It was one of those rich people in the antique exchange before. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you in this place. Qin Zhaoyang didn't remember the other party's name but was too embarrassed to ask, so he could only greet him so vaguely. Mr. Qin, let me introduce myself again. My name is Fangya. As if knowing that Qin Zhaoyang had forgotten what her name was, Fangya directly introduced herself. In fact, this was also a very normal thing. After all, there were so many people that night, and the two of them didn't say a few words to each other. It was normal to not be able to remember names. As for Fangya, remembering Qin Zhaoyang's name was not strange at all. This was just like a class with 50 people in it, and all of a sudden an interloper came in. This interloper's name might be easily remembered by all 50 people, but this interloper would have a hard time remembering the names of these 50 people. The reasoning was the same. Moreover, Qin Zhaoyang was still Guan Yu's disciple. It was normal for Fangya to remember him. Hello Ms. Fang. There were too many people that night, so, Qin Zhaoyang wanted to explain, but Fangya waved her hand. She could understand. Mr. Qin, why did you come to such a place? Facing Fangya's inquiry, Qin Zhaoyang didn't hide it and thought about his idea of opening a potted plant store. Mr. Qin still has research on potted plants? Fangya became a little curious. Just a slight knowledge. The main thing is that my parents have nothing to do at home. I just want to open a store and look after it for them. It doesn't matter if it makes money or not. The main thing is to find something for them to do. This is old. At home idle. Let them raise flowers and plants. What? I think it is quite good. Not to mention, Qin Zhaoyang's explanation is very reasonable. At least Fangya agrees. After all, someone as capable as Qin Zhaoyang could not possibly open a flower store just to make money. Mr. Qin, I can help with this store issue. Did you see those 4 stores in front? This side is all my property. Mr. Qin, if you need it, I can let 2 of them out. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes lit up. Just now he also went over there and asked. There were a total of 4 storefronts over there. But Qin Zhaoyang had inquired. The other party was renting out all of them at once, which was simply understood as not subletting. And Qin Zhaoyang simply couldn't ask for such a large storefront, so he was hesitating. Ms. Fang, this is not good. Fangya smiled and said, it's fine. Originally I also felt that it's not too easy to rent it out in one go. Since Mr. Qin happens to need it, I'll split 2 rooms for you just right. The remaining 2 rooms will also be better to rent out when the time comes. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. He wasn't a person who was too pretentious. That's fine. Ms. Fang, how much is this rent for you? I'll transfer it to you directly. Fangya smiled. In fact, she wasn't for this rent. To put it bluntly, she didn't like this amount of money. The reason why she went up to a cost, but also took the initiative to rent the store to Qin Zhaoyang, namely want to make friends. Fangya is a very strange woman. She and other women have different hobbies. Other women love shopping, love to dress up, even love makeup, do yoga and so on. Fangya, however, loved antiques, which was also an oddball. Few women like this stuff. Fangya is an exception. Maybe affected by her father's influence is also possible. And Qin Zhaoyang is Guan Yu's disciple. Just based on this identity, it is worth Fangya to draw in. It was just 2 stores. She didn't care about this amount of money. Mr. Qin, we are all in the same circle. What's money or not? If you need it, just take it and use it. Besides, sis isn't that bad. Fangya directly called herself sis. Qin Zhaoyang is not a cutie. He said, if you don't have anything to offer, you're either a thief or an adulterer. This Fangya and he only met once, now on the pole to give him store. If said no reason to beat him to death, do not believe. Greedy for his body? Seems unlikely. Then the biggest possibility is that he is the identity of Guan Yu's disciple. Having figured this out, Qin Zhaoyang naturally stopped being polite. Fangya took out the key and opened the door of the store. The store inside is not decorated, but cleaned up quite clean. It was unknown what it was doing before. 2 storefronts, 2 rooms in the back, kitchen, bathroom and so on. Mr. Qin, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. As long as you don't tear this store of mine down, toss it any way you want. Remember to call me if anything happens. Fangya knew it was time for her to leave. After all, it wasn't good to be too enthusiastic. That's fine. When my store opens, I'll treat Sister Fang to dinner. Qin Zhaoyang politely sent Fangya away, and then began to survey the question of how the 2 stores would be set up. Since he wanted to open a potted plant store, the first thing he thought about should be the shelves. There are also the 2 sides of this wall. It is best to install mirrors, so that when the lights are on, it will look like the store is extra bright and will also look spacious. Just as Qin Zhaoyang was about to go buy materials, his cell phone rang. Picking up his cell phone, the expression on his face became odd. This chapter is finished. Chapter 41, looking eye-catching. The call was naturally from Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang didn't dare to answer it, so he put his cell phone on mute and put it in his pocket. Turning around, he went outside and bought a tape measure, then began to measure the height and width of the wall. Qin Zhaoyang is a very decisive person. Since he chose to open a store, then he should act immediately. After tossing and turning for more than an hour, he then locked the store and found a glass store, made some mirrors according to his own requirements, and this stuff wasn't really cheap. It cost over $10,000 in total. Then went to customize a few shelves, and finally came to the place that sells flower pots and customized 200 flower pots. Large, medium, small and various models. When all the things are done, it is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Zhaoyang took out his cell phone and took a look. I had a big, dozens of missed calls, all from Qin Zhaoyang. Hard-headedly retorted back. Qin Zhaoyang this afternoon was angry not light, originally in a good mood. By Qin Zhaoyang a big sister a lady called all over the body uncomfortable. Called big sister. This is too old for her. This is called miss. Now there is who call others miss? I don't know from when. Miss this elegant name has become a derogatory term. In short, Qin Zhaoyang is very angry. Although, she has seen Qin Zhaoyang's ID card. It seems that she is indeed older than him so a drop. But it's just that much, right? Good Qin Zhaoyang also did not really angry. When all 7 pieces of raw stone was solved out, Qin Zhaoyang first thought is to give Qin Zhaoyang to share the joy. As a result, this guy is good. Actually dare not answer her phone? Called dozens in a row. Did not pick up. This time Qin Zhaoyang began to think. She remembered that Qin Zhaoyang seemed to have said before that he preferred gentler, quieter girls. Could it be that she was too rude? It did seem like there was that much of a drop. Just at this time her cell phone rang. Picking it up to see that it was Qin Zhaoyang's, Qin Zhaoyang, who had just been thinking about change, instantly forgot about it. Qin Zhaoyang, where did you die this afternoon? I give you to greet the phone you do not answer. Is not a prostitute to the police arrested? Qin Zhaoyang held his cell phone far away, at least a dozen centimeters away from his ear, all the time waiting for the voice over there to disappear. Qin Zhaoyang started to speak. I was busy in the afternoon. My cell phone was in the car. I didn't hear it. Didn't I call you back as soon as I saw the call? Hearing Qin Zhaoyang's explanation, Qin Zhaoyang's fire came down, and then she thought of the problem she thought of before. She spat out her tongue. Then her words also became gentle. I'm off work. You come pick me up. Let's go eat first. I'll wait for you. Oh. Qin Zhaoyang's body trembled and goosebumps rose all over his body. To be honest, he really couldn't adapt to Qin Zhaoyang's tone of voice. If it was Bao Xiaoxiao who said this, it belonged to normal. Qin Zhaoyang said this, it is absolutely abnormal. Hang up the phone, drive the car, not a moment to the company. Qin Zhaoyang had just parked his car when he saw Qin Zhaoyang and Li Wenjing coming out of the elevator. Qin Zhaoyang just watched, and he realized that there was one problem, and that was that they couldn't be compared. If you look at Li Wenjing alone, she is small and delicate. No matter her figure or appearance, she is not bad, but walking with Qin Zhaoyang, whether it is appearance or temperament, the difference is immediately highlighted, especially the temperament piece. Some people are born with. Pretty is not equal to temperament, but temperament is definitely a kind of pretty. Seeing Qin Zhaoyang's car, Qin Zhaoyang and Li Wenjing separated and then directly sat on the passenger side. Zhaoyang, guess how much we made? Qin Zhaoyang said out this sentence as soon as he came up. He was waiting for Qin Zhaoyang to ask before saying the price and giving Qin Zhaoyang a surprise. I guess it's about a. Qin Zhaoyang was about to say the approximate price. Then he saw that expectant look in Qin Zhaoyang's eyes, and he understood. If he really said the approximate price out, this woman would definitely be unhappy, so sometimes it was necessary to cooperate. Almost 100 million. Qin Zhaoyang casually uttered a figure. Sure enough, Qin Zhaoyang became even happier. Wrong. I got someone to appraise it. It's at least 150 million. How about it? Surprised or not? Surprised or not? Qin Zhaoyang is very cooperative. How much? How much did you say? Qin Zhaoyang got a great sense of satisfaction inside at this moment. A whole 150 million. That is to say, the two of us can each share 75 million. I'll transfer 5 million to you first, and I'll keep the rest for you. With a crunch, Qin Zhaoyang came to a sharp stop. 150 million. And you're giving me 5 million? Qin Zhaoyang was very dissatisfied with Qin Zhaoyang's performance and said, I'm just holding it for you for fear that you'll spend it recklessly. It's not like I won't give it to you. Why are you so nervous? After Qin Zhaoyang finished her speech, she even glanced at Qin Zhaoyang with a look that shows you were so stingy. No, this 150 million is divided into half for you, and then the remaining half you return to me for safekeeping. On what grounds? You're my boss, not my wife. This money has to be given to me, otherwise our cooperation is cancelled. Just kidding. Over $70 million. More than his total assets. Can he just give it to anyone? Qin Zhaoyang was very unhappy, but it seems that Qin Zhaoyang was right. The two of them are in an employment relationship. Not that what relationship. Qin Zhaoyang didn't say anything. Qin Zhaoyang had no choice but to continue driving the car. 5 million is 5 million. You give it to me first. I need money to open a store in these 2 days. In the end it was Qin Zhaoyang who compromised. You opened a store? When was that? Qin Zhaoyang instantly pulled the question to the opening of a store. Well, Qin Zhaoyang understood that the $5 million might have gone down the drain again. Qin Zhaoyang drove his car and brought Qin Zhaoyang to his store. And then there was a flurry of explanations. You really plan to open a potted plant store? Wouldn't it be faster for you to make money faster if you have this energy to gamble on stones? Qin Zhaoyang looked at Qin Zhaoyang with puzzled eyes. It's impossible to gamble on stones every day. I always have to have something to do. It's not very realistic to open an antique store at the moment. Which antique store isn't open for 10 or 20 years now? Or even longer. You can't just get a storefront and open it there and call it a curio store. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. A statement he still agreed with. Then you open this store. Who do you get to watch the store? The so-called opening a store is easy and keeping a store is difficult. Can you guarantee to stay in the store every day? Actually, Qin Zhaoyang had long thought about this issue. Now that there are 3 women in the shared house, it should still be possible to find one to help watch the store. The big deal is to give them a little more salary. Anyway, he does not lack that little money. The most crucial thing is that it is easy on the eyes. This chapter is over. Chapter 42, Huang Ying's disapproval. Qin Zhaoyang took one look at that look on Qin Zhaoyang's mouth and knew that he must be thinking of something nasty. In any case, he certainly did not think of good things. Qin Zhaoyang didn't explain. There is no need for him to open a store and talk to others more. He left here, ate dinner, and sent Qin Zhaoyang back, then drove the car and left directly. He had to go back to find Pumechi 3 people, ask who was willing to give him to watch the store. When he passed by KFC, he bought a family bucket set meal and brought it back. As soon as the 3 women saw the family bucket set meal, they were overjoyed. Cousin, did you get rich again? Pumechi asked while eating a fried chicken leg. Not exactly getting rich, just making some. By the way, how are the 3 of you doing at work lately? Qin Zhaoyang started to test the waters. If all 3 of them were doing okay, then he would only have to replace them with someone else. It's okay, it's just that my boss is always colorful. The rest is okay. These were Pumechi's words. I'm okay too. I'm not tired from work and I can play with my cell phone at work. It's pretty good. This was Su Xiaoro. Don't mention it. I don't even want to do it anymore. There's a new manager recently. He makes us do this and that all day long, and he even dragged his shift for more than an hour tonight. And he's also horny as hell. These were Pao Xiaozhao's words. Xiao. Then how much money do you have a month now? Qin Zhaoyang asked tentatively. Pao Xiao began to calculate while eating her fries. After removing the 5 insurance and 1 gold, it's almost $4,000 a month when you get your hands on it. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. A girl getting $4,000 a month was already pretty good. At least it's much better than what he had before. Then how much money can you stay in a month? At the mention of this, Pao Xiao was a little embarrassed. Almost $1,000. How much? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit surprised. $4,000 a month. Leaving behind $1,000? This is a bit of a big expense. No need to be surprised. Girls spend a lot of money, riding in the car every day, and snacks, cosmetics, clothes, shoes, rent, etc. I can stay for $1,000. That's a lot. Chi-Chi is basically a moonlighter alright. After hearing Bao Xiaozhao's words, Qin Zhaoyang looked towards Pumechi. Pumechi shrugged her shoulders, looking like she took it for granted. Xiao, I'm planning to open a flower store. Why don't you go watch the store for me? I'll give you 6,000 per month. What do you think? The reason why Qin Zhaoyang gave 6,000. In fact, it included 5 insurance and 1 gold. With money, he wouldn't be too stingy. Cousin, you want to open a store? Is it okay to bring me one? I don't want to do this job lately. I'm exhausted. Before Qin Zhaoyang could finish his words, Su Xiaoro started complaining. Xiaoro, that's not right. You just said that the work is quite good and you can also play with your cell phone? Qin Zhaoyang asked suspiciously. Did I say that? Qin Zhaoyang nodded seriously. Su Xiaoro's eyes rolled in a scheme. That wasn't me reporting the good news and not the bad. It's not that I don't want to annoy you guys. And that manager of mine is also a lecher. Not only does he look at me colorfully, he even tried to touch my butt yesterday. The more Su Xiaoro spoke, the more outrageous she became. That's not right. Isn't your manager a woman? Bao Xiao interjected. Su Xiaoro's pretty face turned red, and she hurriedly explained. What's wrong with a female? Can't a woman be horny? Can't a woman touch my butt? She is a lesbian, can't she? Qin Zhaoyang was speechless. This is to blacken their manager to death. That's fine. You two are just right. By the way, there is a care. Qin Zhaoyang thought about it, and felt that it didn't matter if there was one more person. That cousin you want both of them, why don't you take me too? I'm telling you, I'm a veteran in this business. I'll give you at least 20% more profit a month. Look at the two of them looking after the store. There always needs to be a leader. Right, I'll go and be the store manager for you. How about it? Pu Meiqi was even drier, directly even thinking of the position. The key was that Pu Meiqi even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips while saying this. This temptation was fatal. Qin Zhaoyang was about to agree to it when his cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was Huang Guangnian. Half an hour later, Qin Zhaoyang drove his car into Huang Guangnian's villa. The one who opened the door was Huang Guangnian's wife, Guan Shuya. Zhaoyang, you're here, come in. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly greeted him before entering the house, where Huang Guangnian was waiting for him. Zhaoyang, you're finally here. Huang Ying, make tea for Zhaoyang. Huang Ying was watching TV. Hearing her father ask her to make tea for Qin Zhaoyang, she casually answered and then went to make tea. Zhaoyang, come help me take a look at this painting. I think it's real, but it feels a bit wrong. Qin Zhaoyang came to the table and saw it. There was a painting on the table, a landscape painting. There were mountains and water on this painting, and there was also a small boat. On top of the boat sat a man, who was fishing. Qin Zhaoyang couldn't see the so-called real or fake, so he opened his perspective eyes. Republic of China imitation Song Dynasty fishing painting. There is something inside. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes narrowed. This painting still has an inside? Could it be a painting within a painting? This is Qin Zhaoyang's first thought, squeezing the paper with his hand. The thickness is not like a painting within a painting, because the thickness is not enough. Then it is strange. With perspective eyes, this is indeed a pair of Min imitation Song fishing map, but this within the Qiankuan is a few meanings? For a time Qin Zhaoyang could not understand. Please drink tea. Just at this time, Huang Ying served a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang said a thank you and didn't care about Huang Ying's impoliteness. He directly took a sip. Put. Luckily, Qin Zhaoyang's face turned fast, otherwise the painting would be ruined. Qin Zhaoyang looked down at the cup of tea. Well, this cup of tea, at least put half a cup of tea leaves. Tea is flavored. Put less, that is called fragrance. If put more, that is bitter. Just now Qin Zhaoyang was tea leaves to the bitter, so directly sprayed out. At this time, Huang Guangnian also looked at Qin Zhaoyang's teacup, and immediately his old face darkened, and then fiercely glared at Huang Ying. Huang Ying pretended not to see, jumped around and went to watch TV. Qin Zhaoyang also didn't know why this Huang Ying was targeting him, but for the sake of Huang Guangnian, he wouldn't take it personally. Zhaoyang, this tea has too many leaves, the flavor is too heavy. I'll give you another cup. Qin Zhaoyang had just picked up the painting when he heard Huang Guangnian say it was too heavy. Later, Qin Zhaoyang weighed the painting with his hand and he knew what the problem was. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Roasted Chicken. What's wrong? Huang Guangnian rushed forward to ask. Qin Zhaoyang didn't say anything, but started to disassemble the scroll. This calligraphy and paintings all had scrolls, and scrolls were usually hollow. Originally this was normal, but this scroll is heavier and thicker than normal scrolls. In fact, if you look closely, you will find some incongruity. The scroll opened. Qin Zhaoyang poked inside with his finger. His eyes lit up. There is something. At this time Huang Guangnian also realized what. Only in watching the TV. By the way, peeping at this side of Huang Ying, feel a little strange. So the TV also did not watch. Came over. Not a moment later, Qin Zhaoyang pulled out another painting out from inside the scroll. A painting within a painting. Huang Guangnian was instantly overjoyed. Qin Zhaoyang shook his head and explained. This one is not called a painting within a painting in a sense. The meaning of a painting within a painting refers to the fact that it is called a painting within a painting when another painting is used to cover up the painting that is trying to be covered up. As for this, how much is this worth? Qin Zhaoyang originally wanted to show off his knowledge, but as a result, he was embarrassed. Huang Guangnian didn't even want to listen, but directly asked about the value of the painting. What makes Qin Zhaoyang speechless is that this painting has just been spread out, and now even who is what age and so on do not know. The ghost knows what price. Qin Zhaoyang is also lazy to explain what is called a painting in the painting, and hastily began to look up the information of this vice, said to be a painting, rather than say that this is a pair of posters. There is a seal at the bottom of the post, engraved with the word Zhejian. Who is Zhejian? Qin Zhaoyang was dumbfounded, but he had a golden finger and wasn't afraid. Late Qing Dynasty Zhejian character posters. Authentic. Market price $2 million. Zhejian, formerly known as He Shaoji. Identity. Poet, painter, calligrapher. Who is He Shaoji? Qin Zhaoyang himself was asking questions in his mind. This person he had not heard of. Zhaoyang, who is this Zhejian? Huang Guangnian didn't care if Qin Zhaoyang knew it or not. He still had to ask what he should ask. Qin Zhaoyang picked up the teacup and prepared to take a sip of tea and then organize his speech. As a result, he lifted the cup of tea and saw that it was full of tea leaves, and then he lost interest in drinking tea. Huang Guangnian glared at Huang Ying without a trace, and the latter spat out her tongue. Zijin, formerly known as He Shaoji, is it a relative of the Hushan family? Qin Zhaoyang had just made a start, when he was interrupted by Huang Ying on the side. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Huang Ying. What name you raise is not good. Raise a He Shaoji, roast chicken, Shaoji, this, He Shaoji, word Zijin, late Qing dynasty poet, painter, calligrapher, especially good at cursive writing. This painting is from the hand of He Shaoji's cursive calligraphy, quite good. In a few words, Qin Zhaoyang told the origin and provenance of this painting. Zhaoyang, then what do you say the price of this painting? Huang Guangnian was already happy in his heart at this time. This was one of the few times he had picked up a leak. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. At the very least for the next week, in the antique circle of Jinling City, he would definitely be able to hear about this guy picking up leaks. This font is well preserved. The market price should be around $2 million. Huang Guangnian smiled. $100,000 to buy the calligraphy and painting. Turn into $2 million. This belongs to the big leak. Zhaoyang, thanks to you. Otherwise who would have thought that there is a painting hidden in here? The so-called meet and share half. I'll transfer $1 million over to you. There is a rule in the antique world. That is, if you get someone to help appraise an antique, it's a percentage. Also, for example, if you want to sell something, and then find a middleman to connect the dots, it is also necessary to give a percentage. Under normal circumstances, there is a guaranteed price. That is, no matter whether this thing is worth money or not, the minimum cannot be lower than this guaranteed price. Of course, if the price exceeds this price, then we have to calculate according to the share of the commission. Under normal circumstances is 10-1. What does it mean? Take this painting for example. Qin Zhaoyang only need to identify the authenticity. The appearance fee is to get 100,000 yuan. If it is true, like now, then 10 draw a word is at least 200,000 yuan. But Huang Guangnian has plenty of money. He needs nothing more than this kind of pick up the pleasure. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. As for meeting and splitting half, that was splitting the spoils, not a draw. Brother Nian, you're joking. Can I take this money? Aren't you scolding me? Besides, it's been Brother Nian who's been helping me out all this time. All the more reason I can't take this money. It's just that next time, just put less of this tea in, or plain water will do. This last sentence from Qin Zhaoyang was said in jest. Simply put, it was flirting. But it wasn't flirting with Huang Guangnian. It was something else. Huang Ying was made a big red face. This was also considered to be a finger pointing. Petty, can't even make a joke. Huang Ying muttered under her breath. Qin Zhaoyang didn't care. He looked at the time and then said goodbye and left. We common people are really happy today. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang left, Huang Guangnian sang as he took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. That's right, he was going to start pretending. No, he's going to start sending his friends. Qin Zhaoyang returned home, in order to avoid misunderstanding. This time deliberately turned on the lights in the living room. Good thing no one was there. Smelling his armpits, it was obvious that there was a sweaty odor. Rushed to find clothes and start showering. After taking a shower and washing the clothes and drying them, only then did he lie on the bed and pick up his cell phone. Just opened the cell phone to see a message alert. This message is about 7 p.m. That is to say, Qin Zhaoyang left Shenxijia Villa that time period. Casually click on the message. This is a bank account information. 75 million. Not a penny less. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit confused. Shenxijia did not say that this money will not be given to him for the time being? Now what does this mean? Qin Zhaoyang took a screenshot of the message and then forwarded it to Shenxijia using WeChat. It was followed by 3 question marks. The message had just been sent out within a few seconds when the other party messaged back. King of Hell doesn't owe the brat a debt. Qin Zhaoyang was speechless. We are fair cooperation. Okay, I take my share of the wrong? Qin Zhaoyang is a little depressed. It seems that this business will not last long, but also have to find a new employer. On the other hand, after Shenxijia sent a message, he was waiting for Qin Zhaoyang to send him a message back, but it turned out to be a wait of several minutes. Shenxijia began to do some soul-searching again. Qin Zhaoyang wouldn't be angry, right? But his own words were indeed a bit inappropriate. In a sense, Shenxijia shouldn't have withheld Qin Zhaoyang's money. After all, the two of them were only in a cooperative relationship. At least, that was how it was on the surface. Just at this time, the message came. Shenxijia hurriedly clicked on it. This chapter is finished. Chapter 44, you come and be a store manager for me. The message was from Qin Zhaoyang, and it was a bit long. The general meaning is, 1 does not steal, 2 do not rob, rational cooperation. Goods and money too clear. People in the trough do not talk about pattern. Survival is the king's way. Deep adversity. Do not talk about feelings. Pragmatic is fundamental. Anyone's bottom line comes from economic strength. Money can cure all inferiority complex. Even if you are a brat, you still have to receive a salary. I don't think it is anything. The coming day is long. In fact, the coming day is not necessarily long. When Shen Sijia saw this, her eyes were red, and she felt that she was being a villain. The so-called falling flowers have the intention of flowing water. Flowing water has no mercy. Shen Sijia exited the chat, plugged in the charger, eyes closed and began to sleep. Qin Zhaoyang finished sending the message, felt a little wrong, and hastily withdrew the message. The message was withdrawn, but Shen Sijia had already read it. The next morning, Qin Zhaoyang drove the car to Shen Sijia's villa. Shen Sijia is like nothing, sitting on the passenger side, but did not say anything. Sent Shen Sijia to the company. Qin Zhaoyang and Li Wenjing chatted a few words, and then also left. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang left, Shen Sijia came out. Jing, where's Qin Zhaoyang? Li Wenjing pointed outside, took a call and left. It seems like it was a female calling, called something like Xiao Xiao. It was definitely Bao Xiao Xiao. Shen Sijia didn't say anything and went back to the office. On the other side, Qin Zhaoyang arrived at Bao Xiao Xiao's company, and from afar, he saw Bao Xiao Xiao standing at the company's entrance. Cousin, I've left my job now. You'll have to support me in the future. This sounded a bit ambiguous. I can't afford to raise a cow. Qin Zhaoyang finished the sentence and stepped on the gas. Bao Xiao Xiao didn't react at first. When she saw the bad smile at the corner of Qin Zhaoyang's mouth, she understood. Cousin, you're so bad. I like it so much. Actually, this sentence came from an internet video. Qin Zhaoyang brought Bao Xiao Xiao and went straight to his store. Xiao Xiao, from now on, you'll work here. Just help water and stuff every day. At that time, I will set a price for each potted plant. In addition to the basic salary, I will give you a 10% commission on the excess. Bao Xiao Xiao a sound. As for the commission, what she did not care. Potted plants. This commission can be how much? Qin Zhaoyang let the small package to help clean up a little bit of health. He began to go to the market to buy things. The first is to buy seeds, and those nutrient soil. The other is those more shaped potted plants. As long as the price is not expensive, he will also buy some. After driving around for more than 2 hours, when Qin Zhaoyang returned to the store, there were workers installing mirrors. This was customized yesterday, and I didn't expect the other party to be quite efficient. After installing all the mirrors around, the 2 stores, all of a sudden, had the illusion of being 4 or 5 rooms large. This was the effect he needed. Looking at the time, Qin Zhaoyang directly took Bao Xiao Xiao to have a meal, completely forgetting Shen Sijia. Shen Sijia looked at the time and immediately became angry. This driver is also too incompetent. Well, Shen Sijia directly took Qin Zhaoyang as her driver, so she left the company in a huff, drove the car that she had placed for several days, and then went directly towards the flower and bird market. Qin Zhaoyang is 100% in the flower and bird market. This point Shen Sijia is very sure. At this time in the store, Qin Zhaoyang was putting the nutrient soil into the flower pots, and then put the seeds, and then watering. Bao Xiao Xiao then squatted on the side to help, because it was summer. That place of Bao Xiao Xiao itself was surprisingly large. The most critical thing is, today Bao Xiao Xiao wore a V-shaped body shirt. This squatting, a bend, directly revealing a large area of snow white, round and bulging. Looking at Qin Zhaoyang straight swallow saliva. Cousin, isn't this a little small? Bao Xiaojia was talking about this flower pot. Not small. Not small at all. This is the biggest I've ever seen. Bao Xiao Xiao was a bit skeptical. And then she saw Qin Zhaoyang's 2 eyeballs protruding out, staring dead at her place. He was almost drooling. Bao Xiao Xiao still didn't know that she was naked? Her pretty face turned red, and she hurriedly covered it with her hand. Cousin, where are you looking? You are so horny. Shen Sijia had just come to the store when she heard the 2 sentences that Bao Xiao Xiao had said, and then looked at the place that Bao Xiao Xiao had covered with her hand. Where did she not know what was going on? Without traces of skimming his own chest. In fact, it is not small, but compared to this Bao Xiao Xiao, there is really some gap. Shen Sijia is very angry. This Qin Zhaoyang is a complete rogue big colorful wolf. You want to look? Can't you look at mine? Mr. Shen, you're here. At this time, Bao Xiao Xiao finally saw Shen Sijia and hurriedly got up to greet her. Well, I just came to take a look. Xiao Xiao don't wear this kind of clothes in the future. There are a lot of colorful wolves now, especially some people, specializing in the girls around them. They don't look good, but they think quite beautifully. Qin Zhaoyang heard out that Shen Sijia was definitely scolding herself, but there was no evidence. No way. I don't have any other person of the opposite sex around me except my cousin. Shen Sijia was speechless. This pack of small little brain absolutely grew to the chest. This is said to be Qin Zhaoyang. Okay, Qin Zhaoyang is also lazy to explain. Anyway, be taken advantage of and not her. And then look at a few eyes is not a lot of meat. Zhaoyang, you need to install a central air conditioner here. And then there is also this door to get a mobile door. It can't be left wide open. You need to keep the indoor temperature at a constant state. Also, you need to make a billboard. And business cards. Qin Zhaoyang started to make comments as soon as she arrived. Qin Zhaoyang was stunned. Then he picked up a pen and paper and started to record it. What Qin Zhaoyang said was all to the point. For example, billboards. You a store if you do not even have a billboard. Certainly not. Another is the mobile door. The current store door is still a roll-up door. This summer is okay. Once the winter, the northwest wind, then maybe the potted plants will freeze to death. As for the air conditioning is also necessary. In the winter the weather is colder, especially in Jinling City, near the Yangtze River. By winter, the north wind was bitterly cold, and the temperature was also quite low. That's all for now. Right, when the time comes, I'll be helping you register a website, and you'll take a few more good pictures for me, and we can place an order online as well. Ha, why are you looking at me like that? Qin Zhaoyang looked at the unblinking Qin Zhaoyang, staring at herself. On the surface she was surprised, but in fact her heart was happy. Zhaoyang, it's okay. I feel that you're too talented to be the general manager. Why don't you come and be the store manager for me? This chapter is finished. Chapter 45, The Test. Put. Qin Zhaoyang directly laughed and sprayed out. Being a general manager is condescending. Being a store manager for the small store is not condescending? It was estimated that there was no second person in the whole world who could say this. It was only Qin Zhaoyang, the thick-skinned person. Okay, then how much do you give me a month? Qin Zhaoyang was naturally joking, and Qin Zhaoyang naturally cooperated. A month's salary of 6,000, 5 insurance and gold and so on. Self-care. When these words came out, Qin Zhaoyang almost laughed and sprayed out again. Zhaoyang, why don't I invest in it? How about we open it together? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang quickly shook his head. Just kidding, this store of his is here to make money, and it's a sure thing. Low capital, high rate of return. Why share with others? It's not like his head had been hit by the pack's tiny big 9-eye. Don't even think about it. This store is reserved for my sister's dowry in the future. Qin Zhaoyang skimmed her mouth. She didn't care about it. Just then, the shelves purchased by Qin Zhaoyang were also delivered. All of a sudden, the store had a little bit of a lookout, waiting to get almost. Qin Zhaoyang, according to Qin Zhaoyang, said things, ready to start going out to find people. For example, the installation of central air conditioning, mobile doors and so on. Qin Zhaoyang watched for a while and left. After all, she still had her own things to do. Cousin, this Mr. Qin is interested in you. After Qin Zhaoyang left, Bao Xiaoxiao elbowed Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang froze and said, are you hot and confused in the middle of summer? Even a fart smells burnt. Who is Qin Zhaoyang? The daughter of the chairman of the Qin Group, the general manager of the Jinling branch of Qin Jewelry. To have a family, to have a body, to have a face. She will be interested in me. Just me this poor? Qin Zhaoyang said while pointing a finger at himself. Bao Xiaoxiao blinked. Qin Zhaoyang, if she doesn't mean to you, this big afternoon is so hot. What is she running to this side for? Buying flowers? I wish I guessed wrong, but it's a pity. Speaking here, Bao Xiaoxiao stopped talking. Qin Zhaoyang touched his chin. Not to mention, when Bao Xiaoxiao analyzed it, it was really a little bit possible. Maybe the authorities are confused. The onlooker is clear. In the past few days, Qin Zhaoyang was indeed a bit strange. Qin Zhaoyang decided to test. If Qin Zhaoyang is really interested in himself, then he still open what store? Open a machine 8. This eating soft rice, it does not smell good? Qin Zhaoyang was a little moved. He decided to invite Qin Zhaoyang to dinner, so he handed the key of the store to Bao Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, from today onwards you're officially working. I have some things to do in the next 2 days, so you'll keep an eye on this site for a while longer. Almost tomorrow morning someone will come over to install the mobile door and central air conditioner. Just give me a call when it's installed. Bao Xiaoxiao promised, and Qin Zhaoyang drove the car and left. He first came to the bank, reopened an account, and then transferred 100 million to this card, the original card, leaving more than 10 million, considered a turnover. After looking at the time, it was almost time for work, so he hurriedly drove his car to Qin's jewelry company. Qin Zhaoyang and Li Wenjing waved, a kind of greeting, and then also did not knock on the door, directly into Qin Zhaoyang's office. In fact, Qin Zhaoyang had already seen Qin Zhaoyang come over from the surveillance. As for knocking on the door, it seems that this guy never had this habit. Zhaoyang, I've booked a private room. Let's go have dinner together later. My treat. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang was a bit surprised. Usually, Qin Zhaoyang was the one who paid for the dinner, and this guy would just whore himself out. Today, The sun actually came out of the west and learned to treat himself. This is for no reason. Why do you want to invite me to dinner? Shenxijia said so on her lips. Her hands were not idle at all. Closing the computer, closing the drawer, picking up the handbag. It's not that this afternoon you gave me a few good ideas that I found very practical, so I'm not thanking you for this. In the gap between Qin Zhaoyang's words, Shenxijia had already opened the office door. Invite me for dinner and don't hurry up. What are you standing there for? After saying this, Shenxijia directly left the office. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly followed, judging whether a person is interested in them. This first step is to invite them to dinner. If the other party refuses, then there is no if. If the other party agrees, like now, then it means it's more or less interesting. At least the other party won't resent it. This is what Qin Zhaoyang thinks. The second step of the test, find a very ordinary restaurant. If the other party is interested in you, even if it is a barbecue stall, it will not be too much. So Qin Zhaoyang chose a relatively low-grade restaurant. Shenxijia came to the box, drew a few sheets of draw paper, and wiped the stool first, then wiped the table again. Only then sat down. Observed from the facial expression, there is no obvious component of disgust. Next is the third part of the test. Let the other party order food to see if the other party remembers what they like to eat. Qin Zhaoyang took the menu handed over by the waiter and then handed it back to Shenxijia. Shenxijia wasn't the kind of woman who twisted and turned, and opened the menu to start ordering. 4 dishes and 1 soup. 2 dishes were Qin Zhaoyang's usual favorites, and there were 2 dishes that she herself ate. From this aspect, it could be seen that Shenxijia was still relatively meticulous. At least this fried fatty intestine was Qin Zhaoyang's favorite. Next was the fourth part of the test. Jia, I think what you said yesterday was right. It's easy for this man to learn the hard way when he has a lot of money on him. So I've been thinking about it, and I think that this card should still be kept by you. This is a card I just got this afternoon. It has a whole number in it, and there's still more than 10 million in my original one. So it's enough for now. Just keep this card for me for a while, and you can give it to me when I need it. When Shenxijia heard this, her heart was delighted, but her face didn't show anything. That's fine. I'll keep it for you. But, first of all, I'm only bringing it for you to keep as a friend. You don't have to tell me the password. Shenxijia finished speaking, took this bank card, and then put it into her bag. The test had completed most of the way up to here, and Qin Zhaoyang came to a conclusion that what Bao Xiaojiu had said was probably true. As for the last few stages, pulling small hands, kissing small mouths, rolling sheets, playing poker, this can't be rushed for the time being. Zhaoyang, didn't you say last time that you were going back to your hometown? When do you plan to go back? And also, can you tell me about your family's situation? Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking casually. Shenxijia was here to stay. Probably a lot of girls were like this. Actually, there's not much to say. My family is very ordinary. I'll introduce you to them some other day. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Shenxijia's change. Yes, then when are we going back? What gifts do I have to prepare? After all, this is the first time we meet. Also, does uncle smoke and drink? What brand of cosmetics does auntie like? And little sister? Qin Zhaoyang was somewhat unable to keep up with Shenxijia's change of pace. He seems to have just casually said this. Well, this is not important. The two seem to determine the relationship between male and female friends, as if and did not. According to reason, the payroll card to Shenxijia custody, but also said to take Shenxijia to meet the parents. This is a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, but Qin Zhaoyang did not pursue. Shenxijia did not promise. In short, as if still that uncertain. But this hazy feeling, quite good. Zhaoyang, now if you want to get rich quick, it's not to open any potted plant store or any antique store. Recently I'm contacting people, intend to go to the north of Maine a trip. I heard that the price of jadeite raw stone over there, cheap as hell. As long as a road is opened up, it's no different from picking up money. Shenxijia spoke at length, completely not noticing the change on Qin Zhaoyang's face. Zhaoyang, why are you looking at me like that? Shenxijia finally noticed the odd expression on Qin Zhaoyang's face. Qin Zhaoyang put down his chopsticks and said in a serious tone, I really can't understand. In these days the whole internet is talking about the news of northern Burma, including the national news, short video platforms, repeatedly emphasizing the degree of danger in northern Burma. There are still people who defy life and death to go there for a reason now. Shenxijia froze and casually asked why. Because of the profit motive. What with the high-paying jobs, free travel, and so on, because the benefits are so great, many people would rather ignore such risks. Like you. First of all, northern Burma is the Golden Triangle, part of the Golden Triangle Zone, which is the complete and utter unregulated zone. There aren't any laws there. There aren't any king's laws. They won't talk to you about the legal system and morality. In this place, force is supreme. Sticks, knives, and guns are the law. Shenxijia shivered. It's not that serious, is it? Qin Zhaoyang glanced at Qin Zhaoyang and said, there is no most serious, only more serious. Let me tell you, no matter if you're a man or a woman, old or young, pretty or ugly, if you go, it's a dead end. Probably, death is still the best outcome. Electric baton beating, that's all light. What kind of forced female sex? Killing GA waste, selling organs, that's all commonplace. I heard that killing someone in that place, even on the street, is as simple as us killing a chicken, and that's not alarmist talk. Can you imagine? Believe it? But that's the truth. All in all, in this place, darkness is the main theme, and light, it has never appeared. Things about this place, you can check the information yourself. It's best to read the official reports. This place, not to mention you and I, even if the bull demon king went, he would have to plow the land. If the monkey king goes, he'll have to play monkey theater. If the supreme lord goes, he'll have to burn boilers. If Neza goes, he'll have to GA waste. Even if Optimus Prime goes, he'll have to dismantle some parts to sell. Yama goes, he'll have to look at the book of life and death to make a phone call. And if the longevity monk goes, he'll have to take the green channel and go straight to the western paradise. Bam! Shen Sijia was shocked by Qin Zhaoyang's words. Her hand shook, and the plate fell to the ground. Zhaoyang, don't scare me. I'm scared. Shen Sijia was really scared because she really intended to go. Qin Zhaoyang reached out and grabbed Shen Sijia's small hand, signaling comfort. Don't be afraid, just don't go. That kind of place is not our China. Our China is safe. The world's #1 safe. It's fine. Qin Zhaoyang's comfort seemed to have played some role. Shen Sijia was not so scared. Why do you suddenly want to go to northern Burma? Qin Zhaoyang casually asked. Shen Sijia took out her cell phone, unlocked it, then opened the message to Qin Zhaoyang. This is one of my high school classmates who hasn't been in contact for years. A few days ago he got my number from somewhere and then added my WeChat. It was he who told me that the jadeite raw stone over there is very cheap, almost only 20% of the price of our huaxia, and he also said that he is doing very well over there, now with someone partnership mining a raw stone mine, but also said as long as I go over there. At that time, in accordance with our huaxia side of the price of 10% sold to me. That's why Qin Zhaoyang sort of understood. This was the trap. Zhaoyang, now that I've heard you say this, I feel very fortunate. In case if I go there, then, why don't we just call the police? Qin Zhaoyang shook his head and said, first of all, we are not sure about this matter. Even if this person has problems, we don't have much evidence. Besides, this person is abroad. We can't do anything about him at all. But you can test it out. Let him send the raw stone to the Dianan side. Don't say anything about 10% or 20%. We are willing to buy it at 50%. Let's see what he says first when the time comes. But you have to remember, even if it's just for nothing, don't go. Shen Sijia hurriedly nodded his head, not to mention giving it away for nothing. Now it was upside down. He didn't dare to go. Zhaoyang, it's good to have you. I listen to you. Do not go. This young lady is not short of money. It's not worth the risk. Let's eat. After dinner, the relationship between the two seemed to have instantly gotten a lot closer. Shen Sijia intentionally or unintentionally touched her arm towards Qin Zhaoyang's arm, but Qin Zhaoyang was still thinking about the potted plant store and didn't pay attention at all. This makes Shen Sijia very speechless. She thinks that Qin Zhaoyang is just Elmwood lumps, do not know how to open up. Qin Zhaoyang sent Shen Sijia back to the villa and left. It's not that he doesn't want to fall in love or anything, it's mainly because this person has something in his heart, so he can't do two things at once. Don't look at him now, a little savings, if not wasteful, living a normal life, enough to spend his whole life. But this man will never be satisfied. When you take $3,000 a month when the salary, you think when to take $5,000. When you get $10,000 a month, you think of $1 million a year. When you really make $1 million a year, you think, why do I have to work for others to make money? Not better to be their own boss? So, people are inferior, unless idiots and cuties. Qin Zhaoyang is now thinking of opening up this store. At least first have an industry, and then he will go to Dianan's side of the gambling stone to make a fortune. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang returned home, he froze because this chapter is finished. Chapter 47, The Fuming Pumechi. Cousin, you're back. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit confused as there were at least a dozen of men and women in this house. What are you guys? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit confused. At this time Pumechi walked over and said with a smile, today is my birthday. I invited some friends and colleagues over to get together. Say no more. Let me introduce you. Qin Zhaoyang didn't like this kind of occasion, especially since everyone was unfamiliar with it. However, since it was Pumechi's birthday, she couldn't spoil people's fun, so she had to greet everyone with a smile. Then he planned to go back to his room. As a result, he was given a hand by Pumechi and then also pressed him to sit down on a chair. Cousin, everyone is one of us. No need to be formal. Come, let's drink together. Pu Meiqi drank a bit too much. Her walk was staggering. Qin Zhaoyang didn't object to women drinking, but he didn't like girls drinking too much, because women will always be part of the vulnerable group. When they are sober, sometimes they are prone to suffer, let alone when they are drunk. So he turned his gaze to Bao Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoro. The two spat out their tongues and spread their hands, signaling that it was none of their business. Qin Zhaoyang looked at the time, 9:30 p.m. That, Sister Qi, it's getting late. Everyone's pretty much drunk. I think it's about right. We still have to work tomorrow. At this time, Bao Xiaoxiao also hurriedly stood up to concur. Yes Meiqi, why don't we just end it here? Su Xiaoro also began to persuade. It's fine. I don't have to work tomorrow Saturday. Happy today. Let's go on. Pu Meiqi was not amused and picked up her wineglass to drink more. Qin Zhaoyang's eyebrows began to wrinkle, then snatched Pu Meiqi's wineglass. Alright, you've had too much to drink. Stop drinking. It's getting late. Let's all go back and rest. We'll get together another day. Qin Zhaoyang was shooing people off. Some people felt that it was indeed quite late and they could go back. However, some people were not happy. After all, tonight was a rare night, and there were so many great beauties here. How could they leave? Cousin right, we are Meiqi's friends. This master hasn't even kicked us out. What gives you the right to make us leave? That's right, those who know you are cousin-cousin relationship. Those who don't know still think it is. Qin Zhaoyang's face changed. The smile was gone. Now please leave. You are not welcome here. Qin Zhaoyang directly opened his mouth to kick people out. What are you? Is this your home? Qin Zhaoyang was already too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person. And Pu Meiqi she was a bit disappointed. I did not expect that she, who had always called herself a big sister, would actually be so reckless, making friends without looking at what people? But the next second, Pu Meiqi's reaction made Qin Zhaoyang much more comfortable. Get the hell out of here. What kind of thing are you? Daring to talk about my cousin like that? Believe it or not, I'll throw you down from here. As soon as Pu Meiqi went berserk, these people immediately stopped talking, then glared fiercely at Qin Zhaoyang and slipped away. Cousin, I'm telling you, you can't be too honest. You have to be ruthless when you need to be. I tell you, a few of them are walking fast, otherwise I vomit. Qin Zhaoyang reaction thief fast. As soon as he saw Pu Meiqi this way, he knew that he wanted to vomit, and quickly picked her up, then rushed to the bathroom and opened the toilet lid. Vomit. Qin Zhaoyang looked at Pu Meiqi who was lying on the toilet and kept vomiting. He really wanted to slap at her big butt. Suddenly with a flash of inspiration, he picked up his cell phone and started recording. Recorded the entire process of Pu Meiqi vomiting. Quick, bring it to me. Bao Xiaoxiao saw Qin Zhaoyang recording the video at this time and rushed over. Don't be in a hurry. I'll group send it to you. Pu Meiqi didn't know that her image was all ruined just now. After Bao Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoro helped Pu Meiqi take a shower and sent her back to her room, Qin Zhaoyang could only clean up the mess. When he finished his bath and went to bed, he saw that Shenxijia had sent him several messages, including a selfie in pajamas. Not to mention, quite good looking. If the pajamas and then undo 2 buttons would be good. At the end is the message sent by Shenxijia. The general meaning is why do not return the message and so on. Qin Zhaoyang briefly told the matter once, then also shared the video that was just taken. Shenxijia originally did have some small, tiny bit of unhappiness, but when she saw that wretched appearance of Pu Meiqi, she instantly smiled. This showed that Qin Zhaoyang wasn't lying, and was really cleaning up the mess when he went back. Zhaoyang, tomorrow Saturday, what are we doing? Qin Zhaoyang immediately returned a message. I'll take you to Antique Street in the morning to pick up leeks, and go to the store in the afternoon. Shenxijia immediately sent an okay gesture. Finally, she sent a picture of come early. I'll be waiting for you. The chat ended, and Qin Zhaoyang went to sleep. On the other hand, Pu Meiqi woke up in a daze, mainly because she was thirsty. She didn't turn on the light, took her cell phone and went out of the room, opened the refrigerator and drank a bottle of drink, felt a little uncomfortable in the stomach, so she started squatting on the toilet. A burst of mountainous whistling. Pu Meiqi felt very comfortable, which opened the cell phone, and then saw a video sent to her by Qin Zhaoyang. Curious, she clicked on it, and then, Pu Meiqi was so enraged that she almost forgot to wipe her ass. Qin Zhaoyang, get your ass out here. Qin Zhaoyang was sleeping soundly. She dreamed that Shenxijia and also Bao Xiaoxiao and the girls were bathing in the swimming pool. That figure, that scene, made Qin Zhaoyang simply drool, and a few women were still waving at him non-stop. Qin Zhaoyang, a hungry tiger pouncing, about to pounce on. Just at this time, a shout. He was startled, and then he rolled to the floor. Thump sound, that is a pain. Qin Zhaoyang, you get out. Don't be a shrinking violet for me, believe it or not I'll kill you. Qin Zhaoyang knew it was bad. It must be because of that video. Meiqi, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing? It was Su Xiaoro's voice. Meiqi, is it your cousin spying on you going to the restroom? This was Bao Xiaoxiao's voice. The reason why Bao Xiaoxiao asked this question was mainly because that time, she went to the toilet in her underwear and happened to be bumped into by Qin Zhaoyang. This damned Qin Zhaoyang actually secretly took pictures of me vomiting. I'll have to get him killed today. And you too. Hurry up and delete the video for me. If you pass this matter to me, I'm not finished with you. Qin Zhaoyang this time to kill him will not open the door. This time if he opens the door, that is a little cute. But this video was really deleted. After all, Pu Meiqi, this tigress is not something to be messed with. Meiqi, don't yell. I saw that my cousin seems to have gone out. Right, Xiao Xiao? As soon as Bao Xiaoxiao heard Su Xiaorou say this, she immediately understood. Yes. It seems like he answered a phone call and went out. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Picking Up Leakage with a Beautiful Girl. The next morning, Qin Zhaoyang got up very early, because he was afraid to give Pu Meiqi caught. He washed his face and brushed his teeth, not using a minute, and then took the keys and skipped. Downstairs, he bought breakfast for two, drove the car and went directly to Shen Sijia's villa. Shen Sijia let Qin Zhaoyang come earlier. The result is that at this time she is still sleeping soundly. Then she was woken up by a doorbell. Confused, she picked up her cell phone and looked at it. It was only 7:30. So she snorted, wore slippers, and opened the door. At the moment of opening the door, Qin Zhaoyang thought he had gone to the wrong door. At this time Shen Sijia, hair scattered, pajamas buttons, only two still buttoned in. The lower body is not wearing clothes, may only wear a pair of underpants, only buy the pajamas to cover up. The soles of the feet wearing a pair of slippers, and still wear the opposite. But what's the point of smearing nail polish on the top of these toenail caps? If you put nail polish on your toenails, why do you put colorful nail polish on them? Shen Sijia snorted while looking towards the door, and saw Qin Zhaoyang staring at his chest, and there was the action of swallowing saliva. Shen Sijia was puzzled and looked down, and immediately her pretty face flushed. In fact, Shen Sijia had the habit of sleeping naked, and last night she wore her pajamas because she wanted to take a selfie. Besides, she usually had no one come over to find her. At the very least she had lived here for almost a year, and apart from Li Wenjing who had come to find her twice, the only one left was Qin Zhaoyang. So in a daze, she didn't notice that she was already naked at this point. Have you seen enough? Shen Sijia was Shen Sijia. After all, she had seen the world and didn't yell like other women. Instead she asked calmly, or maybe she didn't mind, that, I bought you breakfast. Shen Sijia glanced at the breakfast carried in Qin Zhaoyang's hand, then calmly dragged her slippers, which she had worn backwards, back to her room. As soon as she returned to her room, she hurriedly closed the door behind her and reached out to touch her cheeks, which were a little hot. Did he see it or not? Qin Zhaoyang did see something, but he definitely wouldn't admit it. Casually placing his breakfast on the table, he then began to scan this villa. He felt that this villa was somewhat familiar. Suddenly he thought of something. A few days ago Shen Sijia gave him the decoration pre-plan. It seems that it is according to this villa. Yes, that's right, almost exactly the same. Qin Zhaoyang finally realized the reason why he felt familiar that time. The problem was here. Sijia, is that villa of mine under renovation? Qin Zhaoyang, this was a tentative question. Already started to renovate. The renovation workers already entered the field the day before yesterday. By the way, your transfer formalities are almost done. Just go and sign next Monday, Shen Sijia said while opening the door of the room and walked out. Don't say. Shen Sijia's speed of changing clothes is still quite fast. Today she didn't wear professional clothes. A short-sleeved t-shirt on the upper body, and a wraparound skirt on the lower body. Below the skirt is stockings, long legs. Looks very good. A woman's height is basically reflected in the waist below. As long as her legs are long enough, then the figure is absolutely not bad. It takes a lot of time for a woman to freshen up, and when the two of them went out of the villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Zhaoyang finally realized that what the woman said was the opposite. Last night clearly said I will wait for you. As a result, Qin Zhaoyang hard to wait for more than an hour. Sijia, if you come across something good later, you have to cooperate with me then. Qin Zhaoyang started to explain while driving the car. Aha, no problem. How to cooperate? Qin Zhaoyang thought about it and said, for example, if I see a good thing and the stall owner is asking for an exceptionally high price, I will give you a code word at this time, and you will oppose me buying it, and even urge me to leave. Shen Sijia understood at once. Then what secret signal? The two of them walked and discussed along the way, and soon came to this side of the antique street as well. Finding a place to stop the car, they then began to browse the stalls. Shen Sijia took advantage of this opportunity to naturally hold Qin Zhaoyang's arm, so that the two were just like a young couple, said to come to the antique street to pick up the leakage. In fact, it is also the luck of the draw. Now people are more than a fine. Buy not stupid. sell not cowardly. Want to pick up leaks really not too easy. The first stall or the man. That is, Qin Zhaoyang let the package small help him by that plate. This stall owner is an old color batch, so Qin Zhaoyang walk half, stopped, and then glanced at Shen Sijia's chest position. Good in today's wear tight, because today is Saturday, so the antique street is still some popularity. For example, this stall, at this time there are also two people picking and choosing. Qin Zhaoyang also squatted down and started to check. One thing after another from his eyes skimmed over, are all fakes, and even handicrafts. After looking for about 5 minutes, Qin Zhaoyang got up and brought Shen Sijia to the second stall. This stall was also occupied and was negotiating prices. Qin Zhaoyang didn't interrupt, he just listened on the side. This is a real one from the Qianlong period. You give 20,000 to take it away. Qin Zhaoyang skimmed the thing that the stall owner was talking about for $20,000. It was a brush holder, and it looked quite nice. This thing is still 20,000? Why don't you say it's from the Ming dynasty? $500. I'll take it if you sell it. The bargainer was a man in his 40s, looking very civilized. $500? You're sending out beggars. If you sincerely want it, $10,000 is not for sale below this price. Qin Zhaoyang was a little nervous. He was now really afraid that this man would agree to this price and buy this brush holder away, because this brush holder is the real thing. Why don't you go grab it for $10,000? I'll give you $800 at most. If you sell, I'll take it. If not, forget it. Just as the stall owner was about to agree, a voice came over. Old Huang, you've come to sweep the goods again. How's it going? Did you come across anything good? The man who had offered $800 turned around and saw that it was an acquaintance, so he hurriedly stood up and started chatting with the man. Qin Zhaoyang eyes a flurry of turn. He wanted to cut off. There is a rule in the antique trade. That is, when others are bargaining, you cannot go to interrupt. Not to mention cannot go to bidding or rob business. This is a taboo. Unless waiting for the person to leave, or give up the purchase, you can get on. Obviously, now was the chance. The end of this chapter. Chapter 49, a little unorthodox. Boss, is this $1,000 for sale? Qin Zhaoyang directly picked up the pen holder that he had just picked up and asked, because the two of them were just at the side. This stall owner naturally knew that the conversation between the two of them before was heard by Qin Zhaoyang. In his heart, he was happy that he had earned an additional $200, but no one is too much money. Little brother, I see that you are also a person who knows the goods. You give 2,000 and take it away. Qin Zhaoyang shook his head, then touched his nose. This was a coded message to Shen Sijia. Hubby, let's not buy it. That person just offered only 800, and you've bought several of them. None of them are real. It's better to save some money to buy milk powder for the child, Shen Sijia said while rubbing her stomach. Qin Zhaoyang was almost thunderstruck. Let you cooperate with the drama. Did not ask you to act so realistic at all. This child have. This. Qin Zhaoyang could only nod his head in cooperation, then put the pen holder in its original position and was about to get up and leave. Don't bother, little brother. You're my first customer today. 1,000 is 1,000. Just as an opening. Qin Zhaoyang, in the eyes of Shen Sijia's dissatisfaction, swept the code to pay, and took the pen container and left. The stall owner was pleased. The door was open for business. Even if he didn't do any business today, he still had enough money. At the same time, that old Huang just finished talking with his friend. He turned around and returned to the stall. Boss, $800 if you sell. I will. Ha, where's the pen holder? The pen holder was naturally in Qin Zhaoyang's hands. Zhaoyang, how much is this worth? As soon as the two left the stall, Shen Sijia couldn't wait to ask. Qin Zhaoyang looked around, before he lowered his voice and said, this is a brush holder from the early Qing dynasty era. According to today's market price, it's worth almost 50W. Shen Sijia's eyes narrowed. Just a turn of $500,000 in hand. Antiques business is really so lucrative. Zhaoyang, then let's continue. Little brother, wait. Just as Shen Sijia pulled Qin Zhaoyang and prepared to walk towards another stall, a shout came from behind them. The duo turned around to see that it was the previous bargainer, the man surnamed Huang. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit puzzled. Can't it be that this guy is here to find trouble? He himself didn't break the rules. The things were placed on the ground stall by himself, and then he got up and left again. I wonder what's the matter? Qin Zhaoyang casually asked. Little brother, this pen holder on your hand was previously in my sights. Only I said a few words to a friend and then. The man stammered a bit in his speech. This gentleman, you should understand the rules of the antique trade, right? Qin Zhaoyang asked tentatively, mainly to see if the other party is clear and sensible. Little brother, please rest assured. This rule I naturally understand. Only I prefer this pen container, just as I intend to visit a deceased person. Originally intended to give this brush pot to him. now that this brush pot has been bought by the little brother, I wonder if the little brother is willing to part with it. This man surnamed Huang, while speaking, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the pen container in Shenxi's hand. Oh, I see. Then I wonder how much you are willing to offer. As long as the price is right, there's no harm in selling it to you. Qin Zhaoyang said this is true. He bought over is also in order to hand over to make money. He is not antique enthusiasts. Like to collect what? Little brother, do you think this is okay? I'll give you 10 times the price. The main thing is that I really quite like this brush holder. What do you think? Qin Zhaoyang understood. This guy 100% saw the value of this brush holder. Because of some mistakes, which led to this brush holder being bought by Qin Zhaoyang. So now he is testing Qin Zhaoyang to see if he recognizes this brush holder. If not, just because of fun or like to buy it, then he offers 10 times the price. Qin Zhaoyang most of them will sell. Not good. It's fine for me to keep and play. After Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Little brother. Wait. Then how much does little brother say is appropriate? Mainly because I really like this pen holder. Qin Zhaoyang's heart was like a mirror. This person definitely knows the value of this brush holder. The reason why he is not willing to open the price. Let Qin Zhaoyang say. In the end, there is still a certain amount of luck. That is, Qin Zhaoyang does not understand this brush holder. Even if Qin Zhaoyang opened his mouth wide and asked for a 100,080, 000, then he also earned. In that case, if you really want it, then 500,000. Qin Zhaoyang didn't ask for more, because this brush holder is worth so much. The main thing is, he is embarrassed to ask for more. After all, this thing he did is a little bit not too decent. This person heard Qin Zhaoyang open mouth is 500,000. The heart was shocked. See, Qin Zhaoyang so young, should not be the existence of understanding antiques. Could it be that the lion's mouth is full of price? So, he decided to try again. Little brother is joking. A pen holder only, I give $10,000 is already considered very high, mainly because I like this thing. Qin Zhaoyang was already sure that this guy was just trying to pick up the pieces in his hands. One moment he said that he was going to buy this brush holder and give it to someone, and the next moment he said that he liked this brush holder. The back and forth was already quite contradictory, but none of this had anything to do with him. If a brush holder made by Wu Bangzhua is not even worth $500,000, would you believe it when you say this? Once Qin Zhaoyang said this man surnamed Huang, finally determined that Qin Zhaoyang was definitely a connoisseur. To be able to tell the age of an antique, generally some eyesight antique enthusiasts can do it, but to directly say, the original owner of this item, that would not be something an ordinary person could do. Awesome. Little brother is really awesome. Well, since little brother already knows the provenance of this brush holder, I won't say anything more. Just as little brother said, $500,000, I'll take this brush holder. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Zhaoyang took Shenxijia and continued towards the next stall. Zhaoyang, I also have credit for this antique. How are you going to reward me? Shenxijia hurriedly started to show her credit. As for the hand holding Qin Zhaoyang's arm, she never wanted to let go. Qin Zhaoyang felt that Shenxijia is also right. As the saying goes, meet and share half. How to give a part of it to Shenxijia is right. Of course, Qin Zhaoyang also knows that Shenxijia is rich. Very very rich. If you directly say half to her, Shenxijia might still not be too happy. This way, in the afternoon, I will accompany you to go shopping. What you see on Just Buy, all the consumption is counted on me. This is always okay. Shenxijia's face was all smiles for a while. This is what you said. I want to buy bags. I also want to buy clothes and shoes. And, between the two of them talking, they had already arrived at the next stall. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, so they all know each other. Maybe luck is a thing of the past. In the next hour, Qin Zhaoyang did not find anything too valuable, only picked up a small leak, a snuff bottle. It's almost worth $30,000 to $20,000. Looking at the time, almost 11:30, Qin Zhaoyang intended to go to lunch. Just at this time, Qin Zhaoyang's cell phone rang. Picked it up to see that it was actually Guan Jingya calling. Shenxijia stole a glance at the name on the cell phone. Guan Jingya. At a glance, she knew it was a girl's name. Hey, okay, I'll be right over. Aha, let's meet up then. Qin Zhaoyang hung up the phone and explained without knowing why. That, my master asked me to go over there. The one who just called, is my master's granddaughter, called Guan Jingya. Shenxijia let out an oh and then there was no more. Qin Zhaoyang worshipped the master until now has not sent a worship gift. He heard Huang Guangnian said, Guan Yua likes to drink. So he brought Shenxijia to the supermarket, bought 2 bottles of good wine, and bought some fruits, then drove the car to go. At the same time, Guan Yu was home. At this time there is a guest. If Qin Zhaoyang is here, his heart will definitely say, "That's right. This person is the man who just spent $500,000 on a pen holder in his hand." This person's surname is Huang. Full name, Huang Yunfei. It was also considered one of the more famous antique enthusiasts in Jinling City, but he is different from other antique lovers. This man has some real skills, and he went to Xi'an some time ago. Otherwise, Qin Zhaoyang would have met him at the reception. "Yunfei, my new apprentice will be here soon, so you can communicate more in the future. He's a very good seedling. All he lacks now is some theoretical knowledge, but his eyesight is still very good." Guan Yuha was quite satisfied when he spoke of this Qin Zhaoyang. Yesterday he saw the circle of friends sent by his son-in-law Huang Guangyan, and in the end he asked and realized that it was Qin Zhaoyang who discovered the secret of the scroll. This disciple has the ability to do the master's face will naturally have face. And 2 days ago, the cocktail party Qin Zhaoyang's analysis, Huang Guangyan naturally told him as well. "Guan Lao, I still have great faith in your vision. I really can't wait to get to know this close disciple of yours. To say that young people are more powerful, I really did meet one today." As soon as he heard Huang Yunfei say this, Guan Yuha became interested. Hurriedly, he began to ask after him. Huang Yunfei pointed to the quill on the table, then began to talk about today's events. "There's still this matter?" Just by casually looking at it for a few moments. "You know the provenance of this brush holder?" Guan Yuha was a bit surprised. It was reasonable to say that in the entire Jinling city, he knew very well if there were any powerful antique collectors. As for young people, apart from Qin Zhaoyang, he hadn't come across any of them, so he got curious. Just then, the sound of a car came from outside. "It's here, let's go down and take a look," Guan Yuha said while he led Huang Yunfei towards the stairs. "Good day, senior uncle." Guan Jingya didn't feel embarrassed at all. According to age, Qin Zhaoyang was only 2 years older than her, but this was a senior uncle shouted, actually without any sense of incongruity. "Jingya, let me introduce you. This is..." Qin Zhaoyang briefly introduced Chen Seijia and Guan Jingya. Just then, Guan Yuha came down from upstairs. "Master." Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Zhaoyang, I called you over today because I want to introduce someone to you, and you guys should move around more in the future. Yunfei, this is my new disciple. His name is..." "It's you." This sentence of "it's you," Qin Zhaoyang and Huang Yunfei almost exited at the same time. "You two know each other?" Guan Yuha was a bit puzzled now. Huang Yunfei, who was crying and laughing a bit, started to explain. Qin Zhaoyang was embarrassed. He didn't expect to intercept a fool to the head of an acquaintance. It would be strange if he wasn't embarrassed. "Ha ha ha." Guan Yuha on the side listened to the whole process and burst out laughing. Even Guan Jingya on the side was pursing her lips and snickering. "Yunfei, you didn't suffer this loss unjustly." Guan Yuha had said so. What else could Huang Yunfei say? Besides, he hadn't meant to blame Qin Zhaoyang in the first place. First of all, we don't know each other, and secondly, it's the rules of the antique trade. He did put down the items, got up and left, and went to talk to someone else. Even if it wasn't Qin Zhaoyang, even if he was replaced by Li Chaoyang, he wouldn't let go when he found something good. After the few people talked and laughed for a few moments, they came upstairs together, and Guan Jingya hurriedly made tea for everyone. "Senior uncle, my dad and the others don't allow my grandfather to drink, and you're still buying alcohol. Beware of my dad coming back to scold you. Unless you give me some favor and seal my mouth, then I won't say anything." Qin Zhaoyang heard and understood that he was being threatened by Guan Jingya. "Jingya, no fooling around. Zhaoyang, next time don't buy anything. You come to me as if you're back in your own home. Next time if you do that again I'll get angry." Facing Guan Yua's rebuke, Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Then he pulled out a snuff bottle that he had just picked up and handed it to Guan Jingya. "This is for you. Take it as my meeting gift. Remember to keep my secret in the future." Guan Jingya didn't need any hush money. She just thought that this little master uncle was quite funny and was just teasing him. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhaoyang really prepared a gift for him. "Thank you, senior uncle." Guan Jingya was different from other girls. His grandfather, father, and some of his relatives, such as his aunt Huang Guangyan, all of them dealt with antiques all year round. Or in some ways, Guan Jingya knew more than his aunt Huang Guangyan, so as soon as she saw this snuff bottle, she knew it was something good. "Let's see." Guan Yuha directly reached out and took the snuff bottle from Guan Jingya. Then he picked up his presbyopic glasses and put them on, and began to look at it. "Chang, a snuff bottle made during the Xianfeng period. How much did Zhaoyang spend on this?" Guan Yuha was Guan Yuha, and after looking at it for less than 2 minutes, he broke the age of this snuff bottle. "Master, 500, mainly because it's too hot. Too lazy to return the favor." This statement made the crowd laugh. Qin Zhaoyang's meaning was clear. Of course, it was also a joke, because it was too hot. He was too lazy to grind his teeth with the stall owner. Otherwise it could have been cheaper. "Senior uncle, this is too expensive. Why don't you exchange it for another one? Guan Jingya was a relatively lively girl, but he was definitely not one to take advantage of people. As soon as she heard about the snuff bottle from the Xianfeng period, how this was worth tens of thousands of dollars, how could she be good enough to accept such an expensive gift? Just take it if it's given to you. You're still selling out when you get a bargain. Guan Yue gave his granddaughter a blank look, then handed the snuff bottle to Guan Jingya. Guan Yue was aware of Qin Zhaoyang, and this could be seen in some way from that $10 million check from last time. A $10 million check? Say give it away. Let alone this one snuff bottle? If he couldn't spare it, he wouldn't have given it away. Zhaoyang, Yunfei has brought a weird thing. Come and take a look too. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Wacky Stuff. The so-called wacky thing. When Qin Zhaoyang saw it, his first reaction was that it was really wacky. How can I put it? This thing is a bit unorthodox. At a glance, it was similar to the Pauline lamp held by Yang Jian and sinking Xiang inside the Pauline lamp by 50%. However, its shape is not as good as that of the treasure lotus lamp, which is short and thick. The upper part of the caliber is relatively large, and there are lotus petal shapes all over the wick, and it belongs to a copper product, made of bronze, all around, including the interior. There is a lot of patina. Qin Zhaoyang thought this must be Guan Yue's attempt to test his eyesight, so he could only rely on his perspective ability to do so. Item name, Balian Incense Smoke, aka Bronze Incense Burner. Era, Han Dynasty. Value, 100,000. Collection value, General. Zhaoyang, see anything? Guan Yue had been paying attention to Qin Zhaoyang's facial changes, and he saw that Qin Zhaoyang was frowning or suspicious at first, and in the end, it became, again, an expression that looked like that. Facing Guan Yue's inquiry, Qin Zhaoyang did not intend to accurately and unambiguously say this kind of thing. After all, that would make people suspicious. After all, this item, first of all, this Huang Yunfei was definitely unable to accurately judge it. Then there was the strange thing that Guan Yue had said in his mouth. Then it meant that this item was uncommon or even rare. Since it was such an item that existed, then if he said it all at once, he would definitely be suspected. Thinking of this, Qin Zhaoyang knew what to say. Master, this item, first of all, he is a bronze artifact, and bronze artifacts were generally more prevalent in the Han Dynasty, or rather before the Han Dynasty. So I guess that this should be a certain artifact from the Han Dynasty period, and based on the patina on top of this bronze, it's not hard for us to see that it existed for a longer period of time. In addition, this item, looking at its shape, should be something similar to an incense burner, but this thing, bronze, has been unearthed in more relics, and its own value is not too high, especially bronze swords, and some other items, because it is more abundant. So we can often see, before the Han Dynasty, soldiers fought almost all with bronze swords, so I concluded that the price of this item shouldn't be more than 300,000 or even lower. Qin Zhaoyang said so much. It seemed that none of what he said was an affirmative answer, but he had actually said almost everything. Guan Yue kept nodding his head while listening. Nowadays, to be able to look at it and simply play with it, and tell so much information about this item is already a very difficult thing to do. No way. This thing is an incense burner? Huang Yunfei was a little less convinced. This thing was bought by him, over in Xi'an. It didn't cost much, $30,000. Originally thought that he had picked up a big leak, and came here today. One was to let Guan Yue appraise it. There is also a little, more or less with some bragging elements. Of course, this is not to show off in front of Guan Yue, but after the appraisal results come out, you can show off in the Jinling City Circle. Now Qin Zhaoyang said this thing is an incense burner, but how to see how not like. The most critical thing is the price. His mental estimate is about 3 million, but Qin Zhaoyang said it might not even be worth $300,000. Elder Guan, you say something. Huang Yunfei finally looked towards Guan Yue, because Qin Zhaoyang was just too young, plus what Qin Zhaoyang said was basically ambiguous. Guan Yue smiled and said, Yunfei, this item Zhaoyang has just said pretty much everything. He is actually an incense burner, or maybe it's okay to call it an incense burner. In the museum in the capital, there is actually a similar item that was discovered in the last century. At that time, a lot of experts studied it for more than 10 years before finally concluding the name as well as the purpose of this item. However, this piece of incense you have is obviously a folk kiln product, and it's not very well preserved. The corrosion is rather serious. If carefully restored, it is estimated to be worth 100,000. After all, bronze this thing, Guan Yue gushingly explained. Huang Yunfei is the more he listens to the heart the more cold. This time he went out for more than half a month. Originally the biggest harvest is this. Of course, this is what he thought. As a result, it is only worth so much. The capital spent 30,000, and there are back and forth. plus all the expenses. In the end, it may even lose money. Of course, the loss of money or not, Huang Yunfei is really do not care. What he cares about is the feeling of disparity in his heart. As I said before, his mental estimate of the price of about 3 million. So you can go around to show off. As a result, this is still a good SA. However, Huang Yunfei was quite open-minded. At least he could brag about getting a weird thing this time. Huang Yunfei originally intended to invite everyone to dinner, but Guan Yue refused. Qin Zhaoyang naturally also you have something to put off. After the two left each other contact information, Qin Zhaoyang took Shen Sijia and left. After lunch, it was already more than 1 p.m. Qin Zhaoyang intended to go to the store to see, but Shen Sijia said to go shopping, which was promised by Qin Zhaoyang, so the two of them had to go shopping. For most men, the one thing they are most reluctant to do may be shopping, then the most unwilling thing, that is to accompany a woman shopping, because it was a kind of torture. Shen Sijia had to go in and look at almost every store, whether it was selling underwear or buying a jacket. It also didn't matter if it was selling women's clothing or men's clothing, she had to go in and take a look, and even the ones selling children's toys he went in to take a look around. What's more, she would try on clothes in front of Qin Zhaoyang, which is going to kill her. Qin Zhaoyang thought he was a bit horny and a little bit of a hooligan, but he was definitely not that kind of lewd person. Of course, this is what he thinks of himself. He also didn't think about the fact that every night before, he intentionally sat in the living room, pretended to play with his cell phone, and then looked at the bathroom with his perspective. After strolling through the entire street, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and if there was any store she hadn't gone to, I'm afraid there was only one love store left. Exhausted, Shen Sijia immediately complained as soon as she returned to the car. Qin Zhaoyang put a dozen bags in his hand into the back seat and said in a bad mood, "You still have the nerve to say you're tired. When you were shopping just now, it's me who's the most tired, right?" Facing Qin Zhaoyang's complaint, Shen Sijia spat out her tongue. "Well, I didn't buy clothes for you too, right? Where are we going now? How about we go eat first, and then go watch a movie?" Qin Zhaoyang really wanted to say, "Idle leg pain. Forget about watching a movie. I'm going to." Just then, Qin Zhaoyang's cell phone rang again. This chapter is finished. Chapter 52, Bringing Shen Sijia Home. The phone call was from Bao Xiao Xiao. It turns out that today the store is going to install the central air conditioner and the mobile door. Mobile door is very simple. Yesterday measured the size. Today a day to do. Now come to install very normal. As for the installation of air conditioning, this thing is not so fast. After all, the central air conditioner has to go on the ceiling. There is also wiring, leading vents and so on. It is estimated that there is no 1 or 2 days to install. The purpose of the call from Bao Xiao Xiao is to ask for money. The mobile door is installed to check out. Qin Zhaoyang is also lazy to rush over directly to the package small transfer in place. Just as Qin Zhaoyang was preparing to go to dinner with Shen Sijia, his cell phone rang again, this time from his mother. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang saw that it was his mother's call, his head went big. "Hey, Mom, what? Broke your leg? Broken how? Okay, I know." Qin Zhaoyang hung up the phone and his face changed. "Zhaoyang, what's wrong?" Qin Zhaoyang started to explain as he started the car. "My dad accidentally broke his leg. I have to go back right now. I'll send you back first." Shen Sijia's eyes flicked around. "Zhaoyang, didn't you say yesterday that you would take me back to your home? It just so happens that there's nothing to do in the next 2 days, so I'll go back with you." Qin Zhaoyang thought about it and agreed. "That's fine, but my family's condition is not good. Don't mind if you don't." Shen Sijia blankly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, secretly muttering in her heart, "If I dislike it, it's also because I dislike you as a person." Of course this sentence she wouldn't say out loud. "Then let's go and finish dinner quickly before we go shopping a little bit. Besides, it's my first time coming to the door, so I can't be empty-handed." So, the two of them casually found a restaurant to eat, and then they went to the supermarket to start shopping. When Shen Sijia bought things, she only bought the expensive ones, not the right ones. For example, cigarettes. Huazi are starting, and actually bought $2.95. Good thing that Qin Zhaoyang is still more rational. In the end, those flashy things are all vetoed. Just like that, Shen Sijia still spent more than $10,000. "Sijia, my dad broke his leg now. Is it appropriate for you to buy these cigarettes and wine and stuff?" Qin Zhaoyang asked casually while driving the car. Only then did Shen Sijia begin to speak to Qin Zhaoyang about the speculations in her heart. "Zhaoyang, are your parents always urging you to go back for a blind date?" Qin Zhaoyang nodded his head. However, he didn't understand what Shen Sijia meant by asking this matter at this time. "Zhaoyang, if my guess is correct, your dad didn't break his leg at all. Think about it, if your dad really broke his leg, he should have sent it to the hospital in the first place instead of calling you. It would only make sense to say that it had been taken to the hospital and then call you. Am I right? Qin Zhaoyang slowly parked the car to the side of the road. Then he started thinking about what Shen Sijia said. Not to mention, it was really possible. As for the reason for doing so, it was to trick himself into going back for a blind date, because only a few days ago he had received his mother forcing him to go back for a blind date. Why don't I give Xiao Dai a call? Xiao Dai is my sister. Her name is Qin Yu Dai. Qin Zhaoyang was ready to pull out his cell phone when he finished speaking. However, he was stopped by Shen Sijia. Don't call. Didn't you say you were going to go back to visit anyway? It just so happens that tomorrow is Sunday. I have time. It's good to go back and take a look. Qin Zhaoyang put the cell phone back again. He began to think about it. This was indeed an opportunity to bring Shen Sijia back so that his dad and mom wouldn't push him to go on a blind date anymore. But this matter had to be communicated with Shen Sijia first. Sijia, then can you be my girlfriend? I mean, first pretend to be my girlfriend and cope with my mom's side. Shen Sijia blankly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, very dissatisfied. Why should I pretend? Am I not qualified enough? Qin Zhaoyang's home wasn't too far from Jinling City. It took 2 hours to drive there. Qin Zhaoyang's father, Qin Dafu, and his mother, Li Guilan, as well as Qin Zhaoyang's younger sister, Qin Yudi, were having dinner at home at this time. According to normal time, now are more than 8 o'clock in the evening, have eaten dinner, but today was special, because waiting for Qin Yudi to come back. Qin Yudi just finished the college entrance examination and started her vacation today. Qin Dafu liked nothing to drink a little wine. Is not a good wine, the kind of bulk white wine. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to do that. Mother Li Guilan is not tall or short, and Su Xiaro is about the same height. As for the younger sister Qin Yu Dai, well, the same big and tall, almost 1.7 meters or so. This height is outstanding among girls, and Qin Zhaoyang is a bit similar. Mom, if you trick your brother back like this, in case my brother's donkey temper comes up and he gets angry and doesn't come back in the future, I'll see what to do, Qin Yudi casually said as she ate her meal. It won't happen. If your brother sees that girl, he probably won't be happy enough. The girl Li Guilan was talking about was the person she intended to introduce to Qin Zhaoyang. But, my brother, he, Xiao Dai, listening to your mom is right. You don't need to worry idly. Qin Dafu ate and drank at the same time, also said casually. In the Qin Zhaoyang family, it was the mother, Li Guilan, who was in charge, and the father, Qin Dafu, basically didn't have much say. Your brother is 25. Look at the ones his age. Which one isn't married? Take Daqian for example. His daughter-in-law R. Li Guilan was halfway through her sentence when she saw her yard light up, and then a car drove in. The three of them were suspicious for a while. Just then Qin Zhaoyang got out of the car. It's my brother coming back. Brother! Qin Yudi hurriedly put down her dishes and ran out. Qin Dafu didn't drink any more wine and followed Li Guilan out. Zhaoyang, why did you come back overnight? Didn't I tell you to come back tomorrow? Qin Zhaoyang was about to greet and call out to someone, but when he saw Qin Dafu appearing in front of him in a good way, his face was instantly dark. Shen Sijia guessed right. Just then, the passenger door opened and Shen Sijia walked out from inside. Zhaoyang, this is Uncle and Auntie. Right. Good day Uncle and Aunt. Good day Xiao Dai. I'm Zhaoyang's girlfriend. Shen Sijia didn't feel embarrassed at all, and was generous. Qin Zhaoyang couldn't afford to lose his temper, and hurriedly introduced himself. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, called Shen Sijia. You guys just call Sijia. The old couple was first stunned. You looked at me. I looked at you. For a while they were a bit at a loss for words. In the end, it was Qin Yu Dai who reacted faster. So it's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Quickly enter the house. Now Li Guilan also reacted. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly go inside. This house is not cleaned up either. Xiao Dai, quickly pour water. This chapter is finished. Chapter 53, Liang Fantasy. This dinner was not eaten, and he hurriedly cleared the table. Qin Zhaoyang's home, in general is not bad, although in the countryside, but the conditions are not bad. With the development of the market economy, even in the countryside, compared with the previous is also a sea change in the table. Qin Zhaoyang home is 2 on 2 down the building, which is for Qin Zhaoyang married with. In the building on the side, there are 3 houses, a kitchen plus dining room, and a house is the old couple living. The other one, piled up some miscellaneous things. Qin Yudi lived on the 2nd floor. In fact, she didn't come back to live much. She usually lived in the school. Basically, she comes back once or twice a month. There are 2 rooms upstairs, one for Qin Yudi and one for Qin Zhaoyang. Of course, if Qin Zhaoyang has a girlfriend, talk about marriage, Qin Yudi cannot live here. After all, this house is the wedding room that the second old man left to Qin Zhaoyang. What does it look like for a sister-in-law to live here? Say it, what's the point of tricking me to come back? Qin Zhaoyang attitude is a little bad, mainly because he rushed back in a hurry and worried, but the result is to make half a day. So, the attitude is good, then there is really a problem. The old couple, you look at me, I look at you. It is not easy to explain. If there is no Shinxijia, then everything is fine. But the problem is that now there is one more person. You cannot say in front of Shinxijia, I asked you to cheat back to the blind date, right? Shinxijia pushed Qin Zhaoyang and started to blame. Zhaoyang, how did you talk? You are almost half a year did not come back. Uncle and aunt want you. Let you come back to see how? Look at you. Who are you showing a bad face to? Uncle, auntie, don't mind him. Sunrise is like this. Recently made a little money and started to fool around. Shinxijia was very good at what she did, and she was also very good at what she said. First, finding a suitable reason, or step, for the two old men. Then she complained about Qin Zhaoyang, so that the image of her as a filial daughter-in-law was successfully established. The last point, clarified that Qin Zhaoyang had recently made money, which also paved the way for what Qin Zhaoyang wanted to say next. For example, what he has been doing lately, where he got the money to buy a car, and so on. So in a sense, a person's high IQ does not mean he has a high EQ. As for Shinxijia, not only was her IQ high, this EQ was also ridiculously high, at the very least much higher than Qin Zhaoyang. Right. What Sijia said is very reasonable. You've been out for half a year, talking about your girlfriend without telling us. Is it easy for us to be parents? Look at you. You're still not happy to be asked to come back. You've put on a smelly face, just like your grandfather. Li Guilan gave her a lecture and started to talk incessantly. Qin Zhaoyang gradually turned from reasonable to unreasonable. Auntie, actually this can't all be blamed on Zhaoyang. It's mainly because Zhaoyang has been too busy in recent times. Originally we also planned to come back in the next few days, and we were also going to pick up the two old men to live with us. Zhaoyang has now bought a car and a house, so you guys just wait to enjoy yourselves. Finally, Shinxijia brought the topic around to this. It wasn't until then that Li Guilan realized that Qin Zhaoyang had come back in a car. Sijia, what has Zhaoyang been doing lately? How come he even bought a car? This car is quite a lot of money. I think it's estimated to be around $100,000. Shinxijia also did not say the price of the car. $400,000. For them, it is indeed considered a large sum of money, but for Shinxijia, it was just that. Auntie, Zhaoyang and I have been doing some business recently, in addition to opening a store. Anyway, we just made some money, and now the house is being renovated. Originally we planned to wait for a few days, when the house was renovated before coming back to see you old couple. No, it's ahead of schedule. Right, I bought some gifts for uncle and aunt. Zhaoyang, quickly go and take them down. Shinxijia was nonchalant. Directly in front of the old couple, she began to command Qin Zhaoyang. The most crucial thing was that this picture was in the old Qin family, and there wasn't the slightest sense of incongruity, because Qin Zhaoyang's parents were like this. The older generation, Qin Zhaoyang's mother, was in charge, and now the younger generation, Shinxijia, was in charge, which was a very reasonable thing. Qin Zhaoyang glared at Shinxijia and then went to get the gifts. Shinxijia secretly made a face. Qin Yuti also followed Qin Zhaoyang outside. Brother, do you know what my mom tricked you back for? It's to introduce you to a girlfriend. Now you're screwed. Qin Zhaoyang directly gave Qin Yuti a brain crash. Just gloat. Originally I was going to buy you a laptop. Now well, as soon as she heard about the laptop, Qin Yuti's eyes just lit up. Brother, I'm wrong, okay? I want an Apple one. Qin Zhaoyang secretly looked at the house. At this time the house. Li Guilan pulled Shinxijia's hand. That chat a happy Who is the person mom introduced me to? Do you know? Qin Yuti smiled mysteriously and said, Brother, you know him. That's Mr. Liang's family. Mr. Liang Dream. Qin Zhaoyang directly burst out a foul mouth. Speaking of this Liang Dreamy, for Qin Zhaoyang, it should be called Liang Nightmare. Liang Dreamy's mother was Qin Zhaoyang's junior high school homeroom teacher. When Qin Zhaoyang was studying, he happened to be in the same class as this Liang Dream fantasy, and this Liang Dream fantasy is simply more like a boy than a boy. 3 years of junior high school. Will Qin Zhaoyang torture almost crazy? What put toy snakes in the school bag? Behind the back of the drawing turtle. These are child's play. What makes Qin Zhaoyang really afraid of Liang Mengfang is that one time when he went to the toilet in gym class. The town school. The kind of toilet is simple with cement to build a few pools. At the bottom of the pool, it is connected to the kind of vat that contains feces at the back of the toilet. Because of diarrhea, Qin Zhaoyang continuously went to the toilet several times, and this Liang Meng fantasy lack of morality to death. She came to the back of the toilet, lit up a cannonball, and threw it directly into the vat behind the pool. With a bang, the feces in the vat exploded everywhere, and above Qin Zhaoyang's whole ass. it was covered in feces. For this matter, Qin Zhaoyang was laughed at by his classmates for 2 years. Of course, like this similar lack of morality, Liang Mengfang did not do less. What in Qin Zhaoyang kettle put salt? That is often do things. So as soon as he heard Liang Meng fantasy, Qin Zhaoyang began to shiver. That woman is not married? Also, how did it come to mind that she was allowed to go on a blind date with me? Qin Yudi glanced at the living room, then lowered her voice and said, "This matter is a long story that can't be explained in a few words. In short, you're on your own. This chapter is finished." Chapter 54, Don't Laugh at Me. When Qin Zhaoyang returned to the house again, he almost dropped everything in his hand. Because, the name calling, Mom, the matter of marriage, mainly depends on Zhaoyang's meaning. I have no opinion. That's right, in such a simple 2 minutes time, the address changed from aunt to mom. This speed was simply faster than riding a rocket. Cough cough cough. I'm a bit tired from driving. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. You die. Take Jia to take a bath and sleep in the same room as you at night. Qin Zhaoyang directly began to make arrangements. Mainly because this is getting more and more wrong the more they talk. Good thing that today the two of them shopped all afternoon. This clothes car has, that is also convenient. Qin Zhaoyang's home is not yet a water heater, so the bath can only boil water, and then use a large wooden basin to take a bath. Qin Zhaoyang, on the other hand, started to shower directly in the yard. By the time he finished cleaning up and went to bed, it was already more than 10 p.m. Qin Zhaoyang picked up his cell phone and there were quite a few messages on it. There was one from Bao Xiaoxiao and also one from Huang Guangyan. Qin Zhaoyang sent them back a message to explain the situation. Just when he plugged in the charger and was ready to sleep, there was a friend request on his cell phone WeChat. Casually tapped on agree. Qin Zhaoyang directly sent a questioning picture over, which was meant to ask who the other party was. After a pause of roughly 3 seconds, the other party's message was sent over. Are you Qin Zhaoyang? Qin Zhaoyang took a look and knew that the other party must have recognized him, and hurriedly sent back a yes. Then that's right, I'm Liang Dreamy. Qin Zhaoyang had a jolt, and his cell phone fell to the ground. This is what comes from fear. Hello fellow student Liang, how did you add my WeChat? This time, the other party's message stopped for a minute before sending it over. This matter of adding friends, keep it a secret for now. Qin Zhaoyang, are you afraid of me? At that time we are still very small, okay? You do not always remember those bad things about me. You can also think about my good side well. Qin Zhaoyang was speechless. She has a good side? Liang, I have a girlfriend. My mom doesn't know about this, so I'm here to say sorry. I'll treat you to dinner some other day when I'm free, just as an apology to you. Qin Zhaoyang didn't intend to spend time wasting on this matter, going for idle chit-chat, and directly opened the door to his attitude. This time, the message stayed longer. Qin Zhaoyang even suspected that the other party was not angry, and then pulled black and deleted him. Just then, Liang Dream's message was sent over. What a coincidence. I also mean the same thing, only that my family is urging me more urgently. I just can't help it. Do you think this is okay? Tomorrow we meet on the side. Then I go back later or have an explanation. The big thing is to say that first look around. Wait for a period of time. We will say that it is not suitable on the line. You see how? Qin Zhaoyang originally did not want to agree, or simply did not want to meet with this woman, but he was too embarrassed to refuse, so he agreed to meet up in town tomorrow morning. Liang Dreamy's side sent an okay gesture, and then said a little more about the time and place, and this chat basically came to an end. Qin Zhaoyang was ready to get up to go to the bathroom and then sleep. In the countryside, there is no bathroom in the room, like the old generation will put a toilet in the room. Later on, it gradually turned into a spittoon, but Qin Zhaoyang didn't have the habit of urinating in the room. Wearing a big pants, he opened the door and prepared to go downstairs to the toilet. As soon as the door of this room opened, coincidentally, the door of the room next door also opened. Then you see Shen Sijia wearing a nightgown, holding a cell phone as a light and walked out. Shen Sijia also didn't expect that Qin Zhaoyang also happened to open the door and come out. Where are you going? Qin Zhaoyang casually asked. I'm going to the restroom. Big one. Qin Zhaoyang realized that Shen Sijia was going to the toilet to take it at night. Then let's go together. It just so happens that I also need to go to the toilet. Shen Sijia gave a hem and followed Qin Zhaoyang downstairs. There were no toilets in rural homes. Usually the toilets were outside. That is, against the root of the wall. For example, the toilet in Qin Zhaoyang's house is behind the 3 cottages, and there is no distinction between male and female toilets, but there is a door. People go in from the inside. There is a pin. We'll plug the pin on the line. Toilet inside also has a light. Qin Zhaoyang signaled Shen Sijia to go in, but also reached out to the light to light up. Men, peeing does not look at the people, also do not look at the place. Besides, now it is dark, directly to the outside of the dry on the line. Zhaoyang, still there? Shen Sijia asked. mainly because she was a little scared. No need to be afraid. I'm here. Hearing that Qin Zhaoyang was waiting right outside, Qin Zhaoyang wasn't afraid now. Qin Zhaoyang looked up at the sky. There were no stars in the sky. This was the rhythm of a change in the sky. Pa! Just then, Qin Zhaoyang heard a very crisp sound. It turned out that there was a mosquito in the toilet, and this mosquito was stinging on Qin Zhaoyang's buttocks, so this casual slap naturally had this crisp ringing sound. After shooting, Qin Zhaoyang also realized that, suddenly pretty face red, women are more clean. At least most women are more clean than men. After going to the toilet, Qin Zhaoyang was originally going to go upstairs and sleep directly, but Qin Zhaoyang re-entered the bathroom and then cleaned it again, before following Qin Zhaoyang upstairs with a red face. No laughing at me. This was the sentence that Qin Zhaoyang said before entering the room. Qin Zhaoyang originally didn't think there was anything funny about it, but after Qin Zhaoyang reminded him of it, it was quite funny instead. So he returned to bed and directly sent a message to Qin Zhaoyang. Does your butt still hurt? Qin Zhaoyang's message came back in seconds. You go to hell. The night was silent, and the next morning, when Qin Zhaoyang yawned and went downstairs, he saw Qin Zhaoyang tying her apron and following behind her mother, Li Guilan, busy making breakfast. Of course, whether it was helping or messing up, I'm afraid only Li Guilan knew for sure, but there are times when it doesn't matter if you can help or not. It's mainly an attitude. At least Li Guilan was satisfied. Shout I. Later after breakfast, you take Zhaoyang around. I'll go to town to buy some groceries. Qin Zhaoyang's grocery shopping was fake. Going to see Liang Mengxian was real. I'll go with you. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang's words fell, Qin Yudi began to follow suit. Brother, I'm going too. You promised to buy me a notebook last night. Sister-in-law, I'll take you to see the school my brother goes to. The two women were singing in unison. This time, Qin Zhaoyang was in a hurry, desperately giving Qin Yudi a wink, but as a result, the other party didn't look at him at all. That, I suddenly remembered. Little butterfly, you take Zhaoyang to the town to stroll around, and buy some vegetables back by the way. I still have some things to do. Qin Zhaoyang looked at Qin Zhaoyang suspiciously, feeling that this guy had something in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Blind Date, Stalking. Because Qin Zhaoyang's parents were on the sidelines, Qin Zhaoyang was not in a position to ask, but she kept an eye out. After breakfast, Qin Zhaoyang and Qin Yudi went to town, but just arrived in the town, Qin Zhaoyang pulled Qin Yudi to hide in an undetectable place. Qin Yudi was a bit curious. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Qin Zhaoyang stole a glance at the road they had just come from, then explained. Shout I suspect that your brother is hiding something from us, so I wanted to follow and see. Qin Yudi's heart snapped as she remembered the matter of Liang Meng fantasy. That, sister-in-law, that's not good. Qin Yudi was definitely on Qin Zhaoyang's side in this matter. After all, the relationship between the two, that was born of one mother, an Apple laptop, plus a newest cell phone. Qin Zhaoyang directly opened her chips. At once, Qin Yudi, who cares if he was born from the same mom? Which is more important than a laptop? Not to mention the newest model cell phone. Sister-in-law, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Qin Yudi hurriedly made her position clear, and Qin Zhaoyang was very satisfied. Only she didn't notice that Qin Yudi was secretly sending messages. Qin Zhaoyang came to the town and then walked towards the park that he had agreed with Liang Mengfang. At this time, there was a message alert on his cell phone, and he was about to take it out to take a look when a voice rang out. Qin Zhaoyang, here. Qin Zhaoyang reloaded his cell phone back, then looked at the person not far away across the street, about 1.6 meters tall, with long shawl hair, delicate face, wearing a pair of purple-rimmed eyes, looking svelte, wearing a dress, with a handbag on her shoulder. If you just take a casual look, the first impression is pretty and quiet, but Qin Zhaoyang didn't think so. Hello, Mr. Liang. Qin Zhaoyang stretched out his hand. Liang Meng Fantasy was a bit surprised, but still stretched out his hand and shook it. Let's go over there and chat. The over there that Liang Mengxian was talking about was the park's greenbelt. After all, it is now immediately entering July, which is the hottest time of the year, and there happen to be a few big trees over there, as well as a few rows of chairs. Qin Zhaoyang naturally agreed, so the two of them came over here to sit down and started chatting, completely unnoticed. Right behind them, not far behind the short holly, there were two eavesdroppers. Fellow student Liang Meng Fantasy, first of all I want to apologize to you. I really don't know anything about this blind date. It's all because my mom messed it up, but I am also responsible, so I sincerely apologize to you, Qin Zhaoyang said while moving his butt towards the side a bit. This was to keep a distance from Liang Mengyi. After all, this woman was an uncertainty. Qin Zhaoyang, we haven't seen each other for almost 8 or 9 years. Right, you've really changed a lot. You don't have to be afraid of me. I did have some problems in the past. I always liked to fix you, but after all, We were still small at that time. As for the blind date thing, you don't worry. I'm just going through the motions. Right. I heard that you also work in Jilin City. So what do you do? Hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang was finally relieved. Yes, I work over in Jilin City. As for what I do, I'm a bit embarrassed to say it. Liang Meng Fantasy got curious all of a sudden and said, what's there to be embarrassed about? There's no difference between noble and lowly occupations. Tell me. Qin Zhaoyang did not intend to tell the truth. After all, he really did not want to get involved with Liang Mengli. I am in the antique street as an apprentice. 2,500 a month. No vacation. Liang Mengli nodded and said, your salary package is indeed a bit low. How about this? How about you go to my place to help and be my assistant? Qin Zhaoyang was a bit puzzled now. What do you do? Liang Meng did not answer immediately, but took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang took the business card and looked at it. New Era Advertising LLC? Then what exactly do you guys do? Liang Meng Fantasy was a little embarrassed and started to explain. It's actually a store that helps people make customized billboards, light boxes, and so on. I studied advertising design in college, so I opened this store after graduation, and the current business is not bad. Are you interested in coming to me? I'll give you an assistant position, $6,000 a month. What do you think? Liang Meng Fantasy said while looking at Qin Zhaoyang with a hopeful gaze. I'll think about it. I'll contact you when the time comes. Right. It's getting late. Too late to go back. My girlfriend will be unhappy. Go to Jinling City some other day. I'll treat you to dinner. Qin Zhaoyang was preparing to end today's blind date. That's fine. We'll talk again some other day when we're free. Qin Zhaoyang and Liang Mengxian left and hurried towards the direction of their home. It wasn't until Qin Zhaoyang left that Shinxijia and Qin Yudi drilled out from behind the green belt. The corners of Shinxijia's mouth had some upward curves, which showed that Qin Zhaoyang's performance today was quite okay, especially the best line, my girlfriend will be unhappy. Qin Zhaoyang was almost out of the town before he breathed a sigh of relief. This female big change is not wrong at all. Liang Meng Fantasy's change is still quite big, at least not wholesome. Took out his cell phone to look down, and then saw the WeChat message Qin Yudi sent him. Well, how could Qin Yudi really betray her own brother for a computer and a cell phone? So he briefly said the thing that Shinxijia would follow him, needing to let Qin Zhaoyang pay attention to it. As a result, this news looked a bit late. Just at this time, Qin Zhaoyang's cell phone rang, and it was Shinxijia who called, so he hastily connected it. Hey, Xijia, I'm just about to go home. I just met an old classmate, the one that my mom had to let me get a blind date. Right. I directly made it clear to her that I have a girlfriend. On the other side, the smile on Shinxijia's face became even more intense. This phone call of hers was to test Qin Zhaoyang to see if he would lie to her. As a result of this test, the effect was very good. Qin Zhaoyang's performance made him very satisfied. Only what Shinxijia didn't know, if Qin Zhaoyang hadn't seen the message his sister sent him, the answer to this call might not be what it is now. You have a girlfriend? Who is it? I would love to meet. Shinxijia asked knowingly while glancing at Qin Yudi who was shopping for groceries. Shinxijia waited for Qin Zhaoyang to say, you're my girlfriend, and then followed it up with a sentence of her own. Darn it, who is your girlfriend? I haven't said yes yet. As a result, this is what Qin Zhaoyang said. My girlfriend is still being raised at my mother-in-law's house. When I make money someday then. Shinxijia was so angry that she directly hung up the phone. This person is really an elm. This chapter is finished. Chapter 56, Yellow Flower Pear's Backrest Chair. Qin Zhaoyang's phone was hung up, and only then did he notice the business card in his hand, remembered that his store's billboard has not yet been done, so he directly took a photo of the bright piece and sent it to Bao Xiaoxiao, then briefly said, the general meaning is to let Bao Xiaoxiao go to this one to do billboards. It is also considered to take care of the business of old classmates. Qin Zhaoyang returned home first, saw his mother is brushing the pickle altar. Qin Zhaoyang remembered, before planning to go back home to see if you can receive antiques or something this thing, so directly a perspective to look at the kimchi altar. This look is not good. On this pickle altar, after a few hundred years is absolutely antique. Well, just kidding, this kimchi altar is his parents married after the buy, just 20 years, if not broken, after a few hundred years is also considered a folk kiln antique, estimated to be worth $1 million or $2 million. Mom, does our family have any old objects? It's the things passed down from the old ancestors, Li Guilan said. We're the only ones who have old things? When your father and I got married, we were very poor, with 3 dilapidated houses and a few pickle pots. How could we have any old things? There is a shoe horn. Is your grandmother left behind? You see if it counts? Qin Zhaoyang, a burst of speechless shoe pluck. Qin Zhaoyang is still not dead, came to the kitchen and began to check, and finally came to a conclusion. The copper spoon that fed the pigs, more than 30 years ago. Mom, then you say on our village, Whose family will have old objects? Li Guilan was aware that Qin Zhaoyang used to work as an antique apprentice, so there wasn't much that was strange about it. Yangzi, in this village of ours, most of them moved here from out of town and basically don't have any good stuff. A few years ago, there were also those high-priced peddlers who recovered old objects who came here, and they almost couldn't collect anything, and then no one came anymore. But I heard that there are 2 chairs in Mr. Zhao's house or old objects. Once someone offered 20,000. Mr. Zhao did not want to sell. Now that Master Zhao has passed away, maybe. Before Li Guilan could finish her sentence, Qin Zhaoyang had already disappeared. This child, Li Guilan complained, then brushed the pickle altar on her own. The name that Li Guilan said, Grandpa Zhao, was one that people generally didn't remember or didn't know, and anyway, Qin Zhaoyang just didn't know it. However, Mr. Zhao's grandson, Mr. Zhao Gang, is familiar to Qin Zhaoyang, and the two of them are still on good terms. Only a few years ago because of fighting, sentenced to prison. Uncle Zhao, at home? Uncle Zhao is Grandpa Zhao's grandson who is also Zhao Gang's father, Zhao Xiaobei. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang entered the courtyard, he began to call out, yell, "Isn't this Yangzi? When did you come back?" Zhao Xiaobei was not at home, but his daughter-in-law Wang Suihua was at home, and it was Wang Suihua who spoke. "Auntie, I came back last night. Where is my Uncle Zhao?" Qin Zhaoyang asked while surveying the furnishings of Zhao Xiaobei's home. How can I say this? The economic condition might not be very good, or it might have spent a lot of money because of Zhao Gang's matter. Your Uncle Zhao went to work as a temporary laborer. Yangzi, come in and sit down. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit hesitant. In the countryside, usually when there is no man in the house, or when the man is not at home and there is no one else, it is not very suitable for someone like Qin Zhaoyang to enter the house. Auntie, I won't sit down. I did hear that there are 2 chairs in your house that are a bit old, so I want to take a look. At the mention of these 2 chairs, Wang Suihua was a little angry. A few years ago, someone offered $20,000, but the old master just wouldn't sell them, and as a result, it's good now. The old master passed away, the chairs could be sold, and as a result, no one came to people's doors to collect them. These 2 chairs have become a heart disease, throw it away, and cannot afford. After all, someone out of $20,000. Stay put and take up space. The key is not good looking. After listening to Wang Suihua's account, Qin Zhaoyang eyes is alight. As long as it's not sold, it's good. Auntie, can I take a look? If it's indeed something good, I plan to buy it. As for the price, it's good to talk. Upon hearing this, Wang Suihua's face was overjoyed. Now, not to mention $20,000, she was willing to sell it even for $2,000. You wait, I'll go get it for you. When Qin Zhaoyang saw the 2 chairs, his eyes were beaming with gold. Item name, Late Qing Dynasty 1 Wali Backrest Chair. Origin, Guangzhou. Price, 2 million. This is the price of 1 chair, 2 together. That's the kit. Minimum 5 million. Auntie, I'll take this chair. Name your price. Wang Suihua was naturally very happy once she heard Qin Zhaoyang say she wanted it. Yangzi, do you think this number is okay? Wang Suihua stretched out a hand, meaning $5,000, and Qin Zhaoyang misunderstood. He thought Wang Suihua was talking about $50,000. After all, this is normal, because a few years ago someone offered 20,000. Then a few years later today opening his mouth to ask for 50,000 is not excessive. Fine, 50,000 is 50,000, but I don't have this much cash on me. Auntie, do you think this is okay? You take care of this chair for me first. I'll go to the town to get the money now. Oh yeah, you have WeChat right? Or I can transfer money to you on WeChat. Wang Suihua's mouth was wide open. She clearly said 5,000, but it turned out that Qin Zhaoyang actually said $50,000. How could this not be agreeable? To know after this village may not have this store. In case Qin Zhaoyang does not want it, by then it will rot in the hands again. Yangzi, WeChat transfer is fine, but are you sure you want $50,000 for these 2 chairs? Wang Suihua was still a bit unsure. Qin Zhaoyang repeatedly guaranteed, and only then did Wang Suihua believe it. So add friends and then transfer money. In order to avoid trouble, Qin Zhaoyang also let Wang Suihua write a receipt, which then used her family's tricycle and pulled the 2 chairs back home. Zhaoyang, where did you get 2 broken chairs? Qin Zhaoyang had just returned home when Shen Sijia started asking questions. Broken chairs? I'm afraid I'll scare you when the time comes. Come help lift them down. Be careful not to touch them. So a few people carefully lifted the chairs down. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly found old clothes and stuff and started fine packing. Used half an hour. Well, 2 chairs wrapped tightly. This is to prevent collision during transportation. Xiao Dai, you don't do anything today. Just give me these 2 chairs to look after. If you get this done, when the new year comes, brother will send you a car. When Qin Yu Dai heard this, she was jumping happily. Brother, You can't lie to me. If you lie to me I'll. Qin Zhaoyang directly gave Qin Yudi's a brain crash. What will you do? Qin Yudi spat out her tongue and hurriedly ran back to the house and moved a stool, then sat on the edge of the two chairs and watched. Qin Zhaoyang rode the tricycle and left the house again. The car still had to be returned to the family. Looking at the sky, I guess it is going to rain. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang arrived at Wang Suihua's house, he was startled. This chapter is finished. Chapter 57, Sitting Acquisition. Yangzi is here. Yangzi, I heard that you're collecting old objects, right? I also have quite a few old objects at home. Why don't you go over and take a look? Yes, I have some at home too. Yangzi, why don't you go over and take a look too? For a while, Qin Zhaoyang was surrounded by a group of women. This is a woman. Can't hold things back at all. It's only been a while. This matter has been rumored. If this matter were to be replaced by a man, generally they wouldn't just say it. There is a saying called wealth is not exposed. But women are different. Like Wang Suihua. Qin Zhaoyang just left. Wang Suihua cannot wait to return to her mother's home. Her mother's home is also the team. She told her sister-in-law about it, and now it's a frying pan reaction. A ladle of cold water was poured into the frying pan, and without much effort, the story was spread. So these women came to Wang Suihua's house in groups of 3 to 5 and began to inquire about the situation. This was the scene Qin Zhaoyang saw when he arrived. Of course, this was a good thing for Qin Zhaoyang, who was still worried about not being able to start the acquisition work. It was impossible to go from one house to another and ask. Now it's good that this people are piling up. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to be in a hurry, whether it's an old object or not. You guys don't count. You have to let me see it. Folks don't need to be in a hurry. Now it's about to be dinner. When you have eaten after dinner, you will be home to think that it is an old object of the things. All get to me there. I'll help you guys appraise it. If it's indeed something good, I'll take it. Once the crowd heard this, it was quite reasonable. After all, there was no use in crowding around here in a mess. Alright, I'll listen to Yangzi. I'll go back and look for something. Without a moment's effort these people dispersed. That Chayan I'm really sorry. It's all because this mouth of mine is too broken, bringing you trouble. Wang Suilan was indeed a bit overjoyed. After all, she had brought Qin Zhaoyang no small amount of trouble. But how did she know that Qin Zhaoyang couldn't wait? Auntie, how could I blame you? It's too late for me to thank you. Auntie, can you do me a favor? As long as you do me a favor, how about I give you a favor fee? The moment Wang Suilan heard about the favor fee, her eyes immediately lit up. Hurriedly, she began to ask after it. In fact, this is also what Qin Zhaoyang thought up temporarily. That is, let Wang Suilan go to the next door team to publicize. Then who has an old object or something? You can get Qin Zhaoyang here to identify. The so-called favor fee, Qin Zhaoyang means this way. As long as the Qin Zhaoyang acquisition of an item, regardless of the price, will give 1,000 yuan benefit fee to Wang Suilan. Wang Suilan which have no reason not to agree? This is a great thing. So lunch is not even done. Waiting for Qin Zhaoyang left, directly padlocked the door, and then rode the car went out. Qin Zhaoyang returned home. At this time Qin Dafu also returned from the field. Luckily, the hand also carried a hare. As soon as Qin Dafu came back, he saw 2 chairs in the yard, and naturally he had to open his mouth to ask. Qin Zhaoyang had to explain once again. Yangzi, are you mistaken? You spent 50,000 on 2 wooden chairs? Qin Zhaoyang smiled and said, Dad, don't look at the 50,000 I spent. As long as I take it to the city, once it changes hands, at least it will have to be followed by a 0. Qin Zhaoyang said 500,000. In fact, mainly because he was afraid that his father would not believe them, or afraid that he would scare them. $500,000? Qin Dafu's mouth was so open that he could stuff an egg into it. Shoo, keep your voice down. This matter can't be known by others. After Qin Zhaoyang said this, the crowd also finally realized it. See Jia, I probably won't be able to return for the next few days because the matter of me acquiring antiques has already spread in the village, and there will probably be many people coming to my door to look for me in the next few days. I estimate that it will take almost 3 or 4 days. Do you think this is okay? Wait a moment, I'll go call a car, just to send these 2 chairs to Jiling to the city. You go back with the car. These 2 chairs are placed here. I am not too assured. In addition, without a person to follow, I am not too assured. After you return to the city, put these 2 chairs in your villa first. Remember, never break them. Shen Sijia promised. She had no reason not to agree, because the money Qin Zhaoyang earned now would be both of their money in the future. It was natural to do her part. That's right, Shen Sijia had already bound herself to Qin Zhaoyang. The lunch meal is very sumptuous. To say that the old couple to Shen Sijia that is really good. What chicken ribs hare meat Anyway, the best part of the clip to Shen Sijia. Shen Sijia, where to eat so much? In the end, It was all cheaper for Qin Zhaoyang. After lunch, Qin Zhaoyang went to charter a minivan, and then loaded the 2 chairs on the car, and covered it with a flower skin. After all, it was likely to rain on this day. After Shen Sijia greeted Qin Zhaoyang's parents and sister, she followed the car and left, and Qin Zhaoyang just waved his hand and then started to busy himself. The villagers came in large numbers, and they formed a long line, with almost everyone holding something in their hands. And these things were all kinds of things. There were also old chairs, benches and such. Others even brought over their own home kimchi altars. Qin Zhaoyang just sat in the courtyard, looking at one by one, was originally enthusiastic, but after looking at a dozen or so items in a row, his heart grew colder and colder. For example, this statue of God of Fortune, modern, worth 20 yuan. A statue of the God of Fortune that had been bought less than 5 years ago was actually taken over, and it was really drunk. Just when Qin Zhaoyang was a little disappointed, an incense burner came into his eyes. Item name, Ming Xuanda incense burner. Broken. Can be repaired. Qin Zhaoyang was delighted. Usually when something is broken, the penetrating eye can't see any other information. However, since it is the incense burner made in the Xin year of the Great Ming Dynasty, how it is also quite valuable. As for broken, it does not matter, because it can be repaired. I'll take this incense burner. And Kong, how much do you think you can sell it for? Qin Zhaoyang generally didn't like to open the price. He left the initiative to others. If the other party's opening price wasn't outrageous, he would accept it, so that there was no psychological burden. In the final analysis, Qin Zhaoyang wasn't a crooked businessman yet, or rather his potential to be a crooked businessman hadn't been activated yet. Yangzi, do you think 500 is okay? Big Ant Kong asked with some uncertainty. She had brought 3 things. The other 2 had already been passed over by Qin Zhaoyang, leaving only this incense burner, and it was still broken. Big Ant Kong, although this incense burner of yours is broken, it still has some value. I'll give you 1,000. This chapter is finished. Chapter 58, a big piece of red stamps. When Aunt Kong heard about the $1,000, she was overjoyed. Just this broken incense burner. Rusty, if it wasn't looking for something today, it wouldn't have been discovered at all. That's fine. This incense burner is sold. Right, these 2 things you don't want? Aunt Kong was talking about the 2 items that were previously passed off by Qin Zhaoyang. That, I'm going to be useless. You'd better take it back and keep it. Next, at this moment, the 3 people in the room, Qin Dafu and his wife and sister, just looked at Qin Zhaoyang. They couldn't figure out if their son was stupid. Spending money to buy these rags is not even a problem. Other people asked for 500, actually gave back 1,000. Qin Dafu wanted to go out to remind, but was stopped by Li Guilan. The antiques continued to be collected, and the people changed one after another. Yangzi, can you see if I can sell this for money? The person who spoke was a teacher in the village, an old teacher, surname Jiang, full name Jiang Yezhong, more than 60 years old, has not returned to the majestic also. Qin Zhaoyang read elementary school, not less by this Jiang Yezhong chastisement. At that time, unlike today's students, cannot be scolded. A little slap on the palm of the hand called corporal punishment. Maybe the media exposure. The job is gone. When Qin Zhaoyang was a child studying, the teacher really hit the topic ran off course. Mr. Jiang, you still remember me? Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly stood up, took out a cigarette and gave one to Jiang Yezhong. Yangzi, how could I not recognize? Right, look at these things, do you want them? Jiang Yezhong said while opening a sack, which was filled with many little people's books. Little people's books are usually seen by people after 70 seconds and 80 seconds, and almost rarely seen further back. Qin Zhaoyang's mouth straight twitching. These things need not see our students. And then was Jiang Yezhong confiscated up, and then appeared here. According to reason it is also considered a category of antiques. But this thing Qin Zhaoyang still know, if there are sets of books really worth some money, but like this, get to the market to sell. It is estimated that only $10-20 a book. Qin Zhaoyang looked at the intention to give a few $100s to buy down, as a care Jiang Yezhong. Just then, Qin Zhaoyang saw something. Stamps. Item name, big red 8-cent stamps. Item description, large piece of red stamps, with very high collection value. Market price, 8 million plus. Qin Zhaoyang sucked in a breath of cool air. Did not expect a small stamp, actually worth so much money. However, this is not the most important, because this stamps are more than one, are in one of the villainous book inside the clip. Qin Zhaoyang stabilized his mood. This time cannot be excited, to calm and collected. Mr. Jiang, I'll take these things. It just so happens that I'm more interested in this stuff. How much do you plan to ask for? Qin Zhaoyang habitually opened his mouth to ask the price. Yangzi, why don't you give me 1,000 as well? You gave 1,000 for that broken incense burner just now. I have so many little people's books. It's not too much to ask for 1,000. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. Without these oil tickets, it would be too much to give $200. Obviously, this Zhang Yizhong is leaning on his old age, or talking in his capacity. However, Qin Zhaoyang was happy in his heart. Okay, $1,000 then. Who asked you to be my teacher? I'll transfer it to you. An operation as fierce as a tiger. Qin Zhaoyang completed the transaction in no time. Everyone, I'm going back to the house to drink some water. I'll be right out to continue. After Qin Zhaoyang finished, he entered the house with a sack in one hand and a broken incense burner in the other. Xiao Dai, do you want to buy a better car? Xin Yudai's eyes lit up and she nodded her head in a hurry. How about you look after these things for me, and when the time comes, I'll buy you a car that's around $500,000? Xin Yudi was instantly dumbfounded. A $500,000 car for her, a student? Yangzi, don't be ridiculous, Xiao Dai is still young. What's the point of buying such a good car? At this time the mother was not happy, but this was normal. Usually mothers were more biased and liked their sons more. Mom, this girl has to be richly raised. Only richly raised, in the future can wreak havoc on other people's families. Qin Zhaoyang joked, then continued to collect things to go. Boom! The weather was not favorable. The rain that should have come still came. Qin Zhaoyang could only interrupt the acquisition of antiques and told everyone to wait until the rain stopped. Qin Zhaoyang was actually quite tired, mainly because the perspective function was overused. His eyes are a bit sore and astringent. Locking himself in his room, he first put the broken incense burner aside. He didn't have much spiritual energy to fix this thing now. There are still a few things, but they are also worth $1 million or so. Qin Zhaoyang did not bother him. What he was most concerned about was this stamp. Carefully took those Little People books out from inside the sack, and then found that one chicken letter Little People book. Gently opened it, and immediately several stamps were displayed in front of Qin Zhaoyang. In addition to that big piece of red, there are 2 Chronicle 94 Mei Lanfang miniature stamps. In addition there are some commemorative stamps. Just these few stamps, the total price has broken 10 million. This is a big profit. Blood profit. Qin Zhaoyang carefully put these few stamps back into the miniature book and then put it aside. Then continue the search. See if there are stamps in other books. But it was clear that he was overthinking it. Finally putting these books aside, Qin Zhaoyang began to calculate his next plan. At this rate, he could indeed receive quite a few goodies in a short period of time. Then he could really consider opening his own curio store. Right at this moment, Qin Zhaoyang's WeChat rang, or rather someone had sent him a WeChat video. Clicking on it, it was none other than Shen Sijia's, so he hurriedly connected. Shen Sijia was already in his villa, and her clothes had been changed, probably because she had sweated today, so she had also taken a shower. At this time, Shen Sijia was wearing a nightgown, holding a cell phone in the living room walking around. As soon as the video was connected, Shen Sijia came to the sofa and sat down, then put his snow-white long legs on the coffee table. Zhaoyang, I've arrived home. How's it going over there? Did you receive anything good? Qin Zhaoyang picked up that incense burner on the table and shook it to the camera, and then picked up that little man's book, and the stamps were shown to Shen Sijia. The harvest is not bad. It's a pity that it's raining. How about your side? My 2 chairs didn't touch it? Shen Sijia, who was originally quite happy, as soon as she heard Qin Zhaoyang ask about his chairs, but was a little unhappy. Such a big beauty in front of him didn't know to appreciate it, and only cared about his broken chairs. Zhaoyang, what do you think of my pajamas? Qin Zhaoyang was stunned. This was chatting and chatting well. How come he suddenly asked about the pajamas? So he casually blurted out, the pajamas are quite nice. If you don't wear them, they'll look even better. This chapter is finished. Chapter 59, Sunrise Flowers. Outside the heavy rain has been falling. Looks like it will not stop until tomorrow. Qin Zhaoyang also rare relaxation. So with Shen Sijia chatting days, Shen Sijia also quite cooperate, intentionally or unintentionally occasionally do some bending movements. This woman has taken a bath. Usually will not put on underwear. Outside wear a pajamas on the line. Also, this pajamas are generally low-necked, or V-necked kind, and Shen Sijia intentionally or unintentionally bending over, will always reveal a piece of snow white. How can Qin Zhaoyang stand it? Well, downstairs Qin Yudi is shouting at him, so he hurriedly hung up the phone. At this time, Shen Sijia's face was flushed, and she didn't know what the move she just made was for. In short, she just felt shy. Thinking of Qin Zhaoyang's store, Shen Sijia decided to go and take a look. After all, this store would be their family's from now on. Changing her clothes, she drove the car and went out. On the other hand, Liang Mengxian also returned to the city after parting with Qin Zhaoyang. Just came to her company, which is actually just a few storefronts. To put it nicely, called a company. The business in the store was not bad. Casually glancing at it, I happened to see 2 workers making a billboard in Lightbox. Originally this was nothing, but the name on the billboard made some associations for her. Sunrise flowers? Yes, it was such a billboard. Whose house is this? Liang Meng Fantasy casually asked. At this time one of the workers hurriedly stood up. Boss, this is a new potted plant store over at the flower and bird market that took the initiative to call us in the morning to customize it. I asked for 20% more for the price, so I'm going to get it done for him today and install it directly for him. Liang Meng Fantasy nodded. Maybe this was a coincidence, so it didn't matter, but still casually asked, is the other person a man or a woman? This worker thought for a moment and said, the caller is a female, but listening to his tone seems to say that their boss let the customization. As for their boss is a male or female, I don't know. Liang Meng Fantasy also did not say anything, but idle, intends to follow the past to see, and see if there are other business dealings. This business is everywhere, mainly depends on whether you want to explore. Cannot catch it. Qin Zhaoyang came to Qin Zhaoyang's flower store it is already 4 p.m. At this time this side is installing billboards and lightboxes, but Qin Zhaoyang saw a person, a woman who only met this morning, Liang Mengli. Of course, Liang Mengfang did not recognize Qin Zhaoyang. After all, Qin Zhaoyang was hiding in the back in the morning to peek. Seeing Liang Mengliang, Qin Zhaoyang's heart was a jolt. How could this woman be here? Could it be that Qin Zhaoyang had privately hooked up with him again? Qin Zhaoyang was not happy, so she was ready to go in and ask Bao Xiaoxiao. Mr. Shun. Bao Xiaoxiao was chatting with Liang Mengyi, and originally Liang Mengyi was about to ask Bao Xiao about the store owner. Just then Qin Zhaoyang appeared. The two of them had an eye to eye, then smiled at each other and nodded their heads, considered to have said hello. Tiny, how is it here? Qin Zhaoyang asked while casually looking around. Overall this storefront was pretty much done. Now it was the central air conditioning thing. There was also this billboard. Basically it's almost done. It'll be all done in 2 days at most. Cousin said that it will open on July 1st. Bao Xiaoxiao answered honestly. Liang Meng Fantasy on the side to listen. This does not listen to good. The more this listens to the more confused. First of all, this girl is also the clerk, called Bao Xiaoxiao. This point Liang Mengyang is aware of. After all, just now the two have talked a few sentences. Then later this female package small called her for Shin total. That is to say, this store is likely to be the beauty in front of the eyes. But then came out a cousin. Is a few meanings? If this store is his cousin's, then what is the relationship with this beauty? If the two of them are husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend, then Bao Xiaoxiao should not call her Mr. Shen. In short, Liang Meng Fantasy was a bit confused. Qin Zhaoyang walked up to Liang Mengli at this time and stretched out a hand, which was meant to shake hands with Liang Mengli. My name is Qin Zhaoyang. You are MS. Liang, right? Liang Mengliang was a little confused, but after all, she was a person who had fought in the society. This reaction ability was still quite fast. Hello Mr. Shin. My name is Liang Fantasy. I wonder how Mr. Shin knows me? The two shook hands and randomly let go. Qin Zhaoyang signaled Bao Xiaoxiao to go and get busy, which actually meant to branch out. MS. Liang, don't misunderstand. I heard our family Chaoyang mention you. He said that MS. Liang and him are classmates. So, speaking here, Liang Dream finally understood. Sunrise flower should be Qin Zhaoyang opened. Then in front of the eyes of this Mr. Shin, should be Qin Zhaoyang's girlfriend. Liang Meng Fantasy just heard that sentence. Our family Chaoyang. From this, it can be seen that these two are definitely boyfriend and girlfriend. But she still had to confirm it. MS. Shin is Qin Zhaoyang's girlfriend, right? MS. Shin is so pretty. Qin Zhaoyang pursed her lips and said, Miss Liang, you're welcome. This Chaoyang person is annoying as hell. Just like a dog skin plaster. Sticking to me every day and stalking me. Originally I hadn't agreed to him, but this guy was so bad that he went around talking about it, making it known to everyone, and those little sisters around me all know about it now, making it so that I can't even agree now. Alas, I'm really pissed off by him. Liang Meng Fantasy also laughed cooperatively. Mr. Shin is right, but that's how it should be. If I were in his place, I would do the same thing. As the saying goes, a thick skin eats more meat. You can't be thin-skinned if you're chasing a girl. Otherwise you won't be able to chase such a beautiful girlfriend like Mr. Shen. By the way, is Qin Zhaoyang still not back? Qin Zhaoyang shook her head and said, He insisted on following me back, as if he couldn't stay away for a minute. But I think he should stay at home to spend more time with his parents since it's rare for him to go back. That's why I gave him a death order to stay at home for 2 more days. So I'm here to help keep an eye on things, regardless of what Qin Zhaoyang said. But what she said was indeed all very reasonable. And at the very least, Liang Meng Fantasy couldn't hear any problems. Mr. Shin, this is my business card. If you guys need something done you can always come to me. Don't worry, this price is absolutely fair. Qin Zhaoyang took the business card and then put it in her bag. This was out of politeness. No matter what, Qin Zhaoyang was absolutely speechless in this aspect of upbringing. The next thing the duo did was start chatting. By the way, you guys are able to make business cards, right? Can you help us make 2 business cards? End of chapter. Chapter 60, Green, really green. 2 days passed in a flash. Qin Zhaoyang stayed at home for 2 days and did receive some things. However, things like stamps that were worth money were never received again. But this was also very reasonable. Originally, Qin Zhaoyang still intended to stay at home for a few more days, but Qin Zhaoyang used the company's lack of jadeite raw stone as an excuse to summon Qin Zhaoyang back. It wasn't like what Qin Zhaoyang had said to Liang Mengtian, that Qin Zhaoyang couldn't leave her for a minute and clung to her. Instead, it was just the opposite. Qin Zhaoyang's villa was being renovated, so the valuable things had to be placed on Qin Zhaoyang's side. Anyway, it can't be placed at his cousin's place. After all, the 3 girls there, to put it simply, it's not very safe. This is not to say that Bao Xiao they will steal his things. The main thing is to be afraid that they will mess things up. Qin Zhaoyang also did need to go to the gambling stone. After all, he found that his ability is always not enough, and the best way to draw spiritual power is naturally the emerald. As long as it wasn't absorbed too much, it didn't have much effect on the jadeite itself. Knowing that Qin Zhaoyang would be back today, so Qin Zhaoyang didn't go to the company, but stayed at home and waited. When she saw Qin Zhaoyang enter the house with a sack on his back, Qin Zhaoyang was a moment of doubt. Zhaoyang, why do I feel like you're a beggar? Qin Zhaoyang ignored Qin Zhaoyang's flirtation, but placed the sack on the ground. Give me an empty room. I need to store these things. I don't intend to get out of these things for the time being. When I have the opportunity in the future, I'll open another curio store, and these things will naturally be used. Actually, opening a curio store didn't require having many antiques, or not all of them were real. Most of the things in the curio store were artifacts. There weren't many really good treasures. Qin Zhaoyang bristled. Qin Zhaoyang was treating her house as a warehouse. The 3rd house is reserved for you. The 2 broken chairs are also inside. If you don't want to go back in the future, you can also live over here. Qin Zhaoyang said that last sentence as if it was said casually. Qin Zhaoyang nodded and didn't say anything more, then carefully placed the things on the shelves in the room. Didn't you say you were going to gamble on stones? Let's go. I still have to go to the store in the afternoon. It's going to be July 1st soon. I have to prepare for the opening. It was still the same street, still the same store, but there were a few people in the store now, and they were having a discussion about a jadeite raw stone. Qin Zhaoyang wasn't in a hurry. He just listened on the sidelines. Qin Zhaoyang was also on the sidelines. A smart woman usually wouldn't be too strong. At home can be strong, but out, especially following their man out, they will all become a small woman. Therefore, when outside, Qin Zhaoyang generally wouldn't steal Qin Zhaoyang's limelight, although their relationship hadn't been confirmed so far. But Qin Zhaoyang she had confirmed it just fine. It's a pity, Boss Chen. It's a pity that such a beautiful stone has locks. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of big cracks and small locks. It's a pity that this piece of raw stone with such a good appearance, 99% of it will come out with the very best emerald. Hey, it's a pity. Boss Chen also laughed bitterly. This piece of raw stone was bought back by him only the day before yesterday, and he didn't notice it at that time until today. This time is certain to lose money. 9 out of 10 locks, even if the inside is imperial green. So what? Once there is a lock, basically also waste. Simple analogy, there are locks of emerald, like a piece of tempered glass cracked, that is to say, inside the emerald, almost like a spider's web, all cracks. Everyone, this piece of raw stone I was $2 million to buy back. If anyone is willing to bet on luck, count me unlucky. 500,000 who want to take. Boss Chen was planning to stop the loss. It was considered a profit to recover a little bit of the cost, but it was clear that these people were not cuties. No one is willing to want, because this is a matter of 9 out of 10 bets. Whoever is willing to take a small advantage, that's the little cutie. But little cuties, there is always no shortage of them in this world, such as, 500,000 I'll take it. The crowd looked for the sound and saw Qin Zhaoyang. At the same time, they also saw Qin Zhaoyang. The others didn't recognize Qin Zhaoyang, but Boss Chen did. So it's Mr. Shun. Seeing Qin Zhaoyang come, Boss Chen's heart is a joy. It seems that today this losing stone can earn back. Zhaoyang, this stone has a skein. Should we? Qin Zhaoyang, after all, knows some knowledge in this area. Although it is said that this stone is only worth $500,000, but it is always necessary to live a life of careful calculation. You don't believe me? Qin Zhaoyang turned his head to look at Qin Zhaoyang and casually asked. No, I mean $500,000 is too cheap. We'll take it. Qin Zhaoyang drew a twist. Qin Zhaoyang then nodded with satisfaction. This woman can't be spoiled, but this can only be said in the heart. Boss Chen, I'll take the stone. When Boss Chen heard that there was a wrongdoer who wanted to buy the stone, it was a good feeling. This little brother has courage. The so-called gambling on stones is a matter of luck. Maybe this stone only has problems on the surface. With good luck, It's normal to be able to open a piece of imperial green. Qin Zhaoyang smiled, didn't say anything, and signaled Shen Sijia to pay the bill. Only after paying the money, the item was his. Otherwise it would be easy to have a change of heart. Shen Sijia paid the money and opened the ticket, while Qin Zhaoyang was ready to leave with the stone. That's right, it was enough for him to buy this one stone today, but he wanted to leave. Others did not agree. Little brother, why don't you just unravel the stone here, and let us guys open our eyes as well? Yes, we really want to see if we can remove the emperor green in here. For a while the melon eaters started egging on. Qin Zhaoyang understood that these people didn't have any good intentions. Most of them just wanted to see the joke. Alright then, let's solve it here. This stone wasn't small, and it needed 2 people to carry it to move it. If it was under normal circumstances, such a piece of raw stone of excellent quality would definitely not be bought without a $3 million. But now it is because of the skein, so the price will be so cheap. Qin Zhaoyang, liner lazy to draw, rolled up his sleeves, began to solve the stone. Almost a third of the way through the stone, it was cut straight down, and everyone gathered around, their eyes staring at this piece of raw stone with death. Everyone was expecting the stone to be unraveled, and then a piece of superb imperial green appeared, and then this piece of imperial green is full of cracks all over the body. That way they could say something sarcastic, or against their will, but it was comforting. With the rapid rotation of the cutting blade, this piece of jadeite raw stone also gradually be cut. Green, really green. This chapter is finished. Chapter 61, another imperial green. Qin Zhaoyang did not pay attention to the crowd, self-concerned to solve the stone, although out of the green, but do not see too clear, because Qin Zhaoyang pinch very spot. Cutting piece is just along the edge of the cut down. Jadeite edge there is a thin layer of stone skin, just block the jade flesh, quickly rub it and see what variety. At this time someone started to give suggestions. Qin Zhaoyang smiled and didn't say anything, also didn't go to rub it, but changed the direction to continue to solve. Shen Sijia just looked at Qin Zhaoyang. It is said that serious men have the most charm. At this time Qin Zhaoyang is nothing but this kind. Others are looking at the original stone, while Shen Sijia is looking at Qin Zhaoyang, because Qin Zhaoyang is very focused and handsome. I go. This side is also out of green. This piece of emerald is definitely not small. And do you guys see it? This skein didn't penetrate inside. If I had known that $500,000 I would have bought it. At this time there are quite a few hearts are thinking like this. In terms of the size of this piece of jadeite, it's definitely not small. No matter what kind of jadeite it is, there's a profit to be made. Qin Zhaoyang will be around the voice of the discussion as a wind in the ear. Still I do my own way to solve the stone. Finally, half an hour later, the whole jadeite was Qin Zhaoyang to pull out. The next is to rub. Gently find a surface. Began to rub against the sander a few times. At once, the real appearance of the emerald came out. I go. This is Emperor Green. Again Emperor Green. I heard that a few days ago someone solved out a piece of Emperor Green over here. I didn't expect to solve out another fast today. Yes, this thing I also heard. Could it be that Imperial Green is so worthless now? For a while the crowd was talking. Only what they didn't know was that the 2 pieces of Imperial Green were solved by the same person. Shen Sijia was also shocked. This piece of Imperial Green was more than 3 times bigger than the last one. If the value of the last one was roughly $30 million or more, then the value of the piece this time was unbelievable. Sometimes 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2. It could be less than 2 or more than 2. And the value of this piece of Imperial Green was the kind where 1 plus 1 was greater than 2. Little brother, do you want to offer this piece of emerald? How about I offer $100 million? Finally, someone reacted from the shock and started bidding. This led to a chain reaction, and others naturally realized the value of this piece of Imperial Green. Little brother, I'll bid $150 million. Transfer, cash check is fine. Little brother, I offer. For a while several people began to compete with each other. Everyone, sorry, this piece of Imperial Green is not for sale to the public. We, Shen's group, digest it internally. Shen Sijia's sentence of internal digestion instantly attracted everyone's attention. You are? It was only at this time that some people began to notice Shen Sijia. At first, everyone thought that Shen Sijia was Qin Zhaoyang's follower or girlfriend. Everyone, this is Shen Sijia, the big miss of the Shen group. Mr. Shen often comes to my store to buy raw stones, and every time it's a big rise. Today, Boss Chen, while introducing Shen Sijia to the crowd, started advertising his store in passing. Today he is also considered to have lost blood money, but the loss is also a loss. It is impossible to back out. Even if he wanted to back out, he wouldn't dare. You don't look at who the other party is? So he took this opportunity to advertise his store. After all, his store cut out a piece of superb Emperor Green. Once the news spread out, can imagine how hot the next business, the so-called the old man lost his mare might be the truth. After Shen Sijia greeted the crowd, she took Qin Zhaoyang's arm and left. This can't be done without leaving. There are more and more people. The two of them got into the car and stepped on the gas pedal and headed directly towards Shin's jewelry company. Zhaoyang, you're awesome, fantastic. As soon as Shin Sijia got into the car, she started yelling excitedly. As long as there were other people who heard it would definitely misunderstand. What was so awesome? Fantastic? Don't you move around okay? I'm driving. Isn't it just Emperor Green? Learn to be calm. When you drive more Emperor Green in the future, you'll be numb. At that time with Emperor Green will you wrap up no problem. Qin Zhaoyang, this is pure blowing powerful. At this time, not to mention calm, his hands holding the steering wheel is still slightly trembling. You know when he used perspective to read the value of this piece of raw stone, Qin Zhaoyang almost screamed. Fortunately, he restrained himself. I wouldn't. Egging, that's for you men. It's not like I have that. Right. How much would you say this piece of imperial green is probably worth? Facing Shin Sijia's inquiry, Qin Zhaoyang smiled and shook his head. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say. You take it back to the company to find someone to appraise it and you won't know. And the next time I buy a raw stone, you can only watch from the sidelines. Don't mess with me. Do you hear me? Qin Zhaoyang said this is also intentionally said to play. Did not expect Shin Sijia actually owe a sound. Obedient as a cat. Zhaoyang, with this amount of money, we can invest next. Just now I heard them shouting. Someone has already shouted 200 million. So I pondered. This piece of imperial green is worth a minimum of 200 million. In this way, along the way, Shin Sijia spoke at great length, and Qin Zhaoyang listened cooperatively. The two did not take a while to the company. Shin Sijia let Qin Zhaoyang wait for her to eat together. Then she left with the Emperor Green. Qin Zhaoyang took advantage of this gap, ran over to chat with the small secretary Li Wenjing for a while. Chatting didn't feel very interesting because Li Wenjing talked too little. Okay, yeah. It was basically just these few words. At first, Qin Zhaoyang thought that Li Wenjing only had few words, but it turned out that after such a long time, Li Wenjing was still like that. This made Qin Zhaoyang feel out a different meaning. That is perfunctory. Yes, it is perfunctory. As for why perfunctory himself, thinking about it, Qin Zhaoyang only came up with a possibility. That is, dislike himself just a small driver. After all, Qin Zhaoyang's true worth, not many people know. Presumably Shin Sijia will not tell her. But this feels a bit unlike, because Li Wenjing's perfunctory. There is no disgust in her eyes. This made him a little bastard sister. Qin Zhaoyang also ended the chat. He was ready to go to Shin Sijia's office to sit for a while. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was Huang Guangnian who called. The phone is connected. Zhaoyang, quickly bring your stamps over to me. By the way, I'm here at your master's place. Come over quickly. I'll wait for you. Huang Guangnian hung up the phone after saying that. Qin Zhaoyang cried and laughed a little. He didn't say a word since the beginning. End of this chapter. Chapter 62, I want. Speaking of which, he had himself to blame. Last night Huang Guangnian called him and asked Qin Zhaoyang to help him appraise an item. So Qin Zhaoyang told him about his return to his hometown. And then he also said that he was collecting things over here. The key thing is that Qin Zhaoyang mentioned stamps. As a result, this stirred up a hornet's nest. What kind of person is Huang Guangnian? He is as obsessed with antiques as Lu Bu is with Diaochan. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a board meeting this morning, he rushed to Qin Zhaoyang's house all night last night. This is not today. As soon as the meeting was over, immediately called Qin Zhaoyang. The phone had already hung up, and looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Qin Zhaoyang gave Shin Sijia a phone call, meaning to bring Shin Sijia together, and then stopped by for dinner. As a result, the phone was hung up within 2 rings. Qin Zhaoyang guessed that Shin Sijia might be inconvenient to answer the phone right now, so he didn't call a second time. After explaining a few words to Li Wenjing and then picking up the keys that Shin Sijia put in her office bag, Qin Zhaoyang drove the car away. After entering Shin Sijia's villa, he picked up the book and headed directly in the direction of Guan Yua's house. Meanwhile, at Guan Yua's home, at this time, Guan Jingya and Huang Ying were both over here. That's right, they were both waiting for Qin Zhaoyang to send the stamps over. Of course, the 2 girls couldn't just wait, but instead ran downstairs and started chatting. Huang Ying, I think you were fooled by that Shin Sijia. Qin Zhaoyang, this person is really nice. As for being petty, that's even less to talk about. Do you know, when he paid his respects, he took out a 10 million check, and a random gift to me is tens of thousands to start with. This kind of person you can say he's petty? Huang Ying actually sensed it too, mainly because she and Shin Sijia were very close, so she listened and believed on the sidelines. Now not only were her own parents saying that Qin Zhaoyang was good, even her own grandfather and even her cousin Guan Jingya were saying good things about Qin Zhaoyang. Then there could be only one answer. Shin Sijia deliberately belittled Qin Zhaoyang in front of him. Then what was this for? Suddenly, Huang Ying realized, or a bold guess, Shinzijia liked this Qin Zhaoyang, so she was afraid that she had a crush on Qin Zhaoyang. So, Huang Ying is not a little cute, can only say that she is more simple. Now think about it this way, all the unreasonable places were sorted out at once. According to Shinzijia said Qin Zhaoyang those bad words, all the opposite understanding, should be the real Qin Zhaoyang is right. Just at this time, a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the courtyard. The car door opened and the person who came down was none other than Qin Zhaoyang. Good day, senior uncle. Huan Jingya's voice of uncle is more and more smooth. This young man, how to shout can be. Qin Zhaoyang naturally wouldn't care too much. He wasn't afraid of being called old by others. Qin Zhaoyang, we meet again. At this time, Huang Ying also stood up and greeted Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit surprised. Huang Ying he was meeting for the third time. Anyway, the first 2 times, we didn't get along too well. Hello MS. Huan. Qin Zhaoyang also politely returned a greeting, then took out a small gift and handed it to Guan Jingya. This is for you. Next time you call master uncle with the word little in front of it, so I can be younger. Guan Jingya spat out her small fragrant tongue before accepting the gift. Thank you, little master uncle. My aunt and grandpa are upstairs. You can go up yourself. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, then nodded again to Huang Ying before walking towards the second floor. He, another gift has arrived. Guan Jingya heatedly laughed while taking the gift and running to the side to open it. Huang Ying followed suit. The gift box was opened and inside was a commemorative coin from the Republican era. In terms of value, this thing wasn't very valuable. It could probably be bought for a few $1,000s, but this was already quite valuable if it was a gift. Jingya, he's quite good to you. Huang Ying said this with a bit of a sour feeling. Well, he is indeed quite good. I'm going to collect it. Guan Jingya left. Huang Ying glanced upstairs. Just now she noticed a detail. When Qin Zhaoyang was preparing to go upstairs, he was nodding at Guan Jingya. Then, after another pause, he nodded to himself as well. It was actually a very, very small detail, but Huang Ying saw a person's literacy. In fact, how could she know that Qin Zhaoyang was only nodding to her because of Huang Guangnian's face? Qin Zhaoyang had just gone up the stairs when he saw Guan Yuhua and Huang Guangnian above waiting for him by the stairs. Master, brother Nian. Guan Yuhua smiled and nodded, and before he could open his mouth, Huang Guangnian grabbed him first. Zhaoyang, come up here and show me the stamps. Qin Zhaoyang didn't make any pretense, and went up to the second floor to the table where Guan Yuhua often appraised antiques, and gently pushed the little man's book to Guan Yuhua. Guan Yuhua opened the book and his eyes immediately narrowed. Then there was a burst of excitement, hurriedly picking up the magnifying glass on the side, then the rice paper, gloves, tweezers and some other tools, left hand holding the magnifying glass, right hand holding the chain tweezers, gently the large piece of red stamps to clip up, then put it on the rice paper, and then opened the lamp, took the magnifying glass and began to watch. If you use 2 words to describe Guan Yuhua at this time, that is, professional. In Jinling dialect, that is, professionalism is bad. Guan Yuhua looked very carefully. After looking at the front, look at the reverse. After looking at the reverse and then look at the front, even the corner of the stamps on the edge of the burr have not let go. Even the burrs on the edges of the stamps were not spared. They were examined seriously and meticulously. Qin Zhaoyang is watching and learning at the same time. At least the next time he encounters the similar things, also know how to identify. And this step, tools and techniques in the way, it is worth learning. Before Qin Zhaoyang look at this stamp, that are directly with the hand up. However, Qin Zhaoyang has the patience to see, but Huang Guangnian did not have the patience to wait. Dad, how is it? Is it real? Can you show me? Only then did Guan Yuhua put down the magnifying glass and took off his gloves as well. What's your hurry? Just like you still play antiques. This is a big piece of red stamps, not porcelain or anything, to be held lightly, but you look at it on the line. Don't touch it with your hands, you can't read it anyway. Huang Guangnian didn't care about his old husband belittling him. All he cared about was the stamps on the table. However, just like Guan Yuhua said, he really couldn't read it. Dad, how much is this worth? Guan Yuhua knew that this son-in-law of his wanted to overpay again. However, he wouldn't stop it. After all, this son-in-law of his wasn't short of this amount of money. Besides, on one side was his son-in-law and on the other side was his disciple. The so-called fertilizer flowed into the outsider's field. For him it means left hand in, right hand out. This stamp, according to the current collection value of stamps, the market price should be around 10 million. Especially like this one stamp, it has been sandwiched inside a book, so the preservation is quite intact. All in all, $10 million is definitely worth it. As soon as Huang Guangnian heard this, his 2 eyes began to wander. Then a smile appeared on his face, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Sunrise I want. End of this chapter. Chapter 63, Guan Yuhua Religious. Huang Guangnian's sentence "I want it" scared Qin Zhaoyang to a contraction in a certain part of his body. Brother Nian, that, my sexual orientation is normal. Huang Guangnian was first stunned, then reacted. At once, he laughed and scolded. You kid, you actually made fun of me. To tell you the truth, I'll take this stamp. I'll transfer the money to you, Huang Guangnian said while taking out his cell phone, ready to transfer money. As a result, he was blocked by Zhaoyang. Brother Nian, I'm actually planning to open an antique shop, so I've been stocking up in recent times. I don't intend to sell this stamp. Even if I open an antique store in the future, I'm not going to sell it. I mean to use it as a signboard. If Brother Nian wants to see it, some other day when my house is renovated, you can go to my place to see it. I still have quite a few good things there. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangnian's eyes just lit up. You kid finally got the hang of it. You should have opened an antique store a long time ago. At that time, if your store lacks anything, you can take part of my family's collection to fill the doorway and so on. Huang Guangnian put words to this. That has been considered very rare. Knowing that every piece of antique in his house were collected by him as if they were treasures. Now he actually said that Qin Zhaoyang can take over a part of it to fill up the scene. Then thank you, Brother Nian. After Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, he looked at Guan Yuha again. Master, there are a few more stamps in here. Although it's not worth as much as this one, but added together to my calculations, it's almost worth $2 to $3 million. Do you want to stop looking at it? Guan Yuha froze and then reacted. So he repeated his previous actions. At this time, Guan Jingya came upstairs, carrying a cup of tea in her hand and handed it to Qin Zhaoyang. Junior Master, the cell phone in your car keeps ringing. Why don't you go check it? Qin Zhaoyang then remembered that he got out of the car and forgot to take his cell phone. So he hurriedly ran towards the downstairs, then opened the car door, picked up the cell phone and took a look. Good guy, a dozen missed calls, and they are all from the same person, Shen Xijia. Shen Xijia was not too convenient to answer the phone because she was inside the testing room, so Qin Zhaoyang called and she hung up. Only after she finished her work and returned to the office did Li Wenjing tell her that Qin Zhaoyang had left for something, so Shen Xijia started to call Qin Zhaoyang. As a result, it was a dozen or so calls, all of which went unanswered. Shen Xijia put down her cell phone in anger. Just at this time her cell phone rang. It was Qin Zhaoyang called, originally intended to immediately connect, finally thought about it and deliberately did not answer. She also let Qin Zhaoyang taste the taste of calling no one to answer. The result is that the phone only rang twice, and then stopped ringing. Shen Xijia was furious. I've called a dozen times, but you just called twice and stopped? So hastily dialed back. The results. The phone you have dialed has been shut down. Qin Zhaoyang, I'm not finished with you. Shen Xijia was so angry that she wanted to slam the phone, but finally held back. Be gentle, and wear a smile. Shen Xijia's side was hypnotizing herself, and Qin Zhaoyang on the other end of the phone was depressed. This cell phone actually ran out of power, so plug in the rechargeable treasure on the car charging, which turned back to the second floor. At this time, Guan Yuha has already appraisal is over. Zhaoyang, these stamps as you said, worth 2 or 3 million should be no problem. This stamp thing is very different from other antiques. The first thing is the age. I'll start with our common antiques, such as porcelain, paintings, etc., which are usually from a certain dynasty. The longer the time the more valuable it is. Of course this is only one aspect. In addition we also have to look at the provenance of the thing and the degree of rarity. Take this calligraphy and painting for example. It's not that the older it is the more valuable it is. What we have to look at is to whom this piece of calligraphy and painting belongs to. Let's make an analogy. For example, the calligraphy and painting of Tang Pak Fu. Tang Pak Fu was from the Ming dynasty, but his calligraphy and painting is just very valuable. Not for anything else, just because he is called Tang Pak Fu. And some word paintings are even from the Tang dynasty, although they also have some fame, but his fame is definitely not comparable to Tang Pak Fu's, so that's why the price is also a sky-high difference. Guan Yuha said this and pointed to the stamps on the table. Then take this stamp for example. This thing called a stamp. Everyone knows that it belongs to the modern era, and its existence hasn't been long, but because of that, that's why its value is so high. There's another issue involved here. Rarity and significance. There are many different types of stamps. And the kind we usually see on envelopes is certainly not worth much, because those are generic stamps and found in relatively large quantities. They are found all over the country. And like these kinds, some of them are because of the small number of issues, and some of them have great commemorative significance, such as. Qin Zhaoyang listened very attentively. He knew that this was his master imparting his knowledge. Some knowledge is a very long process if no one teaches it and you rely on yourself to figure it out. Even if you can pick up the leakage, but you can't say a reason. Don't know the provenance and historical significance of these things, that will never be able to stand the respect of others. There is a saying that dog meat cannot be served. Dog meat, no matter how delicious you are. Have you ever seen a family wedding table will put a pot of dog meat on the table? Of course there may be, but definitely not a lot. Qin Zhaoyang politely declined to eat together at noon and left the place with the stamps. He was going to Shin's jewelry company, turning his cell phone on while driving. He quickly found Shin Sijia's phone number and dialed it. Shin Sijia had just come downstairs. She was going to go drive her own car, then go to eat first, then go to Qin Zhaoyang's potted plant store. Because Shin Sijia knew that Qin Zhaoyang was definitely going there in the afternoon. Before this car door was even opened, Qin Zhaoyang's phone call came over. Hello, which one? Shin Sijia did this on purpose. Sijia, it's me. Are you off work? I'll be at the office soon. Shin Sijia wanted to say, you don't want to come, but the words came out of her mouth and she changed her mind. She wanted to be gentle and virtuous. Well, I'll wait for you at the company. Hanging up the phone, Shin Sijia smiled. Then she remembered the matter of that piece of imperial green. After the final assessment by the experts, that piece of imperial green had to be worth at least 250 million or more. Shin Sijia directly sold the emperor green to the company, then cash out. If this is divided dirty words, he and Qin Zhaoyang won half. However, Shin Sijia this time did not share, and even the previous money to share the spoils, a one-time all into the card Qin Zhaoyang gave him. Qin Zhaoyang didn't know this at this time, because he hadn't had time to look at the cell phone transfer information. The car did not drive into the company, but stopped in front of the company, because Qin Zhaoyang had already seen Shin Sijia walking this way, high heels, black stockings, long legs, and a wraparound skirt. Qin Zhaoyang looked all the way up, until he saw the head, and finally his eyes moved down some more and fixed on Shin Sijia's chest position. That's right, he liked looking at this place the most. End of this chapter. Chapter 64, Cultivating Flowers. Qin Zhaoyang was dumbfounded by this look and didn't react until Shin Sijia walked up to him and the big leather ball was about to hit his head. What are you staring at? Only then did Qin Zhaoyang react, and hurriedly got out of the car, ready to go and open the door for Shin Sijia. This driver should have the awareness of being a driver. Before the car door was opened, Shin Sijia went around to the passenger side by herself, opened the car door and sat in directly. Let's go. I'm hungry. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly started the car, then headed towards the place where he usually ate. Zhaoyang, where did you go in the morning? Shin Sijia asked as if casually, but she actually knew. After all, Qin Zhaoyang had said to Li Wenjing when he left that he went to Guan Yu's place. I wasn't poking around for something. Huang Guangnian insisted on getting a glimpse of it, so I rushed over there. By the way, this is the key to your villa. I went back to get something today and you weren't there, so I took it. Qin Zhaoyang called the key of the villa while talking and handed it to Shin Sijia. Shin Sijia glanced at it and did not take this key. You take it first. I have a spare key in my office. This is more convenient in case you go to my place to get something later. Qin Zhaoyang didn't make any pretense, and smoothly put the key in that small box next to the gear of the car. Before my cell phone was in the car, I didn't hear you call, and as a result when I called you, my cell phone was dead again. Qin Zhaoyang briefly explained. Shin Sijia nodded her head as if she was very unconcerned. The two of them had lunch and naturally went to Qin Zhaoyang's flower store. At this time, the flower store had already gotten almost done, and Bao Xiao was cleaning up, and when she saw Qin Zhaoyang's car stop, she immediately greeted her. Cousin, you finally came. I thought you didn't want this store. Qin Zhaoyang scratched his head with some embarrassment. I didn't have something to do a few days ago. The inside of the store is all done, right? Qin Zhaoyang said while walking towards the store. All done. Now waiting for your potted plant. Right. Where is the potted plant? The question that Bao Xiao asked. In fact, Shin Sijia also wanted to know. At this time, in addition to several sacks of nutrient soil in the store, plus 100 or 200 flower pots of various sizes, there were only a few relatively ordinary potted plants. If you just sell this kind of thing, and install central air conditioning, and do billboards and so on, simply not cost effective. After all, these things are everywhere in the flower market. People's cheap is only $10-20 a pot, a little better is only 100 or 200. If you sell this, it is estimated that the package of small wages are not necessarily sent out. Ahem. This you don't have to worry. Wait for the opening day we'll naturally have. Today June 29th, July 1st normal opening on the line. There is nothing on this side now. Little I'll give you 2 days off. Then go back and have a good rest. You're also tired these days. Don't worry. The salary won't be less for you. The moment she heard about vacation, Bao Xiao's eyes just lit up, because she used to work with double breaks. But in the future, there might not be double breaks in this store. So when she can take a break, she should never be ambiguous. Bao Xiao left. Qin Zhaoyang briefly looked at it. He was ready to start getting these potted plants in the afternoon. but Shinxijia here is obviously not work, so also have to send Shinxijia back. In addition, this store always needs some business to do. The so-called opening big luck said this is the meaning of the word, even if you find their own trustees to buy to sell a few pots of flowers, otherwise this would be unlucky. Xijia, I'm going to start cultivating some flowers this afternoon. Why don't you drive my car to the office? Wait for you to pick me up in the evening. Shinxijia blankly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, as if to say, this driver even commanded his boss to pick him up. However, Shinxijia finally agreed, and even reminded Qin Zhaoyang that the money had already been called to him when he left the house. Qin Zhaoyang waited for Shinxijia to leave and then hurriedly opened his cell phone to check the information. Sure enough, there was a transfer record, but this number is a bit wrong. There are a total of 2 transfers here. The first transfer amount, this is this morning's 250 million. There is another transfer behind it, which is 56 million. Qin Zhaoyang immediately confused. The first 250 million is naturally the price of that piece of imperial green today. Then the back of the 56 million. That is, the last 2 times Qin Zhaoyang and Shinxijia dividends half. That is to say this money is Shinxijia. So now Shinxijia is transferring all this money to him. What does that mean? Could it be that Shinxijia is too much money? Or, Qin Zhaoyang couldn't guess and hurriedly gave Shinxijia a call. The call was connected. Hey, Xijia, why did you give me so much money? Oh, that's fine. Drive slowly. After hanging up the phone, Qin Zhaoyang finally understood that what Shinxijia meant by that was that it was not good to have too much money on her. After all, her current identity was the general manager of Shin's jewelry Jinling branch. If she had so much money in her personal account, it would not be easy to explain when the time came. So it was temporarily placed on this card of Qin Zhaoyang. Of course this is what Shinxijia said. Is it true? That is not known. Qin Zhaoyang didn't care. His main concern now is how to cultivate potted plants. First, he put aside the dozen or so potted flowers he bought a few days ago and then infused them with spiritual energy. These few potted plants, all of them had some shapes, the better looking kind. It was only that they were not carefully taken care of. They had shapes, but lacked that flavor. Qin Zhaoyang was now giving these potted plants a soul. A dozen potted plants all finished, almost spent more than an hour of his time. These potted plants are definitely very valuable. The cheapest one would be worth $70,000 to $80,000. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly placed these potted plants on the shelves and watered them some more before starting his next step. That's right, is pruning. Cut off the excess part or not so good looking things, so that the potted plant will be molded. The next step is to cultivate it yourself. Qin Zhaoyang bought a lot of flower seeds, such as roses, orchids, azaleas and so on. Qin Zhaoyang sowed some seeds for each type of flower and then started watering and infusing spiritual qi. It continued until these seeds took root and sprouted. The next step was to put them aside and let them grow on their own. Qin Zhaoyang was very satisfied, but the number of flowers was still too small. After all, there were only a dozen pots in this finished product, so lock the door, and began to turn around the flower market. As long as he feels that there is a cultivation value he will buy it. This time bought a lot, a total of dozens of pots, but today was not able to continue to input his aura, because his aura was almost depleted. What Qin Zhaoyang lacked the most right now was this kind of aura. It seemed that he still needed to improve as quickly as possible. Just then, Shinxijia came. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Fighting. To say that women were diligent in changing their clothes, that was a must. Shinxijia was wearing one set of clothes in the morning, changed to a different set when she came out to eat with Qin Zhaoyang at noon, and now she was wearing another set when she got off work. If this were an ordinary family, this salary, even to buy clothes are not enough. When Qin Zhaoyang got into the car, Shinxijia handed him 2 boxes of business cards. This is what I got that classmate of yours. That is, Liang dream fantasy to do. There will always be a need to do business in the future. Qin Zhaoyang's heart snapped. How did Shinxijia know that Liang Mengyi existed? Then the matter of oneself looking for Liang Meng fantasy to customize the lightbox billboard. Not bad. This classmate of yours is not only a beautiful person. Just this business card design is also spot on. Qin Zhaoyang always felt something wrong when he heard this, but he couldn't find where it was wrong. So he took the business card and looked at it. There were a total of 2 business cards. One was Qin Zhaoyang's and the other was actually Shinxijia's. Of course, this is not the key, because Shinxijia's business card, Qin Zhaoyang hands have, is exactly the kind of business card of the Shin group, but now on top of this business card, what was written was actually Chaoyang flower, which was a bit strange. Xijia, you this, Shinxijia eyes a little dodge, stammered and said, what I mean is that I know quite a few people, and hanging my name on your store at that time might help you attract some of the traffic. Oops, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat crayfish, shall we? Qin Zhaoyang shivered. So hungry? Can't this speak properly? Why do you have to say superlatives? Jinling crawfish, that is definitely famous in China. But the price is not cheap. 3 pounds of one, to be more than 200. If this is replaced by the previous Qin Zhaoyang, definitely will not come over to eat. Besides, you eat crayfish can not just order a dish, right? But now it does not matter. This money is really nothing for him. The two asked for a private room. Qin Zhaoyang in the order. Shen Sijia went to the toilet to go, waiting for the dishes to be ordered. Qin Zhaoyang also intends to go to the restroom. As a result, just at this moment, he heard Shen Sijia's voice speaking. What's wrong with you? I've apologized. What else do you want? At this time, a somewhat familiar voice entered Qin Zhaoyang's ears. Beauty, this acquaintance is fate. Why don't you have a drink with me and forget about getting the water on me? How about it? Shen Sijia looked at this drunk and disgusting man in front of her, didn't intend to take care of him, and was ready to go around back to the private room, but she was stopped by the other two. Beauty, our brother Kai invited you to drink, that's to give you face. Don't be shameless. That is, our Kai brother has money, as long as you accompany Kai brother. The latter words are more and more difficult to say. Shen Sijia face angry red. Just at this time, Chen Kai, the lesson from last time is not enough? Chen Kai was about to reach out to touch Shen Sijia's chin when he heard a very annoying voice. Turning his head to look, who was this if not Qin Zhaoyang? To say that Qin Zhaoyang, Chen Kai used to not put it in his eyes at all, but last time, it was because of this Qin Zhaoyang that he was not only slapped a few times by his father, he also lost face. Hey, kid, is brother Kai's name also yours? Before Chen Kai could say anything, these two little brothers came out as dogs to bite first. Zhaoyang, forget it, let's go. Shen Sijia didn't want to cause trouble. Of course, it wasn't that she was afraid of it, but now the other party is 3 people, and Qin Zhaoyang is only 1. If they really want to fight, Qin Zhaoyang will definitely suffer. The so-called good man refuses to be defeated beforehand, is this truth? Qin Zhaoyang pulled Shen Sijia behind him, then looked at Chen Kai and said, Chen Kai, raise the dog to raise those Tibetan Mastiff wolf dog or something. Don't raise any dog. Maybe one day for you to attract trouble. You regret are too late. Qin Zhaoyang finished this sentence and was ready to turn around and leave. He said this sentence very clearly, and it was also considered a warning. Chen Kai's face changed and changed, but in the end, he didn't dare to squeak, mainly because he wasn't sure what kind of relationship pleased Zhaoyang had with that Huang Guangnian from last time. Just because Chen Kai didn't say anything didn't mean that the 2 mad dogs around him wouldn't cause trouble. Kid, you're looking for death. One of the men, while cursing, swung his fist towards Qin Zhaoyang's head. The other man also rushed up in a hurry, just as Chen Kai was about to stop it. Bang, bang, 2 times, the 2 dogs that had just been barking madly were kicked to the ground one by Qin Zhaoyang. In fact, Qin Zhaoyang was also a little confused. He knew that his body was remodeled. No matter whether it was speed or strength, it was much stronger than before, but he didn't expect that it would actually be this strong. Chen Kai, it seems that my warning doesn't work. Then how about? Qin Zhaoyang said while undoing the 2 buttons on his chest. This was the rhythm of preparing for a fight. Don't come over. I didn't let them do it. It's them. Help. Hit people. Chen Kai, who had always been arrogant and domineering, was like a street rat at this time, holding his head and running away. For a time, the people in the nearby boxes came out from inside to watch the fun. Even the owner of the small hotel was also alarmed. There was no doubt that this meal of crayfish could not be eaten, and Qin Zhaoyang took advantage of the police before they came and left with Shen Sijia. Zhaoyang, the way you fought just now was so cool. I'll add another position for you. Gambling stone consultant, plus driver, plus bodyguard. Qin Zhaoyang bristled. It seemed like he hadn't even gotten 1 cent of his salary until now, as well as this car's fuel cost. It seemed like he had never been reimbursed either. You know this person? After Shen Sijia's excitement passed, she remembered that Qin Zhaoyang seemed to know that man. Recognize, Su Meishan was poached by him. That's why I'm going to beat him up once I see him. Alright, let's continue eating at another restaurant. After dinner, Qin Zhaoyang sent Shen Sijia back to the villa. Then he was ready to drive away. Zhaoyang, I have so many rooms here. Why don't you just stay here with me? Don't get me wrong. I'm afraid that those antiques of yours will find me to pay for them if they lose them at that time. I'm not willing to take those responsibilities. Speaking of antiques, Qin Zhaoyang remembered that he still had an incense burner that had not been restored. So Qin Zhaoyang nodded and followed Shen Sijia into the villa. Then he remembered that there was no change of clothes. Just as Qin Zhaoyang was planning to talk about this matter, Shen Sijia opened her mouth. Last time I caught up with the supermarket clearance sale, there were many men's clothes to be disposed of. I felt it was quite cheap, so I was going to buy a few sets for my dad. In the end, I found that the size was not right, so I put it in that room of yours. If you want to take a shower, go in and get it yourself. Shen Sijia finished speaking, entered the house without looking back. then took some change of clothes and went directly into the bathroom. From the beginning to the end, she didn't bother to look at Qin Zhaoyang. This chapter is finished. Chapter 66, Can't Speak Clearly. Qin Zhaoyang touched his nose, then walked into the room where the curios were stacked. The room had a large bed with a quilt and a cabinet on the side. Open the cabinet and look. Good guy. A cabinet full of men's clothes. There were underwear, socks, jackets, shirts, and actually 2 suits. If it is said that this is the clearance of things, Qin Zhaoyang killed will not believe. The most crucial thing was that these clothes were as if they were customized for Qin Zhaoyang. This little girl is very interesting to herself. Or tonight. Qin Zhaoyang thought badly in his heart, but it was just a thought, because Shenxijia after the bath, directly returned to her room. This door closed dead. Well, self-centered. Qin Zhaoyang took a set of change of clothes and went into the bathroom. Into the bathroom. Qin Zhaoyang brain is a black. How now these women are a bird. The washing machine is on the side. Wash the clothes directly into a throw. It does not smell? Pu meiqi so, su shiro, bao shao shao, are so. Looking at the clothes on the ground, Qin Zhaoyang was speechless for a while, bent down and reached out to throw the clothes into the washing machine. When Qin Zhaoyang's hand had just grabbed that somewhat sexy bra and was about to throw it into the washing machine, Shenxijia appeared. Shenxijia had just returned to the house before she remembered that Qin Zhaoyang was here, and then thought of the clothes she had thrown on the floor, and hurriedly ran out to prepare to throw them into the washing machine. As a result, when she just came to the bathroom door, she saw that Qin Zhaoyang was holding her pink bra. At once, her pretty face reddened. Qin Zhaoyang also saw Shenxijia at this time, and his hand was holding the smock that Shenxijia had just changed out of. Xijia, do you believe me when I say that I am preparing to throw it into the washing machine? Shenxijia blankly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, red-faced snatched the corset in his hand, and then threw the other clothes into the washing machine together. She didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Qin Zhaoyang this embarrassing he really did not have obscene meaning, but look at Shenxijia's eyes, clearly is this meaning. Now he can't even wash himself in the Yellow River. Why are you looking at me? You are not allowed to do that kind of thing with my underwear in the future. And that kind of thing is not good for your body if you do it too much. Shenxijia finished twisting her ass and went back to her room. Qin Zhaoyang could not cry. This is the yellow mudfall crotch. Not is also, because there is no way to say this thing clearly. After taking a bath, Qin Zhaoyang directly came back to the room, not explaining it clearly, casually picked up that piece of incense burner that was broken somewhat seriously, closed his eyes and began to repair. This repair time is a little long. After all, this incense burner is indeed some serious damage, in addition to the rust on it. Almost after a quarter of an hour or so, Qin Zhaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time his body was all covered in sweat, mainly because today his spiritual power used some excessive. Itself did not recover, now is completely used up. Good thing this incense burner has been repaired by him. Item name, Ming Dynasty Shen de Furnace. Age, Ming Dynasty. Collection value, genuine, very high. Market price, 4 million, 5 million. Qin Zhaoyang smiled. Did not expect this incense burner is so valuable. It seems that he only spent $1,000 to buy. What is called picking up leaks? This is called real picking up leaks. Putting the incense burner aside, Qin Zhaoyang picked up another pair of shorts and prepared to take a shower. After all, he had just gotten all wet, but coincidentally, was out to pour water to drink. Shenxijia bumped into. Shenxijia looked at Qin Zhaoyang holding a pair of shorts in his hand, his eyes filled with contempt. Well, Qin Zhaoyang also do not want to explain. Some things are the more described the blacker. When he finished his shower and went out of the bathroom, Shenxijia was still sitting in the living room. Zhaoyang, I can understand some things. Men, I get it, but still should try to restrain. That what? Too excessive frequency is not good for the body. Qin Zhaoyang this gas Shenxijia, that's enough. I take your bra. That's because I want to throw your clothes into the washing machine. Girl family things littering want what look. Also, I just took a bath because I sweat too much. So, after hearing Qin Zhaoyang's explanation, Shenxijia didn't say anything, turned around and went into her room. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to give himself 2 big mouths. Explanation is a cover-up, and cover-up is the truth. It was as if he was this way now. The night was silent, and the next morning, after sending Shenxijia to the company, Qin Zhaoyang drove his car to his potted plant store again. Today his task was to remodel all those potted plants like the ones he bought yesterday, in addition to buying a computer, the entire cash register system. After all, who buys things with cash nowadays? After a busy morning, he didn't go to find Shenxijia at noon today. Next is to invite some guests. After all, is the opening well? Cold and quiet is not good. Qin Zhaoyang first thought is naturally Huang Guangyan. Then there is this storeroom Dongfanya, and Master Guan Yue. Finally simply sent a direct circle of friends. In fact, Qin Zhaoyang did not have a few friends, those classmates and so on. After graduation, the first year there is contact. Wait until the second year. Mixed well together. Reopened a group. Like Qin Zhaoyang, gradually become a passerby role. After finishing these, almost to 3 p.m., so drove the car back to the cousin's home. Opened the door to the room. The house was as messy as ever. The three women were like vases, one better looking than the other, but one lazier than the other. Pu Meiqi and Su Xiaoro must have gone to work, and Bao Xiao doesn't know if she went out or is in her room. Anyway, no one is in the living room. After a round of cleaning up, when the cleaning up was almost done, he was ready to go to pick up Shen Sijia from work. Just at this time his cell phone rang. A look at the caller ID. Is his sister Qin Yudi? It turned out that Qin Yudi saw her brother send a circle of friends, know her brother's store to open. So she talked to her parents and came over by car. Now it happens to be summer vacation. She is going to come over to do odd jobs. To Qin Zhaoyang watch the store. To put it simply and bluntly, Qin Yudi wanted to come over to wool gather. As a girl, there must be a brother. As a boy, you must have a sister. I don't know who said this. Anyway, Qin Zhaoyang thinks it is simply bull asterisk. Hanging up the phone, drove the car directly to the station. Brother, did you miss me? I missed you to death. As soon as Qin Yudi came up, she hugged her brother's arm and started pampering him. You come less. You will miss me? I'll talk to you first. $3,000 a month. Not a cent more. This chapter is finished. Chapter 67, a story about beasts being less than animals. Once she heard that it was only $3,000 a month, Qin Yudi was not happy, but she didn't retort. After all, there was still some wool to be gleaned from her sister-in-law. Thinking of this, Qin Yudi decisively agreed. On the other hand, Shen Sijia looked at the time. This Qin Zhaoyang actually late again. Just want a call. Just saw Qin Zhaoyang's car into the company. Shen Sijia hurriedly carried her own bag downstairs. She wanted to ask Qin Zhaoyang why he was late again, but when she saw Qin Yudi, her face changed in a flash. Using an idiom that could be described as smiling. You die. Why did you come over? Your brother is really something. He didn't even know to tell me. Shen Sijia glanced at Qin Zhaoyang as she spoke. Sister-in-law. I decided to come over on the spur of the moment and only called my brother when I arrived at the station. Shen Sijia then realized why Qin Zhaoyang was late. Alright, sister-in-law will take you to eat a big meal. Shen Sijia finished speaking and directly got into the car with Qin Yudi. Sister-in-law, my brother asked me to watch the store for him. $3,000 a month. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang heard this, he knew it was not good. This sister of his family was starting to act like a demon again. $3,000? Zhaoyang, you also have the nerve to say it? Just as Qin Yudi was secretly pleased with herself, Shen Sijia spoke up again. What's the point of talking about money when you're a member of your own family? Did Yudi come here for money? She's here to experience society. She can't talk about money. Qin Yudi was directly confused. This script wasn't written like this? Shouldn't it be? Scold her brother, and then add a zero or something after 3,000? Qin Zhaoyang was mad with joy at this time, not expecting Shen Sijia to finally have a tacit understanding with him. Three people came to a fairly good restaurant. The dishes are to let the rain butterfly point. Want to eat what to order? To be honest, Qin Zhaoyang's family conditions are considered average. Qin Yudi is a girl and the youngest, so the conditions are better, but usually will not come to this kind of place. After all, this economic conditions do not allow. Don't look at Qin Zhaoyang's family condition is not good, but Qin Zhaoyang has a cousin is still quite rich. That is, the one who gave the house to Qin Zhaoyang to live in. Brother, what will I be mainly responsible for when the store opens tomorrow? Qin Yudi didn't have any eyesight at all. While eating, she kept talking, completely not noticing that she was actually a light bulb. You're in charge of the cashier, but I'll talk to you first. Not a single penny of the store's money can be touched. About this point Qin Zhaoyang must affirm in advance. This was the rule. I understand, but I don't have much money left on me. Besides I still want to buy a few clothes and... Qin Zhaoyang's head was big. This sister of his was calculating to get money all the time. After dinner, Qin Zhaoyang meant to send Shen Sijia back first, and then brought Qin Yudi back to the original residence. Let Qin Yudi and Bao Xiao temporarily sleep in a room. But Shen Sijia was not happy. What she meant was that now, nominally, she and Qin Zhaoyang were boyfriend and girlfriend, so she definitely had to stay at her place. Of course, this was all for Qin Zhaoyang's benefit. Regarding true or false, that only Shen Sijia knew. So, Qin Zhaoyang had to agree and brought Qin Yudi to Shen Sijia's villa. Actually, because of the misunderstanding last night, Qin Zhaoyang did not want to come. Wow, it's so big and beautiful. Sister-in-law, is this your villa? As soon as Qin Yudi entered the villa, she was as curious as Lulu strolling through the grand view garden, taking a look here and there. Well, this villa was bought last year. when you graduate and find a boyfriend, sister-in-law will give this villa to you. As soon as Qin Zhaoyang said this, Qin Yudi was surprised. Sister-in-law, you gave it to me? Where do you live? Qin Zhaoyang's pretty face blushed and explained. The villa your brother bought is already being renovated, so when the time comes, live over there. Qin Zhaoyang finished secretly glancing at Qin Zhaoyang. As a result, this guy was actually looking for the remote control, preparing to watch TV, completely not listening to the conversation between the two of them. Qin Zhaoyang was a little upset. Who watches TV now? Watching your sister was more like it. Sister-in-law, which room will I sleep in at night? Qin Zhaoyang was thinking about things, and when she was asked by Qin Yudi, she casually pointed to the room where Qin Zhaoyang slept last night. You sleep in that room. Qin Yudi let out an "oh" and hurriedly opened the room, dragging the suitcase inside. Jia, you let Yudi sleep in my room, then where do I sleep? Qin Zhaoyang also stopped watching TV and was about to enter the room to let Qin Yudi change rooms, but was pulled by Qin Zhaoyang. You and I will sleep in the same room. After Qin Zhaoyang said this, she felt that it was inappropriate and hurriedly explained. We're a couple now. If we sleep separately, when the time comes, your parents will definitely know that we're putting on an act, and then everything we did before will be for nothing. But first said, at night you have to sleep on the floor, not above my bed, otherwise. Qin Zhaoyang otherwise half a day, also did not say exactly what will happen. Qin Zhaoyang was a little confused. What is this situation? Men and women sharing a room and not allowed to go to bed. This made him think of a joke at once. It was said that there was a man and a woman living in a room, because there was only one bed, so the woman let the man sleep on the floor, then warned the male, you cannot climb into his bed at night, otherwise it is an animal. One night passed, the male is very honest, really did not climb into the woman's bed. The next morning, the woman watched from the window sill. Accidentally handkerchief was blown away by the wind, just above the big tree outside the window. The man volunteered, rushed to climb the tree and took her handkerchief down. As a result, the woman slapped him and said, you can climb up such a tall tree, but you can't climb up such a short bed. You're worse than a beast. The current situation is very similar to this story. Then Qin Zhaoyang was faced with two choices. One is to be a beast, and the other is to be worse than a beast. So should he be a beast or not? Bam! Just as Qin Zhaoyang was rambling, the sound of porcelain breaking came from the room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Zhaoyang realized something and hurriedly ran to the room to look, and sure enough, an antique plate of more than 100,000 yuan was broken into pieces. Qin Yudi, you pay for it. Qin Yudi was shocked. She just thought that the plate was quite pretty and ended up reaching out to pick it up and look at it. When she put it back, her hand slipped and it fell to the ground. Qin Yudi also knew that she was in trouble, because before this plate, Qin Zhaoyang told her that it was worth at least $100,000. Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Yudi was so scared that she was about to cry. Zhaoyang, what are you doing? Isn't it just a broken plate? The kitchen is full of them. Do you need to yell? Look at how scared Yudai is. You die. Don't be afraid. Sister-in-law will back you up. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Temptation. Qin Zhaoyang began to help pick up the plates on the floor as she spoke. She was not a little cutie. Naturally knew that this plate was definitely an antique, but it had already been broken. So what could be done? Qin Zhaoyang was furious, but seeing Qin Zhaoyang squeezing her eyes at him, Qin Zhaoyang's anger subsided by half. Go, sister-in-law take you to take a bath, Qin Zhaoyang said while pulling Qin Yudi out of the room. Qin Zhaoyang could only pick up the pieces of the plate that had already turned into a dozen or so pieces and start splicing them together. Fortunately, there is 502 glue. Splicing is still no problem. After splicing, put back on the table, he did not immediately repair, but also to Qin Yudi a warning. When Qin Zhaoyang went out of the room, the two of them had already finished showering. Qin Yudi stole a glance at Qin Zhaoyang, then hurriedly went back to her room and closed the door behind her. Zhaoyang, Yudi is still young, don't be so mean. Besides, it's her first time coming to my place. After Qin Yudi went back to her room, Qin Zhaoyang persuaded in a low voice. Qin Zhaoyang, actually this gas has long since disappeared. After all, broken can be repaired. But at the moment, his mind was not on this, but on Qin Zhaoyang's body. How to say? Qin Zhaoyang is still wearing the same pajamas as last time. Exactly the one Qin Zhaoyang saw that time he came over. Low neckline. The top button was unbuttoned, and the vacuum inside didn't wear underwear. Now this angle, with a song to describe is, I see a mountain, a mountain, a mountain, I see a mountain and a river, a mountain and a river connected. Qin Zhaoyang is talking at length, suddenly found that Qin Zhaoyang's eyes are not very right. Looking down, she was naked. Pervert, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll snap your eyes out. Your body stinks. Hurry up and take a shower. After Qin Zhaoyang finished, She didn't forget to glare at Qin Zhaoyang, then wiggled her butt and returned to the room. Qin Zhaoyang touched his nose before he took his clothes and went into the bathroom. When he finished his bath, he hesitated. Should this room go in or not? Thinking about it again and again, he finally unscrewed the door to Shen Sijia's room. Shen Sijia was still playing with her cell phone, and when she heard the sound, she hurriedly stuffed her cell phone under her pillow and started pretending to be asleep. Qin Zhaoyang did not turn on the light, but used his cell phone to illuminate, finding a thin quilt on the floor and a pillow. This was the bed Shen Sijia had arranged for him. Qin Zhaoyang plugged in the charger and charged his cell phone, then set the alarm. The store opens tomorrow, so he has to get up early. After setting the alarm clock, he also laid down and covered himself with a thin quilt, but a little cold. Looked up to see the air conditioner, 20 degrees. This night does not freeze to death, only strange. Looked up and looked at Shen Sijia. Good guy. This quilt is too much thicker than his. Is this woman sick? Covered with a thick quilt and blowing the air conditioner, Qin Zhaoyang wrapped the blanket tighter, but still felt very cold, so he was ready to take the remote control to adjust the temperature higher. But the remote control is on the other side of Shen Sijia. Qin Zhaoyang had to lift the quilt, and then slowly climbed onto Shen Sijia's bed. In fact, he just wanted to take the remote control. Shen Sijia did not move and pretended to be asleep. Qin Zhaoyang got the remote control, pressed it a few times. No response. Sijia, why doesn't this remote control work? Shen Sijia raised her head in a daze. Maybe it's out of batteries. If you're cold, sleep next to me, but don't mess around. Shen Sijia finished and closed her eyes again. Qin Zhaoyang's eggs hurt here. Finally, he gritted his teeth and, regardless of the circumstances, directly drilled into the quilt. Shen Sijia's body clearly showed a slight tremor, but was still sleeping, covered with the quilt. Qin Zhaoyang was much warmer, but people are often like this. As long as they are of the opposite sex, lying in a bed, their bodies touching each other, they will naturally think in that direction. Sometimes even cannot control, or do not want to control. Qin Zhaoyang slowly turned his body sideways, stretched out a hand, gently placed on Shen Sijia's waist. Shen Sijia did not react. After a while, Qin Zhaoyang's hand began to be dishonest, slowly reaching in from the bottom hem of the pajamas around his waist. Then he put his palm on Shen Sijia's belly. Shen Sijia's breathing started to become a bit rapid, but she was still pretending to be asleep. Sometimes it was like this. Giving others a chance was giving herself a chance. In a sense, a girl or woman who agreed to let a guy sleep in the same room as her must be interested in the guy. After all, a woman can't be at ease with a guy anymore, unless that guy is someone she likes or has a crush on. This is also the reason why Qin Zhaoyang is so bold right now. So he's not in a hurry, he's just testing. Qin Zhaoyang's hand was placed on Shen Sijia's belly, and after a while, he began to slowly move upstream, little by little. Finally Qin Zhaoyang's hand wandered to where it should be. This time Shen Sijia could no longer pretend, because the body's reaction, so that she had no way to continue to pretend. So she reached out one hand and removed Qin Zhaoyang's salty pig hand. Sleep, don't fool around. Qin Zhaoyang heard out that Shen Sijia wasn't angry and made a second attempt. This time it stayed a little longer, but still, Shen Sijia yanked his hand away. Zhaoyang, no fooling around. We're acting. Go to sleep. This was Shen Sijia's second refusal. Qin Zhaoyang still didn't hear the anger, so a third attempt was made, and it stayed longer this time. Shen Sijia couldn't stand it some more by Qin Zhaoyang's touch, so she once again intended to remove Qin Zhaoyang's hand. As a result, this time Qin Zhaoyang used some force, and Shen Sijia couldn't take it away. After a few attempts, Shen Sijia seemed to resign herself to her fate, and also seemed to acquiesce. In short, Qin Zhaoyang's hand did not take it away, while Shen Sijia's hand withdrew. That's it. You can't go overboard or I'll get angry. This was Shen Sijia's final lenient policy. Qin Zhaoyang's heart was happy. He didn't go too far. After all, everything should have a gradual process. So just like this, both of them did not move again. Gradually both of them fell asleep. This is not that Qin Zhaoyang is worse than a beast, mainly because he knows the truth. The next day will be long. Today broke through 2 o'clock. Another day will be able to 3 o'clock. The next morning, before the alarm clock called, Shen Sijia woke up. Lifting the quilt, she gently yanked Qin Zhaoyang's salty piggy hand out of her chest, and her red face was full of satisfaction. Last night was actually a test for Shen Sijia. Firstly, to confirm whether Qin Zhaoyang likes himself. The second is to see how Qin Zhaoyang's character is. As for beasts, and beasts are worse than beasts, this is not important. The main thing is to see the other party and do not care about themselves. Based on the fact that Qin Zhaoyang was able to restrain his desire last night, her sacrifice was already worth it. This chapter is finished. Chapter 69, the bonsai shop opens. Quietly opening the drawer, he took out 2 batteries and put them inside the remote control, then turned off the air conditioner. Only then did he leave the room with a smile. Qin Zhaoyang was naturally woken up by the alarm clock. When he opened his eyes, Shen Sijia's figure was long gone from the room. By the time he walked out of the room, breakfast was already ready. Of course, it was Qin Yudi who did it, with Shen Sijia helping. Quickly wash up and hurry to eat breakfast. The store is opening today. I've customized a few flower baskets and will send them over as soon as I bring them down, Shen Sijia said while handing Qin Zhaoyang his toothbrush and towel. Brother, that plate. Qin Yudi was still dwelling on that one. Pay attention next time. My things can't be touched. Last night you fell a little. A car of more than $100,000 is gone, Qin Zhaoyang said while going into the bathroom. The reason why Qin Zhaoyang said this, a large part of it was to educate Qin Yudi. Being a little frightened, or taught a lesson, wasn't a bad thing. It was helpful for growth in the future. It was like when some small child fell down. Some parents would tell him to be more careful when walking in the future, or else the fall would hurt. But some parents will try to coax the child, saying that it is all because the ground is bad, and so on. This will give the child a wrong idea that it is not my fault that I fell down, but it is the ground that is the problem. People often say that the three views are not correct. This and his education is related. If Qin Zhaoyang and Qin Yudi said, fell down alright, brother now have money, and so on this kind of words, then it will give Qin Yudi a wrong perception. The first thing you need to do is to get a good understanding of what is happening in the world. This time Shen Sijia did not interrupt. About this aspect of education, she is agreed. After all, Qin Yudi was only 18 or 19 years old. There was no harm in letting her have a good perception of this society. Brother, I'm sorry, Qin Yudi didn't say this last night. That's because she was avoiding it, but after a night of thinking, more or less she knew she was wrong. Qin Zhaoyang waved his hand and continued brushing his teeth. The matter was already in the past, so he didn't intend to pursue it anymore. After breakfast, the three of them came to the store. At this time, Bao Xiaoxiao had already started cleaning. Bao Xiaoxiao was shocked when she came in the morning because there were dozens of extra pots of flowers inside the store, and they were very beautiful. Even if she didn't understand, she knew that these potted plants were especially beautiful. Xiao, this is my sister Qin Yudai. It's summer vacation now. She's here to help in the store. If there's anything you let her do. Bao Xiaoxiao naturally nodded in agreement. Then he took Qin Yudi in familiarizing himself with the cash register system. In fact, Bao Xiaoxiao doesn't know much about it. Just as the two of them are here to fumble with the research. Qin Zhaoyang picked up the label and started to write the price at this time. Shen Sijia was watching from the side. Qin Zhaoyang wrote 1. Shi hung 1. Zhaoyang, your price is too expensive, right? Qin Zhaoyang smiled and said, we're taking the high-end route. There's a saying that if you don't open for 3 years, you open and eat for 3 years. Even if we only sell 1 pot a month, we are considered to have made a profit. When the label was finished writing, the flower baskets ordered by Shen Sijia were also delivered. Because of the state's control of fireworks and firecrackers over the years, fireworks and firecrackers were not allowed for store openings now. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, the first guest came to the store, and it was none other than the landlord, Fangya. Fangya comes over almost every day and naturally knows that Qin Zhaoyang's store will open today, so she also sent 2 flower baskets to be placed at the entrance. Then no matter what, Qin Zhaoyang's store was opening, she always had to come over to take care of the business. Mr. Qin, congratulations! As soon as Qin Zhaoyang saw Fangya coming over, he hurriedly came out to greet her. So it's Sister Fang. Thank you Sister Fang for breaking the bank. After Qin Zhaoyang greeted him, he began to introduce himself. Bao Xiaoxiao Fangya naturally recognized. As for Shen Sijia, Fangya also recognized. Then the one to be introduced was his sister. After the introduction, Fangya began to look at the potted plants. This look scared her. To say that these potted plants, that is absolutely each top each good. At least Fangya has not seen such a beautiful potted plants. But the price is also. The cheapest pot of orchids was actually priced at $88,000. It was indeed a bit too high. But this amount of money is not considered for Fangya. Besides, these flowers are really very beautiful. She is ready to buy 2 pots of orchids to go back and put them. Just then someone else came over. The person who came was no one else but Qin Zhaoyang's classmate Liang Mengxiang. Old classmate, congratulations. Qin Zhaoyang secretly glanced at Shen Sijia, and then also greeted Liang Mengli politely. Then the introductions began. This is how this person is, whether you recognize them or not, and whether you will have the opportunity to deal with them in the future. Then a simple acquaintance is still necessary. Zhaoyang, it's possible. If your curio store opens at this speed, then it's good. The person who spoke was naturally Huang Guangnian. Huang Guangnian didn't come alone. He was followed by several people. For example, Guan Yuha, Huan Jingya, Huang Ying, and a middle-aged man Qin Zhaoyang did not recognize. After some introductions, Qin Zhaoyang knew this person's name, Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe, is exactly the person who helped to appraise Huang Guangnian that time. The 2 potted orchids Qin Zhaoyang sent. Li Xinghe loved potted plants, so Huang Guangnian will deliberately lull him over, meaning that naturally come to Qin Zhaoyang to introduce business, the so-called things in order to gather, people in order to group. Qin Zhaoyang want to take the high-end route, that cannot be separated from the circle of these people. After the crowd chatted for a while, they each picked some of their favorite potted plants to buy down. Bao Xiaoxiao was surprised. Before Qin Zhaoyang told him, these flowers she sold out. The extra part will have 10% commission. Let's make an analogy. For example, if Fangya buys this pot of orchids, 1 pot is 88,000, and if you buy 2 pots, it's more than $170,000. Of course, this is the markup. Usually you can bargain, and Qin Zhaoyang will give a bottom price to Bao Xiaoxiao. For example, this 88,000, Qin Zhaoyang's bottom price is 60,000 yuan, then the extra 28,000, of which 10% of the share even if the package is small. That is to say that this a potted plant, alone share she earned 2,800. In fact, today is also a special example. These people come to support, naturally will not bargain. If someone else to buy, you open price 88,000, no one will be stupid not to bargain. Business is like this, once you do open then it is a source of wealth. Fangya also, Huang Guangnian also, including Li Xinghe and others. These people, everyone has their own circle. As long as a little publicity, send a circle of friends and so on, this business will be a steady stream of automatic door-to-door. Alright everyone, today I'm opening this store. Thanks to all of you for your support. It's not early now. I've already booked a private room in the concentric building. I'll treat all of you to a meal as a thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Lin Qianqian. Qin Zhaoyang treated the crowd to a meal, which was a way of thanking them for their support. After lunch, Qin Zhaoyang returned Liang Mengliang's money. It is also the money that Liang Mengli bought the potted plants. Qin Zhaoyang knows that although Liang Mengliang has some money, but after all, it is not a big boss. There is no need to spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy potted plants. Liang Meng just looked at Qin Zhaoyang so seriously. Mr. Zhaoyang, why did you lie to me? Qin Zhaoyang naturally knew what Liang Mengliang was talking about, and that was the job issue that he had talked about during the previous blind date in the park. Fellow student Liang Fantasy, I didn't lie to you about anything. Just half a month ago, I was indeed still working as an apprentice in an antique store, and it's really only 2,500 a month, and it's still the kind that lasts all year round. As for later on, I just quit. What Qin Zhaoyang said was true. There was no need to tell lies about some things. Your girlfriend is rich? Did she help you open this store? And this car of yours is also newly bought, right? These 3 questions from Liang Meng Fantasy were rather sharp and sensitive, or rather the average person wouldn't even inquire about them. Qin Zhaoyang also heard out that Liang Mengli was saying that he was eating soft rice. Obviously, with Qin Zhaoyang's family background is not able to open this store. And car. Qin Zhaoyang frowned for a moment, then nodded. Well, she's very rich. This store she has had help with, and the car is also something she took me to buy. Qin Zhaoyang didn't know why he would answer like this. Probably just didn't really want to get too involved with Liang Mengli. Liang Mengli nodded and said, then congratulations. You have to struggle for at least 20 years less than others. Qin Zhaoyang smiled, then looked at the time. I still have things to do in the store. I'll leave first. We'll talk again some other day. Qin Zhaoyang finished and directly left. Liang Mengli just looked at Qin Zhaoyang's back. She felt that something was not quite right. Qin Zhaoyang answered too dry. Even if the general people eat soft rice, that is more or less will be a little embarrassed. But Qin Zhaoyang did not. It seems that there is an inside story here. Qin Zhaoyang returned to the store. Lunch Shinxijia did not go, but ordered takeout, and the bag small. Qin Yuti 3 people ate in the store. Seeing Qin Zhaoyang come back, the 3 people had uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Brother, guess how much we made in one morning? Qin Yuti were to see so much money. This excitement is estimated to be a moment and a half down. Qin Zhaoyang began to calculate mentally. Fangya spent almost 170,000. Huang Guangnian spent 220,000. Li Xing has spent 190,000. Even Qin Zhaoyang's master, Guan Yuha, spent 200,000. Together with the 88,000 of Liang Mengxian, the total is more than 800,000. Of course, Liang Mengfan had to return that money. You die. This doesn't count today. It's all just acquaintances taking care of business. The next thing is to see if this store can attract other people. Just as Qin Zhaoyang finished his words and was about to check the other flowers, someone came to the store. Welcome. Bao Xiaoxiao got straight into character. This store of yours is newly opened? Qin Zhaoyang turned his head to look. This was a 26 or 27-year-old woman, with a tall peachy figure, ebony hair like silk, melon face, and eyes like dots of paint. Holding a cell phone in her left hand, she was carrying a bag on her right shoulder, which looked like it was worth a lot of money. "Hello beautiful, my store just opened today, please feel free to look around." Qin Zhaoyang tried his best to look civilized. The woman nodded. Her name was Lin Xianxian. She was here to buy potted plants today. Grandpa's birthday was the day after tomorrow, and Lin Xianxian was going to buy 2 potted plants to give to her grandpa as a birthday gift, because her grandfather loved these flowers and plants. But she turned the entire flower market, but did not find a suitable. Coincidentally saw Qin Zhaoyang this newly opened store, so she came in to take a look. Lin Xianxian only glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, and then there was no then, intending to casually look at a few and leave. After all, Qin Zhaoyang is too young. Usually people of this age, how do they know anything about potted plants? Bonsai is an art. Without a few decades of work, cannot get a good bonsai out. But Lin Xianxian was attracted by the potted plants on the shelves. These potted plants, whether in shape or vitality, were all excellent. "Did you cultivate these yourself?" Lin Xianxian asked curiously, and Qin Zhaoyang nodded as an answer. However, Shen Sijia cast a look of disbelief and contempt. Lin Xianxian nodded and then started looking for the potted plants she was most satisfied with. In the end, 2 potted rubber trees were selected. The rubber tree was a very suitable plant for potting, especially for indoor planting. Moreover, the plant was ethereal, with a strong and vigorous trunk, and it also had the effect of purifying dust from the air. "I want these 2 pots. Will you help with the delivery?" Lin Xianxian selected 2 pots of rubber trees, and then began to ask. Bao Xiaoxiao was about to speak, but Qin Zhaoyang beat her to it. "Delivery is no problem, but we are only responsible for within the city. In addition you look at the price. Sure to buy?" Qin Zhaoyang was reminding Lin Xianxian, because these 2 potted plants were the most expensive in this store. Lin Xianxian then remembered to look at the price of potted plants. 188,000 a pot. 2 pots is, indeed a little expensive, but on this character, worth this price. "Okay, no problem. Swipe your card." Bao Xiaoxiao foolishly took the bank card and started to swipe it. "Beauty, I think you should need a membership card, because with our store's membership card, the first deposit of 500,000 can enjoy a 20% discount." Just then, Shen Sijia spoke. Shen Sijia was a businessman, and at a glance, she could see that this beautiful woman was a rich man. And how could a rich man this wool gathering once? Membership card? Lin Xianxian began to think about it. 500,000 is not much. These 2 pots of rubber tree together almost nearly 400,000. From 500,000 is not far from how much, not to mention that there was also a 20% discount, so it was a good deal any way you counted it. "That's fine. I'll charge 1 million first." Shen Sijia hurriedly came to the side of the teller machine and squeezed Bao Xiaoxiao to one side, then took over the bank card and ID card and started to operate the so-called membership card. Where did Qin Zhaoyang think of it? Naturally Shen Sijia thought of it on the spur of the moment. "Hello MS. Lin, your identity information has been registered on my side. In addition these 2 potted plants, we will calculate it for you according to a 20% discount. The original price is 376,000. After the discount it's 300,000 and 800. But this store opened on the first day today, so I can only register you here. The membership card will be sent to you within 3 days." Shen Sijia crackled. Lin Xianxian was a little confused. The feelings of this $1 million was deducted. The card cannot immediately arrive in the hands? This will not be a liar, right? Lin Xianxian thought so in her heart. As if seeing Lin Xianxuan's mind, Shen Sijia hurriedly explained. "Miss Lin, are you worried about the reputation of our store? This chapter is finished." Chapter 71, Curing Flowers. "Miss Lin can rest assured. You can take a look at our store. Just this decoration, and these potted plants. We can't possibly do this one-time sale just for a few 100,000, right? Of course, if Miss Lin is not assured, we can also return the funds the way they are. 3 days later, we can also personally come to Miss Lin's door to handle the business." Shen Sijia was retreating to advance, because she had been set up like this by others before. Lin Xianxian thought about it and thought it was right, so she let this side write a receipt, and then it was also considered to be a membership card, right? The main thing is that Lin Xianxian doesn't really care about this amount of money. Qin Zhaoyang was directly confused by Shen Sijia. Doing business can be like this? But the next thing is that he is working. Delivery. Lin Xianxuan's car is a sports car. Indeed not suitable to bring this potted plant. After all, the rubber tree is also considered to be relatively tall category. So Qin Zhaoyang with his car will be 2 pots of rubber tree loaded up, and then followed behind Lin Xianxuan car. In fact, it is not too far. Drive more than 20 minutes to After arriving at Lin Xianxuan's place and moving the 2 potted plants in, Qin Zhaoyang also intended to leave. Wait, I haven't yet asked the boss what his name is. Qin Zhaoyang said his name. Lin Xianxian nodded, then pointed at the 2 potted camellias on the balcony and said, Mr. Qin, do you think these 2 camellias of mine are salvageable? Only then did Qin Zhaoyang notice that on Lin Xianxuan's balcony, there were also a few potted plants, and 2 of them, the camellias, were a bit shriveled. Squatting down, he casually pinched the soil in the flower pot and then smelled it. Actually, Qin Zhaoyang more or less knew a little bit about plants. After all, he grew up living in the countryside. Ms. Lin, these 2 pots of camellias of yours are because too much water was added, causing part of the rhizome to rot away, and there is also mold. If you want to save these 2 pots of camellias, it's not impossible. As long as you give me 3 days, I can make these 2 pots of camellias recover as they were before, and even more vigorous than before. But I don't recommend you to do that, because the price is even more expensive than if you went to repurchase the 2 pots of camellias. Qin Zhaoyang's later words were directly ignored by Lin Xianxian. She only cared about the words in front. You really have a way to bring these 2 pots of camellias back to life? Lin Xianxian had a look of anticipation in her eyes. Qin Zhaoyang was certain and nodded. Alright then, these 2 pots of camellias are yours. As long as you bring it back to life, how much is up to you? Qin Zhaoyang nodded. Since the other party has said so, there is money not to be earned. That is, so he carried the camellia into the trunk. When Qin Zhaoyang re-entered the store, he didn't see Shen Sijia and Qin Yudi. Qin Zhaoyang moved the 2 pots of camellias into the flower store and then started to ask Bao Xiao. Xiao, where are the 2 of them? Bao Xiao was familiarizing herself with the cash register system. When she heard Qin Zhaoyang's inquiry, she hurriedly said, the 2 of them went to look for someone to customize the membership card. It seems like they went to look for that Liang dream fantasy. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, then pointed to the 2 pots of camellias and said, these 2 pots of camellias you must not sell. This is before that Ms. Lin's, let me give her to do nursing. Bao Xiao. Qin Zhaoyang did not pay attention to, simply get the camellias to the inner room. There were also many potted plants that were breaking out of the ground here. Qin Zhaoyang got the 2 pots of camellias out, replaced them with new nutrient soil, and then planted the camellias in. Then he began to channel his aura. However, this time, he didn't do it overnight. He planned to follow the steps of 3 days to save and remodel this camellia. Cousin, does that commission you said before count? Bao Xiao was a little embarrassed when she asked this, but she still asked. After all, this was not a small amount of money. For all the potted plants sold today, according to 10% of the profit, Bao Xiao would have at least more than $20,000. This was something she didn't even dare to think about. Qin Zhaoyang naturally knew what Bao Xiao was worried about. Don't worry, my words always count. What should be yours? I won't give you a penny less. When Bao Xiao heard this, she was so happy that she directly jumped up happily. This jump cannot be. Originally very straight bulging chest, trembling more powerful. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes were about to fall out. Just at this time, Shen Sijia came back. Originally she was very happy. After all, this flower store is considered a successful investment, and the membership card is also in the making. The next step was to just keep expanding the business. As a result, when she entered the store, she saw Bao Xiao happily jumping, and Qin Zhaoyang's eyes were almost spitting out. The most critical, Qin Zhaoyang actually still swallowing saliva. Shen Sijia cursed the old colorful bastard in her heart. Cough. As soon as Shen Sijia coughed, Qin Zhaoyang reacted. Xiao, be calm. Bouncing and jumping. What's the decency? Ha, Sijia, you guys are back. Are you tired? Let me help you pinch your shoulders. Let me tell you, when I was studying in the past, I learned. Qin Zhaoyang said while pressing Shen Sijia on the chair, then started to help her massage. Well, that's how women are. Just now they were a little bit jealous. This is all of a sudden. Zhaoyang, this potted plant is still a bit low. You still need to get some more goods before you can do so, especially that rubber tree. Get some more back. It's quite profitable. Shen Sijia enjoyed the massage while making suggestions. Qin Zhaoyang naturally knew that the flowers and potted plants in his store were still a bit too few, but there were only so many potted plants that could be cultivated in the entire flower market. All of them have been bought over by him. There is really no way to expand the scale. Sijia, do you know where there is a bigger flower market? Shen Sijia knew what Qin Zhaoyang was thinking as soon as she heard it. This can be checked online. If I'm not wrong, it should be over in Kunming. Wait, I'll check, Shen Sijia said while starting to ask Donyang, and after some searching, it was finally determined that there was a place called Donan in Kunming. There is also a very large potted plant market over in Guangzhou. Qin Zhaoyang stopped massaging. He was thinking about these two places. A trip is very simple. It is estimated that it does not cost much money. The key is how to transport back. there is also the question of whether he can get away. Qin Zhaoyang was very dissatisfied that Qin Zhaoyang was thinking about things and actually forgot to give her a massage. She was enjoying this process. Jia, I'm going to make a trip to Donan. Qin Zhaoyang finally decided to go. Alright, when you decide on a day to go, tell me about it. I'll arrange some work and accompany you. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit puzzled. Jia, what are you going for? Qin Zhaoyang gave Qin Zhaoyang a blank look. It's up to you. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Qin Zhaoyang's bottom line. Bonsai stores were different from other stores. Basically after 5 o'clock in the afternoon there would be no more business, especially for a more upscale potted plant store like this one. The average person really didn't have the strength to buy them either. So when it was almost time, Qin Zhaoyang also let the people off work. In addition, he gave Pao Xiaoxiao $5,000, which is considered last month's salary. Although last month Pao Xiaoxiao total only a few days of work, but Qin Zhaoyang made money. He is happy. After work, we have to decide where to eat dinner. So, finally decided to go to buy food, and then go home to burn rice to eat. Originally this is a very common thing, but the problem is that the trouble came, because as soon as she got home, Bao Xiaoxiao told Su Xiao and Pu Meiqi about what happened in the store today. This had stirred up a hornet's nest. Cousin you see we are also considered to be in a cohabitation relationship. Besides last time you also promised. Do you think it's more appropriate for me to help out at the store I'm going to? These were Pu Meiqi's words, and she even said the sensitive word of cohabitation relationship. Su Xiao naturally didn't dare to show weakness. Cousin, I want to go too. My job is dirty and tiring. I didn't want to do it a long time ago. How could Qin Zhaoyang not know the two of them's little minds? Just as he was about to agree, he saw Qin Zhaoyang making eyes at him. Ahem, that store of mine is just that big. For the time being, having Xiao Xiao and my sister there is already enough. Besides there isn't that much going on in the potted plant store. But you guys don't have to worry. When some time passes, I might open another antique store and you guys will go over there then. Also before the end of the year I might also consider opening a raw stone store, which will require manpower. The moment she heard about opening a raw stone store, Qin Zhaoyang's eyes just lit up. In fact, one of her most optimistic businesses was to open a jadeite raw stone store. After all, this was the profiteering, and the main thing was that she could sell the raw stones to Qin Clan Group. In this way there is no fear of such a risk as a backlog of raw stones. As for the pot plant store, antique store and so on, that is a small fight, cannot earn any big money. Of course, Qin Zhaoyang think of big money, a day to earn 120,000 certainly does not count. At the very least, you need to earn a few tens of millions of dollars a month to be called a big business. Pu Meiqi and Su Xiao also felt relieved when they heard Qin Zhaoyang say this. After all, they were also clear that potted plant stores were different from those flower stores. Potted plant stores need manpower, such as cutting flowers, flower arrangement, making flower baskets, etc., and even delivery, all need manpower. But the curio store is different, as long as someone to take care of it on the line. The main thing is that they did not grasp the opportunity at the beginning. Not as decisive and dry as Bao Xiaoxiao. Dinner is still Qin Zhaoyang hands to do, but the people who eat dinner will be quite a lot, a man and 5 women. After dinner, Qin Zhaoyang drove the car to send Qin Zhaoyang back to the villa. Probably because of last night's events, Qin Zhaoyang did not mention leaving. Of course Qin Zhaoyang also did not mention this matter. Even the two of them had some small expectations. After taking a bath, Qin Zhaoyang and before the same rate advanced into the room. But tonight the air conditioning was turned on to 25 degrees, and not like last night directly dry to 20 degrees. When Qin Zhaoyang finished his bath and entered Qin Zhaoyang's room, he was a little depressed, because like last night, there was a floor bed. The most crucial thing was that this air conditioning temperature was 25 degrees, and there was no reason for him to continue to stay in bed. So very helplessly, he slept on the floor. Maybe after 10 minutes, Qin Zhaoyang suddenly coughed gently. Maybe her throat was a little uncomfortable. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly climbed up, then cheekily drilled into the quilt on the big bed again. What are you doing? Tonight the air conditioning temperature isn't too high or too low. It's not cold. Hurry up and go down to sleep. Qin Zhaoyang said so, but didn't make a move to push Qin Zhaoyang. I just heard you coughing. I came to see if you're not feeling well. Also, this floor is too hard. It's not comfortable to fall asleep. Anyway, this bed of yours is so big, right? I promise, I'll only take a little bit of space. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. It would be strange if Qin Zhaoyang really believed it. However, sometimes, she just had to believe. First things first, sleep honestly, stay away from me, don't touch me, Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly guaranteed, just short of swearing an oath. Only then did Qin Zhaoyang not say anything, then rolled over, turning her back towards Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang was indeed very honest, only this honesty didn't last more than a minute. and then started to die again and moved towards Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang continued to pretend to be asleep, and Qin Zhaoyang continued to repeat yesterday's steps, but today was much smoother than yesterday, and Qin Zhaoyang didn't stop it at all. Well, probably fell asleep, and slept quite heavily. Qin Zhaoyang began to get bold, his salty piggy hand exploring up and down. Just when his hand was about to get his way, it was grabbed by Qin Zhaoyang, and then pulled Qin Zhaoyang's hand and placed it at the heart position. Qin Zhaoyang understood that this was the bottom line that Qin Zhaoyang allowed. In other words, just touch it, don't go too far. Well, it seems that the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. However, Qin Zhaoyang was also considered very satisfied. It was already rare for Qin Zhaoyang to be able to take the initiative to do this. The overall character is still quite good, but this will suffer Qin Zhaoyang, an untouched woman, which can stand this kind of teasing. Zhaoyang, don't move, okay? If you like this, you go to find a small package to go. Her bigger than mine. Qin Zhaoyang was honest. Qin Zhaoyang was still angry. Feeling that Qin Zhaoyang was honest, Qin Zhaoyang gradually smoothed out her restlessness. She was really afraid that she couldn't help herself. After all, she is not a casual girl, although she is willing, but the time to be reserved, or to be reserved, too easy to be obtained, but will not be cherished. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Qin Zhaoyang sent Qin Zhaoyang to the company. After all, as the general manager, it is always impossible to take a vacation every day. Yesterday, because of the opening of the potted plant store, it had been delayed for a day. This matter at hand still needs to be done. Then he sent Qin Yuti to the potted plant store. In this way, Qin Zhaoyang, on the contrary, he has nothing to do. A few days did not go to the antique street to pick up leeks. Today anyway, idle. Why not go to see? Qin Zhaoyang this just drove away not long ago. Liang Meng Fantasy came over. She came over to deliver the membership card, and asked about the situation on the way. After telling Bao Xiao and Qin Yudai how to use the membership card, Liang Mengyi began her tentative inquiry. Liang Mengli and Qin Yudi naturally knew each other. Xiao, are you related to Zhaoyang? Bao Xiao naturally knew why Liang Fantasy inquired so, mainly because of that one sentence about cousin. Bao Xiao smiled, so she began to explain. After listening to Bao Xiao's narration, Liang Mengxiao was a bit teary-eyed, not realizing that Qin Zhaoyang had actually experienced this kind of thing. He was treated by 3 women as an underwear-stealing sex maniac, and also gave a brutal beating. Then is Zhaoyang opening this store invested by his girlfriend? This chapter is finished. Chapter 73, Mother Money Sample. Bao Xiao hurriedly shook her head, then began to talk about the history of Qin Zhaoyang's fortune. Of course, Bao Xiao doesn't know much. In short, Qin Zhaoyang bought a car, bought a house, and opened this store with Qin Zhaoyang without half a penny relationship. Even said, Qin Zhaoyang also need Qin Zhaoyang help things. This time Liang Meng Fantasy was puzzled and shocked at the same time. Shocked is how Qin Zhaoyang so capable, but also so rich. Doubtful is, since Qin Zhaoyang everything is their own hard work to get, why admit to be a soft rice? Could it be that Qin Zhaoyang's realm is really that high? He doesn't care about other people's eyes at all? He is crazy. Let him be crazy. The clear wind brushed the hillock? Liang Meng Fantasy does not believe. The only explanation is, Liang Mengxiu has suddenly thought of something. Is it possible that you are really that bad? At this moment, Liang Meng has some frustration. In fact, Liang Meng knows the reason why Qin Zhaoyang did so. In the end, it is still the middle school that will cause trouble. In fact, Liang Mengxian Junior High School that will be really naughty. Not at all like a girl. Maybe Qin Zhaoyang to the whole scared. So Qin Zhaoyang is afraid of her. Have a shadow on her. The last time to go back to the blind date. Originally Liang Meng Fantasy also do not want to go, but heard that is Qin Zhaoyang, which decided to go back. After many years, Qin Zhaoyang has grown taller and more handsome. Liang Mengxiao still have a little heart, but Qin Zhaoyang actually said he had a girlfriend. Later did see Qin Zhaoyang. Liang Meng Fantasy inquired about Qin Zhaoyang. Rich, status, the key is beautiful, good figure, no matter from which point of comparison. She Liang Mengfang has no way to compare with Qin Zhaoyang. The more so Liang Mengfang more think Qin Zhaoyang this is to eat soft rice, so what I said last time was not very nice. In fact, more or less a little bit can't eat grapes say grape sour meaning. On the other hand, Qin Zhaoyang came to the antique street. It doesn't matter if he comes today to pick up leeks or not, he mainly comes to absorb the aura, the small tripod in his body, since the last evolution, has almost never changed. The red liquid inside the small tripod, or only about 1/3. And with all the desperate use in the past few days, it was not enough almost every time. So Qin Zhaoyang came today with the intention of going to other antique stores to take a look. Of course the main thing is to absorb the aura inside the antiques. According to the usual practice, Qin Zhaoyang started with the ground stalls first, no matter if there was one or not. What if there is a leak? However, novels are all lies. What the hero casually go to a stall, can see the treasure, and then crazy picking up leaks and stuff. It's just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Zhaoyang shopped for more than an hour, and in his hand there was just one more copper coin. It is also considered to be a small gain. Like what heavenly big leak? Don't even think about it. After strolling through the stalls, Qin Zhaoyang headed towards the Zhai antique store. The reason why he came here, mainly because he came a few times, and this store really quite a lot of people. Zhai curio store owner surnamed Money, known as Old Money. Old Qian recognized Qin Zhaoyang, and his eyes narrowed when he saw Qin Zhaoyang wandering into his store. He knew Qin Zhaoyang. Little brother, what good stuff did you find again? Old Qian casually asked, but there was still some anticipation in his eyes. Qin Zhaoyang didn't make any pretense and directly placed the mother coin on the counter. Boss Qian, let's see how much is suitable and give a reasonable price. After Qin Zhaoyang finished, he let the Old Money look at it, not afraid of the other party's greed, and started to visit the store's antiques on his own. Simply understood. Absorb. The Old Money took a look at a copper coin, immediately a little disappointed, but still picked up and looked at it. The result of this look was overwhelming. The so-called mother money is the standard sample money made by the central and local finance when a large number of coins were minted in ancient times. Simple to understand, that is the sample. According to the use of the mother money as a sample, the mother money can be divided into three kinds, namely, the money sample, carved mother money and cast mother money. The money sample is a physical sample of coins carefully carved from tin, ivory or mahogany according to the design of the coins, and its purpose is to be presented to the court for the emperor's approval. From a strict sense, the money sample cannot be counted as coins, because it is only as a review and approval of the physical pattern, cannot be circulated. The money sample is given to the emperor to validate the use of this category of coins. The money sample should theoretically only one, so the number is extremely rare. And Qin Zhaoyang, this mother money, is a copper-made mother money, so the price is also in the upgrade grade. As for the age of the copper coin is written clearly Yongle Tongbao. There is no doubt that this mother coin is exactly a sample copper coin from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. After Qin Zhaoyang had finished absorbing it, the Old Money had also finished appraising it. Little brother, this mother coin is real. How much are you going to offer? Qin Zhaoyang had absorbed quite a lot of spiritual qi today. His mood was relatively happy, so he didn't directly set the price to death. After all, people always have to make money when they open an antique store. Boss Qian, this mother coin, according to the market price, it should be between 100, 000, 150, 000. Of course, this 150, 000 is definitely the selling price, so I'm not greedy. You can just give 100, 000. If you want to press the price, you'd better not open this mouth. Old Money froze, then helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. There are advantages and disadvantages of doing business with insiders. The advantages are like Qin Zhaoyang, directly give a price in place. He will not ask for a price all over the sky. You don't have to be clever to grind. Just like what Qin Zhaoyang said. Anyway, there is money to be made, more or less just. Doing business with amateurs, it will be very laborious. Of course the profit in between would be high, just like this mother coin. If it was someone else to sell it, even if he knew that this thing was good, he could suppress the price again and again. Alright, just as you said, the Old Money is also a quick person, mainly because he knows that grinding his lips doesn't help. This mother money in his hands to earn a difference of 20, 000 to 30, 000 dollars. That's a very easy thing to do, so he is also very satisfied. Who do not want to pick up the leakage? The key is which is so good to pick up. After the two of them finished trading, Qin Zhaoyang also intends to leave, but was called by this Old Money. Can I ask, how much you collect this mother money? Of course, it's fine if it's not convenient to answer. Qin Zhaoyang smiled and stretched out a finger, then turned around and left. Old Qian was even more puzzled now. What did this one finger mean? First of all, it is certainly not 100, 000. If it is Qin Zhaoyang 100, 000 to recover, and in turn sold to him 100, 000. This is not eaten up, idle egg pain? Then it is likely to be 10, 000, or possibly 1, 000. Qin Zhaoyang did not explicitly say, mainly for fear that the Old Money heart is not balanced. Because of this mother coin, he spent $10. Of course he bought 2 coins. As for the other one, it was an ordinary copper coin, that was used by Qin Zhaoyang as a front. Qin Zhaoyang looked at the small tripod. The red aura inside had grown some. Just when Qin Zhaoyang was planning to go to the next antique store to take a look, he suddenly realized something and could not wait to slap himself twice. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Broken Plum Vase. That's right, the reason why Qin Zhaoyang wanted to slap himself with 2 big melons was not without reason. Since it's about absorbing the aura in the antique, why do you have to go through so much effort? Why not just go directly to Huang Guangnian's place, or to Guan Yue's place? Knowing that Huang Guangnian's place had quite a lot of antiques, how could it be quicker than him looking at them one by one like this? As for Guan Yuha there, the collection of antiques certainly will not be a lot, but is definitely the best of the best. Qin Zhaoyang knew that the older something was, the more spiritual energy it contained. Qin Zhaoyang also did not continue shopping, drove the car and prepared to go to Huang Guangnian's place. Just after starting the car, the cell phone rang. It was Fangya who called. It turned out that Fangya had come across a treasure yesterday afternoon, but because the price was too high and she wasn't sure if it was real or fake, she didn't quite dare to lay her hands on it. Thinking about it, thought of Qin Zhaoyang. The reason why Fangya was showing her goodwill and giving away the store wasn't her purpose because of this matter, so that's why she gave Qin Zhaoyang a phone call, meaning to let Qin Zhaoyang help identify it. Qin Zhaoyang naturally agreed to it. After all, going to Huang Guangnian's place is also absorbing, and going to Fangya's place is naturally the same. So according to the positioning Fangya gave him, directly drove over. Fangya's villa was called Riverside District, and Qin Zhaoyang's car was parked directly in front of the villa. Before he could press the doorbell, the door was opened. "Zhaoyang, please." Fangya used to call Qin Zhaoyang Mr. Qin, but yesterday it all became familiar, and this name was naturally changed. "Sister Fang is polite. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. I wonder where the stuff is." Fangya signaled Qin Zhaoyang to enter the house. At this time there were two other people in the living room, a man and a woman. No need to ask. These two were the sellers. After some introductions, Qin Zhaoyang saw the thing that Fangya needed him to help identify, a plum vase. Qin Zhaoyang put on a pair of gloves handed over by Fangya, and then began to look at it seriously. Item name, blue and white plum vase, also known as gold vase. Age, late Yuan dynasty. Ruptured at the bottom due to improper preservation. Rebonded with special techniques. Reparable. Qin Zhaoyang couldn't help but frown. This subtle movement was naturally detected by Fangya. His heart suddenly burst. "Zhaoyang, how is it?" Qin Zhaoyang took off his gloves and did not answer Fangya's words, but instead looked at the two sellers. "This plum vase is real." The moment these words came out, these two people's faces were a joy, but Qin Zhaoyang's next words made them. "But I don't know what the reason is. The plum vase has ruptured and got someone to recondition it, but it can still be seen if you look closely. Both of you. Am I right?" Fangya finally understood. No wonder this plum vase would be so cheap. The original problem was here. "You're talking nonsense. This plum vase has always been placed in my study room. It has never been dropped or bumped. How could there be a problem at the bottom of this?" This is what the man said. After saying this, he didn't react himself, but the woman beside him did. Reaching out in a hurry, she tugged at his clothes, but it was obviously too late. "Mr. Song, Sunrise just did not seem to say the bottom rupture it. You seem to be a bit here without silver 302 flavor." This one surnamed Song. His old face reddened as he began to force his words. "This is what I happen to say. You love to buy or not. Do not buy even if we go." After saying this, he picked up this plum vase and was about to leave. "Mr. Song, please wait." Old Song stopped in his tracks and looked at Qin Zhaoyang suspiciously. Qin Zhaoyang didn't ink, and spoke directly. "Mr. Song, this plum vase of yours is indeed quite good. It's just a pity that it was broken because of the bottom, but I do think that it still has a good collection value. If you intend to sell it, I'm willing to buy it for $100,000. Of course you can also choose not to sell it." At this time Fangya tugged on Qin Zhaoyang's arm. Qin Zhaoyang naturally knows what Fangya means. A good antique, once broken, even if his restoration techniques are brilliant, as long as it is a professional insider to see, it is still easy to see the problem. That is to say, this vase regardless of the original price itself, will not be worth $100,000. Qin Zhaoyang gave Fangya a reassuring look, and then just looked at the man and woman. The man, that is Old Song, still had some hesitation on his face, but the woman beside him was a bit anxious. "This vase is the end of the Yuan and the beginning of the Ming dynasty. If there is no damage, sell 1,000,000 or 800,000, that is absolutely no problem. But it is because of the damage. This value is naturally not so great. Fangya here is already their third home, that is to say, before also been identified out of the problem. However, this is normal. The more valuable something is, the more attention others will pay. For example, Fangya, she wasn't too sure, so she found Qin Zhaoyang. Then even if others wanted to buy it, they would naturally look for an appraisal expert to help identify it. Old Song ended up deciding to sell under this woman's scowling. "Alright, since you've already seen that there's a problem with this plum vase and are still willing to buy it, it shows that you're capable of restoring him. Then I'll be an adult and sell it to you. But the words first, once the deal is done I won't admit that this plum vase is faulty again. we have to make a note. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, then signaled Fangya to provide paper and pen, wrote a note, and both of them began to sign. Qin Zhaoyang took out his cell phone to transfer the money, and the deal was considered complete. When the duo left, Fangya was a bit puzzled. Zhaoyang, this is broken even if the restoration level is high, that is still able to be seen. It doesn't matter if it's $100,000. The main thing is that it's not worth it. Qin Zhaoyang laughed and said, Sister Feng, you can rest assured on this point. I am absolutely sure that I can restore it flawlessly, and I will give it to you at that time, just as a thank you for renting the store to me. Fangya blankly glanced at Qin Zhaoyang and said, if you say that, sis is going to get angry. Let's not talk about the distant past. Take this matter for example. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost $600,000 today for nothing. As for giving me the vase, I think it's better to forget about it. Even if it's repaired the same as before, it can't change the fact that it was once broken. I'm not too fond of flawed antiques. Well, Qin Zhaoyang was speechless. Originally, he did think to return a favor to Fangya. Since the other party does not want, then he also forget about it. The highest value of this vase may break the million, at least also worth about 800,000 yuan. Who would be too much money? Qin Zhaoyang naturally did not excuse what, but remembered the second purpose of their own over. This chapter is over. Chapter 75, Big Misunderstanding. Sister Feng, can I visit your collection? I'm more interested in this. When Qin Zhaoyang said this, Fangya's eyes just lit up. She had a few collections. Who knew if there were any that she looked away from? Qin Zhaoyang's appraisal level was so high, letting him help appraise them would definitely be beneficial. The key thing was that there was also no need to pay for labor. This was a 2-for-1 thing, so naturally there was no reason to refuse. What's wrong with that? I'll take you to the second floor collection room. My treasures are basically placed there, Fangya said while taking the lead towards the second floor. Qin Zhaoyang naturally followed behind. Entering the so-called storage room, Qin Zhaoyang's eyes just lit up. He had never seen so many antiques before. Instantly both eyes turned green. Qin Zhaoyang didn't hesitate and started looking at the first piece, absorbing the aura inside while talking about the information of the antiques. His appraisal was fast, mainly because he absorbed it quickly as well. Fangya was constantly nodding her head. These items Qin Zhaoyang said almost word for word. Sister Feng, this one you hit your eyes. It's an imitation. From the Republican period. It's only worth about $20,000. And this one, Qin Zhaoyang kept looking at it, and when he encountered any imitations or fakes, he wouldn't hesitate to say so. When he finished looking at all the items, more than an hour had passed, picking out a total of 7 imitations and fakes. There was a fundamental difference between imitations and fakes. Fakes are easy to understand. They are counterfeits, similar to today's artifacts, which are used to make old ones and pass them off as pearls. But imitations are different. Sometimes imitations are also very valuable, such as a famous person in history. Himself is also a painter. Then he went to imitate a predecessor of the painting and calligraphy, which is also a kind of imitation. Sometimes it is even more valuable than the original. Make a simple comparison. If you let Tang Bohua to imitate a less famous painter's work, then obviously, Tang Bohua's imitation price is higher than the previous authentic. There is an age and an author of the imitation involved. Of course, this situation is relatively rare, because Tang Pakfu will not be idle to imitate other people's things. The most common imitation, that is, in a certain era, imitating other people's things, in fact, in essence is also a kind of forgery. Only because of the era, gradually, the imitation also became a kind of antique. For example, during the Republic of China, there are many people doing this kind of business, which over time, it itself has also become a kind of antique. Only this price is certainly not too high. Just like these 7 items that Fangya was picked out by Qin Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang, you're amazing, knowing so much at such a young age. Let me take you to see those forgeries again. Qin Zhaoyang was a bit teary-eyed. The so-called forgeries were naturally the ones that Fangya had bought back and then realized they were fake and then kept them. If it was Qin Zhaoyang, he would probably have destroyed them long ago. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Today he had already made a big profit anyway. But the thing that made Qin Zhaoyang feel surprised was that the number of fakes was just too much. There were more than 200 pieces. Take your time to look first. I'll go make you a glass of water. Not to mention, Qin Zhaoyang was really a bit thirsty, probably because he had talked too much. Qin Zhaoyang didn't even use his perspective eyes this time, but reached out to touch it. Is not really antique. He basically touch can determine, because really antique above will have aura fluctuation. He can feel. When Qin Zhaoyang touched the nth antique, he froze. It was a toad with a copper coin in its mouth. Qin Zhaoyang picked up the toad and his eyes narrowed. Item name, Spitting Treasure Golden Toad. Fake. With Qiankuan inside. It actually has Qiankuan inside again. Just at this moment, Qin Zhaoyang's cell phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was Qin Zhaoyang calling. Qin Zhaoyang understood. He only delayed a morning. Will be the time to forget again? So hastily pressed the answer button. Before he could say anything, Fang Ye, who said she went down to finish making tea and went upstairs, spoke up. Zhaoyang, there's no water down there. Why don't you just endure it? When there's water, I'll give you more. Fang Ye said here and stopped her words, because she saw that Qin Zhaoyang was on the phone. Originally, these words didn't mean much. It was that the tap water had stopped running. If you're thirsty, just bear with it for a while. I'll make you tea when there's water. But these words were all heard by Qin Zhaoyang. First of all, there is a woman beside Qin Zhaoyang, and this woman also said that there is no that. This does not let her misunderstanding is difficult, so directly hung up the phone. Qin Zhaoyang was full of black lines. Finished. This matter is misunderstood greatly. That's Sister Feng. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll come back another day to continue watching. Qin Zhaoyang said while walking towards the downstairs, stopped halfway and handed that golden toad to Fang Ye. This toad you smash it open. There will be a surprise inside. After Qin Zhaoyang finished speaking, he went downstairs, picked up his plum vase and left. Fang Ye was a bit puzzled. Of course she didn't know that there was something wrong with what she had just said. What she was puzzled about were the last words Qin Zhaoyang said to her. Qin Zhaoyang drove his car and headed directly towards Shen's jewelry company. On the other side, Qin Zhaoyang's face darkened with anger, because it was already time to get off work. Qin Zhaoyang hadn't come to pick her up yet, and Qin Zhaoyang also knew that Qin Zhaoyang sometimes forgets the time when he's busy, so she directly gave Qin Zhaoyang a phone call. I just said a hello word. The other side actually came over a woman's voice, and also said those dirty and unpleasant words. Qin Zhaoyang threw her own bag on the ground, even wanted to pull black Qin Zhaoyang's WeChat, but a thought felt wrong. According to reason, Qin Zhaoyang should not be this kind of talent, right? If he was really doing that with another woman, he couldn't have picked up her phone call. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Qin Zhaoyang believes in the truth that seeing is believing and hearing is not. The main thing was that she believed in her own charm. Taking a step back, even if Qin Zhaoyang was messing around outside, it shouldn't be in broad daylight. Of course, there was an element of Qin Zhaoyang's unwillingness to believe in it. Qin Zhaoyang rushed and finally came to the company, and then directly went towards Qin Zhaoyang's office. As soon as he entered the office, he saw that Qin Zhaoyang was working in front of the computer, and was very serious. Zhaoyang, just now, don't misunderstand. Things are not like that. Qin Zhaoyang glanced at Qin Zhaoyang and then continued to work. In fact, she was playing QQ Fight the Landlord. Qin Zhaoyang didn't care if Qin Zhaoyang was listening or not. He began to talk about what happened this morning, from the beginning to the end, and finally talked about that what no water thing. Hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang has actually believed in Qin Zhaoyang's words, because Qin Zhaoyang's hand is now holding that plum vase. This chapter is finished. Chapter 76, Disconnection. However, Qin Zhaoyang still wanted to try to see whether Qin Zhaoyang cared about her or not. Most of all, this guy Qin Zhaoyang, who had eaten tofu several times, actually hadn't confessed to her until now. Even male and female friends are ambiguous, which Qin Zhaoyang is very dissatisfied. Why are you talking so much? I didn't say anything. Of course, if you really want to show something, just smash the vase in your hand, Qin Zhaoyang said casually. Qin Zhaoyang froze. This was something worth millions. Zhaoyang, can you change your request? This thing is more than $1 million. Before Qin Zhaoyang could finish his words, Qin Zhaoyang got up and took her bag and prepared to leave. Zhaoyang, you really misunderstood. Bam. Originally Qin Zhaoyang intended to pull Qin Zhaoyang's. The result Qin Zhaoyang this resistance strength is a little big. Qin Zhaoyang one hand to hold the vase. One did not hold, so the fall is broken. Qin Zhaoyang dumbfounded. Qin Zhaoyang also dumbfounded. Qin Zhaoyang did not intend to really let Qin Zhaoyang fall vase. She wants maybe an attitude problem. Who thought that Qin Zhaoyang this excitement really fell? Of course, she didn't know that Qin Zhaoyang was careless and broke it. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to cry without tears. Originally want to repair this vase. Only need minutes to complete the thing. This is good. Broken. This is not to say that the repair is the splicing of the estimated time is not a few hours cannot be completed. No way out. Qin Zhaoyang squatted on the ground and began to pick up the pieces. A vase was broken into dozens of pieces. Zhaoyang, I'm just kidding. Don't really fall. Qin Zhaoyang had some small guilt. Qin Zhaoyang smiled, didn't say anything, then found a bag to put the pieces in. Let's go. Let's eat. Qin Zhaoyang finished and took the lead out the door. Qin Zhaoyang was honest now, following behind Qin Zhaoyang like a little woman. Zhaoyang, what are you planning to do this afternoon? Qin Zhaoyang drove the car without saying anything. Qin Zhaoyang asked for the sake of embarrassment. What else can I do? Fix the vase. Women are such losers. Qin Zhaoyang ended up spitting out a sentence. I didn't do it on purpose, okay? Besides, it's just over $1 million. What's the big deal? Qin Zhaoyang was also a bit unhappy when she heard Qin Zhaoyang's tone, so the two people who weren't too happy didn't talk much for a while. Qin Zhaoyang is mainly think he is innocent lying shot, nothing to do, and finally was misunderstood. It is not easy to pick up a leak. The result became a pile of debris. It is impossible to say that there is no pain in your heart. As for Qin Zhaoyang, she felt that she had already said that it was not intentional, but Qin Zhaoyang actually still give her a face. In this way, between the two, for the first time produced a gap. At noon casually eat a little. Qin Zhaoyang will Qin Zhaoyang sent to the company, directly back to the home. That is, Bao Xiaozhao's side of the home. He wants to repair the vase. The main thing is that there is 502 glue over here. Qin Zhaoyang first picked out the large fragments and then assembled them, and in no time the outline came out. The most troublesome thing is those small pieces, because it is necessary to match the pattern. It is very troublesome to put together. This fiddling went on until dark. On the other hand, Qin Zhaoyang kept reflecting on herself, feeling as if she had really gone a bit overboard. Qin Zhaoyang is doing serious business. Just because he heard some words on the phone, he is jealous and unreasonable. $1 million was really nothing to Qin Zhaoyang because her family had money, but for others, it could be an astronomical sum. Even if it was Qin Zhaoyang, it was still a considerable amount of money. Just like this fell, it would be strange if it didn't hurt. The fact that he didn't lose his temper was already considered very cultivated. Thinking of this, Qin Zhaoyang felt that he should apologize or something. He apologized. Qin Zhaoyang again said it's okay. This thing is not a successful end? The big deal is to give him a little bit of welfare at night is not on the line? Thinking of this, Qin Zhaoyang called Qin Zhaoyang, but Qin Zhaoyang's cell phone has been used for more than 2 years. Not only lagging, the battery is not durable. No need to think, and shut down. Qin Zhaoyang had no choice, simply drove his car to buy a cell phone, and then went to the potted plant store. As a result, the bag of small novels, Qin Zhaoyang simply did not come. Then where did he go? The villa? Unlikely. Thinking about it, Qin Zhaoyang thought of 2 places. The first place, that is Guanyuha there. Because repairing this kind of thing is estimated that the entire Jinling city is only Guanyuha can do. There is another place, naturally, is the previous residence. In the end, Qin Zhaoyang didn't go anywhere, and directly returned to the company. She was waiting for Qin Zhaoyang to pick her up from work. As a result, this wait was until dark. That is, when Qin Zhaoyang glued the vase to all of them. He was about to fix it, when he realized that it was dark. Qin Zhaoyang took out his cell phone in a hurry, but it had long been dead and turned off. It was too late to repair the vase, and hurriedly drove the car towards the Qin group of companies. Qin Zhaoyang was sitting in the office. She was a little aggrieved. Qin Zhaoyang always ignored her. Many times he forgot to pick her up. This is not taking her seriously. Just then, she saw a flash of light on the window and her heart was delighted. It was due to the car's headlights shining, which meant that Qin Zhaoyang had come. Qin Zhaoyang entered the company, and really saw that a certain office was still lit, and hurriedly took the elevator up. Without knocking on the door, he directly pushed the door in. Then he saw Qin Zhaoyang sleeping on the sofa, sleeping soundly, but perhaps because the air conditioning is on the temperature is a little low. Qin Zhaoyang is curled up. Qin Zhaoyang blamed himself for a while. This is a dereliction of duty. So he quickly turned off the air conditioning, picked up Qin Zhaoyang, casually turned off the lights, and then entered the elevator. Only Qin Zhaoyang did not know where Qin Zhaoyang was asleep. Qin Zhaoyang's strength was now much greater than before, and hugging a Qin Zhaoyang was similar to hugging an inflatable doll. Qin Zhaoyang put Qin Zhaoyang in the back seat, then drove the car back to the villa. Throughout the entire process, Qin Zhaoyang was sleeping. Only after returning to the villa did Qin Zhaoyang wake up with feigned surprise. Aya, how come I'm back? You die. Was it you who picked me up? Qin Zhaoyang was talking nonsense with her eyes open. Sister-in-law, I've only just come back as well. Didn't you come back with my brother? It was him who asked you to carry him back. Qin Yudi was confused by Qin Zhaoyang, not knowing what the two of them were up to. Qin Zhaoyang didn't bother to explain because he still had to cook. Qin Yudi don't look like a girl, soon to be in college, can't even cook a meal. Qin Zhaoyang sighed and could only tie on his apron and enter the kitchen. This day is busy. Feeling how being a man is so tiring. Should I consider going to Thailand? This chapter is finished. Chapter 77, Getting Used to Salty Hands. In no time, 4 dishes and 1 soup were ready. Qin Yudai could see that there was something wrong between this brother and sister-in-law. After a simple meal, rushed to take the clothes to take a bath and go to bed. Qin Zhaoyang naturally still have to clean up the table. In fact, both of them wanted to talk to ease the atmosphere, but they didn't know what to say for a while. When they finished cleaning up, Qin Yudi came out after her bath and was about to enter her room, but was shouted at by Qin Zhaoyang. You die. Is there anything going on at the store today? Qin Yudi wanted to go into her room, but Qin Zhaoyang asked, so she had to answer. A few customers came and also sold 2 potted plants. One was introduced by the one called Li Xinghe. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. This store of his, even if sometimes it was not open for a few days, was a very normal thing. After all, they were all potted plants worth tens of thousands of dollars or more, and not everyone could afford to consume them. While the two were talking, Shenxijia went to take a bath. Brother, did you and your sister-in-law have a fight? Qin Yudi asked tentatively. Qin Zhaoyang glared at Qin Yudi, signaling her to hurry up and go to bed. Qin Yudi spat out her tongue and hurriedly ran back to her room, then suddenly remembered something, sticking her head out again. Brother, that membership card is done. You can give it to someone tomorrow. Qin Zhaoyang was so annoyed right now that he waved his hand at Qin Yudi, then sat on the sofa thinking about things, thinking about tomorrow. There was also the matter of opening an antique store. In short, there were a whole lot of things. Shenxijia finished her bath and didn't say anything, and went into the room on her own. Qin Zhaoyang thought for a while, but also lazy to think about it. There are many things, then one by one to do. First will be the matter at hand to finish, say. As for the other, one step at a time. Into the bathroom. The brain is a black. Shenxijia bath after this clothes and thrown on the ground. The most obvious is still that hood. Casually threw the clothes into the washing machine, and then began to take a bath. When the bath is finished, you can only enter Shenxijia's room with a thick skin. As soon as you enter the room, it is a jolt. The air conditioning temperature is 18 degrees. This is not the most critical. The most critical, his floor is gone. Qin Zhaoyang plugged his cell phone in to charge it, then cheekily drilled into the quilt. These two people sleeping in the same bed. There will definitely be skin-to-skin contact. What made Qin Zhaoyang feel surprised was that Shenxijia actually didn't wear a top, although her back was to him, but this touch naturally knew. There are some things that don't need to be said explicitly. Qin Zhaoyang lightly stretched out his hand and placed it where it should be. There is indeed a difference between this undressed and dressed. Tonight, Qin Zhaoyang was somewhat direct. Unlike yesterday and the night before, that was all about starting slowly from the small abdomen, and there would be a process of getting used to it. And today was straight to the point, so Shenxijia's body violently was a shiver. Then she stretched out her hand to push Qin Zhaoyang's salty pig hand to the side. Qin Zhaoyang sighed in his heart. It seems that this Shenxijia is still angry. Originally wanted to coax a little coaxing, but this afternoon his energy consumption is excessive, a little sleepy, so also started to sleep. And Shenxijia is still waiting for Qin Zhaoyang's salty hand, the result of waiting for a while without reaction, but also heard Qin Zhaoyang's slight snoring. Shenxijia was furious, so she deliberately rolled over, waking up Qin Zhaoyang, and then rolled back again. Incidentally, one of Qin Zhaoyang's hands was also brought over and placed in her position. Sometimes people are like this, being used to being taken advantage of by someone. If this person suddenly one day does not take advantage of her, she will feel very uncomfortable. Shenxijia was like this now. In the past 2 nights, she was actually used to Qin Zhaoyang's salty hand. When Qin Zhaoyang was tossed around by Shenxijia, he almost woke up. Then he realized that he didn't know when his hand was again. Well, this is not the point. The main thing is that this has been 3 days. It is also time to expand the results of the battle. So Qin Zhaoyang began to be dishonest, touching here, pinching there, and finally even went down the mountain alone. Shenxijia body in a slight trembling, but this time did not stop. So Qin Zhaoyang very smoothly arrived at the location. Just as Qin Zhaoyang was about to take off Shenxijia's last little piece of clothing, Shenxijia spoke. Don't go overboard. No next move allowed, or I'll chop off your salty piggy hands. Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly stopped the action. Today this is already a great progress. As long as give him a few more days time, he can definitely get what he wants. It seemed like it was also time to send flowers. Qin Zhaoyang was not a little cutie, nor is he a love buff. Mainly because this period of time is too busy. Shenxijia sensed that Qin Zhaoyang did not have a next move, and only then was satisfied to arch her body backwards so that she could stick to Qin Zhaoyang's chest. It was mainly because this indoor temperature was too low. The next day, repeating the same work, after sending Shenxijia to the company, Qin Zhaoyang went to the flower store. Then he treated Lin Xianxuan's 2 pots of camellias once again, before nodding in satisfaction. Putting a membership card in his pocket, he held the 2 pots of camellias and put them in the trunk, then drove his car towards Lin Xianxuan's villa. The membership card was of course not $1 million, but $700,000, and originally $300,000,600 should have been deducted, but this zero was finally erased, so as to give others a better impression. While driving, he called Lin Xianxuan. Lin Xianxian is actually working. As soon as she received Qin Zhaoyang's phone call, she also drove the car and rushed back. Just returned to the villa in less than 5 minutes. Qin Zhaoyang came over. As soon as he saw the 2 pots of camellias, not only were they vibrant, but they looked so much better than before. Mr. Qin, you're really something. I almost didn't recognize that these 2 pots of camellias are mine. How much? Tell me. Qin Zhaoyang didn't open his mouth immediately, but handed that membership card to Lin Xianxian. MS. Lin, this is the membership card you made last time. It's done today, so it's just as well that I'm giving it to you by the way. Forget about the maintenance costs for these 2 pots of camellias. Consider it a benefit for Miss Lin for being the first to apply for a membership card at our store. Of course, if MS. Lin can introduce some business to our store, then I'll be grateful. The reason why Qin Zhaoyang didn't charge this fee, he actually had his considerations. This Lin Xianxian looked like a woman with status and wealth. As he said before, casually introducing some business to her would be better than charging this fee. Lin Xianxian nodded her head. She was not a person who loved to take advantage. These 2 pots of camellias, just by the way they looked now, the cost of this maintenance was not less than $100,000. Since others had good intentions, there was no need for her to turn people away. Alright, then thank you Mr. Qin. I'll introduce business to Mr. Qin when I have the chance, but I have a question for Mr. Qin. I wonder if Mr. Qin can answer it? End of chapter.